Early stage. Zygeo develops on Blue Star later. He represents Blue Star on the world battlefield to take part in the God's game. Current divine gift. One-man party strength that a free soul is never bound by thorns called virtue. No need to ascend the altar. No need to glorify our words and deeds. We are thieves hiding in the shadows. Recognize ourselves, then revel without restraint. Global gamification. Every player awakens a divine gift. The world you belong to, Zygeo, has officially gone online. Up next, appearing on stage. Owners of multiple assist-rank divine gifts. The master of irritable moon, the bearer of cat's ideal. In the God's game, Zygeo, the only player on this server. Supporting Zygeo's growth. The judgment of Zygeo, the cowardly balloon maker. The mysterious figure in the divination circle that no one could divine judge of teacher 101, honored partner of Dinghai. A single-player enthusiast who insists on going solo, even in an invaded game. A well-known stubborn mule of the God's game. A star player with shares bought by both gods and demon Zygeo, the seeker of song. Chapter 1, Rebirth. As Xunge opened her eyes, she found herself gazing at the opulent chandelier adorning the ceiling, feeling momentarily disoriented. Was she not supposed to be bleeding out in a magical array in the dungeon, pinned down by Xunge? In an instant, her instincts kicked in, and she instinctively summoned the energy within her. After a year of evasion, her body had developed a reflex, regardless of the situation. Her first priority was to find a safe haven before contemplating her next move. However, as she executed a graceful leap, nothing happened. The sensations within her indicated that she was now merely an ordinary person. That moment, voices emerged from outside the door, voices she could never forget, belonging to her manager, Lu Zhenglu. She sat upright and surveyed her surroundings. Was this a hotel? Beside her lay a mobile phone she hadn't seen for years. Picking it up, she noted the time, 11 p.m., February 21st. The year was 2078. Xunge felt her breath quicken. Had she truly been reborn? Reborn a year before the invasion of the world by a game? Unbeknownst to everyone, a year from now, the entire Blue Star would be besieged by a game titled Warcraft, The Fear Rift. This invasion would establish a connection with Blue Star through the medium of a game, which had briefly undergone 3 internal tests in 2078, each lasting a mere 7 hours. Without any forewarning. Few knew of its existence, yet hundreds had downloaded it out of boredom or coincidence. During the third test, due to a leak, the number of early players surged into the hundreds of thousands. Among those who participated in the internal tests, some would forever regret playing for only a few minutes, while others soared to greatness. Her younger brother was among those who ascended. February 22nd at 2:22 a.m. marked the first internal test. However, she had no desire to save the world or inform everyone that an alien invasion would unfold gradually, constrained by numerous limitations. During this process, far more would perish at the hands of their own kind than at the hands of the invaders. Though 4 years had passed since then, the events of those days remained vividly etched in her mind. For tomorrow would mark the day when someone's fate would irrevocably change due to a game. Yet, she had found herself intoxicated by Lu Zhenglu and delivered to the bed of a company executive, where she had repelled his advances with a frenzy of despair. The consequence was a flood of scandalous rumors, forcing her to participate in various low-profile gatherings, landing roles as either a maid or a minor character subjected to humiliation. Xunge pushed open the door, and outside, Lu Zhenglu, holding a bottle, greeted her with a familiar smile. Xunge, care for a drink? With that excuse, Lu Zhenglu knew he could not retain Xunge today. He mused that only a declaration of his entire family's demise could possibly keep her from leaving. But that rationale seemed implausible, especially since Xunge had seen him on the phone with his family just yesterday. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhenglu resolved to remain calm, believing he still had a chance. It's quite late. Wait a moment, he'll call Xiao Wu to get up. In her previous life, Xunge had already participated in the internal tests and acquired unimaginable abilities a year in advance. Yet she had concealed this information, coldly observing Xunge's struggles in the entertainment industry while utilizing her hard-earned resources for her own development. Ultimately, she had pretended for 3 years, even believing Xunge to be innocent when she was pursued for her life in the 3rd year. All of this was merely to strip Xunge of her divine talent, a truth she only discovered moments before her demise. Yet, she had not permitted him to gain anything easily. Enduring the agony of blood loss, she awaited the appearance of the unseen puppet master before triggering the item named Die Together, hoping for mutual destruction with everyone present that fateful day. In her dying moments, she realized she was merely a villain in a story, a twisted sister infatuated with the male protagonist, Xunge. How absurd! Wanting to be trendy, yet shackled by rules, she resorted to such repulsive tactics. Upon entering the vehicle, she handed Xiao Wu 1,000 yuan. If we reach home within 2 hours, it'll grant you an additional 2,000 as a bonus. Xiao Wu, initially miffed about being called in at midnight, instantly brightened. Boss, please fasten your seatbelt. An hour and 40 minutes later, Yu Xunge sat in the passenger seat, her complexion pale. What were you doing before you joined me? Xiao Wu opened the payment QR code. I was running a hearse. So that was it. Yu Xunge transferred 2,500 yuan. Please go to the convenience store across the street and fetch me a small bottle of white liquor. She poured the liquor into a glass, filled another with water, and headed to Yu Xuanhuan's room. After knocking twice, the door swung open, revealing the slothful creature who had not yet retired for the night. Yu Xuange and Yu Xuanhuan were both striking, with her exuding an air of grace and intelligence, while he appeared harmless and obedient. Yet beneath his facade lay a heart darker than most. She presented the glass of white liquor to Yu Xuanhuan. Here, let's drink. Sister will soon earn enough to buy you a villa. Yu Xunge prided herself on not being foolish. For years, she had been deceived by Yu Xuanhuan, who had always catered to her every whim, unlike those online siblings who only sought to exploit their sisters. Such a brother, Yu Xunge had once been ensnared by, and while she could justify her feelings, ultimately, she was responsible for her own foolishness. However, now that she had peeled back the layers of deception, she could see that Yu Xuanhuan had indeed done all he could, yet he reaped all the benefits he desired, thanks to the collaboration of his parents, Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua. The villa that had moved her to tears was, in fact, purchased with her own money. Was it not right for it to be registered under her name? What on earth had she been so touched by? And immediately, she resolved to buy him an even larger one, but there was still time to amend her past mistakes. Her dear brother Yu Xuanhuan would naturally not refuse her request, even at 2 a.m., even knowing she would be tipsy after just one glass, even though her reasons were unclear. His face remained devoid of frowns, only filled with concern. You need to take care of your health. Money is endless. We should all be together. Why Yu Xunge clinked her glass against his. With an expression of helplessness and indulgence, Yu Xuanhuan downed the drink in one go before swaying and collapsing to the ground. Such unwavering trust. Yu Xuange's gaze turned icy as she watched Yu Xuanhuan lying on the floor. From a master bedroom nearby came sounds, likely Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua, alerted by the commotion. She hurried into Yu Xuanhuan's room, dragging him inside and shutting the door. She sat on the sofa in Yu Xuanhuan's room, her phone in hand, her gaze fixed on the time. With only 7 hours remaining in the game, she had no intention of leaving tonight. Even though Yu Xuanhuan would inevitably drink himself into a stupor until dawn, she remained concerned. In her previous life, Yu Xuanhuan resembled the protagonist of a thrilling novel, effortlessly traversing through life with unparalleled luck. Every treasure seemed to gravitate towards him, and he possessed a divine talent that was unmatched across the entire Blue Star, boasting an extraordinary SS level. Even after marrying into the Su family, where the young lady initially regarded him as nothing more than a beautiful pet, she eventually became enamored with him, suppressing her own ambitions under his influence. Ultimately, she became fixated on his divine talent. Chapter 2. Extracting the Divine Gift of Talent. On her way, she contemplated whether to wait for Yu Xuanhuan to download the game before bringing him down, imagining the anguish he would feel a year later upon realizing the game's true significance. However, such thoughts were swiftly extinguished. She dared not take the risk. What if she were 2 minutes too late and he managed to acquire a talent? The one who would suffer heartbreak would be her. Yu Xuange resolved to vigilantly guard Yu Xuanhuan's room that night. As the clock struck 222, she immediately searched for World of Warcraft, the Fear Rift in the App Store. Upon seeing the red moon emblazoned on the screen, she felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. This lifetime would undoubtedly be different. Yu Xuange raced against time, oblivious to how many players were engaged in the game that night, or how long those who had soared to greatness through early access in their previous lives had been playing. All she knew was that every passing minute was invaluable. The opening animation was skipped, and she was thrust directly into the character creation interface. The game world was steeped in a Western fantasy backdrop, replete with various races and factions, all of which stood in opposition to one another. Yet, during their invasion of Blue Star, they had formed an alliance. Humans could not transform into other races, yet Yu Xuange meticulously selected her character's race. For each race possessed unique talents. She yearned to discover if, by choosing a specific race, she could pilfer its innate abilities through her character. She had vanquished beings from various races, many of whom had caused her considerable distress, but the last she wished to encounter was the undead. The undead were among the few races endowed with dual racial talents. Undead will empowered those long deceased. The more dire the circumstances, the stronger the willpower became. When health dipped below 5, all attributes would trigger a double effect, and when health fell below 1, the attributes would once again double. The former was a nearly miraculous ability to turn the tide. If someone reduced her health to below 5 but above 1, she could double her attributes once. And then if her health were lowered again to below 1, she would double them once more on the already doubled basis. Thus, encountering the undead posed a grave challenge. If she could not swiftly bring her opponent's health below 6, and unleash a decisive strike to subdue them, she might face an adversary with attributes inflated by fourfold. Meanwhile, feeding provided a means to restore health by consuming flesh, serving as a last resort when all healing skills and potions had entered cooldown. In her previous life, she had often succumbed to a state of weakness, akin to waiting for death in silence. Upon selecting undead as her race, her character's visage transformed, becoming noticeably pale and emaciated. A world with a well-established combat system had invaded Blue Star, and Providence had granted Blue Star a chance to survive. On the day of the invasion, every human was afforded an opportunity to extract a divine talent, a gift that all other races would also possess at the moment of their birth. This was merely a measure of balance, a pivotal factor in the rapid rise of Blue Star's inhabitants to combat the invasion. Now, having created her character, Xunge too had her chance. At the moment of character creation, the scene transformed into a starry sky. Though it was merely the size of a mobile phone screen, at that moment, Xunge felt as though she stood beneath a vast expanse of stars, dwarfed by the billions of celestial bodies before her. With a casual gesture, she tapped the screen. The stars cascaded towards her like meteors, shattering the screen with a sound of crackling glass. Role-playing level. You can assume the identity of anyone. Once you successfully convince 10,000 individuals to recognize you as that person, you may eliminate them and absorb all their attributes. They will then become part of your character roster, allowing you to switch to their life at will. No item or skill can discern your true identity, and you may voluntarily exit the substitution state. However, after 3 exits, the character will be removed from your roster. Skill 1. Life is as easy as pie. You may store up to 3 substitute characters. Skill 2. I am the Queen of Shadows. You can mimic any skills you have witnessed, though their potency will be only 20 of the original. This was a divine gift from her past life. In her previous existence, it was this very skill that led to her being pursued by the Su, Han, and Liang families. It was also this skill that allowed her to evade capture for so long under the joint pursuit of the 3 major powers. Though this skill is merely of level, when utilized effectively, its impact rivals that of higher tiers, particularly for the elite, as substituting a family leader or a city administrator holds significant implications. However, given the opportunity to restart her life, she naturally aspired for something greater. Xunge promptly deleted her account and created a new character. This was not merely an adventure. The once dominant recluse had stated during an interview that when he participated in the beta test, he found his initial talents unsatisfactory and thus deleted his account, taking a long time to secure a worthy talent, leaving him with little time to enjoy the game. In comparison to game time, the talent that determines fate is undoubtedly of greater importance. Xunge persistently created characters, drawing talents, and deleted those that did not satisfy her. During this process, several enticing talents presented themselves. Brokering level. After introducing transactions between buyers and sellers, you may receive a 5 commission. Skill 1. The most expensive is often free. If both parties engage in a barter, there is a 5 chance of duplicating an item and transforming it into a skill for your character. Skill 2. Let's be friends. If either party attempts to bypass you in a transaction, using this skill will automatically transfer the lesser valued item to you. Transcendence level. Upon use, this skill enhances the level of an item, usable once every 30 natural days. Master of Thievery level. You can steal any object, item, attribute, or even talent, but you have only one opportunity to steal from each individual, regardless of success or failure. The secret to avoiding detection is to resist greed. Skill 1. This item looks familiar. Upon use, there is a 10 chance to steal an item from the target. There is a 5 chance to steal 1 point of an attribute value, randomly determined. Skill 2. Defying fate, as long as I survive. I am the god of thieves. Upon use, there is a 0.05 chance to steal the target's talent. Xunge lingered the longest on the Master of Thievery. It was simply too enticing. Her hesitation was not born from a moral compass, for ever since the game invasion, she had been taking lives almost daily. Having committed such acts, what was theft in comparison? This skill was undeniably enticing, despite its low probability. She was aware of numerous items that could enhance the likelihood of success. After weighing the pros and cons, Xunge ultimately decided against it, recognizing the perilous nature of the skill, which could easily incite hostility from other players. Moreover, this divine talent could not truly alter the course of her life. After countless account deletions and recreations, she finally beheld the moon approaching her amidst the twinkling stars. Accompanying this celestial sight was a resonant voice echoing in her mind. Greed. Restraint. Master of disguise. You are worthy to walk the earthly realm as the thief god. Thief god level. You possess the ability to steal anything from the world, items, attributes, talents, even lives. A thief would reject greed, for the thief god cherishes theft as one would cherish their own existence. If a person possesses something you covet, there is no reason to halt. You may employ the skill on the same individual repeatedly, though from the second use onward, each theft will deduct 20 health points. Skill 1. I want this, and this. Utilizing this skill grants a 20 chance to steal one item or a small amount of money from the target, and a 10 chance to extract one attribute point from their highest attribute. One cannot target beings with a life level lower than their own. The thief god never preys upon the weak. Skill 2. The thief god's theft can also be that of a brigand. Apologies, I have taken your belongings. Wagering the name of the thief god, this skill allows the theft of the target's divine talent, usable only once in a lifetime. If the stolen divine talent exceeds level, there is a chance of failure. Skill 3. Here comes the decoy. Summon your disguise. Upon use, it temporarily alters your appearance, shape, and scent, impervious to detection by any item or skill, lasting for 1 hour with a cooldown of 6 hours. Skill 4. Where did my item go? Passive upon a successful theft, the victim will briefly forget that they ever possessed such an item, only remembering their loss after a day. In that moment, Xunge unhesitatingly chose this talent. 5 minutes ago, is being a thief not undesirable? 5 minutes later, I want it. Chapter 3, Thief God Level. All level talents possess uniqueness and are exceedingly rare. In the second year following the game invasion, various leaderboards emerged. Nearly 80 of the top combatants had their information thoroughly stripped by items or talents, while the remaining 20 had cleverly concealed their identities. Among the nearly 80 revealed, only 2 possessed level talents, both ranking within the top 10. Remarkably, both were connected to the male protagonist. One was his brother, and the other was his second wife. The level divine talent seemed to be the exclusive domain of the protagonist team. Even if she were to remain stagnant for the next year, she yearned for this talent. This gift would enable her rapid ascension while simultaneously suppressing her adversaries. More crucially, regarding the Skill 2 talent, she harbored a remarkably audacious idea. As Xunge selected her talent and entered the game, the clock struck 4. Ever since she had drawn a high-level talent, her heart had been racing incessantly. The character materialized in a bustling yet dimly lit city, surrounded by passers-by, most of whom bore the pallid countenance of the undead, resembling the capital of a necromantic race. Character Gu Wuan, level 0. Divine talent, God of Thieves, level. Race, undead. Racial talent, undead will consumption. Health, 100-100. Mana, 100-100. Strength, 5. Constitution, 6. Intelligence, 10. Agility, 11. Luck, 8. Charm, 9. In addition to these fundamental attributes, there were also intricate statistics such as critical hit rate, critical damage, accuracy, and cooldown reduction among other advanced attributes. Currently, she was penniless, and her immediate concern was to devise a means of earning money to acquire skills. She approached a small figure with a question mark above its head, and after exchanging a few words, she received a quest to eradicate the city's rats, with a reward of 10 copper coins. Although Xunge was not an avid gamer, she had always prided herself on efficiency in her endeavors. She first traversed the entire city, accepting every available quest, from exterminating rats to delivering messages and running errands to procure corpse bread. Only after her quest list was brimming did she commence her tasks. On her way to deliver messages, she conveniently exterminated rats, and en route to procure corpse bread, she assisted the blacksmith in fetching ale, among other things. Within an hour, she completed 17 quests, earning a mere 2 silver coins and a tattered cloth pouch. A spatial inventory with 6 slots, capable of stacking up to 99 identical items. However, these were not her most significant gains, rather than merely accomplishing quests. This hour was more about Xunge leisurely strolling through the streets while simultaneously undertaking tasks. She endeavored to utilize her God of Thieves talent on every individual she encountered. The probabilities of 20 and 10 were indeed quite low. It was not guaranteed that stealing from 100 individuals would yield 20 successes. Probability sometimes resembled an arcane science. When fortune favored her, she could achieve flawless success, yet when luck was unfriendly, her success rate could plummet to the depths of despair. Uncertain if drawing the God of Thieves talent had exhausted her luck for the day, Xunge had stealthily pilfered from no fewer than 100 individuals during her tasks, yet had only succeeded 3 times. With a luck rating of 8, achieving only 3 successes seemed unjust. Nevertheless, her rewards were substantial. Runic Pouch, a bag of coins, 1 point agility. The runic pouch was a beautifully crafted bag, palm-sized with 24 slots. Upon acquiring it, Xunge immediately equipped it. Each character had 1 equipment slot and 2 inventory slots, so she equipped both pouches to carry into the real world later. Upon opening the bag of coins, she discovered it contained 18 gold coins. The exchange rate for gold, silver, and copper coins was 1/100. In her previous life, having survived 3 years through various and scrupulous deeds, she had only managed to accumulate just over 300 gold coins before her demise, illustrating the true value of these coins. After completing all her quests, Xunge refrained from accepting any further tasks and instead set out to learn skills. In a mere 7 hours of gameplay, the advancement in levels is minimal. The individuals who managed to leap ahead in the previous iteration, securing their positions in the top 100 through innate talent, did so by acquiring skills from the alien races during the closed beta period. These racial skills became inaccessible to the inhabitants of Blue Star once the game was unleashed. It is not that the Blue Star denizens lack professional skills. Rather, acquiring them demands considerable time and effort. However, the closed beta offered a unique opportunity, as an entire world was cast as a game, allowing for a crude gamification of many elements, while the alien races invest both time and resources to learn their crafts. Within this brief 7-hour window, players can advance merely by progressing through a progress bar. Today, characters from the game are perceived as kin by the alien races, enabling them to swiftly learn a plethora of skills from their own kind for a price, even if only at a rudimentary level. This presents a significant financial boon. Armed with wealth, Xunge promptly heads toward her destination. With her character panel displaying only 2 slots for professional skills, it indicates that she can only master 2 professions. However, there are no limitations on life skills. As she travels, she eagerly acquires every available life skill: cooking, beginner; fishing, beginner; and first aid, beginner. In an instant, Xunge transforms from a culinary novice into a competent chef, and the dishes crafted using her cooking skills provide attribute boosts. Although the enhancements may be modest, she does not hesitate to invest 1 gold coin to learn all available recipes. First aid permits the creation of bandages. Nonetheless, the modern medicine of Blue Star, once gamified, proves equally effective, making even a cursory study worthwhile. The professional skills within this gaming realm can be broadly categorized into 3 main types: gathering, herbalism; mining, crafting; alchemy, sewing; engineering, jewel crafting; leatherworking, blacksmithing; and service, enchanting, inscription. Xunge dismisses gathering and service. The former is easily replaceable, as many materials can be obtained from defeated monsters, while the latter lacks profitability. Stepping into the potion shop, she spends 5 gold coins to learn beginner alchemy, which unlocks 8 potion recipes: beginner healing potion, beginner mana potion, underwater breathing potion, beginner invisibility potion, beginner strength potion, beginner agility potion, beginner constitution potion, and beginner intelligence potion. Each of these potion blueprints could command a price of 500 gold coins in the previous life, with the wealthiest individuals, excluding guild leaders and the elite from before the game invasion, boasting no more than 700 gold coins. With 13 gold coins remaining, she diligently learns every alchemical recipe available at the beginner level. After mastering 37 alchemical formulas, her account balance stands at 6 gold coins. She ventured once more to the apothecary to procure the requisite herbs for crafting the basic healing potion. In the Grand City, the herbs needed for this fundamental elixir were not exorbitantly priced. A single, basic healing potion retailed for 1 silver coin, while the herbs required to concoct it cost merely 50 copper coins. She expended 4 gold coins to acquire 400 sets of herbs for both the basic healing potion and the basic mana potion, with the remaining funds used to purchase ingredients for 3 sets of basic invisibility potions. At this moment, her funds dwindled to 532 copper coins, leaving her utterly penniless. With the server set to close at 922, she had less than 4 hours remaining. Rounded up, this was akin to learning culinary skills from online acquaintances. However, her character remained active in the game. All she needed to do was click to begin crafting, and within less than a second, a potion would materialize. She predominantly relied on her swift movements, directly brewing at the cauldron in the corner of the potion shop, having completed the crafting of all 800 sets of herbs. Her initial clumsiness occasionally resulted in failed concoctions, but as her proficiency increased, failures became a thing of the past. Presently, her inventory boasted 397 bottles of basic healing potions, 392 bottles of basic mana potions, and 3 basic invisibility potions. She scarcely paused, only taking brief moments to pilfer from unfamiliar patrons entering the shop. After 803 successful crafting attempts, her alchemy skill ascended to intermediate level, allowing her to pursue new recipes. The pressing dilemma, however, was her lack of funds, necessitating another round of borrowing. While she could sell over 700 potions, excluding the invisibility potions, to the potion shop owner, they were priced at 1 silver coin with a buyback rate of merely 80 copper coins. Even if she sold them all, she would only gain a little over 6 gold coins, yet advancing alchemy from beginner to intermediate required 100 gold coins, a mere drop in the bucket. Chapter 4. The Thief of Thieves, a term that could equally apply to brigands. Once again, she roamed the undead capital, accepting any available quests, sneaking up to pilfer whatever she could, and not sparing the patrolling guards. Her maximum theft range was a meter. As long as she could approach, she could acquire. Even beggars tucked in corners were not exempt from her control, as she maneuvered her character to snatch from them. Who knows, they might be hidden masters. From 6 p.m. to 7 p.m., with just over 2 hours left before the server shut down, she finally ceased her activities. In addition to a point in stamina, she had acquired a level 40 purple bow. This treasure was pilfered from the innkeeper. Without hesitation, she proceeded to the weapon shop to sell it at a pittance. The shopkeeper clearly recognized the bow, repeatedly emphasizing the risks he would incur in purchasing it. Yet, she remained steadfast, unyielding. The dialogue bubbles above the shopkeeper's head multiplied. But she was no novice. Even a standard level 20 purple weapon commanded 500 gold, and this was a level 40 purple item, one she had never even laid eyes upon. She negotiated from 300 gold down to 1,000, and regardless of how many times the transaction window appeared, her price remained fixed at 1,000 gold. After 5 minutes, just as she contemplated retreating due to the preciousness of time, the deal was successfully concluded. Afterward, Xunge traversed half the city to reach the goblin living quarters, where she encountered a goblin engineer no taller than her knee and learned the art of engineering. This newfound knowledge proved immensely beneficial, as even basic engineering enabled her to craft firearms, ammunition, and explosives. More importantly, she discovered the location from which she could acquire the blueprint for repairing robots. However, the prerequisite for studying that blueprint was to achieve an advanced level in engineering. She promptly paid to unlock engineering and diligently learned all available recipes, purchasing materials to craft 10 firearms, 5 rounds of ammunition, and 100 units of inferior explosives. Utilizing the Goblin-S crafting station, she successfully produced 10 guns, 5 bullets, and 100 packets of substandard explosives, elevating her engineering skill to an intermediate level. Upon upgrading, she once again absorbed all the schematics she could learn, bringing her progress to a total of 845, guiding her character to the center of the undead city where the Lord resided. Xunge was acutely aware that even in her world, reshuffled by the game's invasion, only the most formidable individuals ascended to lordship. Despite the advantages that the powerful held in consolidating resources to nurture strong allies, ultimately, it was sheer strength that dictated authority. Lords merely needed to heed the voices of these factions, while true power remained with the mightiest. As her character was intercepted by soldiers outside the opulent palace, a dialogue box appeared. Xunge typed, "There is an issue with the anchor point." She had previously discovered that the game automatically translated her words into the language of the undead while selling purple weapons. The soldiers were persistent, but their commotion soon attracted the attention of higher-ranking undead soldiers. After she reiterated her statement, she was escorted into the palace. Seated upon a grand throne at the apex of the palace was the undead lord clad in ebony armor. A dialogue box materialized, questioning, "Did you say there is an issue with the anchor point?" Xunge typed back, "Indeed. I am willing to stake my life that the information I possess is absolutely accurate, but I require a reward." Preposterous. She fell silent, patiently awaiting a response. To the lofty authority, she likely appeared as a mere specter, and the dead often receive leniency. Soon, the captain of the soldiers approached her, handing her an object. Upon inspection, she discovered it was 100 gold coins. TSK, she thought, having desired equipment instead, but viewed this as a fortunate stroke of luck and did not complain. She typed, "This is confidential. I will only share it with the Lord." Attempting to maneuver her character closer to the Lord, she found that, in the eyes of the level 99 Lord, her level 1 character resembled an ant, and for a moment, none obstructed her path. Her character came to a halt beside the undead Lord. She then activated Thief Goddess Theft, which could also refer to robbery. In the name of the Thief God, you attempt to steal the divine talent of the undead city's Lord, Orloff. The theft was interrupted as the target's divine talent was assessed to be too high. You have died. Immediately, her phone screen ceased to respond as if it had run out of power. Glancing up at the clock on the wall, she noted it was 922. The second hand had just passed 12. A full 7 hours had elapsed. The mobile device emitted a shattering sound. First, the screen cracked, followed by the internal components, and ultimately, it caught fire. She hurriedly cast it to the ground, and within mere seconds, the phone dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, as though it had never existed. Immediately thereafter, a backpack, a tattered cloth bag, and a pouch emblazoned with gold coins materialized on the floor, while a familiar character panel appeared in Xunge's mind. Character, Go Wuan, level 00001. Divine Gift, God of Thieves, level. Divine Gift, Immortality, level, incomplete. Race, human. Racial gift, undead will consumption. Health, 100-100. Magic, 100-100. Strength, 5. Constitution, 7. Intelligence, 10. Agility, 12. Luck, 8. Charm, 9. Available attribute points, 0. The glaring level caused Xunge's eyes to swiftly heat up, even in its incomplete form. She discerned that 3 out of the 5 skills associated with this divine gift were aglow, while only 2 remained a deep gray. A level gift. Even if she could only steal one, it would not be in vain, for in accordance with the God of Thieves' gift, none were devoid of value. She glanced at the still slumbering Xunge nearby, her heart swelling with laughter. She tucked the 2 backpacks into the inner layers of her clothing. One compartment occupied by the pouch, her concentration allowing her to sense the quantity of gold coins within. Picking up Xunge's phone, she unlocked it using his fingerprint, confirming the absence of that game on his device before moving him to the bed, tucking him in just as she had once done for herself, before departing the room. Downstairs, Yuqingshan and Ichiowo were preparing breakfast. Xunge stood quietly at the staircase for a moment, Listening to Xunge admonishing Yu Qingshan for agreeing to allow Yu Xuanhuan to purchase a villa for Yu Xunge and placing it in her name, followed by Yu Qingshan's gentle analysis. Only then did she turn her attention to her newfound divine gift. Yet before she could thoroughly examine the new divine gift of immortality, she sensed something amiss. Skill 2, Theft of the God of Thieves, which could also denote robbery. I apologize. I have stolen from your household. Wagering the name of the God of Thieves, this skill allows one to steal the opponent's gift. This skill may only be used once in a lifetime. The second skill under God of Thieves remained illuminated. In her previous life, she had possessed various skills and items, all of which would appear gray and unusable during their duration. If a consumable item was utilized, it would transform into a light gray hue, signifying its worthlessness. Yet why did this skill 3 still shine? A one-time use only? Did her character's death equate to a lifetime? So, this implied that she still had the opportunity to wield such an extraordinary and unscrupulous gift. Yu Xunge closed her eyes, taking deep breaths. Yet she could not calm her racing heart. Never had she felt such gratitude for her past decisions. Truly, she was deserving of the level gift, the God of Thieves. She approached the bedside refrigerator and retrieved a bottle of ice water, draining it in one swift motion. Only after her senses were thoroughly restored did she activate her newly acquired divine talent, Immortal. Chapter 5, Immortal. Immortal level. You are death. Skill 2. Only the dead will obey. The ability to manipulate the souls that have perished by your hand. The control over time and the number of beings is determined by your mana. Skill 3, Death Mimicry. Designate a target who has died by your hand to mimic their divine talent. At any given moment, you may only select one target. Upon switching targets, the previously mimicked divine talent dissipates. Skill 4, I am not mad. I am merely dark, when utilizing all dark side skills or items. The effects of the skills are amplified by 50. Skill 5, Return of the Fallen. When on the battlefield, using this skill allows you to resurrect all fallen kin, enabling them to continue fighting for you. Cooldown period of 90 natural days. This talent is almost tailor-made for the battlefield. Particularly, Skill 5 elucidates why that undead could rule an entire city, and why this divine talent is rated at level. Regrettably, Skills 4 and 5 remain in a deep gray state, indicating a failure to successfully acquire them. Yet, she felt a sense of fulfillment, especially with Skill 1. As long as one lives, there remains a chance. Even if the cooldown lasts a year, this skill is the most satisfying of all. Her life had indeed become remarkably resilient. A cascade of names of enemies flashed through Yu Xunge's mind. The potions, weapons, and gold in her backpack remained intact. And she had even successfully acquired the talents of the undead race. If she were to lose with such an advantageous start, she could only say she deserved it. A knock sounded from the adjacent room, followed closely by exclamations of surprise. Before leaving, she had casually pilfered from the two individuals, only to discover she could not utilize her skills. Reflecting on the skill description that stated one cannot act against beings of a lower life level, it seemed the thief god does not prey on the weak, likely because they were not players and fell below her life level, thereby rendering her unable to steal. What of players who are of a lower level than herself in the future? Would she also be unable to steal from them? Contemplating this, she stepped outside only to realize her phone was missing. Thus, donning a mask and carrying her identification, she proceeded to replace her SIM card. Fortunately, although she was in the entertainment industry, it was merely a small third tier, and being recognized while walking down the street would likely result in just a few photographs. Without inciting a mob, shortly after purchasing a new phone and inserting the new SIM card, a call from Lu Zhonglu came through. Pretending not to discern the anger in his voice, she brazenly requested 3 days off. Lu Zhonglu was momentarily at a loss for words. Are you giving up on this industry? Yu Xunge sighed. Please grant me 3 days. I am truly exhausted. Shall we share a drink in 3 days? The latter statement silenced Lu Zhonglu, as he contemplated that he should be able to provide an explanation to President Lu by then. Thus, he suppressed his irritation and replied, then take good care of yourself. Do not bottle up your feelings. After affirming with a few murmurs, Yu Xunge ended the call and drove out of the city. Discovered by a talent scout during her sophomore year, she had entered the entertainment industry at the age of 26. Though she was merely a minor celebrity, this realm was lucrative, and she did not harbor extravagant tastes. Despite having gradually gifted her parents and younger brother over 70 million, she still retained over 80 million in her account. Even if she ceased her work, financial resources would not elude her. However, these funds, following the invasion of the game, rapidly depreciated. As time progressed, the monsters from the realm of Arrival multiplied, dungeons proliferated, and the exchange of items, weapons, and armor among players became reliant on the currency within the game. In a mere 6 months, the currency of the real world was supplanted by gold, silver, and copper coins. She was acutely aware that Yu Qingshan and Xunge had their sights set on the 80 million. In her previous life, on this very day, she had nearly been delivered to the bed of the bald-headed executive by Lu Zhonglu, enduring her revulsion to show Yu Xuanhuan the villa. Later, in the basement of the villa she purchased for Yu Xuanhuan, an entrance to a dungeon had emerged. If real estate symbolizes wealth today, then in the aftermath of the game invasion, possessing an entrance to a dungeon unknown to outsiders resembles owning a treasure trove. The dungeon serves as a temporal gateway for the advanced troops of alien races. Possessing an entrance known only to oneself is tantamount to enjoying all resources extracted from that dungeon. What else could it be but a mountain of riches? Today, Xunge focused solely on acquiring the villa she had gifted to Xunge in her past life, placing it under her own name. She even bypassed the viewing process, finalizing the property transaction before dinner. Upon entering, she deleted all saved fingerprints and facial recognition data of Yuqingshan, Ichiogwa, and Xunge from the access system. As she settled down, she opened her takeaway meal while simultaneously twisting the neck of her thrush. By closing her eyes and concentrating, she could perceive everything through the eyes of the thrush, the expansive living room, and a woman seated cross-legged before the sofa. She monitored the time, directing the thrush to circle the room. She also took the thrush along for a drive to purchase clothing and toiletries, maintaining control over it as it flew above the car. Before retiring for the night, she commanded the thrush to continue flying without pause. The following morning, at 7 a.m., she checked her mana, which stood at 20 points. To control a thrush's body in continuous flight for 12 hours, only 80 points of mana were required. What would be the demand for controlling an adult? On this day, Xunge deftly deflected Ichiogwa's remark about her already owning a house while her brother remained without one and organized her belongings. She acquired 3 large storage boxes of the same model, dividing her firearms, ammunition, and explosives among them, neatly stacking them within a game slot. Whenever needed, she could easily retrieve the storage boxes. She retained one fully loaded firearm in another slot, healing potions and mana potions. However, she chose not to store in this manner. Such critical items, which might demand immediate access to avert death, needed to be kept outside. Only when one compartment was filled would she feel secure. She ordered a medicine cabinet from a herbal shop, and by paying extra, it was delivered the same day. She meticulously labeled the drawers with the names of the herbs, placed the herbs inside, and stored the surplus healing and mana potions in the bottom row of cabinets. Consequently, she had utilized only 5 of her 30-game inventory slots, 99 primary healing potions, 99 primary mana potions, 3 primary invisibility potions, 1 subpar hunting rifle, and 3 storage boxes. Chapter 6. Only the dead will obey. After employing her disguise skill, Xunge used cash to purchase various tools needed for alchemy, as well as weapons such as crossbows, long knives, and electric batons from a store. That day, she also discovered additional characteristics of the skill. Only the dead will obey. When she commanded a thrush to remain still on the table for 12 hours, it consumed merely 2 points of her energy. However, the deceased thrush began to emit a faint odor. It seemed that while this skill could allow the deceased to retain their mobility, it could not prevent the decay of their bodies. That evening, Xunge drove to a mall near Lu Hongxing's residence. After using her theft-related talents skill 4, come forth, in the bathroom to change into another outfit stored in her game backpack, she stepped out of the stall. Gazing into the mirror at the unfamiliar woman reflected back at her, she couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, the game's talent skills were the most unscientific of phenomena. Not only had her height and features transformed, but even her hair had become shorter. Xunge handed the driver cash and alighted from the vehicle. 3 minutes later, she rang the doorbell at Lu Hongshan's home. The door was opened by a seductive woman clad in a revealing camisole, who glanced at Xunge and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Xunge replied with a formal tone, "I am here to see my boss, Lu Hongsheng. I have an urgent matter to discuss." The woman nodded and opened the outer door to let her in, her expression inscrutable. There were sounds of running water from the bedroom, indicating that Lu Hongsheng was likely in the shower. Xunge asked, "May I wait for him in the study? Just tell him that a manager with the surname Lu has something important to discuss, and he will understand." The woman appeared amiable, leading Xunge into the study and even pouring her a glass of water. Xunge stood firmly by the door, retrieving the electric baton from her spatial storage, her heart racing with excitement rather than fear. She sometimes questioned whether she was inherently drawn to adventure. Otherwise, why, in her previous life, did she feel exhilarated rather than pained while teetering on the brink of life and death countless times? Before long, the sound of water ceased, and the murmur of conversation between the man and woman could be heard. After a short while, footsteps approached the study. The door opened, obscuring Xunge's silhouette, and as the familiar figure entered, she swiftly closed the door with her left hand while pressing the electric baton against Lu Hongxing's neck with her right. Moments later, he collapsed convulsively. Xunge adjusted the baton to its highest power, pressing it firmly against Lu Hongxing's heart. 5 minutes passed, and he lay still. Xunge attempted to employ the skill, "Only the dead will obey," on Lu Hongxing. In the next instant, his eyes fluttered open, his gaze somewhat vacant. She commanded Lu Hongxing to rise, and then directed him to escort her out of the study, bidding farewell to the woman under her watchful gaze. By the time Xunge boarded a vehicle heading to the nearby mall, she had 17 minutes remaining on her disguise. With her eyes closed, she controlled Lu Hongxing to say goodbye to the woman, then instructed him to send a text message to Lu Zhonglu, arranging a meeting in the office. Lu Zhonglu was currently purchasing liquor, contemplating where to take Xunge for drinks the following day that would facilitate Lu Hongxing's plans while allowing her to extricate herself. To speak candidly, Xunge has treated her remarkably well, offering a generous salary and excellent benefits. Even after achieving fame, she did not abandon her. Yet there was no profit sharing involved. Those top-tier agents often receive a portion of the artist's earnings, yet every time she broached the subject, her requests were met with refusal. Lu Zhonglu had no desire to betray Xunge, but the terms presented by Lu Hongxing were enticing. If he could secure control over Xunge, she would be utilized solely to appease the company's collaborators, allowing her to earn not only her share, but also providing her with a few promising newcomers from this year's talent search to mentor. Lost in thoughts of the future, she received a text from Lu Hongxing. Lu Zhonglu harbored no doubts. Both were seasoned players in this game, and such conspiracies typically avoided written records, favoring face-to-face discussions. Xunge, lacking any peculiar penchant for manipulating a corpse to engage with her adversaries, took control of Lu Hongxing, guiding the knife into Lu Zhonglu's hand as she entered the office. Lu Zhonglu, still in a state of bewilderment, watched Lu Hongxing grasp her knife-holding hand with his frigid grip and plunge it into his own abdomen. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, Lu Zhonglu was rendered speechless, staring blankly as the cold blood slowly seeped from the wound, trickling over her hand. Just as her mind struggled to process the surrealism of the situation, Lu Hongxing, clutching his belly, dashed out, casting terrified glances back at her while emitting panicked cries of horror. Lu Zhonglu felt as though she were trapped in a dream, paralyzed with uncertainty. Meanwhile, Xunge's magical energy was depleting rapidly, losing nearly a point every minute, leaving her with only 3 points, albeit sufficient for her needs. After Lu Hongxing sprinted past several interns, he reached the window, confirmed the absence of anyone below, and leaped out. The following day, Xunge was roused by the sound of the doorbell. Upon opening the door, she found a security guard accompanied by 2 police officers, a man and a woman. Xunge commanded her sparrow to perch outside, while she feigned appropriate surprise and invited the officers in. After pouring 2 cups of water for her guests, the police inquired whether she was aware of the relationship between Lu Hongxing and Lu Zhonglu. Xunge pressed her lips together, silently conveying her resistance. Only after repeated questioning did she respond, "I am aware, and I also know that Lu Zhonglu intended to scheme against me." She could have pretended ignorance, but that would not account for her recent unusual behavior, taking 3 consecutive days off to act aloof, despite being someone who cherished home, now alone in her villa. Regardless of the thoroughness of the police's investigation, she assumed they were already privy to such information. The 2 officers maintained a composed demeanor, their expressions betraying no emotion. After about 10 minutes of questioning, they prepared to leave, at which point Xunge asked, "May I inquire what offenses they have committed to warrant arrest?" In the afternoon, Xunge received a call from Qingxian. His voice, warm and affectionate, inquired if she was facing any difficulties, expressing concern for her well-being and suggesting she take a break if she felt overwhelmed. Xunge had acted in numerous plays, her voice trembling yet resolute as she confessed her exhaustion, expressing a need for respite. Her agent and the agency seemed to be facing troubles, and she had invested her own funds, resulting in immense pressure. Without a hint of hesitation, the other party, before ending the call, transferred 1 million. "Father is affluent. Dear daughter, spend it as you wish." After hanging up, Xunge stood expressionless by the window, gazing at the nearby lake. Qingxian and Xuanhuan were like the most skilled anglers. They desired great catches and would offer the finest bait, occasionally releasing the line to lull the fish into complacency. Chapter 7. The Yu family's wealth. Why did she place such unwavering faith in Qingxian and Ichigua? Because during her inaugural year in the entertainment industry, they were involved in a minor car accident, lingering in the hospital for nearly half a month. She arrived 3 days later, with Xuanhuan providing devoted care, overwhelmed with guilt and self-reproach. It was also on that day that they presented her with their entire savings of 5 million. The unexpected nature of calamity was overwhelming. Her parents were uncertain of how long they would live. It was better to clarify certain matters sooner rather than later. "All our money is entrusted to you. You shall henceforth be the pillar of our family. Your brother will inevitably marry, and once the money is in his hands, he may not remain loyal to us. You might have to bear grievances, but we find solace knowing the money is with you. If your brother behaves, grant him some. If not, we shall keep it for ourselves." What a grand performance it was. Xunge believed she had been sufficiently restrained. Otherwise, she would not have given away only half of what she had earned over the years. At times, she questioned whether she was too cold-hearted, as her family had entrusted her with everything, while she always held back. It wasn't until the 3rd year of the game's invasion, when she was pursued by the Su family and found herself cornered, that she sought refuge in the Yu household, adhering to the notion that the most perilous places often provide the utmost safety. It was on that day she discovered the Yu family's secret chamber. How ludicrous it was. In the heart of the city, she had assumed that the Yu family's acquisition of 2 interconnected floors was impressive, only to realize that the adjacent unit on the first floor also belonged to the Yu family, designated for storing their treasures. That room's storage area was directly connected to their study, serving as a secret chamber. Within lay 300 pounds of gold bars, 13 boxes of various antiques and artworks, and 7 boxes of jewelry. Indeed, the Yu family possessed little cash. Yu Qingshan was merely a collateral branch of the Yu family and lacked the qualifications to engage in their business. To the outside world, he appeared as an ordinary professor. Yet the true wealth of the family stemmed from the treasures his father inherited when the Yu family was divided. The 300 pounds of gold alone was valued at over 70 million, not to mention the antiques and artworks. Yet she had convinced herself that 5 million was all they had given to her, trusting entirely in her. Yu Xunge pressed her aching heart, reassuring herself not to rush. Acknowledging that it wasn't her fault. She wasn't foolish. They were simply too formidable. Yet the more she thought this way, the more tears flowed. She understood that from this moment forth, she would never again be able to trust anyone. They had obliterated her capacity for trust, betrayed by those closest to her. The sweet words of her kin laced with venom. She realized that what she had perceived as unconditional love was merely a calculated fade. How could she trust anyone else? As Yu Xunge opened her eyes and exhaled deeply, impatience surged within her. She could not afford to sleep until she obtained what she sought that very night. Today marked the 25th, and Yu Xunge felt busier than a dog. Ichigo hesitated. But as Yu Xunge ascended the stairs, she could no longer contain herself and called her back, revealing that Yu Xuanhuan planned to bring his girlfriend, the youngest daughter of the Su family, to visit tomorrow. Yu Xunge feigned surprise and inquired, "So, you're secretly dating? How delightful. But which Su family are we talking about?" She smiled brightly, adding, "That's wonderful. You must make a good impression." However, upon noticing the slight furrow in Yu Xuanhuan's brow, Yu Xunge felt a wave of nausea wash over her. She could not comprehend why, in the narrative, Yu Xuanhuan perceived her as a sister with an unhealthy obsession when she believed she had never crossed any boundaries. She attributed this distortion to the author's need to eliminate a character who genuinely cared for the male lead, portraying her as a lunatic so that he would be compelled to part with her, ultimately stripping her of her gifts to aid his ambitions. Yet, that was merely the viewpoint of the story. For her, in the moment of death, the shroud of deceit lifted, revealing the essence beneath the pretentious prose. He sought her talents, and thus, her demise was inevitable. The stains imposed upon her were merely to render the male lead more virtuous. Yet now, it seemed Yu Xuanhuan genuinely believed he possessed her. Who, then, was the real deviant? Suppressing her disgust, Yu Xunge feigned agreement with Ichigo, carefully avoiding any mention of buying a house. Nevertheless, curiosity gnawed at her. "I know of Su Baibua. His family is quite affluent, correct? Would they find us acceptable?" Her inquiry was sincere, devoid of pretense. Having experienced death once, she struggled to fathom this situation. Su Baibua was renowned in their circle as a wealthy heir, with the Su family's assets easily amounting to billions. Would they truly accept Yu Xuanhuan as a brother-in-law? Ichigo, easily manipulated by Yu Qingshan, was also rather gullible. After Yu Xuange's remarks, the anger that had flared within her subsided, and she turned silently towards Yu Qingshan. It was clear that it was his moment to speak. Yet, Yu Xunge was not inclined to listen. "Why don't we sell this house? The down payment should suffice." As she passed the study, she stepped inside, tucking the skeletal remains of a thrush into a corner, its flesh long removed, leaving only a delicate frame. After securing the thrush, she casually selected a book and stepped back outside, only to find Yu Qingshan waiting at the door, his expression gentle. Yet Yu Xunge sensed he was wary of her discovering the secrets of the study. Her unallocated attributes had remained stagnant, as certain attributes could initially be enhanced through rigorous training. After an hour of exercise and a refreshing shower, she began documenting the hidden knowledge and secrets she had acquired in her past life. She became aware, just before her demise, that she was the male protagonist's malicious female counterpart in a male-oriented novel. However, upon her rebirth, she found herself unable to recall the specific details of the narrative, retaining only the profound impact of the character's introduction. Chapter 8. Depleting the Yu family's wealth. Yu Xunge sat against her bedroom door, meditating until the clock struck 3 in the morning when she finally heard a commotion outside. Immediately, she connected with the vision of her pet bird. After a brief wait, she spotted Yu Qingshan's silhouette at the study door. He first twisted the middle of one of the desk legs, then climbed onto a chair to rummage on top of the bookshelf. Eventually, he removed all the books from the third shelf and fiddled with a corner, causing the bookshelf to swing open, revealing a passage large enough for a single person to pass through. After a while, Yu Qingshan emerged, cradling a vase. With knowledge of the location and mechanism sequence, he quickly opened the wardrobe. Yu Xunge hurried inside, leaving her bird to keep watch at the door, ready to call out at the slightest disturbance. After walking 2 meters, she entered another room, likely a secret chamber converted from the adjacent storage room. This space lacked a door, seemingly sealed off intentionally, with only the passage to the study remaining open. The room was roughly the same size as the study, cluttered with wooden crates. She had seen these crates in her previous life, during her time as a fugitive. having been on the run for half a year. Enduring hardships while Xunge and Ichigwa busily transported their lifelong treasures to the living room, preparing to move them to the new villa that Xunge had purchased for them, their faces radiating joy and pride. Xunge took out a prepared cardboard box, filled it with the contents of the wooden crates, and with a mere thought, stacked them into her spatial pouch, leaving only empty crates scattered across the floor. Finally, she could enjoy a good night's sleep. On the 26th, Xunge rose early to go for a run, determined to be present for Su Itong's visit. As a fellow internal beta player and the legitimate partner of the male protagonist, she was certainly someone of significance. It puzzled her, however, why a young lady of such stature would download a game without any promotions in the dead of night. She could only speculate that perhaps Xunge had been playing, prompting Su Itong to download the game to join her boyfriend, or maybe, possessing the qualities of a heroine, she naturally attracted fortune. During this time, the company called to inform her that the role she had played for less than 3 days had been given to someone else. Xunge paid little mind to it. She had far more pressing matters to attend to than the entertainment industry. At 11 in the morning, Xunge arrived with Su Itong in tow. Xunge had already concealed her resentment, managing to smile upon seeing Su Itong, surprising even herself. Yet, she found herself devoid of flattery. Despite her brother's claims of hardship while living with the Su family, she could not bring herself to curry favor with them. After all, the son-in-law was not her role. In her previous life, Su Itong found herself in a state of distress due to matters concerning Lu Hongsheng when she arrived at the door. Little did she know how this would be perceived by Su Itong, and it is likely that her unease on that fateful day allowed Xunge to effortlessly persuade her into believing she harbored inappropriate feelings for her brother. Today, Xunge maintained a countenance radiating blessings, even managing to pilfer a glance at Su Itong during their toast. Though she failed in her attempt, the skill had indeed been employed, and she was acutely aware of the distinction between a failed attempt and a successful one. It appears that Su Itong has embraced the role of a player. Xunge attempted theft thrice more, reducing her health to a mere 40 before ceasing, having succeeded once. When the notification of a successful theft appeared, she seized the opportunity to glance at her spoils amidst the distraction of eating. A stroke of luck. In her past life, Su Itong had been a healer, and she had anticipated that her stolen attribute would predominantly pertain to intelligence. To her astonishment, the highest attribute she possessed was the elusive luck, and it could be stolen. Perhaps initially, Xunge had merely sought to vex her adversary by expending health to utilize her skill, but now she was resolute. Even if it required consuming potions, she would not relent until she had pilfered that which Su Itong deemed unattainable, her luck. This was a rare opportunity, indeed. It might well be her singular chance to snatch luck away. Luck, being the highest value on the attribute panel, is inherently scarce. Once others begin to level up and acquire attribute points, with each level granting 5 points, the likelihood of such an event occurring again would be virtually non-existent. Yet, the more precious it was, the more patience she must exercise. Currently, she was no match for the Su family's influence. Despite the passive effects of the thief god skill enabling her to steal from Su Itong without immediate realization, the latter would not recall her loss until a day had passed. Such considerations must be heeded from the very first act of thievery. Xunge never placed her faith in chance. Thus, for the next hour, Xunge assumed the role of a good luck charm, occasionally offering blessings. Soon, after their meal concluded, as the group settled for a more intimate conversation, Xunge skillfully manipulated a mina bird using a secondary device to call her own phone, then feigned the need to leave for work. She descended the elevator and, under surveillance, drove away from the community, through the mina bird left at the U residence. She observed that the first floor was deserted, while the others were engaged in discussions in the study, oblivious to the secrets being exchanged. Through the bird's eyes, she could vaguely discern phrases pertaining to the Yu and Su families. Although the hallways lacked surveillance, each household's security door was equipped with its own monitoring system. Xunge retrieved a basic invisibility potion from her backpack and consumed it. The potion rendered her invisible for 5 minutes with a 7-minute cooldown, necessitating constant awareness of time. Upon consumption, not only did her body vanish from sight, but the items she carried also became invisible. She approached and discreetly retrieved the concealed key to unlock the Yu family's grand entrance. The door creaked open as if swept by a breeze before slowly closing once more. Xunge meticulously monitored the time as she made her way to the study, leaving the door ajar. Xunge sat behind the desk, while Ichigwa and others lounged on the sofas, all wearing expressions of relaxed mirth. Xunge moved gracefully to Su Itong's side, and at the moment Xunge raised his hand to embrace her shoulder, she began her stealthy endeavors. Once again, she succeeded in her theft thrice consecutively. Overjoyed, Xunge glanced around, her heart soaring with elation. Was this the so-called luck that increased with each act of thievery? She silently counted the seconds in her mind. Only 2 minutes remained before her invisibility would falter. With delicate movements, she exited the room, making her way to Xunge's bedroom, where she pulled aside the sheet hanging at the bedside and concealed herself beneath the bed. At that moment, her luck value had reached an impressive 10, with the words maxed out appended. Not long after lying down, her invisibility potion expired. As she munched on jerky to replenish her health, she quietly awaited the conclusion of her basic healing potion's effect. Thanks to the nourishment of the meat, her health restored at a rate of 5 points per minute. After 5 minutes, as the potion's cooldown concluded, her health had risen to 45. Just as her vitality climbed to 96, the door swung open. Accompanied by the sound of voices, Su Yitong and Yu Xuanhuan had entered. Chapter 9. The Luckier the Thief. She had always thought it peculiar that young couples would not retreat to the bedroom for whispered conversations. The two settled at the edge of the bed, their legs brushing against one another. Yu Xuangu, devoid of distractions, felt no ripples of anxiety. It was time to steal. She pilfered 4 more times, reducing her health to 16. The individual on the bed had a pallid complexion, while the one beneath appeared ashen, as though 3 days deceased. After swallowing a vial of medicine, she sipped it carefully to avoid noise, restoring her health to 76. Yu Xuanji's consumption of jerky remained incessant. Once more, she succeeded thrice. Yu Xuanji's smile grew wider. She mused that her previous gaming session must have depleted her luck, as she had stolen hundreds of times with little success. Yet today, how many times had she stolen? Not only had she gained 2 points of luck, but she had also acquired an item. Sororo's Set Mask, level 13. Upon use, it disguises the character's panel information. The item activates once stored in the inventory, and if the mask is lost, the disguise fails. Cannot be detected by items of level below. Note: collecting more Sororo's set items increases the concealment level by 1. Upon seeing this item, Yu Xuangu was overwhelmed with ecstasy, even more so than when she had acquired luck. Items differ from equipment. Their effects are myriad and peculiar. Some become effective merely by being stored in the inventory, while others require wearing, and some necessitate bizarre conditions to activate. However, they do not occupy the equipment slots and can sometimes be used in conjunction with gear. After the initial joy subsided, a wave of apprehension washed over her. As this was a set item, if there existed a mask capable of disguising panel information, could there also be a Sororo's Eye or similar detection components? Yu Xuangu steadied her breathing, awaiting the cooldown of the basic healing potion to conclude. Thankfully, it was broad daylight, and the young couple merely exchanged affectionate gestures, sparing her the need to dig through the floor. Perhaps an individual's luck is constant throughout the day. After acquiring 2 points of luck and a level item, she remained under the bed for an hour. When her health depleted, she consumed potions and meat. When her health was restored, she stole. In that moment, she truly grasped the sentiment that a passion for thievery is akin to a passion for life. At last, she managed to pilfer a point of charm. Yu Xuangu was not disheartened. Charm and luck were attributes that could not be enhanced through attribute points, and the rarity of such qualities rendered them all the more desirable. She continued her thievery until the young couple vacated their room, at which point she paused. The family quickly exited together, and Yu Xuangu surmised they were headed out for a meal. Whether or not they had called her remained a mystery. Her phone was switched off, and she had carelessly left her gaming backpack behind, so she chose to remain oblivious. As she crawled out from beneath the bed, her complexion pale and hair disheveled, Yu Xuangu thought that her current appearance could likely frighten someone with a weak heart, like Ichiogwa. With only 16 health points remaining, she hesitated to consume any potions. Today, in her quest to steal Su Yitong's attributes and equipment, she had consumed over 20 bottles of basic healing potions and devoured all 20 pounds of jerky in her bag, leaving her feeling as though her face had puffed up considerably. The sound of the door closing was rather loud, so she left it ajar, allowing fate to decide when the occupants would notice. She then hurried towards the staircase, and upon reaching the 2nd floor, the potion's effects waned, yet her disguise remained intact. Yu Xuangu calmly carried her toolbox out of the community. Just before exiting the compound, she donned a Soros mask, altering her player information. Her true data was as follows. Character: Yu Xuangu, level 00001. Divine Gift, God of Thieves, level. Divine Gift, Immortal, level. Incomplete. Race: Human. Racial Gift, Undead will consumption. Health: 100-100. Mana: 100-100. Strength: 5. Constitution: 7. Intelligence: 10. Agility: 12. Luck: 10 max. Charm: 10 max. Available attribute points: 0. She could not ascertain whether others could perceive the specifics of her talents, yet she proceeded with the modification. The disguise character panel read: Character: Yu Xuangu, level 00001. Divine Gift, Broker, level. Race: Human. Racial Gift, Undead will consumption. Health: 100-100. Mana: 100-100. Strength: 5. Constitution: 7. Intelligence: 7. Agility: 7. Luck: 5. Charm: 9. Available attribute points: 0. Thus, she resolved to avoid making her charm attribute too conspicuous, temporarily altering her talent to that of a broker. A commendable ability that would not easily arouse suspicion. Should her God of Thieves talent ever be revealed, she would become a target of disdain among players. None would wish to witness a being capable of stealing their attributes continue to exist. Once she acquired a more suitable divine gift through death mimicry, she would amend her attributes anew. She was indifferent to Yu Xuanhuan's animosity, but this was crucial for her future ability to remain concealed within the protagonist's circle. There were many opportunities only the main characters could uncover. Even if she could not thwart their endeavors, she could at least partake in their successes, allowing them to lower their guard. In the initial 2 years following the game's invasion in her previous life, she was occasionally accompanied by Yu Xuanhuan to various secret realms and instances completely dominated by the Su, Han, and Liang families. Indeed, she had acquired numerous valuable items from Yu Xuanhuan, even though she now knew the locations of those instances and could infiltrate them using various potions and skills. Many treasures were not easily obtainable alone, particularly those that required the collective effort of dozens or even hundreds to defeat. This made her reflect on how Yu Qingshan and Yu Xuanhuan had earned her trust over the years. Each time they gained something from her, they would make sacrifices, such as using her funds to purchase a 30 million villa, or when the instance appeared in the villa, she gifted Yu Xuanhuan. He once took her there, but claimed it had been seized by the Liang family, leaving him with mere usage rights to take her occasionally. Even during the times when the three families, Su, Liang, and Han, jointly pursued her, he had risked his safety to warn her, allowing her to evade several minor crises. With each warning from Yu Xuanhuan that helped her avoid danger, her trust in him grew incrementally. Thus, she pondered whether she should offer Yu Xuanhuan a sweet bait. After the game invasion, with her own strength and the trust she had built with Yu Xuanhuan, she would have the opportunity to participate in significant events orchestrated by the Su family. Seizing the chance to create upheaval, the upcoming 2 internal tests presented the perfect opportunity to divulge this secret to Yu Xuanhuan while covertly obstructing him, allowing her to speak only a few words yet gain his utmost trust while ensuring he gained nothing in return. But would this maneuver lead to Yu Xuanhuan overturning the situation? She understood that the most prudent course of action would be to eliminate Yu Xuanhuan immediately. Yet she was unwilling to do so. In her past readings of novels, she often mocked protagonists for not directly dealing with their enemies upon reincarnation. But now that the situation was her own, she realized that merely striking down an adversary could not extinguish her deep-seated hatred. Sometimes, a swift death for an enemy might even be seen as a form of mercy. While she could abandon Lu Zhonglu after ensnaring him in a quagmire, she could not do the same with Yu Xuanhuan. She refused to look ahead. Instead, she aimed to look down upon Yu Xuanhuan, ensuring he remained beneath her heel. Forced to gaze at her souls while enduring suffering, only through a tit-for-tat approach could she hope to unravel the hatred festering in her heart. And what about his 3 women and 5 foolish brothers? If Yu Xuanhuan were to perish, she would still need to hunt them down one by one. Moreover, while killing Yu Xuanhuan was feasible, she could not single-handedly contend with the combined forces of the Su, Liang, and Han families. The optimal strategy would be to infiltrate their ranks and incite discord among them. Yet, the more she contemplated, the greater the risk seemed of allowing Yu Xuanhuan to participate in the internal tests early. Chapter 10, The Gears of Fate. The case involving Lu Zhonglu and Lu Hongsheng had fallen into a stalemate. Although the cause of Lu Hongsheng's death was determined to be unrelated to the wounds on his body or the fall from the building, countless witnesses had seen Lu Hongsheng escape from Lu Zhongliu's grasp, while the blood on Lu Zhongliu's hands and her fingerprints on the knife could not be fabricated. Lu Zhonglu cannot depart anytime soon, particularly given that Lu Hongsheng's wife has openly declared her intention to imprison him. This incident has escalated considerably, unfolding right beneath the entertainment company's building, and within a few days, it has begun to trend online. With her manager gone and no one to oversee her, she finds herself at liberty, having had her sole opportunity snatched away by a resourceful rival. The 2 most foolish individuals in the company are either deceased or under scrutiny. It was these 2 who had orchestrated her past scandals. Although the higher-ups wished to assist her, it is far easier to target their own artists than to challenge external adversaries, and money is not meant to be squandered in this manner. At that time, with only 6 months remaining on her contract, Lu Zhonglu had expressed her desire to terminate her agreement and switch agencies, leading to a conspicuous silence among them as they allowed the 2 to act freely. Yu Xuange planned to languish for half a year, awaiting her contract's expiration and her retreat from the industry. Recently, she has been quite preoccupied, contemplating what could both earn her Yu Xuanhuan's trust and simultaneously keep him in check. Firstly, she dismissed the notion of altering memories. Even if she were to modify Yu Xuanhuan or Yu Qingshan's memories from the 22nd, the surveillance footage would remain unaltered. Yu Xuanhuan's inherently suspicious nature, coupled with his extreme caution, would inevitably lead him to investigate the surveillance from that day. Should discrepancies arise between the fabricated memories and the footage, not only would she fail to gain Yu Xuanhuan's trust, but she would also possess irrefutable evidence of her machinations against him. In her previous life, the Su, Han, and Liang families all sent individuals to pursue her, with the most troublesome not being the Su family. Despite their numbers, evading them was manageable. The true challenge lay with those dispatched by the Liang family, particularly due to the venomous disposition of Liang Yuchuan and the presence of an exceptionally loathsome individual within their ranks. The mere thought of that person now sends Yu Xuange into a dizzying panic, drenched in cold sweat, akin to having endured an entire day of advanced calculus. Destiny Gears, Level. Skill 1 Happiness Restored. Select a target, utilize the skill to spin their destiny gears, altering their luck for the day with a duration of 6 hours and a cooldown of 6 hours. You may choose whether to conceal the modified luck value from the target. Skill 2. Your combination is flawed. I dislike it. Select a target. Employ this skill to rotate their destiny gears, swapping their highest and lowest attribute values for a duration of 1 hour, with a cooldown of 6 hours. Although merely a level skill, it is indeed repugnant. It is no wonder that, even in the absence of offensive skills, it could still be rated as a level. During those few days, should she be seen by this individual, misfortune would befall her for a full 6 hours. Moreover, the significant alteration of luck is not displayed on the individual's data panel. Her own luck value remains at 8. Yet, suddenly, she finds herself beset by calamities. She might run into dead ends, her disguises discovered at the most inopportune moments, choking halfway through potions, misfiring spells, and even experiencing catastrophic gun malfunctions. Remarkably, even magic missiles, which are supposed to automatically track their targets, can fail to deliver a single critical hit, despite her critical hit rate having been stacked to 77. After unleashing 60 magic missiles, not a single one scored a critical hit. Is this a divine blessing? No, it is a curse bestowed upon her by fate. She evaded capture for an entire year, yet within a mere week of his arrival, she found herself ensnared, all due to this divinely bestowed talent. However, a question arises. Is this individual a beta tester? During the 3 beta tests, the first reportedly attracted only a few hundred players. In the second round, despite the abruptness of the testing period, whispers spread like wildfire, and soon thousands flocked to log in. The third beta saw the emergence of hundreds of thousands creating their characters. Regardless, Xunge resolved to locate this individual within the next few days. Should he have participated in the beta, she would swiftly eliminate him. Then, she would experiment to see if this ability could affect non-players. If it could, she would employ it on Xunge. Should Xunge, in a stroke of ill fortune, manage to draw a talent from her previous life, she would seize the opportunity to steal it and dispose of the male lead in one fell swoop. Even if her next life was spent in resentment, she would grant Xunge a swift end. If the male lead were to receive a worthless divine talent, that would be even better. Finding this individual was not a challenge. He was the chauffeur for the Liang family, and Xunge knew the location of their ancestral home, situated in one of the most prestigious areas of the Villa district. After all, without sufficient influence and wealth, who could hope to be the heroine in a male-centric narrative? She did not rush to the Liang residence. Instead, she returned home to concoct potions. In addition to 20 bottles of basic phasing potions, she prepared over 50 intermediate invisibility potions. While the basic ones granted only 5 minutes of invisibility, the intermediate potions extended this duration to 15 minutes, albeit with a longer cooldown period of 20 minutes post-use. She found a recipe for beef skewers in her cooking beginner skills and produced 297 portions, each skewer providing a minute of consumption and a gradual restoration of 5 health points, allowing her to stockpile food while honing her culinary skills. Her inventory, now filled with various items, clothing, and weapons, included 6 tattered bags containing provisions and potions, 99 basic healing potions, 99 basic mana potions, 57 intermediate invisibility potions, and 297 beef skewers. How could a woman destined to be with the male lead not be a beta tester herself? The world does not revolve around Xunge, but it certainly revolves around the male and female leads. Not only are they beta testers, but so are the male lead's brothers. Otherwise, how could they claim brotherhood with him? How splendid it is that she, as the male lead's sister, is not among them. Isolating her, are they? Xunge's mission to the Liang family was not solely for the sake of fate's design, but also to confront the male lead's second girlfriend, Liang Yuchuan. Each of the male lead's 3 romantic interests possessed a remarkable talent. His lawful wife, Su Yitong, was said to have a divine talent related to healing, later acquiring and mastering various enhancement skills, thus becoming the most formidable support. Liang Yuchuan, the second girlfriend, also harbored a noteworthy divine talent. One of only 2 publicly acknowledged in the top 100 rankings, water deity, level. Skill 1, wherever there is water, there am I, allows transformation into a droplet to merge with water. Skill 2, how refreshing you are, enhances all water-related items and skills by 50. Skill 3, vampire. Upon usage, there is a 20 chance to siphon 1 life point from the opponent. Skill 4, I, the water god. Heal. Passive when you transform into a water droplet or are submerged in water, your injuries will gradually mend. Xunge coveted this talent, yet she had no intention of usurping it. Should Xunge draw a high-tier talent with a luck value of merely 1, she would promptly employ this skill to seize his talent and eliminate him. Conversely, if Xunge acquired an exceedingly mundane talent, she would retain Thief of the God of Thieves, which may also refer to the thief, to prevent any potential comeback. Furthermore, in the game world, death can refresh Thief of the God of Thieves, which may also refer to the thief, as long as this skill remains unused. She could utilize it twice upon entering the game, naturally avoiding any waste in the real world. She aspired to pilfer the items from Liang Yuchuan, for she harbored doubts that the heroine possessed no treasures. Her villa, valued at 50 million, was situated in the same vicinity as the Liang family's estate, not far away. In her previous life, it was precisely through the instance within that villa that Yu Xuanhuan had entangled herself with the Liang family. Chapter 11. The Wheel of Fate, acquired. Before her disguise faltered, she nestled into the woods of the villa district, resting against a tree until 2 in the morning. Upon awakening and realizing it was still the 27th, she paused in surprise, feeling as though an eternity had passed, only to discover that scarcely a week had elapsed. After downing a cup of iced coffee, Yu Xuange donned a mask and encased her hair in a swim cap, ensuring not a single strand would escape. Finally, she slipped on gloves before consuming the invisibility potion and sprinting towards the Liang residence, treating it as a means to exercise her body. She had attempted to consume the invisibility potion while seated in a car, wondering if it would render the vehicle invisible too. However, perhaps due to the limited energy of the potion, it could not extend its effect to envelop larger objects. She even tried it on an electric bicycle, but to no avail. A skateboard, on the other hand, worked, yet what difference did that make compared to a bell? After completing the 10-kilometer run, she hid among the bushes to wait for the potion's effect to wear off. She had no qualms about utilizing her resources. She had studied alchemy specifically to concoct potions for her personal use. In the realm of gaming, she would never squander her best items. Growing increasingly reluctant to touch anything valuable, but in reality, she would exhaust every resource at her disposal to minimize the risk of detection. The Liang family's villa could rightly be deemed a manor. In comparison, her own 50 million villa was merely a fragment of this estate, akin to a security booth at the entrance of an ordinary community. Outside, towering iron gates stood adorned with various surveillance and sensing devices. After consuming a basic phasing potion that rendered her incorporeal for 15 seconds, Yu Xuange walked through the iron gates and into the Liang manor. Another 10 minutes of running brought her to the main building of the Liang family. Yu Xuange was genuinely impressed. Was it truly necessary to pursue me for such a high-tier talent for so long? She first ventured to the adjacent 2 small buildings in search of her Wheel of Fate. The driver and housekeeper were both long-term residents of the Liang household, as the owners might require their services at any moment, summoned with a mere call. Yet, their living conditions were indeed quite splendid. She initially concealed herself in the storeroom, awaiting the expiration of the invisibility potion. After replenishing her supply, she resumed her mission, utilizing the ethereal potion without restraint. Yu Xuange swiftly found her fate gear in the bedroom on the 2nd floor of the annex. Standing beside the bed, she gazed at the young man lying there and employed the I want this, and this skill. Though the system confirmed the skill's activation, her attempt to steal was unsuccessful. Wasting no time, she drew a dagger from her backpack and swiftly cut the young man's throat. He widened his eyes in terror, staring at the 2 blood-stained white fingers that had seemingly materialized from thin air, yet he could not utter a sound. In his hand, he clutched a basic healing potion, which Yu Xuange deftly extracted with the tip of her knife. Soon, the young man on the bed lay still, his eyes wide open but devoid of life. She searched the corpse and discovered a worn, 4-slot pouch, a common sight among such small bags. Inside were a meager 2 potions and a small pouch containing 2 silver coins. Yu Xuange then activated the death imitation show skill on the corpse, designating a target who had perished by her hand. She could mimic their divine talent. At any given moment, she could only target one individual, and upon switching targets, the previously imitated divine talent would vanish. It wasn't long before she felt a new divine skill manifest within her, Fate Gear level. While awaiting the cooldown period, she utilized the Soros mask to modify her character panel, swapping her divine talent for Fate Gear level. Once completed, she removed her bloodstained gloves, sanitizing her hands with alcohol-based hand sanitizer to eliminate any trace of blood before donning a fresh pair of gloves and consuming another invisibility potion. Setting off towards the main building. Employing the same method, she located Liang Yuchuan's room and crept beneath the bed of the little princess, her movements practiced and heart-wrenching. It was only 4 o'clock, and as young as the affluent were, she doubted Liang Yuchuan would rise before 7, granting her approximately 3 hours to pilfer. She first used Fate Gear to alter Liang Yuchuan's luck to 1, and then embarked on a cycle of I want this, and this to consume meat and potions for health restoration. The Fate Gear was indeed insidious, a divine talent that had tormented her for so long. With luck reduced to 1, in merely 1 hour, Yu Xuange had stolen 2 items, a pouch, and 3 attribute points. The Soros set glasses, level 23 when worn. They allowed the wearer to inspect the data panel of the target. Specific details of divine talents could not be scrutinized. With each additional piece of the Soros set collected, the information that could be gleaned would increase. Currently, she could ascertain the names and quantities of the target's equipment. These were the gold-framed glasses that Liang Yuchuan frequently wore in her past life, surprisingly a tool for investigation. Although Yu Xuange had occasionally been on the periphery of the main character's circle, she had been excluded, relegated to the role of the male protagonist's impoverished relative. Far from entitled to such knowledge. Cherishing the glasses, she stowed them carefully in her backpack. They were a treasure, inconspicuous, and of a common style. Moreover, With the addition of the mask, its concealment capabilities were further enhanced. The Soros Set Mask, level 23 upon usage, it conceals the user's character panel information. Once the item is employed, it becomes effective when stored in the inventory. If the mask is dropped, the disguise is rendered ineffective. Currently, it cannot be successfully detected by items of level lower than its own. Note, each additional collection of a Soros set increases the concealment level by 1. She even suspects that the final Soros artifact resides with the male protagonist's third girlfriend. Is this a set? It serves as a symbol of identity for the female protagonists. Endless Coffee level. This container holds an inexhaustible supply of coffee, specifically 500 cups, which upon consumption can restore a total of 500 mana points. It can be refilled once every 24 hours. This is akin to possessing an infinite mana potion. It is rated at its level primarily due to its extensive duration. However, this does not overlap with mana potions. In terms of practicality, it is exceedingly valuable. While her mana potions are on cooldown, she can effectively replenish her mana with coffee. Her pouch contains a meager sum of 3 gold coins, but it is better than nothing. Regarding her 3 attributes, they all fall under agility. In her previous life, Liang Yuchuan, with her ability to merge with water, pursued the path of an assassin. On rainy days, she moved like a deity of death, appearing unpredictably within each raindrop, earning her the title of the God of Assassins. She held significant sway within the Yu Xuanhuan team. Liang Yuchuan's reasoning was quite peculiar. She genuinely believed Yu Xuanhuan's words, convincing herself of a twisted affection for her brother. She even attempted to replace herself or Su Yidong with her own talents, all in a bid to remain with Yu Xuanhuan. Such absurdity she actually believed. Her bounty was issued by Liang Yuchuan, who not only demanded her alive but also placed a reward on her limbs, practically stating that if one were to sever Yu Xuange's limbs while ensuring her survival, one could sell her for a handsome sum. Yu Xuange, harboring her resentment, managed to steal until she reached 7 points. After acquiring 3 additional points in agility and 2 in strength, she finally ceased. Her agility now soared to 18, and her strength reached 7. Over time, she had pilfered 8 attribute points from Liang Yuchuan, nearly matching the rewards of leveling up twice. Chapter 12, a modicum of interest. After restoring her blood to full capacity, Yu Xuange employed her disguise skill to transform into the likeness of Su Yidong. She did not expect such a rudimentary trap to be effective, yet it was certainly preferable to using her own face. She donned a duckbill cap to conceal her swimming cap and unsheathed a sharp axe before consuming the basic invisibility potion. Cautiously, she crawled out from beneath the bed and approached its edge. Initially, she intended to sever Liang Yuchuan's head. However, upon noticing a black metallic collar around Liang Yuchuan's neck, she halted. This collar had been a constant accessory in Liang Yuchuan's previous life, and it clearly occupied an equipment slot. Given Liang Yuchuan's prowess, it was improbable that she could not acquire necklace-type gear. Thus, only one explanation remained. This collar was indeed an item of equipment, and of no lowly grade. How had she failed to steal it? Even if it were not a collar, with her 7 points in strength, she could not confidently sever this evidently high-quality metal collar from Liang Yuchuan's neck with just 1 axe swing. Without further hesitation, Yu Xuange aimed for Liang Yuchuan's right arm, leaping high and exerting every ounce of strength she possessed to deliver a powerful strike. The God of Assassins, indeed. The axe swiftly severed Liang Yuchuan's right forearm in less than a second. Blood splattered onto Yu Xuange's face, revealing her eyes, which were disguised as Su Yidong's, locking onto Liang Yuchuan's gaze filled with terror and resentment. In an almost instantaneous reaction, Liang Yuchuan had already utilized his skill to merge with the blood on the bed, leaving only a forearm behind. This was the reason Yu Xuange refrained from directly decapitating Liang Yuchuan upon realizing her inability to do so. Killing him proved exceedingly difficult. Whether transformed into water or submerged in it, he could gradually regenerate health, rendering him nearly invincible. Would fear lead to a moment of distraction? No. For those endowed with combat prowess, fear and pain would only propel them to escape with greater urgency. Moreover, Liang Yuchuan's room was stocked with several cups of water, and even beneath the bed lay a few bowls filled with it. Even if she managed to pierce Liang Yuchuan's heart or temporarily incapacitate him, she would still have mere seconds to flee. It can only be said that once bestowed with divine talent, weakness is no longer an option. Leaving behind a forearm, particularly the right one, was not a loss for her. With Liang Yuchuan now missing a forearm, it was merely an interest paid. Yu Xuange stowed the severed limb into her game pouch, and before the intruders could burst in, she donned the Eye of Soros. With the basic invisibility potion still cooling down, she skillfully consumed a medium-grade invisibility potion, as the 2 potions had separate cooldowns, rendering her once more invisible despite the blood that stained her body. After consuming a bottle of phasing potion, she elegantly traversed through the wall and exited the room. Through the Eye of Soros, she gleaned information about everyone coming and going within the villa. There were no players present, not even Liang Yuchuan's brothers, who were not players at that moment. It was likely that they had only entered the game during the second internal test with Liang Yuchuan's assistance. Yu Xuange managed to escape the manor before the invisibility potion wore off, re-entering the city unseen. Having been tainted with Liang Yuchuan's blood, she was uncertain whether he could sense anything through it. The divine talent was too formidable, transcending mere skill panels. For instance, her initial agility in her previous life was merely 5, yet in this life, after acquiring the thief god talent, it had risen to 11. Furthermore, even without employing skills, she could ensure the stealthy theft of someone's phone when brushing past them. Her hands now remarkably nimble and soft, changes brought forth by her skills. As her thieving endeavors increased, so too did her fluidity in utilizing her abilities. Given that the water god could manipulate water, she dared not gamble on whether Liang Yuchuan could perceive her own blood. Ultimately, she opted for a black car to the neighboring city. During the journey, she received a call from her new agent, who wished to discuss upcoming work arrangements. Xunge simply stated that she was traveling and asked him to wait 3 days. More importantly, her luck was at its peak. And sometimes intuition was merely luck guiding her. It proved that Xunge's gamble was indeed correct. After her departure, Liang Yuchuan shifted forms and, after consuming a basic healing potion, was airlifted to the hospital, as such injuries were beyond the capability of a family doctor to treat. On the aircraft, she remained acutely aware of her own blood, sensing its essence as it drifted beyond the estate and lingered by the lake. However, her perceptual range was limited. After her forearm had been treated for pain and bleeding, she boarded a helicopter to pursue the trail of her blood. Just as Xunge departed the city, the Liang family had already traced her movements to the urban area. The helicopter hovered brazenly over the city, the Liang family's influence rendering any flight clearance unnecessary. Yet the scent was chaotic. Liang Yuchuan, possessing her gift for less than a week, had reached the city only by her utmost limits. She clutched her wound tightly, the pressure causing it to bleed further, yet it could not suppress the anguish deep within her heart. Her right arm was now but a remnant of its former self. She had become a cripple. Liang Yuchuan's eyes brimmed with rage. She remembered those eyes. She was resolute in her determination to find her, without fail. Meanwhile, Xunge was not idle in the city. Had her body not been digitized, she feared she might succumb to a sudden death. Her purpose for arriving in the city was to acquire a renowned item. Following the game invasion, certain objects on Earth had a chance of mutation. She had even heard that a factory's machines had transformed into high-grade items capable of mass-producing starchy sausages that granted a strength of 2 within 5 minutes of consumption. Such matters were best left unconsidered by Xunge. Though selfish, she would not divulge the news of the game invasion to everyone in advance. However, she would certainly refrain from touching items that were evidently more beneficial on the battlefield if they were in the hands of the authorities. What she desired was a cat bed from a local pet hospital, which had been in place since the hospital's inception. Stray cats passing by could rest in this bed, regularly cleaned by the staff. This particular cat bed, with its background, had triggered a mutation chance after the invasion, evolving into a high-grade item. Meow Meow Inn, high-grade placed at your doorstep, it possesses a chance to attract visiting stray animals. Should you treat them with sincerity, they may leave behind a recent favorite trinket as a token of gratitude. Chapter 13. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate it. Although it merely promised a vague recent favorite collection, its high-grade status indicated that these treasures were far from ordinary refuse like mice or rocks. In her previous life, the pet hospital had rapidly flourished thanks to this cat bed. However, with the multitude of people and animals involved, the existence of the cat bed was not a secret for long. In a single night, the pet hospital faced annihilation. Every person and creature was eradicated. Even the hamsters were not spared. This was precisely why she had come early to retrieve the cat bed. Her conscience remained intact. Xunge patted herself on the back. Though you may steal, pilfer, and hide beneath the bed, you truly are a good girl. Well, she admitted. Even if the pet hospital had not been destroyed due to the cat bed, she was determined to claim it. What she desired, she would obtain. She had not been reborn to serve as a paragon of virtue. The cat bed lay outside the pet hospital, unless the weather turned foul. Even when the hospital closed at night, the worn gray bed remained outside. She had opened 10 cans of food, lined them up at the hospital entrance. The following day, she disguised herself and entered the hospital to donate 2 million. It was a blatant act of coercion. As she exited the hospital, she could still hear the staff lamenting the recent surge of good-hearted individuals, lamenting the loss of the cat nest to which they had grown emotionally attached. Xunge feared this very reality. Although she could wait until the game's invasion to retrieve the cat nest, once emotions were intertwined with an object, its transformation into a mere item or equipment could easily lead to binding. Once bound, only the individual could utilize that object. And even if one were to eliminate the other, unbinding would be impossible. Xunge felt busier than when she was fleeing for her life in her past life. During those perilous times, she could still manage 6 hours of sleep each day. Su Yitong's expression revealed nothing, and as a seasoned actress, Xunge was equally incapable of discerning any emotions. While dining, Su Yitong accidentally knocked over a wine glass, spilling red wine all over Xunge. Xunge appeared to react with remarkable swiftness, stepping back, but in truth, she had barely managed to do so. Su Yitong hurriedly apologized, and Xunge, with a smile, waved it off. assuring her it was nothing before heading upstairs to freshen up and change her clothes. With her agility rating of 18, it was impossible for her to evade the spill. Su Yitong had deliberately tested her reflexes, and Yu Xunge had feigned an ordinary person's reaction. After dealing with Su Yitong, Yu Xunge visited the agency, directly announcing her intention to withdraw from the industry. The disbelief among several senior executives was palpable, but adhering to the principle of minimizing complications. Yu Xunge stated she could issue her withdrawal declaration at that very moment. Friends accustomed to violence understood that there was a psychological distinction between those who had taken lives and those who had not. The average person might ponder, perhaps it's best to let it go, while a person with blood on their hands might think, perhaps it's best to eliminate the threat. Recently, she had indeed been occupied. The second internal test was scheduled for June 6th. Not only did she need to maximize her proficiency in intermediate alchemy and engineering before the test, but she also aspired to elevate her cooking, fishing, and first aid skills to an intermediate level. Although most materials contained magical properties, which were absent in the current reality, numerous recipes could still be found that allowed for substitute materials to gain experience, such as the components used in engineering to create gunpowder, which she could find in real life. After exhausting her experience grinding, she still had to deal with Xiao Yuan, leaving her genuinely pressed for time to engage in any lethal endeavors. Murder could be a swift affair, but the aftermath was invariably complicated. Lu Zhonglu had only just emerged yesterday and could not leave the city for the foreseeable future. Amidst her hectic schedule, she even managed to confront Lu Zhonglu, delivering a slap, for since she was privy to Lu Zhonglu and Lu Hongxing's schemes, she could not act as though nothing was amiss. Lu Zhongliu's life was still not hers to take. She needed to ensure that the core of this matter, and all eyes, remained fixed on Lu Hongxing. Witnessing Yu Xuange's unwavering resolve, the company's negotiators lost their fervor. They no longer wished to engage with her. How could they still exert control over her? The barefoot had no fear of the shod, and pressed too far. She, after years of experience, had accumulated a wealth of company gossip. In her previous life, the reason Yu Xunge had endured was that she had never contemplated withdrawal. She feared that if she left the industry, no one at home would earn a living. Thus, she had hoped for a turnaround and often leveraged her connections to introduce friends to Xiao Yuan. Desireless yet resolute, the essence lies in the absence of worldly cravings, enabling one to confront any challenge with unwavering strength. After several encounters with the upper echelons, Yu Xunge departed from her agency, subsequently facing a period of unemployment. 6 months later, she sought legal counsel to formalize her departure. Throughout March, Yu Xunge remained secluded within her villa, informing Yu Qingshan, Ichiogwa, and Yu Xuanhuan that she had been forsaken by her company and was enduring profound distress, requesting solitude for reflection. In truth, she was meticulously crafting her sanctuary. With the ability to wield an invisibility potion, she recognized that others could do the same. She enlisted a renovation team from a neighboring city to transform the rooftop of her villa into an expansive glass enclosure exceeding 200 square meters, adorned with an array of flora and equipped with a misting apparatus. At the heart of this glass sanctuary stood a substantial wooden cabinet, laden with potted plants. Taking the initiative, she devised plans and blueprints to install a concealed door within the cabinet, leading to a rectangular chamber measuring 7 meters in length and 4 meters in width. This chamber not only provided a resting space, but also housed 2 hidden humidifiers, with specialized flooring featuring highly sensitive gravity sensors that illuminated upon detecting weights exceeding 2 units. For every invisibility potion, a corresponding visibility potion existed. She filled the humidifiers with her finest mid-level visibility elixir. Upon activation, the humidifiers would disperse the potion as a fine mist throughout the room. Although its efficacy was diminished, it could outline a figure, which sufficed for her needs. Utilizing the garden's misting system would be extravagantly wasteful, as a small vial would deplete in mere minutes, while the humidifiers allowed a single vial to last for 8 hours. Concurrently, she installed humidifiers throughout her home, each containing visibility potions, ensuring they remained operational whenever she was present. Chapter 14. A preemptive celebration of Children's Day for little Yu Xuanhuan. Only after completing these arrangements did she find peace in honing her professional expertise, diligently maximizing her alchemical and engineering experience levels. A cat house was situated in the villa's front yard, where she began placing daily portions of low-oil, low-salt meat near it, intent on fostering a bond with the feline abode. In early April, the engagement between Su Yitong and Yu Xuanhuan was established, with both families sharing a meal together. As Yu Xuanhuan's elder sister, Yu Xunge naturally attended, maintaining a demeanor of politeness and a smile throughout. The Su family's upbringing was neither commendable nor deplorable. They exhibited basic courtesy, yet lacked genuine respect. After all, he was merely a son-in-law, and frankly speaking, Su Yitong sought the genetic advantage of Yu Xuanhuan's visage. The intelligence of their offspring was inconsequential, but their appearance could not afford to be lacking. Various prenuptial agreements were to be signed, as the Su family constituted a vast lineage. Even with the demise of the elder couple and their 3 children, Yu Xuanhuan would never wield authority over the Su family merely as a son-in-law. Xunge had partaken in a similar meal in a previous life, when the Su family's demeanor had been equally frosty, evoking her sympathy for Yu Xuanhuan. Presently, she focused on her meal, preserving her smile. After dining, the Su family departed, leaving only Su Yitong behind. As Xunge contemplated her exit, she was detained by Yu Xuanhuan's grasp. Xunge regarded Xunge with concern, tentatively inquiring, "Sister, are you displeased with my marriage?" A fleeting glance at Su Yitong revealed her unusual demeanor, prompting Xunge to wonder whether Xunge harbored some grudge against him, or if he believed that female competition would enhance his allure, instilling a sense of insecurity in Su Yitong. How petty. She gazed at Xunge, astonished. How could that be? I am indeed happy for you. Xunge wore an expression that suggested disbelief. Then why have you been acting this way lately? Xunge forced a bitter smile. I genuinely rejoice for you and Yitong, but I've encountered some issues at work recently, and I fear I may soon be unemployed. Though Xunge remained skeptical, Xunge opened her banking app, presenting her substantial savings of 30 million yuan. Look at this figure. Does it not induce anxiety? Xunge's smile faltered as he intended to dismiss her claim as mere words, yet the sincerity in Xunge's expression was undeniable. Su Yitong, however, was convinced. To her, this amount was merely a month's allowance, and with so little remaining, anxiety was warranted. The doubts that had begun to surface dissipated entirely. Noticing Su Yitong's reaction, Xunge realized that today was not the day to evoke her sympathy. He chuckled and reached for his phone, intending to transfer money to Xunge. Sister, do not worry. I shall support you. Just as Xunge was about to smile, Su Yitong pressed down on Xunge's hand. She took out her own phone, requested Xunge's bank account information, and transferred 20 million yuan. This is our allowance for you, from both Xunge and me. The sincerity in Su Yitong's smile deepened. Possessiveness, perhaps? Female rivalry, indeed? Did they consider her merely a cog in their machine? As Xunge observed Xunge's smile growing increasingly strained, she bid farewell to Yqing and Yqi, leaving with a sense of refreshment. With her primary expertise now perfected, Xunge was prepared to proceed with her plans. She had not heard any news regarding the Liang family, as she was not of their social standing. Even if the S family were aware, they would not disclose it to the Y family. No longer willing to wait, she found Xunge's intentions thoroughly distasteful. Over the years, Xunge had indeed held various jobs. If he were entirely unemployed, Su Yitong would not have taken an interest in him. He worked as a game streamer, possessing both good looks and skill, amassing a large following, with monthly earnings from tips reaching several hundred thousand. He also maintained a small apartment as a studio. Xunge had no intention of confronting Xunge directly. During her previous life on the run, she had formed alliances with many fellow fugitives, and she adhered to one friend's advice. After employing her disguise skills, she discovered a different side of the city. Utilizing 50 pounds of gold, she arranged for a hit that would incapacitate a target without causing fatal harm, an exceedingly lucrative trade. The gold had been sourced from the stash in Yqing's study, a clever use of his resources against him. Concerned that the individuals she hired might pale in comparison to the protagonist's aura, Xunge scheduled the operation for the morning of April 5th. Shortly after Xunge departed, ensuring that few would witness the act, she still harbored hopes for Xunge's marriage into the S family. On the evening of April 4th, at the break of dawn, Xunge rose at 6 o'clock and returned to her family's residence to retrieve 3 luxury handbags she had previously purchased. She consumed a bottle of basic invisibility potion along with a basic blurring potion, then effortlessly traversed through walls to reach Yu Xuanhuan's room. There, she employed the skill, Fate's Gear, to alter his luck value to 1. By 8 o'clock, after selling the 3 handbags to a nearby secondhand store, she was startled by the sound of 7 gunshots echoing from across the street. Yu Xuange paused, incredulous. Could it be that with a luck value of 1, he still couldn't be hit? A short while later, she received a notification of mission failure. Cursed be it. 7 shots. Not a single one hit him. He managed to evade them all in such a reckless manner. It felt like a scene from a movie. After all, I am the king of guns. Do you grasp the significance of that title? Is this too ruthless? Even with luck at 1, does the protagonist's halo still protect him? After all, the protagonist can survive perilous situations, endure grievous injuries, and face countless trials, but he cannot be rendered impotent. Yu Xuange sent another message. Why not try using a knife? Just don't be too brutal. Only cut him in half. Rest assured, the price remains unchanged. What has he done to deserve this? The king of guns inquired respectfully. Hurry up, otherwise, I shall withhold the final payment. Remember to take away the severed piece and destroy it. Half an hour later, Yu Xuange received a frantic call from Ichogwa, who implored her to rush to the hospital, claiming her brother was in trouble. Yu Xuange's expression was stoic beneath her mask, but her voice betrayed concern and panic. What happened? What's going on? Hello? Mom? The call was taken over by Yu Qingshan, his voice thick with exhaustion as he provided an address. Yu Xiuanga was genuinely taken aback. It was the black clinic run by another of her former escaped companions. Upon arriving at the clinic, she found that Yu Xiuanhuan had been out of the operating room for quite some time. In the dimly lit, cramped hospital room, Yu Qingshan sat at the bedside smoking, while Ichiogo was still weeping. As she saw Yu Xiuanga enter, she opened her mouth to chastise her, but after a long moment, she could not fathom how to blame Yu Xiuanga for her son's severed state. Stammering for words, she finally managed to utter, "Why did you arrive so late?" Immediately after, she collapsed again by the bedside, weeping. Yu Xiuanga's expression was heavy with sorrow, intermingled with disbelief and a touch of unwilling acceptance of the grim reality. She was truly putting forth her lifetime's worth of acting skills. This is impossible. Has he offended anyone? Yu Qingshan had long since drifted from that thought. The cigarette but was nearly burning his fingers, yet he did not take a drag. Ichiogo shook her head, choked with emotion. He is such a good boy. How could he have offended anyone? Yu Xiuanga pressed on. Is there still a chance to reconnect? That man had a gun. What a deep-seated grudge. Initially, he missed. But then he fired 7 more shots. Later, he resorted to a knife. Truly devoid of conscience. A beast. Yu Xiuanga exclaimed. How splendid. 50 pounds of gold were not wasted. Chapter 15, short and sweet. Little Yu Xiuanhuan, poof, half gone. But it's all right. The shortness is quite adorable. Yu Xiuanga's voice grew louder. How could someone like us possibly offend a man with a gun? Her words jolted both individuals awake. Even the dazed Yu Xiuanhuan furrowed his brow, as if he were on the verge of awakening from a dream. Ichiogo was momentarily taken aback, and then, in a moment of realization, she widened her eyes and turned to Yu Qingshan, whispering, "Is it the Su family?" Yu Qingshan shook his head. Finally taking a drag from his cigarette, "It's hard to say." Observing that Yu Xiuanhuan had already awakened, Yu Xiuanga suggested, "Let us speak outside to avoid disturbing Xiuanhuan." At her words, both Yu Qingshan and Ichiogo rose and followed Yu Xiuanga out of the hospital room. As she closed the door, she noticed that Yu Xiuanhuan's hand was clenched into a fist. Once they stood outside the room, Yu Xiuanga inquired, "Does our Yu family have any enemies?" Yu Qingshan frowned. "Why do you ask that?" Yu Xiuanga replied, "I simply feel that the manner in which this harm has been inflicted seems to stem from a deep-seated hatred towards our entire Yu family. If they wish for our lineage to be extinguished, it has not yet happened, and as long as we endure, there remains hope, does there not?" What did the doctor say? She was aware that Yu Xiuanhuan had awakened, yet she found herself reluctant to continue the charade, fearing that she might burst into laughter at any moment, and thus sought to withdraw. Indeed, Yu Qingshan and Yu Xiuanhuan shared a similar instinct in the face of adversity. Their first reaction was to conceal the matter rather than contemplate the terrifying repercussions of being discovered should they marry into the Su family. After Yu Xiuanhuan awoke, Yu Qingshan dismissed Ichiogo, and only then did the father and son engage in conversation. In truth, she had never doubted her parentage, for after her rebirth, she took the time to undergo a paternity test, confirming that she was indeed the biological daughter of Yu Qingshan. Both he and Yu Xiuanhuan regarded women as untrustworthy, and even if they appeared gentle, they harbored a disdainful view of them. Ichiogo might have held a slightly higher status, yet it was merely marginal. Her primary role was as a pawn for Yu Qingshan. Yu Qingshan looked at Yu Xiuanhuan. "Do you have any thoughts?" Yu Xiuanhuan stared blankly at the ceiling. Could it be an enemy of Yu Xiuanga? Perhaps she has caused trouble outside. Yu Qingshan sighed. "How many times have I told you? When faced with problems, remain calm. Do not vent your anger. Anger is a trait of women. If she has stirred up trouble, why should anyone target her?" Yu Xiuanhuan began to question the other woman in their household. Could it be that mother's temperament has caused a stir? Yu Qingshan shook his head. "I know everything regarding her matters." Yu Xiuanhuan closed her eyes, her chest heaving violently. After a long pause, in a hoarse voice, she continued, "Is it that the Su family does not approve of my marrying in? It's hard to say, but they need not resort to such underhanded tactics. They could have simply rejected us outright, and we would not have dared to press the issue." Pausing briefly, Yu Qingshan softly added, "Have you ever provoked a woman? You know quite a few of them in your line of work, don't you?" He comfortingly patted Yu Xiuanhuan's hand. "That vase has already been sold, before your engagement. I secured a villa for you." Yu Xiuanhuan inquired again, "Is it true that Yu Xiuanga is truly out of money?" Yu Qingshan replied, "It seems so. I have discovered that a homicide occurred at her company, and her manager has become embroiled in it. You are aware of how much she relied on that Lu person. She probably lacks the mood for anything lately. Once she feels better, I will find a way for her to earn some money. You focus on your recovery, and do not fret about these matters." Yu Xiuanhuan, feeling hopeless, remarked, "Given my situation." Yu Qingshan reassured her. "The doctor has stated that it will not affect your ability to have children. Even if it is shorter, it is of no consequence. What truly matters is the technique." Yu Xiuanga nearly burst into laughter. As she left the hospital, feeling disappointed at the lack of useful information, Yu Xinge resolved to embark on her path of vengeance. She intended to ensure that Yu Xiuanhuan would endure unrelenting pain and terror every single moment. Marrying into the Su family? What a farce. Given that he was no longer a complete man and yet dared to wed Su Yitong. How amusing. She was eager to see what Yu Xiuanhuan would do next. Unfazed by the prospect of enmity with the Su family, she had reduced the male protagonist's fortune to a mere one. He was now an ordinary person who, despite being unable to hit little Yu Xuanhuan even after 7 shots fired by a top 10 assassin, had managed to succeed only by inflicting a mere wound. Did the Su family dare to harm the protagonist? They could await their impending bankruptcy. But wasn't her previous life even more formidable? With her luck at 1. She had been pursued by numerous assailants for 7 days before being captured. Could it be that she was a grand heroine? Regardless, Yu Xunge had ample means to ensure that Yu Xuanhuan would never come close to her in this lifetime. As for Yu Xuanhuan, the next 2 years would be quite the trial. Surely she wouldn't resort to purchasing a counterfeit to deceive Su Yidong, would she? After dealing with little Yu Xuanhuan, Yu Xunge began preparations for the second round of in-game testing, intending to procure items in bulk. With her newly acquired backpack, she wished to ascertain whether tangible items could be brought into the game for the sake of selling for gold coins. Even if a product worth 10,000 could only yield 1 gold coin in-game, she would still profit. Within less than half a year of the game's invasion, such currency would become worthless. Even converting it to gold would be preferable to mere paper. Although gold and gold coins were fundamentally different, the latter imbued with a trace of magic that could not be counterfeited. Yet, certain merchants of foreign descent, driven solely by profit and lacking in honor, would accept gold. Notably, the goblin race was solely fixated on wealth. They cared not for life or death and engaged in any business, even exchanging gold for gold coins. 1 gold coin was worth less than 100, while 300 gold would barely procure a single gold coin from a goblin merchant. According to their claims, operating in Blue Star came with exorbitant costs, including battlefield subsidies, travel expenses, potential funeral costs, and the price of producing gold coins. Presently, the gold price hovered around 500 per gram, fluctuating slightly, meaning one would need approximately 150,000 to acquire a gold coin. This was, of course, before the monetary collapse. When the goblin merchants appeared, the currency had already collapsed. All transactions were conducted using in-game currency. The very notion of exchanging currency for gold was obsolete, as since the goblins permitted conversion of gold into gold coins, gold had essentially fallen into a state of being priced, yet unsought. Nonetheless, all of this transpired after the game's invasion, and Yu Xunge was determined to prepare by converting all her funds into gold. Chapter 16, The Engagement of the Son-in-Law. She meticulously selected 3 antique treasures, paintings, and calligraphy she had discovered in the Yu family, which she had previously seen in Yu Xuanhuan's possession. These were highly likely to transform into equipment or items. The remainder, she stowed away in her backpack, and then made her way to the harbor city. There, amidst the chaos of people, no one recognized her, and the influence of the Su, Han, and Liang families held no power. Due to the sheer volume of items, she had to wait for appraisals, auctions, and find someone to exchange them for gold. Conducting a large-scale exchange for gold was exceedingly troublesome. Both the light and dark elements could be lurking, waiting to ensnare her. At times, she needed to remain vigilant against traps, and if she caught someone's eye, she would have to retaliate and erase all traces. On several occasions, it was the firearms and explosives crafted through engineering that resolved the crises. Indeed, these tools proved their efficacy. Throughout this period, she had been equipped with a reconnaissance device. Yet not a single player had come into view. Over 3,200 pounds of gold, even at the unscrupulous pricing set by Goblin's post-game invasion, could yield more than 5,000 coins. If all went smoothly, not only would she alleviate her concerns regarding mastering professional formulas, but she could also purchase skill books from the game's auction house. This game lacks occupational classifications, regardless of whether one is an alien or a Blue Star inhabitant. There are no specific skills. Instead, players are loosely categorized into types such as healing, agility, magical, melee, and range classes, with the core of each player's abilities revolving around their divine gifts. Naturally, there exist those whimsical free-form schools of thought, where one learns whatever comes their way, and surprisingly, they often excel. Yu Xunge had yet to touch her 50 million. She intended to first ascertain how much gold she could exchange before deciding on the allocation of the remaining funds. She found herself perplexed as to why those two summoned her. Was it appropriate for the family of a son-in-law to interfere in engagement matters? In the days leading up to June 1st, Yu Xunge purchased various items, from large appliances to small consumables. As she dragged her cart laden with deliveries back to the villa, the security guard inquired if the apocalypse was imminent. Yu Xunge had to explain that she had just moved in and the house was empty, dismissing him. Post-game invasion, the resources for living had not only remained abundant, but had also become more diverse, rendering stockpiling unnecessary. On the day of Su Yitong and Yu Xuanhuan's formal engagement, her game inventory was only half full. Yu Xunge applied a rather understated makeup and donned a suitably modest blue casual suit. Upon arriving at the hotel, she could clearly perceive the satisfaction in Su Yitong's eyes. Female competition warning. How foolish must one be to believe that one's boyfriend's elder sister would have any affection for him? Yu Xunge smiled as she shook hands with her siblings-in-law, then placed down the monetary gift and exchanged a few pleasantries before seeking out Yu Qingshan and the others. She felt as though she could scarcely recognize Yu Xuanhuan. In such a short time, He had transformed from a bashful little pup into a brooding canine. Was it really so significant to lose just half? Truly insatiable. Nevertheless, the Yu family genes are undeniably strong. The gloominess only enhanced his beauty. Yet in the context of a son-in-law narrative, it was quite favorable, as Su Yitong's eyes sparkled with admiration for Yu Xuanhuan. Despite having been a star for many years, Yu Xuanga found herself surrounded by either affluent daughters or elegant matrons. Those who recognized her did not approach for greetings, which pleased her, as she had indeed grown weary of the violence in Hong Kong City. For the time being, she had no desire to engage in such activities. Perhaps it was due to the abundance of her experiences with violence that her demeanor had shifted. Previously characterized by a gentle, ethereal quality, she now entered the room clad in a suit, exuding an aura that suggested she was no longer a benign figure. Yu Qingshan squinted at her for a moment before leaning closer and inquiring softly, "What has brought about such a significant change in you lately? Have you encountered something? Speak to your father." Yu Xuanga replied without hesitation, "I met a mafia boyfriend in Italy and spent nearly half a month with him. Isn't that rather thrilling?" Yu Qingshan, such obviously frivolous remarks are best taken lightly. Yu Xuanga, with her palm resting at the corner of her mouth, whispered, "I've acquired a firearm. A genuine piece. I found it after a kill, 17 assorted types, along with ammunition. It's a pity I couldn't take out the main target. My firepower is insufficient, and my mortal form dares not venture forth. I shall reassess once I acquire the necessary skills. Oh, and should you wish to partake, remember the law. If discovered, will you bear the consequences for me?" Yu Xuanga obediently replied, "All right, I'll heed Father's wishes." As for Ichiogwa, although he occasionally exhibited bouts of irritability at home, the fact that he fathered the stunning Yu Xuanga and the delicate Yu Xuanhuan suggests he must possess commendable looks himself. When he smiles quietly, he can be quite imposing. As Yu Xuanga lowered her head to eat, she pondered how to ensure Yu Xuanhuan missed the second closed beta test. She planned to reveal the game's existence to him after participating in the second test herself, and then wait together for the elusive third beta. She aimed to instill hope in him, only to later shatter it. The first closed beta had been rushed, her capabilities then were limited, resulting in a rather crude handling of the situation. The second closed beta, however, would be executed with far more finesse, befitting her true potential. She wished to prevent Yu Xuanhuan from encountering further troubles within the Yu household. Otherwise, given that the little rascal would immediately suspect the women in the family, it would be all too easy to expose their schemes. However, considering Yu Xuanhuan's current situation, he was likely still honing his skills and had yet to qualify for residence in the Su family. As a son-in-law who had lost half his manhood, it remained uncertain who would call whom wife when they embraced. It wasn't until Yu Xuanga departed the estate that a plan struck her. Thanks to years of evasion, she had made numerous acquaintances among fellow fugitives and knew of small shops that accepted private jobs, still conducting cash transactions. She arranged for a few young men and women to pose as Yu Xuanhuan's illegitimate fans, questioning why he hadn't informed anyone of his marriage, and behaving in a disheveled, hysterical manner. Moreover, she took the life of a small sparrow, employing her only the dead will obey skill to command it to perch outside the Yu residence. Yet, from the second of the month onward, her plans faltered. Yu Xuanhuan moved to a nearby hotel by the evening of the 4th. That same night, using an anonymous phone card purchased in Hong Kong, she contacted someone she had met while buying gold there. She provided that person with Yu Xuanhuan's phone number, WeChat, and even email, instructing him to send incessant riskum messages to Yu Xuanhuan, to add him as a friend and inquire about his activities, only to hang up afterward. Thus, from that day forth, Yu Xuanhuan's phone became a veritable nuisance. The second closed beta was set to commence at 6:06 a.m. on June 6th. At 3 a.m. on the 6th, Yu Xuanga, utilizing her camouflage skill, arrived outside the hotel. She slipped into a nearby narrow alley, consumed a mid-tier invisibility potion, and then entered the hotel, ascending the stairs to the 27th floor where Yu Xuanhuan resided. Chapter 17, the second closed beta. She had never inquired among the Yu family regarding Yu Xuanhuan's whereabouts. All such information was gleaned through her little sparrow's surveillance. Before Yu Xuanhuan entered the hotel, the sparrow had nestled into the hood of his sweatshirt, tracking him into his room, where it now concealed itself among the potted plants. Concerned about the foul scent emanating from the little sparrows, Yu Xuanga has been replacing them daily. After consuming the phasing potion, she successfully entered Yu Xuanhuan's hotel room. Despite her multitasking, she felt compelled to personally ensure that Yu Xuanhuan had not entered the game before she could relax. Within the confines of the hotel room, Yu Xuanhuan lay on the bed, frowning, occasionally shifting position, leaving it unclear whether he was asleep. In the corner of the room, a mobile phone lay abandoned, presumably hurled against the wall given the indentations on the wallpaper. Yu Xuanga approached and examined it, unable to discern the brand, but suspected it had been a gift from Su Yitong. Remarkably, the screen remained intact. Once Yu Xuanhuan married into the Su family, she would not only possess a high-end phone but also enjoy exclusive service, free from the nuisance of spam messages. Observing Yu Xuanhuan, as he turned once more, presenting his back to her, Yu Xuanga deftly used her toe to lift the phone. stowing it in her backpack before utilizing the phasing potion to slip into the adjacent room, a reservation she had arranged in advance using a local identity. Extracting the phone, she remained in an invisible state, unfazed by any advanced technology that might capture her likeness. She scrutinized the device, noting a shallow dent in the upper left corner, likely from its impact against the wall. Aligning the dent to the wall, she forcefully slammed the phone down. With a crack, half the screen shattered, illuminating to reveal the date, though it immediately splintered into a garish green and purple display. She then departed quietly. Prior to her arrival, she had envisioned countless scenarios, yet the situation proved to be the simplest of all. She had even contemplated the possibility that Xunge might not only remain unaffected by the information, but become increasingly exhilarated, perhaps even practicing his skills until. At 6 o'clock, he whimsically sought a game to play. She had prepared for the worst-case scenario of having to incapacitate Xunge. At precisely 6:06, she successfully located World of Warcraft, the Fear Rift, and immediately initiated the download. Upon entering the character selection screen, she recognized the familiar undead figure, but noticed an additional alert beside Go Wu In, indicating a bounty. Xunge felt within the concealed pocket of her garment. The two backpacks she had previously held were missing, yet the undead character on the screen sported the two familiar bags at its side. She attempted to employ the thief goddess, armor up, disguise skill, aiming to transform into a diminutive goblin. Soon, Xunge's reality shifted, her stature diminished. Her skin turned a vibrant green, and her ears elongated, mirroring the changes in the character on the screen. Xunge promptly entered the game. Regardless of her location within the game, she had only 1 hour of disguise time to ascertain her circumstances. The screen illuminated, revealing the little goblin standing amidst a graveyard. Adjusting the game's perspective, she spotted Undercity not far off and deftly maneuvered her character to sprint towards it, hastily bypassing any low-level monsters encountered along the way. In less than 5 minutes, she arrived at the city gate, where hung the portrait of her former undead character. Fortunately, when she initially created her character, the resemblance to her own appearance caused her discomfort, prompting her to randomly select options each time she crafted a character. Although the disguise skill of the thief god was brief in duration, it was impervious to detection by any item or skill. Thus, Xunge effortlessly entered the city and made her way directly to the Goblin District, where she sought out the Goblin shopkeeper to inquire about the exchange of gold. The Goblin replied, "Time is money. If you possess gold, why not convert it into coins yourself? Did your mentor not teach you this?" Xunge felt her breath quicken as she typed in the dialogue box, "Might I beseech you to impart your skills upon me, esteemed one? I am willing to compensate you for your precious time." The Goblin promptly sent over a trade window, displaying his demand of 100 gold. Recognizing the rarity of such an opportunity, Xunge refrained from bargaining and readily produced the 100 gold coins given to her by the former undead lord, handing them over without hesitation. Goblin Robert imparts to you the skill Goldsmithing, beginner. She opened the skill details to examine it further. Goldsmithing, level, Goblin exclusive, infuse gold with magic to create a unique coin, proficiency, 010000. Feature 1, for each coin forged, 20 gold is automatically extracted and transmitted to the Goblin Merchant Guild as tax. Feature 2, money can purchase everything, yet to maintain market stability. Each goblin may produce a maximum of 3 coins for personal use each day. Without delay, Xunge retrieved a 500 gold ingot from her inventory. Upon clicking, the display showed 44 for crafting. She selected to craft all, and golden light radiated between her character's hands. The progress bar completed in an instant, and soon, her inventory boasted 3 coins, leaving only 140 from the initial 500 gold ingot. Proficiency also increased by 3 points. This indicated that Xunge could now forge her own coins. Furthermore, after producing 10,000 coins, should she obtain a blueprint or find a willing goblin to teach her, she could learn intermediate goldsmithing. Although limited to producing 3 coins daily, this figure was already formidable. While she had managed to pilfer several coins upon arriving here, and even extracted 100 gold from the undead lord, in the real world, her previous dungeon raids yielded scarcely more than 1 gold coin after an entire day of perilous endeavor, even at the end of the second year. Xunge wasted no time. She buried her chaotic thoughts deep within and retrieved several large storage boxes from her inventory, inquiring if the goblin would accept them. After inspecting the boxes, the goblin dismissed the various electronic items and toys as garbage, offering a mere 2 silver coins for each box. However, he valued the 2 large boxes of liquor at 12 gold each. Xunge sold all 55 boxes of wine, exchanging them for 330 gold, while the junk garnered less than 1 gold. She then produced 10 pounds of gold and asked how much it could be exchanged for in coins. She currently possesses only a handful of gold coins obtained from Suitong, which is woefully inadequate for skill acquisition. The goblin offered an exchange rate of 200 gold for 1 coin. After 5 minutes of haggling, Xunge managed to negotiate it down to 180 for 1 gold. Aware that there was still room for further reduction, however, with merely half an hour left on her disguise, She decisively produced all her gold, 3,216 pounds acquired from the bustling port city and additional gold from the Yu family, totaling 3,240 pounds. She exchanged this sum for 6,000 gold from the goblin, which constituted nearly the entire gold reserve of a small to medium-sized guild from her previous life. Without delay, Xunge rushed to the nearby Goblin Master of Engineering, elevating her engineering skills to an advanced level, promptly studying all of the new recipes that had emerged. Following this, she hurried to the alchemy shop, performing the same operation to advance her alchemy to an advanced level, absorbing over 100 new recipes. In her academic pursuits, she had been timid, yet in the realm of gaming, she struck with fervor, her thirst for knowledge insatiable. Chapter 18. She must acquire this skill. Time was of the essence for Xunge, with only 23 minutes remaining on her disguise. She made her way to the auction house, and, upon passing a restaurant, stepped inside to elevate her cooking skills to an intermediate level, learning over 100 new recipes. At this juncture, she had 4,286 gold remaining. Standing before the auction house, she input the keyword Soros. Nothing. Xunge barely had time to complain before she switched to a different search term. Subsequently, she spent 800 gold to purchase two 36-slot bags, the largest she could find. The moment she completed the transaction, a notification popped up in her game mailbox, informing her of the new bags. She clicked to claim them, now possessing two additional 36-slot bags. As she swiftly transferred items from her original inventory into the new bags, she continued her shopping spree. The thief's innate talent ensured that she could excel in any profession, strength-based, agility-based, or spellcasting, but time was not on her side. So she could only purchase the skills she was familiar with. Soon, however, her attention was captured by a skill that demanded her full focus. Phantom Translocation. Phantom Translocation, level upon use. It allows you to reach any location you have previously visited, with the distance influenced by the caster's intelligence. No cooldown time. Casting time of 0.1 seconds. Each use requires 1 mana point. Priced at 10,000 gold. This was the only skill book of its kind available in the entire auction house. This skill book resonated deeply within Xunge's heart. With no cooldown and a remarkably brief casting time, it essentially meant the skill was uninterruptible, as long as she had mana. She could utilize it an unlimited number of times. The obsession with remaining elusive to the world was almost ingrained in Xunge's very being. She immediately abandoned all previous plans for stockpiling. She must acquire this skill. In her past life, she had never even heard of such a skill. While Xunge and her group commanded the winds and rain, dutifully relying on transport to venture into dungeons. Yet now, Xunge had merely 16 minutes left on her disguise. She spent 200 gold on a blue necklace, which served a singular purpose, to reduce cooldown time by 15 seconds. This ability can be effective for all items, potions, and equipment. In her previous life, 200 gold could at least procure a superb level 10 blue gear with 3 attributes. And Xunge felt herself soaring with confidence. She then searched for the skill, Illusion Spell. Illusion Spell, level upon use. It conceals one's presence. One cannot be perceived by the naked eye. No cooldown time. Each use consumes 10 mana points per minute. To be invisible to the naked eye implies that one can still be detected through skills or items, but for now, it suffices. In the current realm, however, it proved to be extraordinarily useful, as she acquired this skill book for merely 120 gold. She subsequently expended another 50 gold to purchase a Drowsy Collapse level, which induces a brief slumber, along with a potion that induces sleep for 6 hours. After procuring these 4 items, Xunge immediately dashed outside the city. Just before her disguise faltered, she escaped from the dark city to the cemetery where she had logged in. Xunge retrieved the items from her mail into her inventory, learned the skill from the book, donned the necklace, and then exited the game. This time, her phone did not transform into black smoke. However, upon her exit, 2 bags appeared on the ground, 1 black and 1 white, representing her new 36-slot inventory. A chilling necklace gradually materialized around her neck, and her mind filled with the usage methods of the 2 spells. Xunge cast the illusion spell upon herself, feeling an icy sensation wash over her, as if a stream of cold water flowed over her body, rendering her invisible. To her surprise, Xunge had awakened, squatting on the ground and incessantly attempting to turn on his shattered phone. Observing his frustrated demeanor, Xunge felt a shiver of apprehension. Was this the male lead? Despite losing half his phone, he still had the audacity to play with it while yellow notifications continuously popped up. Just then, she noticed Xunge approaching his suitcase, rummaging for something. With keen eyes, Xunge spotted a tablet and a laptop within his luggage. Good grief. How careless. And a tablet too. Very well. So this is how you choose to play? After Xunge collapsed to the ground, Xunge approached and poured the sleeping potion into his mouth, ensuring he swallowed it all before departing the hotel. The illusion spell consumed 10 mana points per minute, while she munched on jerky, balancing her consumption to merely 5 mana points each minute. It would take 20 minutes to exhaust all her mana, but at such a moment, consuming a basic mana potion would replenish 60 points. Coupled with the invisibility potion, she could remain concealed for an extended period. Without needing to find refuge during the potion's cooldown, Xunge sprinted directly towards the Su family's estate. Where could one find vast amounts of gold? Aside from the bank, it lay within the Su family's treasure vault. All secrets and assets meant to remain hidden were secured there. Xunge knew this because the malevolent array capable of stripping others of their divine gifts resided within that vault. With a current score of 713, after equipping the necklace that shortened cooldown times, the cooldown for armor arrival was reduced to 5 hours and 6 minutes, allowing her to use the disguise skill again at 1212. The second internal test concluded at 1,306 points. She had merely 4 hours remaining. At 1212, regardless of whether she could procure gold from the Su family, she would seek a secure location to re-enter the game and employ her disguise skill. Although she was willing to revise her original plan for the sake of stealth, she would not stubbornly pursue it at all costs. Initially, she intended to gather supplies and venture into the wilderness to level up by battling monsters. Now, she merely exchanged her time in the wild for the opportunity to grind in the Su family's dungeon. It was impossible to travel to the Su estate, as it was a 2-hour drive from the city center. The last time she ran from the Liang family to the city, she nearly lost her life. She contacted a certain gunman, known for his prowess, whom she had shot at 7 times without success, and asked him to find a fast-driving associate willing to earn some extra cash. She requested that they transport a double-door refrigerator located in an alley next to a hotel to an upscale villa area. She promised 50,000 for the job, adding 10,000 for every minute they arrived early. Despite the gunman's usual fee of 50 pounds of gold for a job, he knew several principled individuals who, while willing to bend the law, preferred to avoid bloodshed. After the assurance that the refrigerator contained no corpses, he promptly agreed to the job. 10 minutes later, a black pickup truck stopped at the alley's entrance. 2 men emerged, glanced around, and quickly located the refrigerator as described by the employer. After loading it onto the truck, they sped off. By 8:45, the refrigerator was placed in a wooded area outside the villa enclave. Chapter 19. Treasures desired by the seeker with the aid of a cloaking potion. She smoothly infiltrated the Su estate, following the memories from her previous life to find the entrance to the treasure room, which she had discovered in the main house's study. Descending deeper, she encountered an array of intricate technological devices along the way. She was prepared, should any thermal sensors detect her presence, to charge in and seize the treasures. Fortunately, magic was insurmountable. Only magic could vanquish magic. She felt as though she had descended several meters and had passed through 3 doors. Just as she approached the final door, alarms suddenly blared around her. Glancing down at the tiled floor, she clicked her tongue, instantly surmising the existence of pressure-sensitive devices. Without hesitation, she consumed another bottle of the cloaking potion, traversed the ancient, exquisite doorway, and entered the treasure room. The treasure room was no smaller than the estate above, divided into various sections: books, jewels, antiques, and gold. As she dashed through, she was soon dazzled by the glimmer of gold. In a small glass chamber, gold bricks were meticulously arranged. Each brick was slightly smaller than a mobile phone, yet half an inch thick. Having handled so much gold recently, she could estimate that each brick weighed approximately 10 pounds. Who claimed that affluent families lack liquidity? Indeed, while their liquid assets may be limited, they hoarded gold. She hurriedly began to stash the gold bricks into her spatial bag. Fortunately, she had recently purchased a new bag, and of the 72 compartments, 44 were still empty. In other words, if filled to capacity, she could accommodate 499 items, totaling 356 gold bricks. If she could slow down to place the bricks into storage boxes before packing them, she could fit even more. But time was not on her side. Soon, sounds erupted from outside. The door creaked open, accompanied by the ominous click of firearms being readied, drawing ever closer. Xunge, nearly prostrate over the pile of gold bricks, hastily stuffed items into her backpack. As a throng of individuals burst into the room, she immediately ceased her actions. Despite having 20 slots still unfilled, with resolute determination, she vacated the chamber laden with gold, downed a cloaking potion, and dashed outward. Though Xunge was driven by greed, she exhibited a profound understanding of restraint and prioritization. Indeed, as she reached the entrance, a line of armed bodyguards, under the command of the Su family patriarch, unleashed a barrage of gunfire into the room where the gold was stored, indifferent to the destruction of the precious metal and decor within. Beneath her feet, a faint electric current coursed along the ground, prompting Xunge to halt abruptly. From her backpack, she retrieved 10 packets of explosives, ignited several of them, and hurled them into the corridor ahead, retreating behind the door. After a series of deafening explosions reverberated through the air, she peered out to find the ground shrouded in darkness, utterly devoid of contents. She pressed onward. The cloaking potion, though effective for merely 15 seconds, boasted a brief cooldown of 30 seconds. Fortunately, compared to the guards, the Su family appeared to place greater trust in technology, and the initial wave that stormed the basement were likely loyal confidants, with few others following in their wake. Instead of fleeing the estate, she made her way to Su Yitong's room. Upon entering, she found Su Baibua, Su Jinxian, and Su Yitong seated in the bedroom, engrossed in a game. Despite the chaos below, the trio remained unfazed, whether out of faith in the patriarch's capabilities or an unwillingness to abandon a life-altering game. Without hesitation, Xunge raised her weapon and unleashed 3 shots, causing them to collapse one after another. As the trio fell, she contemplated examining their phones, only to discover that their screens had also dimmed. It seemed the game was intricately linked to their consciousness, explaining how the skills she had acquired within it translated into reality. Shortly thereafter, 2 packages appeared before Su Yitong. A delightful surprise. She approached and swiftly tucked the packages into her embrace. Although she possessed only 2 slots on her waist for carrying items, much like equipment, it was not restricted to just those 2. In essence, as long as one was willing, one could don multiple layers of vests. However, due to the single equipment slot on her upper body, she could only activate one. Currently, she could fit Su Yitong's packages onto her person, albeit without the ability to sense them. To forcibly strip an individual of their equipment was feasible, yet to acquire a package worn by someone else necessitated their demise. Otherwise, one would grasp nothing but air. Xunge rummaged through her backpack, extracting an axe, and approached the 3. Liang Yuchuan had provided her an arm as interest. What would these 3 offer? Perhaps an ear would suffice. After all, since Xunge believed everything she said, demanding one of their ears seemed reasonable. She unsheathed the butcher's knife she had procured, crouching beside Su Yitong, and as she lifted the girl's hair, she caught sight of a blue diamond earring adorning her right ear. With a glimmer of excitement in her eyes, Xunge swiftly severed the ear, the sharp pain jolting Su Yitong from her slumber, causing her to clutch her ear and scream in agony. Yet, as she surveyed her surroundings, no one was in sight. Having consumed an invisibility potion and a phasing elixir, Xunge fled with the severed ear and the blue diamond earring, discarding her bloodied gloves along the way and stowing the ear and earring in her bag. She then sprinted to the nearby Han residence, slipping into the nanny's room in the side building of the manor, which was empty. Naturally, it was 11:35, the peak of the nanny's busy schedule. Unsure if the room was under surveillance, Xunge adeptly crawled beneath the bed, finding solace in the familiar confines. The sunroom felt even more comfortable. At precisely 12:12, she opened the game, disguised herself as a goblin, and set off to find her goblin instructor. 22 slots brimmed with golden bricks, while another contained 15, totaling 193 bricks, equivalent to 21,930 pounds. Upon requesting to exchange all for gold bricks, the goblin fell silent for a few moments. The dialogue box revealed the goblin's words. "I do not possess that much gold, my friend." Xunge, infuriated, retorted, after toiling tirelessly for earnings. "You mean to tell me you can't even part with 6 gold pieces? Do you have 6? The goblin inquired. "Are you being sarcastic?" Xunge replied. "How much do you have, my friend?" The goblin asked. 2, came the response. "Do you have no friends?" The goblin lapsed into silence once more. "Speak, dear." After a prolonged pause, the goblin declared, "I shall not exchange. I am your most loyal friend." Xunge insisted. "Truly disgusting," the goblin replied. "Let us exchange 2 gold for now," she proposed. "Very well, my repugnant friend," conceded the goblin, prompting Xunge to suppress her irritation. She approached the goblin engineer to request an exchange for gold coins, but he ignored her. "Teacher?" The goblin was engrossed, tinkering with a copper pipe. "Teacher?" Xunge moved her character closer. On her 3rd attempt to call for her teacher, the small goblin erupted in fury on the screen. "No money. I have no money. Can't you see I'm ignoring you? All my funds are tied up in research. If you truly regard me as a teacher, pay me more tuition. If not, go find that Bill character." "Apologies for the interruption," Xunge replied. 10 minutes into the game, she stormed into the auction house, clutching her 2 gold pieces, and immediately spent 10,000 gold to acquire the dual-level Phantom Shift. Thus began her frenzied shopping spree. Chapter 20, A Shopping Frenzy. Animegus, level capable of transforming into any animal you have touched within the last 7 natural days, undetectable by skills or items of lower levels. The transformation is interrupted upon receiving any damage, and skills other than divine gifts cannot be used while transformed. There is no cooldown time. Each use consumes 50 mana points. The restrictions may be numerous, yet they prove exceedingly practical, and the final stipulation, being unable to utilize skills beyond divine bestowal, is simply exquisite. This skill appears to be crafted solely for her. 3,000 gold, purchased. Shadow Manipulation, level 2,500 gold. This skill permits the manipulation of shadows to act autonomously, allowing the shadows to employ all abilities of the original entity, albeit at merely 20 of the original's attributes, a truly formidable technique for subterfuge. Acquired. Spring of Radiance. Level upon activation, it conjures a well that persists for 3 minutes, from which water flows that restores vitality. Each droplet replenishes 1 health point, with a cooldown of 30 minutes and a mana cost of 1 per use. A life-saving boon. Not only capable of self-preservation, but with this skill, she shall not be easily forsaken in battle. Even the protagonists will hesitate to harm her. 3,000 gold, Purchased. Ice Blossom Seal. Level: a snowflake is sent forth toward a target, encasing it in ice within 3 seconds of contact, with the freezing effect influenced by the caster's intelligence. Casting time of 2 seconds, cooldown of 30 seconds, requiring 50 mana points per use. An ice elemental control skill, though susceptible to fire spells. Such limitations are inevitable, as most skills counterbalance each other. At merely 103 gold, acquired. Magic Missile. Level: directs a magical projectile toward a target, requiring no casting time or cooldown, consuming 10 mana points per second. An instantaneous spell that requires no incantation, priced at 97 gold. Purchased. Divine Glutton's Bib. Level: when adorned while consuming food, the benefits derived from meals are doubled. A timeless item, available for 700 gold, acquired. Pie-size cat toy. Level: lacking any extraordinary effects, yet it drives cats wild and effectively attracts them. Perfectly complements her meow-themed inn. And at a modest cost of merely 17 gold. Purchased. Compass. Level: capable of detecting unclaimed treasures within a kilometer radius and guiding you to their location. A kilometer may seem brief, yet at 80 gold, it is secured. Magician's Dentures. Level: contains 1 cubic meter of space, but requires the occupation of a single tooth socket. It conceals all items one wishes to keep secret. Equipment or items placed within cannot be detected by any skill or tool, nor can they be utilized. An essential for the affluent. Xunge considers her possessions to be plentiful, 999 gold, a reasonable price. Alchemist's Ensemble. Level: enhances your success rate in alchemy and offers a chance to elevate your potions by 1 level. Alchemy Notes. Reading may grant insights into alchemical formulas previously unlearned, with a maximum level exceeding your alchemy level by 1. Effective only once every 30 natural days. Engineering Notes. Reading may unveil engineering formulas not yet mastered, with a maximum level exceeding your engineering level by 1. Effective only once every 30 natural days. The Alchemist's Ensemble is reasonably priced at 50 gold, while the 2 notebooks together amount to 2,000 gold. However, the price of 2,000 gold is not exorbitant. With her advanced skills in alchemy and engineering, studying this tome presents a chance to comprehend master-level alchemical formulas. It is practically a portable treasury. Even if she can only glean insights once a month, it is worth the investment. She also discovered a cooking notebook, which is considerably more affordable at just 350 gold. Acquiring everything is imperative. Converting money into resources holds significance, lest it all become mere waste paper. She exchanged 2 gold from the goblin. And with the unspent 3116 gold from the morning, she totals 23,116 gold, leaving her with only 220 gold after these purchases. Given that most skills acquired from dungeons post-game invasion are of a lower tier, it is only logical to purchase those she cannot attain otherwise. Thus, she procured 2 high-level spells, 1 for control and 1 for offense, sufficient for her needs. Her focus remained on top-tier skills and particularly useful items she had never encountered in her previous life. Time flew swiftly during her shopping spree. After collecting her parcels and clicking to learn all the skills, Xunge left the auction house, still yearning for more. At 1,242. With 18 minutes remaining until the beta test concludes, she hurried to the herb shop and filled her 30-plus backpack slots with herbs before departing. At 1,247. Xunge stood at a distance from the undead palace, gazing at the structure, since she had last pilfered the divine gift from the undead lord. The guards outside had multiplied exponentially, with the undead soldiers nearly encircling the palace hand in hand. Nevertheless, Xunge maintained her goblin guise and approached the teleportation array of the undead city, spending her last 5 gold coins to teleport to one of the elven capitals. Bloodmoon City. At 12:57, she confronted the elven captain, adorned with a splendid bow and arrows, about an issue with the anchor point while seeking an audience with the city lord. In response, the captain drew his bow and aimed at her. At that moment, Xunge's mind nearly blanked. As the name of the diminutive figure turned red, she acted without hesitation, employing Thief of the Divine, also known as the bandit's theft. In the name of the thief god, you attempt to steal the divine gift of Bloodmoon City's Captain Elfaura. The theft was successful. You have died. The screen faded to black. Moments later, it illuminated once more, revealing only a ghostly goblin standing in a graveyard. In the upper right corner, 2 choices appeared. Either seek her own corpse for a weak resurrection or wait for an automatic revival, with a countdown of 4,757. 36. Xunge, holding her phone, remained still, quietly waiting until the time reached 13:06 minutes. The phone dissipated into black smoke, leaving behind 2 parcels on the ground. She glanced at her hands. Excellent. She had not transformed into a ghost, though she had long been aware that death was not a possibility in the beta test. Witnessing her character become a spirit still startled her momentarily. Once she calmed her nerves, the first thing Xunge did was modify her panel information, opting to conceal her newly acquired divine gift. Next, she stashed the parcels into the inner pockets of her clothing and consumed an invisibility potion. The skill she had learned began to materialize in her mind, spells, gestures, and techniques for channeling her magical power etched vividly in her memory. She could perceive a small area centered around herself, yet this space seemed veiled in a thin mist, with only a portion distinctly clear, resembling a twisted path displayed on a running map. Whenever she wished, she could instantly transport herself to any of these locations within the area, evidently places she had previously visited. Chapter 21. Revenge every day, satisfaction every day. She focused intently on several notable buildings and estimated that the farthest distance she could teleport was 10. Currently, her intelligence score was exactly 10, and all magical abilities were influenced by her intellect. It was likely that as her intelligence grew, her range of movement would also expand. However, that was of no concern, as she could simply cast her spells more frequently. With a blink, she raised her hand and activated Shadow Step. Xunge materialized in Xunge's hotel room, where the latter remained with her head buried in a suitcase. To be cautious, Xunge decided to use her stealing skill on Xunge. Skill cannot be used. Xunge felt relieved and once again utilized Shadow Step to depart. She had one more dubious deed to accomplish, lest she feel guilty for constantly fretting over that wretched entity. Maintaining her illusion, she appeared outside the AI control center, waiting for the employees to arrive while perusing her character panel. Upon seeing that Thief of Thieves, also known as the Robber, was still available for use, her heart was completely at ease, though it was a pity she couldn't employ this skill in the game to repeatedly steal and perish. Under the Divine Gift, Immortality section, a new divine talent appeared. Divine Gift Marksman. You are born for shooting. All projectile weapons become extensions of your arm. The moment you wield them, you can slay deities. A true marksman requires no initiative, for she is inherently powerful. Skill 1. You're too weak, passive in battle. You can keenly discern the weaknesses of your foes. Skill 2. Critical hit. Passive. The number 7 is imbued with magic. Any shooting action related to 7 will inevitably result in a critical hit. Skill 3. I'm going to get serious now. Passive. If you aim at an enemy for more than 3 seconds, your shot will be guaranteed to hit, even if blocked. It will strive to fulfill its mission until the weapon you shoot is destroyed. Skill 4. I am terrifyingly strong now. Upon activating this state, every arrow, bolt, or bullet you release will randomly be infused with the magical energy of ice, fire, or lightning, consuming 10 mana per second. Each activation will enter a cooldown period of 5 minutes upon deactivation. Xunge gasped in awe. Indeed, one need not do anything to be formidable. For skills, 3 of which were passive, none of them were without merit. Skill 1 would enhance her combat capabilities, unaffected by whether she used a bow or not. Skill 2 meant that the 7th, 14th, 21st, and 28th arrows, any multiple of 7, would assuredly deliver a critical hit, effectively guaranteeing a critical strike every 7 attacks. Skill 3 was undeniably powerful, akin to a missile. Skill 4 was a demonstration of explosive prowess. Xunge currently lacks a clear career plan, yet her innate talent is undeniably formidable. To neglect such a gift would be a disservice, considering the considerable noise generated by firearms. She swiftly resolved to procure a bow or crossbow for practice. In her mind, she meticulously strategized her skills and equipment while familiarizing herself with the newly acquired abilities. With her glasses on, she observed the passers-by, attempting to identify any internal testers among them. After lingering at the entrance until past 3 o'clock, she managed to obtain a modicum of viral substance. Before departing, she poured a bottle of basic healing potion into the mouth of her target. It could only replenish a modicum of health, as curing ailments was beyond the purview of mere healing potions. In her previous life, following the game's invasion, individuals afflicted with severe illnesses found their bodies digitized, and their maladies directly impacted their data. Those with physical deformities possessed reduced health, and if gravely ill, their health would continuously deteriorate at a rate determined by the severity of their conditions, akin to being under a perpetual hemorrhaging spell. Survival, however, was feasible through the continuous consumption of healing potions or by receiving the touch of a top-tier healing spell capable of curing even terminal afflictions. She eagerly anticipated the state of Xunge post-game transformation. She slept soundly until 2 in the morning before phasing into Xunge's room. To her delight, it appeared that, in the absence of the game's internal testing, the male protagonist maintained a routine of early rising. She first cast Fate's Gear to alter his luck to 1. However, she soon realized that even with this modification, Xunge seemed to sense her presence, consistently evading her attempts. Despite numerous attempts, she failed to land a hit, as Xunge distractedly scratched his ear, tousled his hair, and eventually scratched various parts of his body. Xunge felt exasperated. Are you pretending to be asleep? Noticing a flicker of movement in Xunge's eyelids, she swiftly rendered him unconscious. Finally, he lay still, bringing her a moment of peace. She attempted to pilfer once more, but her skills remained ineffective. Xunge was still not classified as a player. Initially, she had intended to dispose of him in the game, allowing monsters to feast upon him. But she had been too occupied since entering the game. Neither the funeral home nor the pig farm seemed suitable for her purposes. Even in her mischief, she did not wish to involve ordinary individuals. Ultimately, She decided to incinerate him in a discreet location. Seizing the moment, she utilized her phasing ability to reach a seaside location she had once visited during a filming session. At this hour, the beach was devoid of people, and she retrieved small components belonging to Su Liang and another individual, along with 10 packs of explosives, burying them together. After igniting the explosives, she phased to a distance of 100 meters. She then wielded a shovel to gather the ashes and charred remnants into a metal bucket, subsequently casting them into the sea. She felt a wave of relief wash over her as she executed the act, relishing the satisfaction it brought. Revenge was exhilarating. Each day was filled with a sense of retribution. Standing by the shore, she toyed with her ear studs, feeling utterly elated. This artifact was a key to initiating a series of quests. Upon completion, it would grant her access to a supreme healing spell, capable of curing all ailments and restoring 70 health points in a single application. She had searched for this elite spell in the auction house, but had found no trace of it. Forgotten that I am a magician. Chapter 22. Acting until your heart breaks. In a few days, Xunge has a grand performance to prepare for. However, before that, she first visited the hospital to have a tooth extracted, making room to install the magician's dentures. The moment the dentures touched the anesthetized socket, they firmly took root. The second matter at hand was to find a solution regarding the secret chamber in the Yu family study. She was quite astonished that Yu Qingshan had not discovered it after all this time. In such circumstances, if she were to claim she was a second-round internal tester, even a pig would know who had transported the treasure out. In her previous life, although Yu Xuanhuan constantly sought money from her, it was because he had become an internal tester requiring vast sums. Yet in this life, he was simply an unremarkable level 9 warrior. What need had he for money? That day, Yu Xuange not only summoned Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua to the hotel where Yu Xuanhuan resided, but she also contemplated inviting Su Yitong. However, the latter, missing an ear, was in no mood to engage. Well, it was fine if the female lead did not come. Even if she could not gain the trust of the female lead, creating a rift in the relationship between the male and female leads could be beneficial. Yu Xuanhuan sat by the bed, his eyes lowered, wearing a face that, though betraying his displeasure, conveyed a willingness to cooperate with whatever his sister intended. In the room, two individuals appeared outwardly gentle, yet were inwardly growing impatient, while another displayed impatience both inside and out, all gazing at her in anticipation. Yu Xuange explained that while waiting for someone a few mornings ago, she grew bored and downloaded a game. However, after merely 2 hours of play, the game vanished, taking her phone with it. Most importantly, she had brought out items and skills from the game. She searched for the game in front of them, but found nothing. Not only did Yu Qingshan and Yu Xuanhuan hold their breath, but even Yi Qiuhua was breathing slowed. Though she was often impulsive and quick-tempered, she understood Yu Xuange's nature and knew she would not jest about significant matters. Lowering her voice further, Yu Xuange produced a tattered gray pouch, a small bag obtained from the former owner of the Wheel of Fate. She then revealed 3 lunch boxes, significantly larger than the pouch itself, and from within, a glass vial the size of her pinky, containing a liquid that gleamed like a red gem. She handed the vial to Yu Xuanhuan, urging, "This is a healing potion from the game. Quickly, drink it and see if it works." Yu Xuanhuan took the vial with trembling hands, his eyes reflecting a whirlwind of emotions, disbelief, gratitude, and envy. "Hurry and try it," Yu Xuange urged, her anxiety palpable. Yi Qiuhua was even more anxious, pressing Yu Xuanhuan, while Yu Qingshan clenched his fists, seemingly eager to rush over and force the potion down Yu Xuanhuan's throat. Yu Xuanhuan tilted his head back and drank the potion. Yet nothing happened. He stared gloomily at his pants, still just a level 9 boy. What a travesty. Never had she encountered a male protagonist in a male-oriented story who was at such a low level. 9. What's the difference between rounding it up and 0? In this moment, Yu Xuanhuan felt grateful to be an actress. With a forced smile, she encouraged, "Even if this does not work, we have discovered something extraordinary. I can seize this opportunity, and next time, you two shall have your chance." Without waiting for a response, she continued, "I had intended to invite Yitong today, wanting her to investigate this wondrous game as well. Surely, I am not the only one aware of its magic. The Su family wields considerable influence, and they must possess information far surpassing that of ordinary folk." Once she had composed herself, Yu Xuanhuan inquired, "What skills have you acquired?" "Not exactly a skill," came the reply, "but a drawn talent that bestows either fortune or misfortune, allowing one to modify another's luck, usable only once per day." As she spoke, a playful smile graced her lips. "Shall we test it? I could elevate your luck to a perfect 10, the highest possible." She had resolved to disguise her divine talent as Wheel of Fate, for this ability was astoundingly practical. Not only could she alter others' luck, but she also had the option to conceal its effects from the target, a masterful technique for mischief, hidden during moments of calamity and revealed in times of benevolence. It was sheer perfection. Yu Xuanhuan was momentarily caught in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. This talent sounded immensely beneficial, yet it was not overwhelmingly powerful enough to create a chasm between individuals. She felt a pang of regret that it was not a healing ability. However, these emotions dissipated swiftly, leaving behind a profound sense of gratitude that Xunge was willing to confide such a significant secret. Even though Xunge often withheld full disclosure and never shared all her earnings with them, at this moment, the underlying tensions began to dissolve. He thought to himself that perhaps he would refrain from allowing Su Yitong to undermine her in the future, opting instead for a different method to instill a sense of urgency within Su Yitong. Yu Qingshan also found his feelings complex. Why was it not his son who encountered such a fortuitous event? Yet, warmth spread through him. For he recognized that if Yu Xuanhuan had been the one to receive this boon, he might have shared a morsel with his father, but would never divulge everything without reservation. Ichogwa felt similarly. While lamenting that it was not his own son, he was nonetheless touched to the core, murmuring to himself about the foolish girl who shared everything with her family. As Yu Xuange unpacked several bags of food, inviting everyone to dine together, she smiled sheepishly while stowing away one bag, implying that this particular item would not be shared. Unlike previous occasions where she had felt uncomfortable about her family's financial situation, Yu Qingshan and Yu Xuanhuan, now aware of the family's resources, understood that her modest contributions did little to signify anything substantial. They had often perceived her as a thankless person, believing she was merely holding back from them. However, now that Yu Xuange had shared such a remarkable stroke of luck, displaying even a hint of reservation, neither Yu Qingshan nor Yu Xuanhuan felt she had been inadequate. They only sighed inwardly, lamenting that their daughter remained so frugal. Yu Xuange, lacking the ability to read minds, could not discern the thoughts of the two family members, but she continued to follow her own plan, remaining ever vigilant. In her past life, both Yu Qingshan and Ichogwa had only become players after the game had officially invaded, possessing only average talents. Determined, she resolved that should either of them strike it lucky with a talent, she would act decisively to eliminate the threat. Chapter 23. Regardless of the circumstances. It is likely the case. During mealtime, there was no need for Yu Xunge to speak further. Yu Qingshan and Ichogwa directed Yu Xunhuan to seek out Su Yitong for information. Yu Xunge advised caution, saying, "Do not alarm the snake in the grass. If she has already become a player, your inquiry might lead her to believe you are suspecting and testing her, which could harm your relationship." Yu Xunhuan nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yu Qingshan probed for more details about the game, and Yu Xunge shared all she could, mentioning that earning money within it was exceedingly difficult. After playing for merely 2 hours, she had only managed to acquire 2 silver coins and a tattered bag. The healing potion she possessed was purchased just before leaving the city to battle monsters, and immediately after buying it, she found herself without a weapon as the game abruptly ended. Yu Xunhuan mused, "This game must still exist. I just wonder if there is a pattern to its occurrences." Yu Xunge shook her head. "There is nothing to be found online. The other day, on a whim, I searched for that World of Warcraft we played in high school and stumbled upon a similarly named game. However, this game has no advertisements, and there is no discussion of it online." Yu Qingshan remarked, "That is quite normal. Such matters are typically kept under wraps, with only family members informed." Ichogwa suggested, "Should we stockpile some supplies? I have a feeling that turmoil is on the horizon." After a lengthy discussion, the family eventually dispersed. Perhaps it was merely a psychological effect, but Yu Xunge genuinely felt that Yu Qingshan and Yu Xunhuan were treating her with greater warmth. They had always been affectionate, yet since her rebirth and newfound clarity, their previous demeanor had felt somewhat forced. Now, however, their affection bore a sense of belonging. A few days later, the family reconvened at the hotel, this time to hear news from Yu Xunhuan. Su Yitong had suffered the loss of her ears. Without needing Yu Xunge to say anything, Ichogwa interjected, "Could it be that this incident was orchestrated by the enemies of the Su family? They previously lacked the opportunity to harm her, and now they resort to venting their frustrations on you." Yu Xunhuan's expression indicated he shared that sentiment, though his lips were tightly pressed, refraining from making conjectures about others. Yu Xunge urged, "Regardless of the truth, we are soon to become one family. Your visits to the Su household will be safer than remaining outside." Whether true or not, it was likely the case. However, he should consider her innocent, shouldn't he? Deep down, Yu Xunhuan felt uneasy, convinced that the troubles stemming from the Su family had inadvertently ensnared him. Yet, he worried. If this was indeed the work of the Su family's adversaries, did Su Yitong realize what had befallen her? No, that was not right, at the time. He had been unaware of the game altogether, merely seeking to kill time with short videos. Yu Xunhuan slumped in resignation on the sofa, echoing Yu Xunge's words. Regardless of the circumstances, what else could he do? Although matters appeared to be progressing smoothly, Yu Xunge too was not without her troubles. The art of metalworking was designated exclusively for goblins. Even if she learned it, once she exited the game, it would revert to a gray status. She had to utilize her disguise skill to transform into a goblin for the ability to activate. This disguise skill was immensely valuable, yet had a lengthy cooldown period, allowing for use only 4 times a day. To avoid disrupting her daily activities, Yu Xunge had taken to transforming into a vibrant green goblin for 10 minutes before bed, sitting on the edge of her bed to forge 3 gold coins before sleeping, ensuring that upon awakening, the cooldown would have just concluded. What a remarkable endeavor. I can only imagine the quantity of visibility potions consumed daily. Yet, do these individuals not fear the risk of their furniture becoming moldy? No matter how fine and delicate the mist may be, even the most exquisite furnishings cannot withstand continuous spraying for 24 hours. Peering beneath the bed brought her a sense of relief, for the Su household remained undisturbed. It appeared she had not been discovered. However, she pondered whether there were surveillance cameras in Su Idong's bedroom. Regardless, even if she were captured on film, it mattered little. She was exceedingly cautious. Each time, she not only donned a layer of disguise before consuming the invisibility potion, but she also took the precaution of wearing a swimming cap and a mask. Ever since she needed to transform into a goblin to amass gold coins, she had adopted the goblin guise daily when visiting the Su and Liang families. Due to the circumstances surrounding the Su family, she directly transported herself beneath Liang Yuchuan's bed and found herself at his bedside. Upon glancing down, she noticed the bed had been replaced and the space beneath it was now sealed. Fortunately, the Liang family had yet to employ any visibility potion sprays. After pilfering from Liang Yuchuan, she ventured around his bedroom's wardrobe, effectively mapping the area for her next incursion. Yu Xunge was steadfast in her daily visits to the Su and Liang families, and after a month, she had successfully stolen intelligence points from Su Idong and strength points from Liang Yuchuan. Presently, her attributes stood as follows: Strength, 71. Constitution, 7. Intelligence, 101. Agility, 18. Luck, 10 maximum. Charm, 10 maximum. Yet, her most pressing concern remained her professional skills. She possessed knowledge of numerous mutated items and equipment that had emerged following the game incursion, but priorities must be set. Those items do not flee. Her most urgent task was to practice alchemy and engineering. In recent days, Yu Xunge had secluded herself in the villa, adhering to a remarkably regular routine. Mornings were dedicated to honing her alchemical skills, afternoons to engineering, and her meals were meticulously crafted to enhance her culinary proficiency. Additionally, she had taken to placing a portion of meat near the cat's nest. Ever since introducing cat toys, cats had begun to frequent her villa's doorstep each evening. In the evenings, she practiced archery on the second floor of the villa, and before retiring for the night, she reviewed her alchemy or engineering notes. On weekends, she would practice fishing by the lake in the villa district. After the game incursion, many fish species in the waters had undergone mutations, and only with sufficient fishing skill could one catch higher quality fish. Chapter 24. Endearingly Foolish. In the game, the completion of potion-making progress bars signified success, but in reality, crafting potions required her to meticulously follow the instructional videos in her mind step by step. At times, a single high-level potion could take over an hour to brew, demanding precise handling of materials, temperature control, stirring at the right moment, and knowing when to introduce the next ingredient. Yet, despite her belief that she executed each step flawlessly, she often encountered failures in the brewing process. Nevertheless, failure occasionally rewarded her with an additional 12 experience points. She had never approached her studies with such diligence before the college entrance examination. The same applied to engineering. The advanced and intermediate levels of these two disciplines were as disparate as two entirely different realms. The distinction between the elementary and intermediate levels resembles the precision of Western medicine. Once you acquire the requisite knowledge, the data becomes straightforward, exacting, and immutable, regardless of the complexity. A diagnosis, once ascertained, remains steadfast, impervious even to the highest authority. In contrast, advanced expertise parallels the nuances of traditional Chinese medicine, where each practitioner may present divergent solutions, occasionally leading to seemingly contradictory treatment plans that nonetheless yield healing results. The interrelations among medicinal ingredients often elude clear explanation. Sometimes, variations in preparation manifest even within the same instructional video. One moment, the instructor might add 20 grams of a particular herb, and the next, only 18. Or perhaps substitute another entirely due to a previous miscalculation with another herb. Yet, such variations do not hinder efficacy. The harmonious blend of two herbs can produce identical results. Initially, Yu Xunge found such practices exasperatingly unprofessional, but over time, she became so engrossed in watching alchemical videos that she often neglected her practical training. Captivated by the presence of the female necromancer in the videos, who resembled a conductor orchestrating the symphony of herbal properties, unbound by rigid formulas. Occasionally, slight errors in her hands could lead to unexpectedly delightful outcomes. As July commenced, Yu Xunge resolved to pause her advanced potion crafting, determining instead to revisit and master all the elementary and intermediate recipes anew. However, on July 1st, Su Itong unexpectedly announced a family gathering, a dinner invitation that felt less like an invitation and more like a proclamation. Yu Xunge prepared herself and made her way to the restaurant. Upon entering the private room, she was not the last to arrive. Both Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuwo were already seated. Prior to this, Yu Xunge had meticulously checked her character panel, ensuring all her equipment and items were secured within her bag, while also stowing two 36-slot bags within the magician's false teeth, leaving her with only a 4-slot bag. After waiting for another half hour, the bodyguard opened the door, and Su Yitong, donning a monocle, was the first to enter. Xunge and her companions rose with smiles to greet her. Su Yitong had altered her hairstyle. Her once straight, shoulder-length hair now cascaded in a wavy parting, with the more voluminous side artfully concealing the emptiness on her right temple. Perhaps due to recent discontent, her expression lacked the former elegance and composure, now appearing somewhat somber, a reflection of the gloom on Yu Xuanhuan's face beside her. It was almost comical. The male protagonist had transformed into a level 9 warrior, while the female lead had become a one-eared figure, who dared to claim they were not a perfect match. Yu Xunge refrained from scrutinizing Su Yitong's new eyewear. Intuitively, she surmised it was likely a prop. After all, one who had lost an ear would psychologically resist wearing glasses that required ear support, leading to a mental torment each time they were donned or removed, even if it was merely a monocle. Indeed, Su Yitong's eyewear served as a reconnaissance tool. Although it paled in comparison to the Soros mask she had previously acquired, it was still an item of notable quality. Such reconnaissance equipment was inherently rare, and securing a level-grade item represented a significant achievement for the Su family's third branch, having assembled a dozen individuals for the internal testing. In truth, the attainment of advanced equipment during the very first internal test was a genuine surprise. As for her two brothers, let's not dwell on them. The last internal test is best left unmentioned, as it only brings to mind the discomfort of her ears. Upon entering the room, she immediately employed her investigative skills on Yu Xunge, yet all she perceived were the aspects Yu Xunge wished her to see. Character, Yu Xunge, level 0.0001. Divine gift, unable to investigate. Race, human. Race gift, unable to investigate. Health, 100100. Magic, 100100. Strength, 5. Constitution, 7. Intelligence, 7. Agility, 7. Luck. Charm. Little did Yu Xunge know that Su Yitong's wretched glasses were so subpar. Her series of smooth and charismatic maneuvers appeared as if displayed before the blind. Upon witnessing the experience level of 0001, Su Yitong found herself believing much of what Yu Xunhuan had said. Yu Xunge observed, wide-eyed, as Su Yitong's expression softened, while Yu Xunhuan winked at her from the side. Yu Xunge, what a nuisance. Recently, Yu Xunhuan had been unable to glean any information from Su Yitong through subtle inquiries. Yesterday, he had boldly confessed that he was aware of the game's existence. Thanks to Yu Xunge's revelations, he intended to leave the conversation there, without delving into why Yu Xunge had chosen not to inform Su Yitong. However, unexpectedly, Su Yitong inquired about when Yu Xunge had disclosed this to him, to which Yu Xunhuan replied that it occurred on the 9th or 10th. Instantly, Su Yitong's demeanor lightened as she recounted that on that day, Yu Xunge had messaged her, inviting her to a hotel under the pretense of sharing something significant with her and Yu Xunhuan. Unfortunately, she had been preoccupied and could not attend, leading to her subsequent misfortune at home, including the loss of half her family's gold. How could she possibly feel inclined to meet a brother-in-law's sister? Yu Xunhuan immediately interjected. Indeed, she did extend an invitation to you. She entrusts her confidences to us, her family. Yitong, we are family, are we not? As a result of this incident, Su Yitong had completely relinquished her grievances against Yu Xunhuan. Although she still harbored some thoughts of her being somewhat foolish for confiding in someone who had yet to marry her brother, she considered that, in her own perspective, she had only shared such matters with her family and trusted allies. This reflection led her to find Yu Xunge's naivety endearing. As she regarded her as part of the family, her purpose for visiting today was merely to ascertain the veracity of Yu Xunge's words. Even though she had tested the waters months prior, the absence of investigative tools at that time rendered it fruitless. Although her divine gift prevented her from probing deeper, the experience level of merely 0001 indicated that Yu Xunge's claims of limited playtime were indeed credible. However, Su Yitong refrained from disclosing her participation in the internal test to Yu Xunhuan. Such matters were best kept private. If the other party were to learn of it from someone else, it could potentially strain their relationship. While she did not regard Yu Xunhuan with much weight, there was no need to create unnecessary discord. As for whether Yu Xunhuan would eventually uncover her secrets, Su Yitong was indifferent. She genuinely appreciated his appearance. But that was the extent of her feelings. Chapter 25, Stocking Up. Concerned, Yu Xunge inquired, what is the matter? Yu Xunhuan shook his head and whispered, she is undoubtedly a player. She is concealing this from us. Yu Qingshan asked, what do you mean? Do you have any evidence? Yu Xunhuan pursed her lips. Her ear is injured. The entire right ear is gone. On the 6th, it was still there, but when we meet again on the 14th, she has changed her hairstyle, with neither bandages nor medication applied. Most likely, she has utilized items from the game. Is it true that the healing potion can mend wounds? Yu Xunge shrugged. I only have that one bottle. I gave it to you, and I haven't consumed it myself. Yu Xunhuan sighed in resignation, thinking to herself how she had genuinely begun to regard Yu Xunge as one of her own. The shameless Yu Xunge maintained her smile, taking an angry sip of cola. The Soros mask no longer provided her with a sense of security, even though items below a certain level could not penetrate the information modified by the mask. But what if? What if someone were fortunate enough to acquire a level detection item during the first internal test? Rationally, she understood the improbability. Having seen the finest detection items in her past life barely reach level status, comparable to the Soros glasses. Yet, she could not afford to gamble. The thought of being detected and having her talents exposed left her restless. How could it be that Liang Yuchuan obtained a level detection item during the first internal test, while Su Yitong secured an unknown level detection item in the second? She dared not imagine the scenario where someone would use a level detection item on her. And in the next instant, her personal panel would illuminate above her head, revealing a number of divine talents almost rivaling her attributes. Yu Xunge was awake until the wee hours of the night, unable to find rest. She decided to rise and pack her belongings. Tomorrow, she resolved to seek out the male protagonist's third woman, with the Soros mask in the primary consort's possession and the glasses with the second. Perhaps the final component lay with the youngest. Naturally, she was acquainted with the male protagonist's junior wife. Her only misstep was her late arrival. Yet her influence was not inferior to that of the Su and Liang families. The Han family's power in the city had waned after being ousted by a coalition of other families in the second year of the game's invasion. Retreating to a pre-established territory, she couldn't help but wonder if the city was a repository for discarded goods, as they seemed to leave at will. After searching around, she thought it wise to consider the two Su brothers as well. One mustn't leave empty-handed. Recently, she had grown quite bold, discovering that the Su family's visibility potion was merely of the basic level, and she occasionally indulged in the advanced invisibility potion while wandering through the Su residence. She ventured into the floor where the two brothers resided. Although she had contemplated stealing from them before, one was a domineering CEO, while the other was an athlete, rarely home. However, today, the second brother, Su Jinxian, was present, marking the first time she had seen him at home since the second internal test. In her previous life, Su Jinxian had pursued the path of an archer, becoming a top-tier archer athlete before the game's invasion, and within a month of gamification, he had ascended to the Su family's elite ranks. How could the male protagonist be without his share of troubles? Su Jinxian was the one who relished bullying the male protagonist, occasionally taking the opportunity to belittle him. In female-centric narratives, there are often troublesome sisters-in-law, and in the tales of the male protagonist's struggles, there exist troublesome brothers-in-law. Before marriage, they could maintain basic decorum. Post-marriage, however, everything seemed increasingly irksome. Yet, with the female protagonist protecting the male lead, Su Jinxian was sometimes restrained from going too far and would redirect his ire towards herself. Yu Xunge thought, divine gold. What does it have to do with her? Yu Xuanhuan occasionally brings Yu Xuangu along to participate in the Su family's team activities, under the pretext of repaying her elder sister. However, Yu Xuangu increasingly suspects that this is merely a stratagem to divert attention towards herself. During monster hunting sessions, Su Jinxian often instructs her to take the lead in attracting enemies, and there are instances when his arrows veer off course, moving sluggishly and appearing easily avoidable. Yet, in her attempts to evade these errant arrows, she finds herself injured by the monsters. Though she possesses a temper, in her previous life, after each team endeavor, she would firmly tell Yu Xuanhuan not to summon her again. Even if the Su family distributed materials or equipment based on contribution points after a dungeon run, many of which were quite precious, she was willing to invest more time rather than continue in this manner. In response, Yu Xuanhuan would claim his share of the spoils, apologizing while expressing his desire for familial companionship, and would often complain about Su Jinxian, discussing his skills and character, advising her to avoid him. At that moment, Yu Xuange felt a mix of gratitude and helplessness, but predominantly anger. Why should she share in his grievances? Was she the one who had been wronged? Yet now, with a clearer understanding of Yu Xuanhuan's true nature, she began to wonder if his peculiar behavior was intended to incite her animosity towards Su Jinxian, guiding her to usurp his role. Upon realizing she had not followed his lead, he ceased inviting her to the Su family's gatherings. If this was indeed the case, then could it be that he had also instigated the conflicts between her and the Liang family, as well as the Han family? Goodness, if that were true, why not simply tell her? While she did not actively seek to harm others, she lacked a moral compass, and with a gentle nudge, she could easily be persuaded. As Yu Xuange gazed at Su Jinxian lying on the bed, her frustration only intensified. With the Olympics having passed, and the next one not occurring for another 80 years, she felt unburdened by heavy thoughts. She first invoked the Wheel of Fate to reduce Su Jinxian's luck to 1, then began to incessantly use the command, I want this, this, and this. After an hour of stealth, she successfully pilfered 3 points of agility and 1 point of intelligence from Su Jinxian, feeling quite satisfied with her efforts. Intelligence, 111. Agility, 183. With just the agility attribute, she was already comparable to a level 2 player who had fully invested in agility. Yet, she was still at level 0. Chapter 26, The Han Family. Yu Xuange did not intend to inflict mortal harm upon Su Jinxian, for he ultimately met his demise at the hands of the male protagonist, who harbored feelings for Liang Yuchuan. Was that not destined to end in tragedy? Moreover, prior to his death, He had caused the male protagonist considerable trouble, engaging in schemes, exploitation, and mockery. Even stealing from him, actions that could rival those of a manipulative female character from a romance novel. After acquiring 4 points of attributes, Yu Xuenge began to search Su Jin Xian for any equipment. To her surprise, she discovered a plain cloth belt. Upon donning it, she gained a point in constitution. While she did not disdain this minor enhancement, the belt was exceedingly filthy, as if it had been soaked in pig fat for a decade before being left to dry in the wind. It was indeed a cloth belt, resembling a leather one when pulled out. Forget it, she shouldn't get carried away. She tossed her belt into her backpack. It could fetch a decent sum of several silver coins. After departing from the Su family, Yu Xuenge hurried to Liang Yuchuan's wardrobe. Recently, the Liang family had also implemented a basic visibility potion spray system, much like the Su family. After all, the daily application of the potion throughout the entire estate consumed an astonishing amount, making the procurement of intermediate potions impractical. Liang Yuchuan had been enduring a difficult time, aware that modern technology could not remedy her hand, yet reluctant to resort to prosthetics. Consequently, she was fervently searching for players and had even enlisted several loyal subordinates from the Liang family to join the game. Simultaneously, she harbored suspicions that it was somehow connected to Liang Hui. After all, why did he perish on the very day she lost her hand? With the assistance of the Soros glasses, she was well aware that he too was a player, yet she had refrained from exposing him. Despite dispatching individuals to investigate all of Liang Hui's recent acquaintances, her efforts yielded no results. As progress stagnated, during the second internal test, she discovered that her game character was also missing a forearm. Liang Yuchuan's mental state had become exceedingly alarming. Apart from her family, hardly anyone dared to approach her. After stealing over an hour, she finally made a transaction, with a physique rating of 1. Although she could instantly teleport to the airport, she chose to feign ignorance of this ability while engaging in her activities, allowing anyone attempting to trace her movements to find something. At the airport, she informed Yu Qingshan and the others of her intention to travel to Beijing, having come across information that suggested the presence of players on the forum. Yu Qingshan and the others believed her without question. While waiting for her flight, she closed her eyes and visualized the undead female mentor concocting basic potions in her mind. A cautious voice interrupted her reverie. It was a young girl inquiring if she was Yu Xuenge. Yu Xuenge momentarily froze, her mind flashing through the faces of various foes and former friends from her past lives, none of which matched. The prolonged silence caused the girl to feel anxious. Fearing she had displeased Yu Xuenge, she quickly apologized. "I'm sorry for disturbing you. It wasn't intentional. I couldn't help it. It's been so long since I've heard any news about you." "Oh, fan." Such a distant and pure, yet clumsy affection. Yu Xuenge lowered her mask and exchanged a few words with the girl, even inviting her for a cup of coffee. However, having encountered the bizarre and extraordinary gifts bestowed by the gods, she declined to give an autograph. Even after boarding the plane, Yu Xuenge continued to ponder the encounter. She nearly fell victim to the antics of Han Qianfan and Han Qianhai, this pair of siblings, who almost led her to an alien's bed. Liang Yuchuan was shrewd. She despised individuals who could act yet chose to speak. For her, inflicting physical harm was far more effective than any psychological torment. Her personal motto was that it was better to inflict physical suffering than to toy with one's heart. Each of them was gravely ill in their own ways. Yu Xuanhuan was a son-in-law of 3 surnames. She herself was the protagonist of a tormenting narrative involving 3 surnames, wasn't she? She never comprehended why these 3 women, instead of squabbling amongst themselves, directed their ire toward her. Not only them, but even the male friends of the male lead. She suspected Yu Xuanhuan was orchestrating something behind the scenes, yet lacked evidence. The book was inconsequential, her feelings were paramount, and the Han sisters required proper care. Yu Xuenge stood in the city and called the Gun King, inquiring if he knew the way to the hidden passage. The Gun King replied, "First, head to the bank, then walk north for a kilometer. There, you will find a McKenna S. Upon entering, ask for the Crazy Wednesday special. If he claims it's unavailable, simply request a $2 ice cream cone. If he refuses the cone, insist that he serve the ice cream in a cup instead, and he will guide you from there." Yu Xuenge pondered, why is it that one can access the hidden passage in the city merely by locating the back door of a bar? The Gun King explained, because the place you entered was not truly the dark market. Yu Xuenge clutched her head in disbelief, exclaiming, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I even hired someone there. And you say it wasn't the dark market?" The Gun King responded, "Well, it was merely coincidence that you encountered me. I had just gone out to buy coffee. If you want to find the dark passage, you should go to a CAF and order a cup of black coffee in a 2-pack. If they say they don't have such a large cup, mention that you brought your own beans. When they ask you to show the beans, present a golden bean, and they will lead you inside." Yu Xuenge remained silent for a long while, finally remarking, "The sincerity of the capital's people is truly remarkable." The Gun King replied, "I await your call." With that, he hung up. What's with this subtle ambiguity? Yu Xuenge scoffed, thinking, who would call you? A few minutes later, she found herself squatting by the curb, dialing the Gun King once more. She desired a drink to soothe her troubles. The Gun King asked, "What's wrong? Didn't you get in?" Xunge glanced at the McKenna South across the street. Yes, he took me to a door, and then we just stared at each other. I understood the situation perfectly. I promptly pulled out a wad of cash, but he refused it and even kicked me out. The Gun King explained. They don't accept cash. They only take gold, specifically 2 pieces. Xunge retorted. Why didn't you mention that earlier? The Gun King replied. I wanted you to experience the sincerity of the capital. Chapter 27. Soros, Assemble. After acquiring information about the Han family, Xunge exited and directly sought a massage parlor, opting for a 3-hour package. She intended to rest while receiving the massage, as she did not plan to sleep tonight. Today was July 3rd, and October 10th marked the 3rd internal test. She aimed to hone her alchemy skills as much as possible. Indeed, the massage therapist numbered 88 was a designation reserved for true masters. Xunge fell into a deep slumber during the 3-hour massage, feeling as though she had rested for an entire night. Glancing at the therapist, she mused that once the game invaded, this individual's massage prowess might very well translate into a skill. Xunge decided against seeking a hotel. The massage parlor allowed her to pay for an overnight stay. After confirming the absence of surveillance in the room, she booked the massage room, instructing the attendant to awaken her at 8 the following morning. Once the attendant left, Xunge meticulously checked the room again to ensure there were no cameras. She locked the door, casually placed her bag on the massage bed, and headed to the restroom. Using the illusion spell, she then shifted her form to a nearby shunphone delivery station, not far from the entrance of the dark market. She was not fond of the habit of having others run errands to the crime scene. She preferred to keep her routines unpredictable. She managed to acquire the shipping schedule of the courier service. At this particular hour, a transport vehicle would stop at this station to unload goods before continuing on its journey. The 7th stop was the closest to the Han residence, merely 5 away. Although it was a bit troublesome, she had never been to the Han household before, and with no clear image in her mind, she feared she might inadvertently collide with Han Qianshan. Relying on an actual shunphone delivery truck, Xunge arrived at the outskirts of the Han estate before dusk. In this era, one must reside in a manner to be deemed worthy of being a son-in-law, right? Taking a deep breath, Xunge, equipped with ample experience in home invasions, swiftly located Han Qianshan. As for Han Qianhai, he was merely a relative like herself, but their circumstances were incomparable. Han Qianshan and Han Qianhai shared a bond akin to that of brothers. Even if Han Qianshan eventually fell in love with Xunge, she would never harm Han Qianhai for Xunge's sake. Xunge had envied that in her past life. Today's objective was primarily to acquire Soros, not seek vengeance. Utilizing a potion, she boldly entered Han Qianshan's chamber and expertly slipped inside. To her surprise, Han Qianshan's bed was solid, with a wooden base beneath it. Xunge sat cross-legged at the foot of the bed, relieved to have learned the illusion spell. With her gaze lowered, she refrained from looking at Han Qianshan. For humans are fascinating creatures. Even in slumber, one can keenly sense the gaze of another. Following her usual routine, she activated the fate gear to whet her appetite, reducing Han Qianshan's luck to 1, then proceeded to ensure he would faint, before recklessly consuming a primary healing potion and using I want this, and this on Han Qianshan. Intelligence, 1. Intelligence, 1. Soros hat. 1 stop. She had indeed seen this hat in her past life. So this was the final piece of Soros's set. No, this item truly seemed to be a staple for the female protagonist. She could hardly contain her excitement as she examined the Soros hat. Soros set hat, 33. Level even a diviner capable of traversing the river of fate. I mean, if their skills and items are below level 33, they will be unable to discern your whereabouts. It must be worn to take effect. As she took out this Soros set glasses and Soros set mask and placed them alongside the hat, the black hat, gold-framed glasses, and silver mask emitted a gentle glow, eventually coalescing into a small, exquisite silver pocket watch. Soros's time. You need not know who I am, where I am, or what I am doing. I am pressed for time. Skill 1 Disguise. Whenever you wish, you can conceal all your information. Skill 3 Concealment. Passive. You will be impervious to any divination by anyone or anything, and when someone attempts to divine your whereabouts, you will sense their presence. Soros is indeed the strongest. Even if they are of a higher level, they will only see a veil of mist. I speak of Soros. Set skill. I am pressed for time. Upon use, you will be teleported to the farthest point within your line of sight, not exceeding 5 meters. With a cooldown of 10 seconds. A bountiful harvest. For instance, above Han Qianshan's head, it read, Han Qianshan level 0100100. Xunge suppressed the turmoil within her heart and proceeded to employ her skills against Han Qianshan several times. Constitution 1. Time to leave. She then made her way downstairs to Han Qianhai's room. The gears of fate were still in cooldown, leaving her with no choice but to administer the unconscious thief god set meal. Despite her efforts until dawn, she could only accumulate 2 points in Constitution. Upon exiting the Han Manor, her primary statistics were as follows. Health, 150,150 mana, 200200. Strength, 8. Constitution, 83. Intelligence, 122. Agility, 21. Luck, 10 maximum. Charm, 10 maximum. Her health had finally begun to rise. Constitution was a composite attribute affecting her vitality, defense, magical resistance, mental resistance, and health recovery rate. Initially, her constitution was a mere 6. In earlier increments, her health remained unchanged, but once her constitution surpassed 10, every additional point in constitution would grant her an extra 50 health points. Moreover, each level up would yield a variable increase. Those with high constitution would benefit from greater boosts upon leveling up. Mana followed a similar principle, with the rise in intelligence. Her mana had now reached an impressive 300. Xunge hung her pocket watch around her neck, concealing it beneath her undergarments. If she could, she would have preferred to create a small pocket with a password lock on her undergarments to safeguard the watch. Although the disguise information only needed to be placed in her bag to take effect, to render it undetectable by divination, it had to be worn. Furthermore, to utilize item skills, wearing it was essential. Soros's set skills were too practical for her to forego. After bathing and changing clothes, she unlocked the door and climbed into bed, striving to avoid any sudden demise. When the attendant entered at 8 a.m. to rouse her, she simply requested another 3 hours, ultimately emerging at noon for a meal. She needed to consider what gift to leave for Han Xianshan and Han Xianai. After all, she could not disregard the slave formation she had once etched upon her back. It was Yu Xuanhuan who had arrived in time to rescue her, but now, with her upgraded intellect, she found it odd, reflecting, "Why did you arrive after I had completed the formation and recited the incantation?" It pained her to even contemplate killing Han Xianshan outright. She felt compelled to torment him first before any final act, lest she endure the emptiness akin to having starved for 10 days only to walk into a buffet and restrict herself to a diet of chicken and vegetable salad for the sake of health. With her nemesis eliminated, she would find herself awake in the middle of the night, slapping her own face in disbelief. Really? You just killed him like that? Chapter 28, The Living Bodhisattva. Just like with Yu Xuanhuan? Or perhaps she could procure something illicit for the Han siblings? To her surprise, the tomato mechanism forbade such actions. Yu Xuange pondered, having come this far, she couldn't remain idle. Every moment of idleness made her bones itch. She even suspected she might be ill. She had recently visited the black market and consulted a doctor, who, lacking any medical ethics, remarked that this was not an illness but rather a sign of depravity. Yu Xuange thought to herself, what a venomous tongue. No wonder you can't be a proper doctor. However, this is the only hospital in the area, and the array of services it offers is extensive. She left behind 2 strands of hair, one altered through her disguise skills and the other her own, for the doctor to analyze. While awaiting the results, she intended to search for the mutated artifacts she had heard about in her previous life. She dismissed anything overly grand, those capable of mass production for the battlefield and items of personal significance to their owners. Ideally, she sought artifacts that had a grudge against their masters. Yet, even after finishing a cup of coffee at the CAF, she could not recall any. For any renowned mutated artifact had either profoundly altered its owner's life or brought calamity upon them. The former was not something she wished to pursue, while the latter was indeed scarce. The national order had not crumbled. Despite the darkness that lingered everywhere, there remained a collective resistance against foreign entities. In tumultuous times, strict measures were employed, and the force that had decimated the pet hospital ultimately paid a hefty price. After much contemplation, she recalled a brother of the male protagonist, a man named Yi Dong. At that time, she had failed to understand why a man lacking in every aspect could exude such superiority in her presence. There was no genuine concern or affection. He merely spoke, and upon her rejection, he felt she was ungrateful. In such circumstances, incessantly declaring one's affection and requesting a romantic relationship was not courtship but harassment. Although Yu Xuanhuan did not defend him, she also did not intervene. Reflecting on it now, perhaps both were players at the time, leading them to look down upon ordinary folk. Yi Dong's divine talent was hardly remarkable. It paled in comparison to the myriad talents within the male and female protagonist team. Her own abilities surpassed his by far. However, Yi Dong possessed a mutated artifact that had emerged post-game invasion, allowing him to remain close to the male protagonist. This artifact, a small figurine he had cherished for years, had transformed into his contracted pet after its mutation, capable of enlarging to serve as a puppet or soldier, unleashing skills with attributes equivalent to 80 of its masteress. Even in death, it could be resurrected. The most intriguing aspect was that the contracted item, much like bound equipment, could not be seized, even upon the master's demise. She had no intention of stealing from Yi Dong. Despite his foolishness, he merely expressed himself through flowery words and had a somewhat abrasive demeanor. His gaze could be described as lecherous, and he occasionally remarked to the male protagonist about his leniency towards his sister. Furthermore, while they, along with the puppet, were luring monsters, the puppet would protect everyone but itself. Such transgressions did not warrant death. Yu Xuange considered herself a person of great tolerance. While she believed in repaying grievances and avenging wrongs, she would not resort to annihilating entire families on a whim. Thus, she made her way to Yi Dong's residence. Locating the familiar figurine, a flamboyantly dressed figure wielding a sword. Drawing her dagger, She severed the tiny arms of the figurine, shaved its head, and departed with the fragmented pieces. As she passed the alleyway, she casually crushed the two charming little arms, the small sword, and the layer of scalp, scattering the ashes into a nearby trash bin. Oh, Xunge stood by the roadside, gazing at the street, reflecting. Perhaps she was what one might call a living bodhisattva. As the night deepened, Xunge, having completely forsaken her regular schedule, reappeared in Han Qianshan's room. It was already 2 a.m., and to her astonishment, he had yet to succumb to sleep. Although she had employed a body-doubling spell, she felt it was insufficiently secure and hastily consumed another vial of invisibility potion. Observing Han Qianshan as he smashed various items, she soon noticed Han Qianhai entering, both of them bearing grim expressions. Have you found anything? No, only our attributes have diminished. My top hat is also missing. It must be the work of a thieving skill. Let me discover who that scoundrel is. I shall flay him alive. Yuanli families had been inquired about, but no such incident had surfaced. Xunge felt a sense of satisfaction. The more agitated they became, the more it affirmed her actions were justified. The mention of the Yu family stirred her thoughts. Could it be the direct lineage of Yu Qingshan? However, it was of no consequence to her. After her rebirth, she had verified her lineage, and indeed, she was related to Yu Qingshan, Ichio, and Yu Xuanwan. The dream of being a true heiress had utterly shattered. Xunge decided to lean against the wall and close her eyes in contemplation until Han Qianhai departed. After waiting a while to ensure Han Qianshan had drifted into slumber, she finally rendered him unconscious. After all, fainting in one's dreams differs from losing consciousness while awake. The former merely leads one to suspect they slept like a log, while the latter invites memories upon waking. Due to the constraints of the gaming system, she could only pilfer some attributes and equipment. Thus, Xunge lingered in the city for a week, awaiting results. The similarity between her disguised hair and her actual hair was a mere 99.5, akin to the resemblance between two strangers. It seemed she need not don a swim cap for future disguises. During this interval, Xunge remained industrious, visiting the Han household nightly, come rain or shine. She vowed to be a model citizen henceforth. No troublemaking, no meddling. She would devote herself to her studies. Upon arriving at the airport, she spotted Yu Xuanhuan waiting outside to greet her. Xunge thought, sometimes she truly admired Yu Xuanhuan's dedication to service. It was no wonder that 3 women vied for his attention. Why not simply ask me what time I arrive? Chapter 29, Moving on the Way. She relayed the information she had gathered. Such matters cannot be pursued openly. Everyone is being discreet. The individual we encountered didn't even meet with us in person. We were both on guard. Later, I changed my approach to inquire about unusual occurrences, and I stumbled upon something. Are you aware of a game streamer named Yi Shuizhidong? Hasn't his gaming prowess suddenly escalated? Yu Xuanhuan's eyes sparkled. Yes. We are good friends and have known each other for quite some time. Just recently, our gaming group discussed him, remarking that it seemed as though he had suddenly gained enlightenment. What do you mean? Yu Xuange explained. I mentioned the divine bestowal of talent, right? Such gifts can manifest in myriad ways. I can temporarily manipulate a person's luck. Perhaps other players can influence others through their voices. Subsequently, whether exchanging resources with the officials or retaining them for dungeon runs, both are commendable options. And so, she began a period of focused study. One could only say that her previous academic struggles were due to not having found the right field of study. After she completed a total of 400 recipes spanning both beginner and intermediate levels, she began her second viewing from the start. During this time, she occasionally noted that the spectral instructor in the videos would offer brief explanations. Teacher, you have armed me, exclaimed Xunge. Perhaps, from the perspective of true scholars, there is little distinction between the Blue Star denizens and other races beyond the undead, much like how goblins prioritize wealth and commerce over warfare and glory. Once their professional skills reach a legendary level, they view only the legacy of craftsmanship. She chose not to dwell on such thoughts, instead cherishing the experiences at hand. When she found herself in a creative rut, she would prepare a meal for the cats outside. The Meow Meow hostel lived up to its name, with cats coming and going, yet none lingered for long. The longest a cat would stay was just shy of 3 days. While the villa community did host a few resident feral cats, they merely visited for a meal and did not take up residence. Although Yu Xuange had a fondness for cats, she had no intentions of adopting one. She was far too occupied, frequently venturing out to engage in various endeavors, leaving little time to care for a pet that required constant attention. This arrangement suited her well. She simply needed to prepare a little extra meat with less salt and seasoning during her daily cooking practice to share with the cats, allowing her to enjoy their companionship without the responsibilities of ownership. The meals she prepared for the cats, while composed of the most ordinary meats from the real world, nonetheless bestowed beneficial effects upon consumption. Some would experience a temporary boost in strength, while others would gain enhanced speed, all while maintaining a delightful taste that both the cats and Yu Xuange relished. Although the skills learned from another realm were imparted through a video playing in her mind, the experience differed from following along while watching. The former directly projected into her consciousness, eliminating reaction time and continuously reinforcing her memory. In just half a year, Yu Xunge transformed from a novice in culinary arts to a master chef proficient in hundreds of recipes. With her newfound expertise, even without consulting the recipes, she could concoct dishes that were quite palatable, albeit lacking the enhancement effects. Thus, she dedicated half a day to bake over 1,000 focus-enhancing cookies, indulging in both culinary creation and learning simultaneously. In August, Yu Xunge took a moment to return to her company to formally terminate her contract, subsequently issuing a statement announcing her withdrawal from the public eye. Given her current circumstances, remaining out of the spotlight was prudent. What she had previously confided to Yu Xuanhuan about Yi Dong's peculiar situation was not entirely unfounded. After all, discussions regarding Yi Dong's changes were already circulating in Yu Xuanhuan's gaming group. While such transformations might merely be gossip to the average person, players would quickly connect the dots to the game. She suspected that in her past life, Yi Dong might have abruptly relocated to the city to seek out Yu Xuanhuan, perhaps in an effort to find solace with a trusted friend after being discovered. Yu Xunge's withdrawal from the gaming community sparked considerable online chatter for several days, leading people to recall the recent incident involving her agency's loss of a member and her agent's entanglement in the affair, prompting speculation about her well-being. She had not become fabulously wealthy nor married into a prominent family. Rather, she simply assessed her savings and concluded they were sufficient for her needs. Indeed, the individual depicted in the image selling handbags is none other than myself. I have never had an affinity for such items. My engagement in this profession as a celebrity merely necessitated it. Now that I have withdrawn from the industry, I find it only natural to part with these superfluous belongings. If I were truly in dire financial straits, I would not have stepped back from my career, and I appreciate everyone as concerned. The company has been quite accommodating, and our parting was amicable. I do not have a wealthy boyfriend, nor do I intend to enter into a romantic relationship or marriage. I am not interested in spending someone else's money, as my finances suffice for my own needs. Yu Xuangu spoke with unwavering conviction, as if the recent incident involving the theft of gold from the Su family had not been perpetrated by her. In Chapter 30, Withdrawal from the Industry, within 2 days, Yu Xuanji's news was overshadowed by other events, precisely what she had hoped for. A few colleagues from her friend list reached out, expressing concern over her well-being, and Yu Xuangu addressed each inquiry with poise. Among those who knew her, the most anxious were surprisingly Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua. They presumed her earlier remarks about her work troubles were merely temporary, typical of the entertainment industry where one can be out of work if they fade from the spotlight. However, they did not anticipate that Yu Xuangu would indeed retire. That evening, the duo, accompanied by Yu Xuanhuan, hurried to Yu Xuanji's quaint villa. Upon discovering they could not enter due to fingerprint access issues, they exchanged displeased glances but refrained from voicing their frustrations. Once inside, their primary concern was her future. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three softened, and Yu Xuanhuan felt a sense of relief. He appreciated that his sister took her circumstances seriously, demonstrating maturity in significant matters. After inquiring about the villa's location, Yu Xuangu was forthright, as she preferred honesty over weaving lowly deceptions that could leave her vulnerable. The villa was indeed situated in a remote area, nearly touching the sea. Yu Xuanhuan contemplated this, but remarked that, despite its seclusion, the residents of that region were not ordinary. He had previously considered acquiring property there, even the least expensive of which would cost over 50 million. Modest compared to the nearby estates, yet advantageous due to its proximity. Even though he would reside with the Su family after marrying Su Yidong, he wished to maintain an alternative option. Yu Xuangu even prepared a meal for them, claiming her culinary skills were derived from a video game. To avoid sharing dishes with Yu Xuanhuan, she meticulously portioned out the food and soup beforehand, presenting 4 plates, 1 for each person, ensuring no one encroached upon another's meal. Initially, Yu Qingshan had approached with a sense of indignation, concerned that this child might become a perpetual dependent. However, he left after gifting Yu Xuangu 500,000 as pocket money. Today, she finally found an opportunity to subtly introduce the fact that she owned another villa. Even if this were to come to light later, she had not concealed it from Yu Xuanhuan. As for investments, she was uncertain where Yu Xuanhuan would choose to buy property. It was unlikely he would purchase near the Su family, as having a house so close to others would negate its significance. After that day, whenever Yu Xuangu tossed meat outside, she would inform her cats of her impending move, casually mentioning the address of her 50 million villa, unsure if they comprehended her words. In mid-August, the charming little villa was sold, after all. It was nearly brand new with a 95% completion rate. Although it was somewhat off the beaten path, the villa boasted tasteful decor, allowing for immediate occupancy. Moreover, with property prices soaring recently, purchasing sooner rather than later was a prudent decision. That very day, she moved her belongings into her grand villa, along with the Meow Meow Inn, which found its new home in the villa's backyard. Subsequently, she invested over 10 million in acquiring a modest apartment in the city center. Yu Xuangu sighed, lamenting that if it weren't for the access to the dungeon, she would have been reluctant to spend such a sum. The city center held little allure for her. She had grown weary of the hustle and bustle. Shortly after selling the little villa, Yu Qingshan approached her for a loan. Yu Xuangu, taken aback, exclaimed, "Are you a bloodhound? How did you catch wind of my move? Have you installed surveillance in my home?" Xunge, however, had not resorted to surveillance. "I noticed your WeChat activity had spiked over the past 2 days, and I deduced you were busy relocating." Xunge smacked her thigh in realization and promptly disabled her WeChat step tracker. She transferred 888 to Old Deng, stating, "I'm preoccupied with finding players. Thank you for your concern, Dad. Your reminder about this glaring oversight is appreciated." Xunge retorted, "I lend you hundreds of thousands. And you repay me with a mere 888? Since when did my daughter become so stingy?" Xunge inquired, "Is the money for buying a house for my brother insufficient? Perhaps we should sell our 2-story residence in the city center." Xunge responded, "That is the ancestral home of the Yu family. How could we possibly sell it?" Xunge mused, "Come on, we only moved in when I was 8. It hardly qualifies as an ancient residence." After a few more exchanges regarding the loan, Xunge brought in Isekai to add to the discussion. Xunge candidly expressed, "I am genuinely anxious without a source of income. Moreover, should I encounter someone capable of helping my brother, how would I approach them without funds?" Both Old Deng and Xunge were swayed by her reasoning. Xunge, initially uncertain, realized that the vase had fetched a considerable sum, and combined with their savings, it would suffice to secure a good home for Xunge. However, Xunge desired a property near Xunge's grand villa. After some contemplation, Xunge suggested, "What if we sell the villa you previously invested in to your brother?" Xunge casually replied, "Sure, if you want it, let us set the price at 70 million. When she had visited Hong City to appraise antiques, she had confirmed that the vase Xunge had retrieved from the secret chamber was worth no less than 20 million. Adding this to the 70 million she had provided over the years, and even after deducting the 30 million spent on her villa, she still had nearly 50 million. Furthermore, did Xunge not earn anything during these years? Xunge and Isekai both had jobs. Had they not earned as well? She simply could not believe that Xunge would unreservedly support Xunge. With a tone of mock despair, Xunge lamented, "That was my pocket money from my sister-in-law." "Wait a moment. Dad, you aren't suggesting I simply gift the villa to my brother, are you?" Xunge quickly interjected, "No. How could your father ever do such a thing? The most effective way to deal with hypocritical individuals is to openly articulate their thoughts." Xunge swiftly ended the call, regretting the overly generous incentive he had once provided. Had he known better, he would not have allowed Xunge to purchase a villa for Xunge. Not only did he fail to leverage a significant profit, but he also lost half of what he had previously earned from Xunge. How did he become enlightened? Yet, upon recalling Xunge's fortunate encounter, he could only sigh. It was not that his daughter had gained wisdom. Rather, her insatiable love for money had rendered her increasingly frugal day by day, especially after losing her income. As August drew to a close, Xunge had already watched the introductory and intermediate alchemy videos for the 7th time. On this particular day, she realized that despite doing nothing but watching hours of alchemical content, her alchemical experience had progressed. Although it had only increased by 1 point over the span of several hours, any movement was still progress. Xunge began to re-engage in the crafting of basic potions. She soon discovered a distinct difference. Unlike her previous methodical adherence to the videos, she now felt a sense of freedom while concocting potions. Indeed, it was freedom. Sometimes she could even deviate from the prescribed steps in the videos. Although the potions she created bore no significant difference from the originals, she sensed that at that moment, she had truly stepped into the realm of alchemy. In the early hours, after transforming into a goblin and crafting 3 gold coins, Xunge retired for the night. Recently, she had ceased her visits to Su Yitong and Liang Yuchuan's home to exploit their resources. Perhaps due to her diminishing attributes, she had been unable to obtain any goods even after a month of effort. It was impractical to spend entire nights concealed beneath a bed, consuming potions and stealing. It would be wasteful to squander resources when early-game healing potions held substantial value. Thus, Xunge decided to halt her resource exploitation, opting instead for restful sleep to rejuvenate her energy and prepare for another day of efficient study. However, her pleasant mood abruptly ended at the beginning of September when she learned that Xunge had moved into the same villa district, a mere 2 kilometers from her own residence. Xunge and Isekai invited her to their new villa for a warm meal. To her astonishment, the security booth was considerably larger than her own. The interior was rather bare, lacking appliances, and the meal had been delivered from a nearby restaurant. With a face full of delight for her younger brother, Xunge preemptively declared, "I will cover the appliances." What was a little incentive? She scrutinized Xunge's demeanor and found nothing amiss, though she could not ascertain whether her brother had indeed fallen under any influence. Nonetheless, Xunge did not deliberately avoid the dishes Xunge had touched, although she could have. She refused to let herself be exposed over such trivial matters while sharing the same plate. Within a week, she had enlisted a professional team to measure the dimensions of Xunge's villa for appliances. She chose to remain absent, fearing that the two of them would conspire to compel her to purchase only the best and most expensive items. The finest and most expensive are not meant for your villa. Xunge outfitted her own villa with the best. subsequently donating usable appliances and furniture that had been replaced to her small apartment, while selling off those that could not fit. After spending nearly all of her budget, she retained just under $1 million, sufficient to sustain her until the game's official invasion commenced. Her account in the harbor city still held a staggering $800 million. The more she pondered, the more infuriated she became. How could Xunge possess such wealth yet allow himself to be tricked to such an extent with a mere $5 million? Realizing that it was impossible for her to amass enough experience in advanced alchemy before the third beta test, Xunge resolved to ease the pressure she had placed upon herself. She intended to spend this 800 million Hong Kong dollars in the near future, as her basic needs for food, clothing, and shelter were already met. She did not require additional properties with dungeon entrances for the time being. Managing 2 entrances was already her limit. Dungeons could refresh at any moment, but the rules faced by the various otherworldly beings within differed based on their size. In smaller, lower-level dungeons, these beings could escape to the Blue Star after surviving for just 24 hours. In more complex dungeons, the survival time required increased to 3 days, 7 days, 30 days, or even several years. The more formidable the being, the stricter the requirements for entering the Blue Star. Many dungeon entrances had only been revealed when otherworldly beings entered the Blue Star after being unnoticed for an extended period. As for gold, she still had 473 gold bricks remaining, over 10,000 pounds. She could only wait until the next beta test to seek out the goblins in Blood Moon City, or, at worst, rely on goblin merchants. It seemed that having too much money brought its own set of troubles. Hoarding various potions or raw materials for special items yielded little profit. She had no intention of profiting from national calamity, considering this was a war affecting all of Blue Star. While she could not selflessly contribute, she also could not engage in treacherous behavior that would hinder others. Since hoarding items for resale was not a viable option, she decided it would be more prudent to travel to several cities in search of goblins to sell her gold bricks. After much contemplation, Xunge resolved to make another trip to the harbor city to procure weapons, well-maintained bows and crossbows from bygone eras, or the finest firearms available on the market. Should the game be invaded, any anomaly would be profitable for her. With 800 million Hong Kong dollars converted to gold, she would possess less than 3,000 pounds of gold, even at an exchange rate of 180 to 1 gold coin. That amounted to just over 8,000 gold coins, enough to purchase renowned bows and firearms, easily enough for dozens. In her previous life, a legendary weapon had originated from a collector. After the game invasion, a knife he meticulously polished daily transformed into a top-tier weapon with 3 attributes, requiring only specific stats for equipping, no level prerequisites. A guild offered him 3,000 gold for it, a price deemed exorbitant, even for a level 20 legendary weapon. The Su family had also sought to acquire it, but was met with refusal. However, not long after, Xunge saw that very knife in the hands of Su Baiqi. After informing her family that she would be traveling to the harbor city to find players, an all-encompassing excuse, Xunge flew to the harbor city that evening. She sought out a broker to assist her in locating renowned swords, bows, crossbows, and top-tier firearms. She even employed her pocket watch to investigate the broker, confirming that he was an ordinary broker, not one with divine talents. If she were to purchase raw materials such as herbs, fabrics, or furs with her 800 million, she would need to acquire a warehouse for storage. However, converting her funds into historically significant weapons and top-tier firearms would make spending the 800 million feel as effortless as parting with 8,000. She purchased 3 exquisite bows and 5 crossbows, spending a staggering 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Following the news of a prominent collector of bows and crossbows arriving in the city, Xunge remained in a daze for another week, gradually acquiring an additional 15 bows and 21 crossbows. Ultimately, she expended a total of 500 million Hong Kong dollars to procure 21 bows and 27 crossbows. Perhaps it was due to an abundance of fortune that she also acquired 2 meteorite handguns, the weapons she had long anticipated. Although she had never heard of handguns transforming into exceptional weapons in her previous life, it was unreasonable to expect knowledge of every phenomenon. And astute individuals often keep their prized possessions concealed. Furthermore, many weapons have level requirements post-transformation, and given the slow progression of leveling in this game, it is entirely possible that newly mutated items may not be immediately usable or may remain undiscovered. Chapter 32, The Meteorite Desert Eagle. The authentic meteorite handgun is crafted by an American firearms manufacturer from a meteorite estimated to be 4.5 billion years old, with only 2 existing globally, each priced at an astounding $4 million. Many affluent individuals yearn to purchase one, yet find themselves unable, as these pieces are directly donated to American museums upon completion. However, where there is demand, there are those willing to create. Despite the rarity of meteorites, they are not entirely absent. Through the connections of a broker, Xunge acquired a meteorite handgun from a wealthy businessman who had once spent a fortune commissioning its creation. This singular piece cost 60 million, with no room for negotiation. As the man had been fervently passionate about firearms, investing considerable effort into obtaining meteorites, which are far more valuable than gold, Moreover, he sought skilled artisans for customization, desiring not a mere model but a fully functional replica of the original meteorite handgun. To top it off, he had it customized into his favored Desert Eagle, equipped with the most formidable 50 caliber ammunition, despite the magazine's limited capacity of only 7 rounds. The affluent seller exhibited a reluctance to part with the handguns, as if contemplating a change of heart, and he could not comprehend why he felt the sudden urge to sell. He insisted that Xunge must buy both handguns together, as they were a pair. A cherished possession is priceless, even at a price vastly exceeding its intrinsic value. Xunge paid without hesitation. The meteorite Desert Eagle gleamed in a gray-silver hue, its unique texture harmonizing beautifully with the rugged design of the Desert Eagle. And Xunge fell in love at first sight. Most importantly, she possessed the engineering formula for the ammunition, having studied engineering. Although she likely would not reach advanced levels before the third internal test, she was confident in her ability to repair firearms. In total, Xunge had expended 6.2 billion on bows and crossbows alone. After being introduced to a craftsman, she invested nearly 2 million to have 10,000 arrows of various models, 50,000 crossbow bolts of different types, and 7,000 rounds compatible with the Desert Eagle custom-made. No more could be produced beyond that. Ultimately, she spent over 100 million acquiring various swords and shields. Aside from the meteorite Desert Eagle, the remaining 60 weapons were assembled into 60 identical weapon cases, stacked neatly within her backpack. Should even a few of these weapons undergo mutation, she would not incur a loss. Although even a purple weapon may not necessarily fetch the lofty price of 3,000 gold, for such items are categorized into tiers. The price of a level 10 legendary weapon can differ by several multiples from that of a level 20 legendary weapon. However, these items often possess a price without a market. Though one can afford the cost, the seller may not be inclined to part with it. Throughout most of September, Xunge remained in the port city, not neglecting her alchemical pursuits. She delegated trivial matters to an agent, solely responsible for reviewing the summaries he submitted, then inspecting weapons. If she found one to her liking, she would pay and complete the necessary paperwork. She regarded the accumulation of weapons as a form of mental relaxation, which surprisingly accelerated her alchemical expertise from 5 hours a day to 7. Yet, she still fell short of keeping pace with the third internal test. Speaking of which, the third internal test was scheduled for October 10th, followed by the wedding of Su Yitong and Yu Xuanhuan on October 18th. She marveled at their timing. As expected from the protagonists, engaged days before the second internal test and marrying shortly after the conclusion of the third. The game itself bore witness to their happiness. Did it not? Yu Xuange resolved to ensure that Yu Xuanhuan would miss even the third internal test. On October 1st, she hurried back to the city. The first thing she did was enhance the meals at the Meow Meow Inn. During her absence, she could not cook, so she placed a self-feeding device by the cat's nest. While it may not rival her own culinary creations, it contained premium cat food. After setting down the meat soup she had prepared for the cats, she sat on the steps of the backyard, watching a calico and a tabby vie for their meal. By now, Yu Xuanhuan had moved into a villa district, a place where strangers could hardly enter. Yu Xuanhuan's phone had been encrypted by Su Yitong, rendering the methods from the second internal test ineffective. After much contemplation, Yu Xuange decided to secure herself an alibi for those days. After all, she could employ her shadowy movements. A basic mana potion could replenish 60 mana, while drinking unfinished coffee could restore 500 points of mana, coupled with her base mana of 200, which increased with her intelligence. As long as she could endure, she could venture anywhere. Of course, this was merely theoretical. She remained uncertain about her physical and mental endurance. On the evening of the 4th, she visited the Yu family villa. Although it was considered Yu Xuanhuan's villa, both Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua had moved in. She mentioned her desire to visit Jiang City, and although they had grown accustomed to her recent wanderings, Yu Xuange did not primarily come for that. With a serious tone, she stated, "I have discovered the dates for the first internal test, which is February 2nd, and the second internal test, June 6th. Several other players and I suspect that if there is to be a third internal test, the date will likely be equally significant. While I did not hear of any internal tests on September 9th, subsequent dates such as October 10th and November 11th could potentially be the times for testing. You must keep your phone close on these critical days, do you understand?" Yu Xuanhuan felt a surge of gratitude. For the first time, he experienced a flicker of brotherly affection towards Yu Xuange. Not only Yu Xuanhuan, but Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua were equally touched, though their daughter was frugal. She displayed remarkable generosity in significant matters. Yu Xuanhuan nodded earnestly, "I understand." He grasped Yu Xuange's hand and sincerely expressed, "Thank you." Su Yitong kept everything to herself. She did not believe that the Su family, with its immense influence, could fail to gather such information. Yet, after receiving news, Yu Xinghe made a special effort to remind her. Yu Xinghe patted Yu Xinhua's hand, saying, "Now that our family has all become players, you will have even more confidence within the Su family. Remember, do not entertain any notions of luck. There is only one day in a month like this. Do not be lazy and spare me the sentimentality. I must be on my way." Chapter 33, The Third Internal Test. As soon as Xunge departed, she activated all the manifestation potions and humidifiers in her room, not only adding high-grade manifestation potions, but also ensuring there was enough liquid for the humidifiers to operate for a week. Only then did she drive out of the city, embarking on a self-guided journey to Jiangxing, a distance of 4,000 kilometers. She avoided highways whenever possible and opted for smaller roads. After all, if she traveled on the highway, the location for her shadow teleportation would be on the expressway, and she feared what would happen if she were struck by a car upon arrival. She treated the journey as a map exploration, believing that traversing the route now would increase her future teleportation options. Fortunately, her years of acting had taken her to many cities, so she was somewhat familiar with most of them. However, halfway through her journey, she could barely endure. She wrapped the white belt of constitution she had received from Su Jinxian around her waist and frequently stopped to prepare meals to restore her energy. Finally, on the morning of the 9th, she arrived in Jiangxing. Without attending to anything else, she found a hotel, took a thorough shower, and indulged in a much-needed sleep. At 7 a.m. on the 10th, Xunge made a video call to Ichiogwa, showing her and Yu Qingshan the sights of Jiangxing. She inquired if they wanted any local specialties and reminded them that they must keep an eye on their brother's phone today. After chatting for about 10 minutes, they hung up. Once the call ended, Xunge began her shadow teleportation towards the city. With over 4,000 kilometers ahead of her and her intelligence at 14, she could only move a maximum of 14 kilometers at a time. Given that this distance was neither a highway nor the shortest route, she estimated she would need to teleport approximately 300 times while maintaining the shadow spell throughout. After 50 shadow teleports, she began to feel lightheaded. After 100, nausea set in. She paused to sip coffee to replenish her magical energy and consumed food to enhance her mental fortitude. As she reached 120, then 150, and eventually 200 teleports, she collapsed on the ground and vomited profusely. It was still before 8 a.m., yet rather than feeling relieved, a chill gripped her heart. Despite having left so early and even factoring in her rest time, she still faced unforeseen challenges. Gritting her teeth, she pressed on. Yu Xinhua's fortune was not low, and she too was brimming with luck. After 300 teleports, she was still over 500 kilometers from the city. Suddenly, she retched and spat out blood. Her character's status indicated weakness. Consequently, her attributes diminished by 20 for the next 24 hours. Very well, Xunge muttered, gathering the blood on the ground into a bag for her backpack. Swallowing the fresh blood with her coffee meant to replenish her magical energy. 9 a.m. There was still time. 10:07 a.m. As Xunge entered the city, she replenished her magical energy, fully prepared to incapacitate Yu Xunhuan the moment she stepped into his villa. It was 10:10, with blood pooling in her mouth. Yu Xunge stealthily made her way to Yu Xunhuan's room, only to find it utterly deserted. Anger flared in her eyes. Yet, the more furious she became, the calmer she remained in moments of urgency. Despite her body and spirit being engulfed in fear and regret, her mind and heart remained composed. She took out her phone, utilizing her data to download World of Warcraft, the Rift of Terror. Indeed, Yu Xunhuan would never wish for his divine talents to be known by anyone, not even his own parents. Where could he be? The Yu residence? At 10:11, cloaked in invisibility, Yu Xunge appeared in Yu Xunhuan's room at the Yu family home. No one was there. Perhaps at his apartment? No, that was impossible with Yidong around. Thus, Yu Xunge exited the room and made her way to the study, consuming a phasing potion to walk through walls. In the Yu family's secret chamber, Yu Xunhuan sat atop a wooden crate, his expression one of ecstatic delight as he gazed at his phone. As Yu Xunge approached, she caught a glimpse of the moon reflecting on the screen. In that instant, her soul screamed in madness. Kill him now, or he would soar to unimaginable heights. Yet, in the next moment, she was taken aback by her own calmness, greed, and insanity. She pondered whether the words of restraint she had once told herself were merely excuses. What was this notion of not allowing him too much ease? This philosophy of an eye for an eye? None of it mattered. Perhaps from the moment she drew the thief god card, or even in her past life, she had always coveted Yu Xunhuan's divine gifts. Even if he had never disclosed the full extent of his divine abilities to anyone, they were talents worthy of contention among the three great families. They were gifts that could compel the three proud heirs of the prominent families to set aside their pride and coexist peacefully for his sake. She could not believe Yu Xunhuan was so enchanting as to make the three top-tier heiresses forsake their dignity and pride to share him. On the other side of the wall, she opened her game, simultaneously, through the perspective of shadows. She glimpsed Yu Xunhuan's game interface and beheld his divine talent, God of Food, level. It felt as if her mind had been split in two. One half remained as cold as ice, while the other was filled with fear, madness, and greed clamoring for attention. Yu Xunhuan's avatar appeared within the main city of the Blood Elves, Silvermoon City. Yu Xunge logged into her game, utilizing a disguise to transform herself into a blood elf, then passed through the city gate adorned with wanted posters, where a skeleton and a goblin looked strikingly familiar. She used a teleportation spell to transport her character to Silvermoon City. The third internal test had commenced, and the number of players logging in was exponentially greater than before. The city was bustling with activity, nearly bursting at the seams with people, were it not for the current inability of the alien forces to project their presence. The major cities would hardly be able to accommodate such a crowd. Yu Xuanhuan's avatar stood curiously amidst the vast city, gazing around in wonder. He passed by the inn, the herb shop, and the weapon store, as well as the statue of the Elven King. Yu Xuanga followed in his footsteps, traversing the identical inn shops and passing by the striking statue of the Elven King. She brushed past Yu Xuanhuan and, with a flicker of intent, cast a probing spell upon the silver-haired blood elf. Character Xuanhuan. Divine gift. In the next instant, she unhesitatingly employed her skill. She intended to steal Yu Xuanhuan's divine gift. In the name of the thief god, you attempt to pilfer the gift of the elven player Xuanhuan. The theft was unsuccessful. Target's divine gift level too high. Theft interrupted. Yu Xuanga proceeded towards the city gates while simultaneously opening her quest panel. She noticed that the skill, Thief Goddess Theft, also the theft of robbers, under Thief God, had transformed into an unusable deep gray. Beneath, Immortal, a new divine gift, God of Food, level, incomplete, appeared. Upon expansion, 5 skills were displayed, with only 2 currently illuminated. She had once stolen 3 skills from the undead city lord, yet from the fortunate Xuanhuan, she had only managed to acquire 2. Without perusing the skill descriptions, she exited the city and made her way to the nearest graveyard to Silvermoon City. After using the explosives in her inventory and dropping them at her feet, the screen plunged into darkness. You have died. Chapter 34, God of Food. Theft. The next moment, the screen flickered back to life, revealing the spectral form of the blood elf in the graveyard, mere steps away from her own mangled corpse. Approaching. The screen displayed weak resurrection, prompting her to click confirm. Her character transitioned from ethereal to corporeal, the label beside her name shifting from weak to severely weak. Accompanied by a countdown, 47, 59, 59. All her attribute values had diminished to a mere 40. Yu Xuanga re-entered Silvermoon City. Through the shadows, she observed Yu Xuanhuan accepting quests, the first being a series of high-level tasks. Minutes later, Yu Xuanga, using the architectural landmarks on her screen, once again located Yu Xuanhuan. In the name of the thief god, you attempt to pilfer the gift of the elven player Xuanhuan. The theft was unsuccessful. Target's divine gift level too high. Theft interrupted. Glancing at the time, which read 10:57, she realized she was out of time. Furthermore, in her severely weakened state, she hesitated to risk another death. Uncertain of the consequences that might follow, she was unwilling to gamble with her life due to her greed. Although the game's character state had yet to reflect upon her physical form, after hundreds of phantom shifts, both her body and spirit were on the brink of collapse. Yu Xuanga maneuvered her character towards the goblin district. Wealthy goblins proved elusive. After searching through a dozen, exchanging this and that, she gradually accumulated a total of 1 gold. Albeit at the expense of precious time, with her disguise now dwindling to a mere 5 minutes. Swiftly, Yu Xuanga sought the nearest city gate and dashed out. But mindful of her weakened state, she dared not venture far, instead choosing to stand against the city wall between the 2 gates. Subsequently, she opted to log off. She closed her eyes, the overwhelming sensation of weakness nearly engulfing her, yet she paid it no mind, not even glancing at the package, pocket watch, and dentures strewn upon the ground. Instead, she promptly opened her character panel. Character, Yu Xuanga, level 00001, severely weak, 474,539. Divine Gift, God of Thieves, level. Divine Gift, Immortal, level, incomplete. Divine Gift, God of Food, level, incomplete. Divine Gift, Divine Marksman, level. Race, human. Racial gift, undead while feasting. Health points, 60150. Mana points, 80,200. Strength, 832. Constitution, 1144. Intelligence, 1456. Agility, 2184. Luck, 10 max value. Charm, 10 max value. With trembling hands, she clicked on God of Food. God of Food, level. Even a deity is merely an ingredient in your hands. Skill 1, what is a God of Food? All dishes you create, when rated above 80, have a 20 chance to trigger a critical hit. For every point the score increases, the chance of others triggering a critical hit also rises by 1. Upon triggering a critical hit, the effects of consumption are doubled. If it is your original recipe, as long as the score exceeds 80, the effects for others consuming it will inevitably be doubled. As the creator of the food, when you consume any dish you have prepared, the effects will be threefold. Skill 2, who is Hannibal? If you transform any target into 38 different delicacies, each rated above 90, and consume all 38 alone, you will randomly acquire one of the skills he possessed in life. Each target can only trigger this once. Skill 3 indeed. I am a master chef. The food you prepare is a delicacy. Any dish crafted solely by you with a score above 95 has a 20 chance to randomly increase an attribute by 1. Each target can only trigger this once per day. Skill 4 Friend, look, there's a pot here. The god of food will not receive negative reviews. Mark someone you trust. And all negative emotions from diners towards you will be transferred to the marked target. There are 5 skills, just like the immortal of the Lord of the Undead. With a total of 5 skills. Skills 1 to 4 were fully illuminated, while skill 5 remained a deep gray. At that moment, Xunge felt as though she had been reborn, as if someone had pressed her beneath the depths of water, unable to breathe or move, and at this instant, she finally broke free from her shackles and surged to the surface. She also comprehended why in her previous life, Xunge treated her as he did, why he endeavored to earn her trust, and why his companions harbored such animosity towards her. So that was it. So, that was it very well, Xunge. Yet she did not forgive or find solace in this revelation. Indeed, the humiliation, trampling, and schemes inflicted upon her by those individuals were a consequence of Xunge redirecting their negative emotions towards him. But were they not the ones who enacted the malice? She would not forgive those who had wronged her in her past life for any reason. Everyone may betray her, but she herself cannot betray her essence. Nor can she forsake the suffering she has endured. Xunge trembled as she consumed a vial of blood, yet her health remained at a mere 40. It seemed that before the countdown concluded, her maximum life force would be forever capped at that figure. Nevertheless, she felt an unprecedented clarity and vitality coursing through her being. Adorning herself with a necklace that reduced cooldown time, she nestled beneath her bed for a moment of respite. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon her, yet she dared not succumb to slumber. Instead, she closed her eyes to meditate, attentively observing Xunge's actions through the shadows. She had just witnessed Xunge's original luck value, which mirrored her own, both resting at 10. Although he momentarily overlooked his divine talent due to his thieving god's aptitude, he recalled his skill. Do you wish to exploit for free? With his remaining funds, he procured a substantial quantity of ingredients to embark on his culinary endeavors, focusing solely on the simplest recipes. As a novice in cooking, he harbored no illusions of becoming a culinary master, and most of his creations barely met the grade. He placed the dishes directly upon the ground, allowing passers-by and players to feast at their leisure. Initially, his fortunes were unremarkable, but as more individuals indulged in his offerings, it was as if he had activated a cheat. Within less than 2 hours of questing, he acquired 3 gold coins and a small green item. Having learned the art of cooking, he soon stumbled upon a pouch in the city sewers, containing over 300 gold coins, which he subsequently used to learn jewelry crafting and alchemy. Xunge watched as Xunge leveraged the fortuity of others to offset the alterations she had made to his luck value. Chapter 35. Let the world embrace more love. As the cooldown concluded, Xunge promptly accessed her game. Only 54 minutes remained until the third internal test would conclude. At this juncture, she possessed a total of 2,800 gold coins earned from the 2 elven capitals, in addition to 378 gold accumulated from crafting 3 gold coins daily from June 7th to October 10th. After deducting expenses for teleportation and recipe learning, she retained 108 gold coins, along with 1,084 gold bricks obtained from the Su family. The undead sorceress remained ever busy, yet unexpectedly issued her request. The alchemy master Hesifa requests you to produce 10 basic potions and 10 intermediate potions. She did not specify whether the 10 should be identical, but Xunge understood it as a test of her capabilities. However, since the game relied heavily on progress bars, such nuances were not easily discernible. After a moment of contemplation, she submitted the 20 distinct types of potions that she felt had turned out exceptionally well. Teacher, these are my recent achievements. On the screen, the undead sorceress ceased her motion of swirling test tubes and accepted Xunge's potions. Minutes later, the quest was marked as complete. The reward was a tome, Hesifa's Alchemical Notes. Hesifa's Alchemical Notes, level a compilation of insights and reflections by Alchemy Master Hesifa, chronicling her journey from advanced alchemist to master alchemist. While you cannot glean recipes from its pages, you may discover something far more precious. Their alchemical innovations are driven by the pursuit of glory, yet I am different. My sole ambition is to earn a bit more coin to indulge and drink. Thus, my potions are uniquely remarkable, and those bearing my name invariably sell the best. Despite the passage of time, they remain oblivious to the futility of laboring for love. Hufflepuff, after silently perusing the item description, Xunge retrieved 2,000 gold and handed it to Hufflepuff. I may not be able to return after this. Before she could even hit send, the gold was swiftly claimed by Hufflepuff. Xunge. In the next moment, Hufflepuff tossed her a dark green pouch, Hufflepuff's potion bag, level 08. An ever-increasing number of orders directed to Hufflepuff. This whimsical item is used to store ordered potions, with a maximum stacking capacity of 999. The greatest delight lies not only in its impressive capacity, but also in the fact that it is an item that does not occupy any slots in the inventory. Shortly thereafter, a pop-up appeared. Would you like to bind it? Overjoyed, Xunge immediately clicked yes. This time, she had learned her lesson. She first typed a message to her teacher. This is merely to buy you drinks. No need to give me anything in return. I truly enjoy alchemy. and only after sending it did she generously produce another 1,000 gold for Hufflepuff. Realizing that Hufflepuff had no intention of offering her anything in return, Xunge smiled and turned to leave, as she had to hurry to the auction house. In just a few days, it would be the wedding of Su Yidong and Xunge. After all, family differs from guests, while one could give cash gifts at engagements. It is preferable to present tangible gifts at weddings. Moreover, considering that Su Yidong had generously given her 20 million last time, she could not afford to appear stingy. She felt no resentment in this. After all, she had reaped numerous attribute points, a high-level item, and even an ear from Su Yidong, who remained unaware of her enemies while still providing her with funds. Additionally, with Xunge's divine talent having been severely diminished by 80%, any lingering frustration dissipated. It was challenging to impress Su Yidong with gifts from the real world, yet she was reluctant to part with truly valuable items in the game. Nevertheless, she conceived of a splendid idea. Couch of the Joyous Little Demon. A level item, though practically useless, merely a mattress, costing only 20 gold. Purchased. It would serve perfectly as a wedding gift for Xunge. Binding Stone. Level upon use. It can bind an equipment item to your soul, rendering it indestructible and impervious to theft, even in the presence of a deity of thievery. When your soul dissipates, it too shall turn to ash, returning to the embrace of the void. Xunge, is this specifically for me? Yet, others require it, as do I. At 100 gold each. Xunge directly bought 50. She spent 5,000 gold without a second thought. Following that, Xunge commenced purchasing cooking recipes. Anything available at the auction house that she had not yet learned, she acquired. To avoid duplicates, she bought one and learned one. All these preparations revolved around the god of food talent. Even low-level recipes may not hold much significance. Yet acquiring numerous ones would assist her in crafting her own unique recipes in the future. Once her endeavors with the god of food were complete, she would turn her focus to the sharpshooter talent. Explosive Arrow. Level launches an explosive arrow that detonates upon impact, inflicting damage on the target and enemies within a 2-meter radius. Each use consumes 100 mana points and has no cooldown time. Repulsion. Level the weapon you fire generates a wave of energy that repels enemies, consuming 30 mana points with a cooldown of 3 minutes per use. Soul Resistance. Passive. Provides permanent defense at the soul level, granting immunity to mind control skills and reducing damage from mental attacks by 30. 1 area attack, 1 repulsion, and 1 immunity to mental control. Despite its steep price of 12, even surpassing the cost of Phantom Shift, Xunge did not hesitate to acquire it. She sought high-end skills. The cost of Explosive Arrow was 450 gold, Repulsion 130 gold, and when combined with the 3,000 gold given to Professor Hufflepuff, the 5,000 gold for the Binding Stone, 20 gold for a bed, and 485 gold spent on purchasing and learning recipes, she was left with merely 23 gold. Xunge felt a profound satisfaction. Spending money should be done this way. Passing by the herb shop, she spent her last 23 gold on the herbs required for the high-level visibility potion before departing from the Undead City. She then logged off, simultaneously canceling the shadow in the treasure room. It was only 1,703 hours. Chapter 36. The Sweet Taste of Revenge. Xunge stored her equipment and indulged in a chocolate puff she had cooked herself, a simple dish of low level. She discovered that since acquiring the food god talent, the rating of food now included a scoring system unique to the food god. Chocolate puff, level 64 points, restores a total of 30 health points within 5 seconds. If savored for 10 seconds, one will feel fully nourished and gain 3 constitution points for 5 minutes. A straightforward low-level dessert. However, under the food god talent, the effects were tripled, resulting in a constitution increase of 9 after consuming the puff. Originally, her constitution was 1144, now reflected as constitution 208. Although her health did not increase, she felt an immediate boost in vitality. She then drank a glass of milk to enhance her mental strength. A slight disappointment arose as the effects only tripled. It seemed that once the food god boost was triggered, the effect of the food god's drool pouch could not be activated again. Nonetheless, it served as a decent cover. 2 minutes later, Xunge vanished from the U residence. After several phantom shifts, she returned to her villa, delaying contact with Xunge and the others. Xunge locked her door and indulged in a restful sleep. After the cooldown period of her disguise skill concluded, she transformed into an elderly person and phantom shifted into the airport's restroom. Upon locating the flight to Xinjiang, she took a brief detour around the restroom. After casting the invisibility spell, she entered the pet aerobics cabin of the aircraft, nestled in a corner, and used Anima Gus to morph into a small kitten. Finally settled, the first thing she did was bind the Soros pocket watch with the binding stone. Only then did she feel at ease to lie down. The plane made a brief stopover, taking off at 17:45 and arriving in the frontier city at 9 the following morning. After purchasing a new phone, as soon as it powered on, I inquired in the group chat whether Xunge had succeeded the previous day. However, Xunge had yet to log in. Only Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa were present in the chat. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xunge initiated a video call, asking if they had enjoyed themselves the day before. Both Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa their faces aglow, nodded vigorously, showering Xunge with concern and compliments for being thoughtful and considering her parents. A pang of bitterness welled up inside Xunge. Despite her unwavering kindness in her past life, had she ever received a word of gratitude? Never. She acknowledged her inability to give her all to anyone, not even to her biological parents or siblings, yet whenever she acquired something valuable, they were always on her mind. She had freely given them everything she could, equipment that could be sold for resources, because they claimed they needed it, pets that could enhance combat power, as they expressed their fears of venturing out without protection, and high-level quest items that were in demand, which they helped her procure. Even aware that her uncle Liang Yuchuan's divine gift was to drain the attributes of bed partners, they still urged her to marry him, wiping her reddened eyes. Xunge smiled at the people on her screen, saying, "As long as you are well, that's all that matters." Satisfied by her emotional reaction to their sweet words, Yuqingshan and Ichogwa ended the call. "As long as you are content," she thought, sniffing and smiling as she began to devour the lamb before her, feeling it was the most delectable meal she had tasted since her rebirth. Where was Yuxianhuan? Exhausted from a fit of rage the previous night, he had fallen asleep after smashing things. No matter how formidable the passive ability of the thief god was, it could not compete with the owner's constant yearning for it. Almost immediately after the closed beta ended, Yuxianhuan began to fervently attempt to summon his divine gift, and then it appeared. Alas, 5 dazzling skills, only 1 remained. While the 4 most crucial ones had faded to gray, what was the most agonizing part? It was obtaining something only to lose it before even relishing in its glory. Now he was left with nothing. Yuxianhuan lost control, smashing everything he could in the secret chamber. Jewelry, shattered. Antiques, destroyed. Calligraphy and paintings, torn apart. Gold bars, thrown to the ground and trampled. He had never felt such despair in his life. Aware that he resembled a madman at that moment, he was indifferent to it. He felt he was teetering on the brink of insanity. Had he drawn even a mere level, he would not have succumbed to such madness. After wreaking havoc in the treasure room, he emerged to demolish everything in the study and living room. Eventually, exhausted from his rampage, Yuxianhuan lay down in despair and fell into a deep, hopeless slumber. After Yuqingshan and Ichogwa concluded their call with Xunge, they scoured the world for their son. Upon reaching the Yu household, they opened the door to a scene of utter chaos, with their son sprawled on the floor amidst the wreckage. Upon waking him, Ichogwa inquired, but he remained unresponsive. "What about Yuqingshan?" Following the trail of the crime scene, I ascended to the study, where I beheld the shattered antiques and paintings strewn across my family's treasure room. A gasp escaped my lips as I collapsed forward. At that moment, while Xunge was changing hotels, she received a call from Ichogwa. Before the fleeting hours of weakness concluded, she intended to lodge at a hotel opposite the police station. Upon learning that both her father and younger brother were hospitalized, Xunge exclaimed in distress, "Is it serious? They must be all right." Ichogwa replied, "Your father merely fainted. Do you still have that particular medicine?" Honestly. Upon seeing the fragments of antiques on the ground, she too felt faint. "Do you think that is ginseng?" Xunge retorted, "Yes, I've learned how to prepare it. Ask Xuanhuan if he still has some. Let him use it for now. We want to lack this medicine at home in the future." After all, Yuxianhuan had also studied alchemy. By suggesting this, she could earn some goodwill. Ever since she seized Yuxianhuan's divine bestowed talent, the immense hatred within her heart had lessened significantly, allowing her to perceive revenge as a mere game. Yet, her role as the thief of thieves would eternally be reserved for Yuxianhuan, to prevent any potential resurgence until his demise. After exchanging a few more words, Xunge hung up the call and nestled into her hotel room, leaving the curtains and windows wide open, ensuring that her voice could be heard by the police officers across the street. Chapter 37. The Calculations of the Previous Life. On the morning of the 13th, I arrived in the city, heading straight to the hospital after exiting the airport. The old man was still lying there, while Yuxianhuan had already gotten up, as he was to be married in a few days and was dragged by Su Yidong for rehearsal. This was the first time Xunge had heard of rehearsals for a wedding. Upon arriving at the hospital, she handed 2 bottles of basic treatment potions to Yuqingshan. He stared blankly at the ceiling as Ichogwa pried his mouth open to administer the medicine. Yuqingshan showed no reaction, and Xunge observed coldly. Fearing he had become a vegetable, Ichogwa hesitated, unsure of how to express herself. This matter had been concealed from her daughter for years, and revealing it suddenly felt painfully sentimental, so she merely stated she didn't know. Xunge was not genuinely concerned. Her primary reason for this visit was to investigate the divine talents of the two. In her previous life, she lacked any investigative tools, relying solely on her observations or what others disclosed. Ichogwa had mentioned that her divine talent was related to cooking, as the dishes she prepared had a chance to enhance a person's attributes, albeit only 5. At that time, she had remarked that Ichogwa and Yuxianhuan truly were mother and son, with their divine talents both tied to culinary arts. However, in retrospect, Ichogwa's divine talent now appeared to be fire-related, with increasing damage bonuses for fire-related skills as she spoke more, resetting daily. No wonder this was all to complement Yu Xuanhuan's god of food talent. High-quality ingredients would inevitably elevate the dish's rating, yet a mediocre taste indicated an average score. As long as the score did not exceed 80, the effect of a culinary critical hit would not trigger, preventing any association between these dishes and Yu Xuanhuan, thus rendering attribute points a moot point. In contrast, on the side of Yu Xuanhuan, he was not entirely dishonest with himself. He claimed that his talent allowed the food he created to offer a doubled effect when consumed, and indeed, her benefits did indeed double. Occasionally, Yu Xuanhuan would go to great lengths to prepare unique culinary creations solely for her, ensuring that her consumption effects were guaranteed to be 100% doubled. However, after 2 years, she had never allocated a single attribute point. How remarkable it was, meticulously adhering to the limits of various skills, gaining her trust, while simultaneously calculating his own advantage, all without reaping any genuine benefit for himself. Yu Xuange lamented that he had learned nothing substantial. He was not surprised that Yu Xuanhuan envied his fortune. Her luck had always been rather favorable since childhood. Her initial luck value in the game was an impressive 8, surpassing that of most individuals. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, she had still missed the internal testing phase of the game. The reason she missed the first internal test was that she had been outmaneuvered by Lu Zhonglu. But what about the second and third tests? What had she been preoccupied with on the significant dates of June 6th and October 10th in her previous life? The passage of time had rendered Yu Xuange unable to recall clearly. However, those dates were too exceptional, not only marking the internal testing period but also coinciding closely with Yu Xuanhuan's engagement and wedding. She quickly began to recollect certain memories. Before Yu Xuanhuan's marriage, he frequently summoned her to accompany him for rehearsals, later entrusting her with the task of overseeing the wedding site daily. Even though it was primarily staffed by the Su family, there was hardly any opportunity for her to intervene. Standing in the hospital bathroom, Yu Xuange clenched her fists tightly. Had he been scheming against her from such an early stage? As she fixated on the water cascading into the basin, the resentment that had begun to dissipate due to her acquisition of Yu Xuanhuan's food god talent surged back. Why? Not only did he withhold this information from her, but he also orchestrated her repeated oversights. She turned off the faucet and calmly gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Why should she waste her time pondering the motives of her adversary? It was unnecessary, devoid of meaning. Yu Xuange exchanged a brief greeting with Yu Qingshan, who lay in bed before departing. Yu Qingshan's talent was labeled liar. With each lie he uttered, his attack power increased by 0.1, resetting daily. Moreover, he possessed the ability to discern falsehoods. This was consistent with what he had relayed to her in her previous life. He had not lied. Yet, the most sophisticated lies could sometimes be the truth. He had no need to engage in combat. How many lies had he told Yu Xuange? Where could she validate them? Such a family. Upon exiting the hospital, Yu Xuange stood in the sunlight, still feeling a chill seeping from her bones. How could she possibly be a biological member of this family? Never mind, she thought, reflecting on her own actions. She was not in a much better position herself. All were cunning and treacherous beings. Yu Qingshan, a cunning old coin. Ichiogwa, a foolish silver coin. Yu Xuanhuan, a petty silver coin. And here she was, a beautiful silver coin. And Ichiogwa, the simpleton. Let them all muddle through together in familial affection. On the 15th, Yu Xuange accompanied Yu Xuanhuan to the location where he and Su Yitong were rehearsing for the wedding. She watched from a distance, observing Yu Xuanhuan. He appeared to be smiling, seemingly devoid of any pain, no despair, no anger, no sorrow. Yu Xuange found herself increasingly delighted as she observed the unfolding events. The more she suppressed her emotions, the more successful her endeavors became. Just like her, every time she witnessed Yu Xuanhuan sharing laughter with a few others, her desire for retribution intensified. She awaited the moment of his inevitable outburst. After savoring Yu Xuanhuan's performance and FAAD, she pulled Su Yitong into a corner. Her expression shrouded in mystery, and whispered, "I have a wedding gift for you, something from the game. Where shall I present it?" Intrigued, Su Yitong led Yu Xuange to the makeup room, where Yu Xuange beckoned Yu Xuanhuan to join them. Upon entering, she revealed a peculiar item that cast a pallor over her face. The information of unclaimed game props could be discerned upon touch. Su Yitong expressed her gratitude, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Yu Xuanhuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Although slightly awkward, this gift struck a chord with him. He needed it desperately. After several days of gloom, Yu Xuange had brought him the only glimmer of good news, prompting a grateful glance from Yu Xuanhuan towards her. The next day, Yu Xuange was unexpectedly invited by Su Yitong to a new villa at the Su family estate, which was designated as a new home for both Su Yitong and Yu Xuanhuan. Upon entering, she noticed a soft blue light illuminating beneath her feet, accompanied by the scent of a revealing potion, though no mist was visible, suggesting a complete technological upgrade. Su Yitong explained, "Oh, don't mind it. It's a pressure sensor, harmless." Yu Xuange understood. She had been gathering weapons in Port City throughout September and had not visited the Su residence in quite some time. It was likely that the main house had also been fitted with such technology, and the Liang family must have devised various countermeasures. she promptly decided that, in the short term, she would refrain from visiting either the Su or Liang families, as the presence of such censors implied corresponding capture devices. After touring the wedding house, Yushu and Gu stayed for a meal before departing, realizing just how much Su Yitong cherished that gift. Before leaving, Yushu and Gu assured Su Yitong, "On the day you are to be wed, I will use my talents to alter your fate to its fullest potential. Rest assured." This declaration caused a momentary stiffness in Su Yitong's expression. Her previous fortune had once been at maximum value of 10, but inexplicably had dwindled to 8. At that time, she had questioned everyone, even testing Yushu and Gu to ascertain if she was a player with a divine talent capable of cursing others. Later that evening, while dining at the Yushu and family villa, Yushu and Gu praised Su Yitong profusely. In the past, Yushu and Huan would have insisted that she utilize her skills on him, irrespective of any complications that might arise for Yushu and Gu, who had already promised Su Yitong. However, Yushu and Huan had yet to recover from the transformation of his divine talent from one level to another, and merely attending the wedding rehearsal was a testament to his resilience. Meanwhile, Yushu and Qingshan sat at the table, eating slowly, his mind seemingly adrift, giving the impression that his spirit had already departed. Although Ichiguo was aware that her family possessed treasures, Yu Qingshan had only taken her to see them once. She was oblivious to their actual worth, and while her heart ached, the blow she received was not particularly severe. She was a woman of simple understanding. As long as her husband, son, and daughter were well, she felt a sense of happiness in her life. For a time, only the two women at the table engaged in conversation, while the two men mechanically stuffed food into their mouths. On the wedding day, Yushu and Huan sat in the master bedroom of his villa, awaiting Su Yitong's arrival for the marriage proposal. Yu Xuanga and Yu Qingshan had deliberately invited other branches of the Yu family to help stall the Su family, creating a brief commotion before allowing them to enter. Upon utilizing the Wheel of Fate, one could choose whether or not to conceal their target's luck value. Engaging in mischief was one thing, but to elevate someone else's fortune without their knowledge was certainly something that should be revealed. Moreover, Yu Xuanga had no intention of causing trouble on such a day. As the protagonists of their story, even if their luck value dropped to 1, it would not bring them significant misfortune. For instance, despite Yu Xuanhuan's luck value being at 1, the gunman failed to hit him even after firing 7 shots, ultimately resorting to a mere flesh wound. Such absurdity was incomprehensible. She regarded Su Yitong with a gaze that was both cold and scrutinizing. Setting aside the fact that the Su and Liang families had no enmity, merely a minor business dispute, it was unnecessary to forge such a blood feud. Even if Liang Yuchuan had inadvertently offended Su Yitong, why would she need to take matters into her own hands? To further complicate matters, if Su Yitong were simply looking for a grand act out of boredom, why would she only sever Liang Yuchuan's arm and leave him alive, exchanging glances in the process? Had she refrained from indulging in a few drinks beforehand, such a situation might have been avoided. Yet, reason aside, Liang Yuchuan could not forget that piercing gaze even with his eyes closed. Yu Xuanga's glance merely brushed past Liang Yuchuan, as if she were only curious about the guests of the day. She focused on her meal, laughing when appropriate and applauding at the right moments, embodying the essence of an unremarkable relative of the family. Despite her charm drawing covert glances, she remained composed and unassuming. This seemingly ordinary relative, however, employed the powers of a pocket watch to stealthily pilfer from the 37 players at the banquet. Each of them was a familiar face from her past life. The more she stole, the more incensed she became, for nearly every individual had been a source of conflict in her life. In the past, she had even questioned whether she was inherently prone to attracting animosity. But now, she understood that it was because Yu Xuanhuan regarded her as a tank, standing at the forefront to absorb the hostility during battles. By the end of the meal, Yu Xuanga had acquired 2 points in constitution, 2 points in strength, and 1 point in intelligence. It seemed prudent for them to refrain from involving themselves further. After inquiring a few questions and receiving no response from Yu Qingshan, she wisely chose not to press further. Upon returning to her villa, Yu Xuanga added a few dishes to the menu at the Meow Meow Inn in her backyard. Ever since she acquired the culinary deity talent, she developed an inexplicable obsession with perfection in her cooking. If the ingredients were not chopped to her liking, she would feel unsettled. If the heat was insufficient, she would become irritable, and if the dish received a low rating, she would deem herself inadequate. Chapter 39. If you are not biological, then who is? However, Yu Xuanga does not find herself averse to the perfectionism brought about by her divine culinary talent. For this gift can only manifest its exquisite utility through earnest cooking. Nevertheless, she remains unhurried. Since the initial beta test, she has been engulfed in a state of profound anxiety, unable to relax for even a moment, as if a ferocious beast were in pursuit. Now that the greatest threat is at hand, she can afford to slow her pace, at the very least ensuring she sleeps a full 6 hours each night. Reclining on her bed, the humidifier on her nightstand emits a delicate mist of high-grade manifestation potion. Yu Xuanga observes her current attributes: strength, 82, constitution, 112, intelligence, 141, agility, 21. Typically, Individuals who are healthy and physically active start with a base value of 7. Naturally, intelligence is influenced by one's IQ. And a fitness enthusiast might possess a strength or constitution starting value as high as 10, while runners or parkour aficionados boast agility far exceeding 7. Yet, even when considering these peak values, Xunge's attributes are comparable to those of a level 6 player, despite her actual level being 0. With experience gained solely from the few minor tasks completed during the first beta test, along with the task from Hufflepuff, both yielding minimal experience points. The game is set to officially invade in February of next year. Xunge has no intention of providing any hints to those in authority. Although her current plans have reached fruition, her moral standing is inconsequential. The issue lies in the fact that it is unnecessary. During the third beta test, hundreds of thousands logged into the game. While many would seek to survive after receiving their fortunes, there will always be those who differ. Some will wish to flaunt their newfound abilities, while others will aim to accomplish tasks left unfinished. It is impossible to hide such matters. They cannot be concealed. Such individuals will soon reveal themselves, as it was in her past life. Towards the end of 2078, peculiar news frequently emerged. And even a month or two before the game's invasion, rumors began to circulate. Moreover, Xunge believes that the officials must have already received the necessary information. As among the hundreds of thousands, some must be operatives. Otherwise, the response would not have been so swift in her previous life. Those who needed to hoard have done so, those who needed to seize have seized, and those who needed to spend have spent. Xunge now plans to systematically study combat and shooting, dedicating her remaining time to honing her profession and culinary skills. In both hand-to-hand combat and ranged shooting, she is competent. Her close-quarters combat skills were honed through a year of desperate evasion. These are all lethal techniques, devoid of elegance. Each strike aimed at vital points: elbows to the throat, fingers to the eyes, punches to the kidneys, and elbows thrust into the chest. She does not disdain these skills for their lack of aesthetic appeal. Rather, she yearns to learn more. Otherwise, no matter how high her statistics, without the ability to wield them, she cannot truly unleash her power. Any martial art that can form its own school must possess its advantages, and she wishes to pursue systematic learning in this regard. As for ranged shooting, her previous life's shooting was all magic, casting arcane missiles and ice or fireball spells, guided solely by instinct. Perhaps she possesses a genuine talent, and coupled with her role-playing talent, which allows her to store 3 others' abilities, the combination of various skills has enabled her to evade capture for an entire year. However, does she not now possess the divine gift of the archer? To neglect honing her shooting skills would be an affront to such a talent and a disservice to her impressive agility of 21. Xunge still had the funds for her training. In the morning, she focused on combat techniques, learning how to exert force more effectively, which parts of her body could serve as weapons, and how to escape when restricted. In the afternoon, she practiced shooting, mastering the control of shooting distance and calculating wind direction. Unlike her previous life's haphazard methods, Xunge felt a transformation with each passing day. Those physical statistics were no longer mere numbers. She had become more agile and perceptive, capable of exerting greater strength. Her shooting coach was astonished by her innate talent. On her first day, her bow stance was far from standard, clearly indicative of her self-taught background. In less than a week, she could hit the target consistently from a distance of 30 meters. Had it not been for the knowledge of her true age of 26, they might have recommended her to try out for the national team. However, it was peculiar that after shooting a few arrows, she would invariably miss once. Perhaps it was due to the gentler strength typically associated with women. Yet, it was not a lack of strength that plagued Xunge. She simply wished to conceal the fact that her 7th shot was destined to be a critical hit. Hence, each time she reached for her 7th arrow, she would deliberately draw the bowstring only slightly, allowing the arrow to flutter feebly away. Xunge was acutely aware of her own capabilities. She could manage accuracy when given time to aim, but in rapid-fire situations, her hit rate plummeted to 60, and the odds diminished further with moving targets. Not to mention while running. Nevertheless, she remained undeterred. Everything was just beginning. While Xunge was engrossed in her training, Xunge finally regained his composure and began to secure the fragments of his past. He maintained an optimistic outlook, noting that despite his son losing a significant part of his vitality, he remained resilient, and his daughter was actively seeking treatment methods. Perhaps there was even a skill to restore items. One must believe in miracles. Thus, from that day forth, Xunge began to inquire about information regarding players. Interestingly, Ichiogwa became the happiest member of the family aside from Xunge, with her son marrying into a wealthy family and her entire family experiencing fortuitous events. She found it hard to conceive a reason for unhappiness. As for what surname her future grandchildren would carry, she was indifferent. They certainly wouldn't bear the surname E. So what difference did it make? She felt quite enlightened, akin to those astute women who navigate life with clarity. Her only regret was that her daughter no longer provided her with discretionary funds. Xunge found it amusing. Her son had married into affluence, yet still sought financial assistance from her, an unemployed wanderer. Happy Chiogwa. Xunge, darling, I have my eye on a handbag. Feeling shy, Yu Xuanga promptly pressed and held the message, clicked, quote, and tagged Yu Xuanhuan. Yu Xuanhuan, dear brother, I have my sights set on a firearm. Feeling shy, she urged the wealthy son-in-law to part with some gold coins. Yu Xuanhuan. Indeed, Yu Xuanhuan was not lacking in funds. The Su family was truly affluent. Ever since he married into the Su family and became part of it, he received a monthly allowance of 5 million directly deposited into his account as pocket money, with meals and lodging provided at home, and clothing either purchased or tailored for him. This 5 million was purely discretionary spending. Living off his wife's fortune was undeniably delightful. Moreover, his wedding night went exceedingly well. The bed gifted by Yu Xuanga indeed had its merits, as they engaged in passionate union until dawn broke. Having completely forgotten about the pressing matters at hand, Su Yitong felt a sense of satisfaction, albeit tinged with a vague discomfort that she couldn't quite pinpoint. With this thought in mind, Yu Xuanhuan generously transferred 500,000 to each of the 2 women in his household. He requested their assistance in gathering information regarding the divine bestowal of talents, particularly inquiring whether anyone had received such a gift only to find themselves unable to utilize it. Naturally, the 2 women eagerly agreed, assuring him in the group chat that they would handle the matter with utmost diligence, their customer service rivaling that of the finest establishments. Yu Qingshan also chimed in, sending money to the 2 women, asking them to investigate the existence of skills or items that could restore objects. Again, the 2 responded with an enthusiastic barrage of gratitude, promising to take care of it. However, the 2 women soon forgot about the task entirely. A week later, when Yu Xuanhuan and Yu Qingshan inquired about any updates in the group chat, they were met with an unsettling silence. The mother and daughter feigned ignorance. Yu Xuanga found herself cursing her own name in the chat. Yu Xuanga, oh Yu Xuanga, if you're not my biological mother, then who is? Chapter 40, Training. Yu Xuanga reasoned that she shouldn't provoke anyone unduly and ultimately decided to make her presence known. Yu Xuanga, just tell me if that bed is worth using? Yu Xuanhuan, it's decent enough. Yu Xuanga, indeed. Good things and good news are never easily found. Yu Qingshan and Ichiwa both queried about the bed. Yu Xuanga shared the details of the bed in the group, claiming it was a wedding gift she had given herself. Happy Chihuahua, is there another? Mom wants one too. Your dad could use it. Depressed Qingshan. Yu Xuanga, do you think it's as cheap as cabbage? It's ridiculously expensive. It costs dozens of gold coins. Just look at the current exchange rate for gold and you'll understand its value. Yu Qingshan had recently learned that silver coins were fetching 10,000 each, and gold coins had skyrocketed in price. Depressed Qingshan, I heard it takes 1 million to exchange for a single gold coin, but I haven't heard of anyone actually doing it. Happy Chihuahua, a bed worth tens of millions. That is outrageous. You could buy a house with that. You're so generous in the wrong places. Yu Xuanhuan. Thank you, Yu Xuanga. If you come across anything similar, please purchase it for me first, and I'll transfer you the money later. Yu Xuanga, for a wealthy woman, isn't this more important than a house? Those who understand, understand. Ichiwa fell silent. Even if she spoke up, there was no way for Yu Xuanga to procure a matching bed for her. If only she had hoarded a few more of those beds back then. Once the auction house function activated after the game's invasion, selling those beds would have surely yielded a significant profit. After shutting off her phone, Yu Xuanga found herself in a daze for a few moments, experiencing a fleeting sense of happiness. At times, she even questioned whether her previous life had merely been a dream. If it weren't for enduring the agony of being pinned to the ground and bleeding out until Yu Xuanhuan arrived, or the vision of that book appearing in her mind during her last moments, she would have believed in them, even after being reborn. In this transformed world, her brother occasionally brought her, his sister, into the elite circles to conquer dungeons. Even while their enemies relentlessly pursued her, he risked everything to keep her informed. In her past life, she had been ensnared by a deceptive sense of happiness, which led her to perpetually compromise her own well-being. After securing her phone in a gaming backpack, Yu Xuanga resumed her practice in shooting, clad in a sports bra and a fitted tank top on her upper half, and long pants on her lower half. She carried a small, worn pouch with 4 compartments, containing 2 tubes of basic healing potions, a roll of first aid bandages that would continuously restore health upon use, and her phone. 2 36-slot bags, along with the potion pouch and other items, were tucked away in the magician's false teeth. Most importantly, the Soros pocket watch, bound to her, hung conspicuously around her neck, secured within her form-fitting attire. The binding meant it could neither be lost nor stolen. Anyone attempting to touch the watch would merely grasp at air, save for its rightful owner. To onlookers, it merely appeared as a silver necklace, and even an accidental brush against her chest would yield nothing tangible. As she was about to make a move, she hesitated. Catching the curious gaze of her coach, Yu Xuanga smiled and mentioned a thought that had crossed her mind. Just moments before, she had sensed someone attempting to divine her information, but the Soros pocket watch shielded her from their gaze. Through the fog in her mind, it felt as though she traversed the galaxy of time and space, catching a glimpse of a young man with a buzz cut who sought to peer into her essence. After class, Yu Xuanga ventured to a nearby restaurant for a meal. Whether it was due to her overflowing charm or the myriad of experiences she had endured, her aura now radiated an even more captivating allure. The enigmatic presence of a thief, the chilling immortality of the undead, the boldness of a sharpshooter, the warmth and approachability of a culinary master, combined with her own restraint and wildness, melded into a potent essence. Accompanied by her exquisitely gentle and intellectual visage, her mere presence on the streets drew the unbidden attention of passers-by. She often felt eyes upon her, capturing candid photographs, a phenomenon unavoidable in this era. Moreover, having stepped back from the limelight and devoid of a fanbase, any mention of her online now came from genuine bystanders, predominantly filled with praise. This led to sporadic bursts of attention, yet Xunge remained indifferent, eschewing any form of publicity. Her life revolved around training in martial arts, honing her shooting skills, and dining, gradually fading from the spotlight once more. Xunge nearly forgot about that troublesome individual. First, she confirmed that they were not a player, and without hesitation, she expelled them, bestowing upon them a fate gear, which adjusted their luck to a mere 1. Meanwhile, the investigation into Lu Hongsheng continued, scrutinizing those who had conflicts with him. Even after the gaming matters had surfaced, completely exonerating Lu Zhonglu, no one turned their gaze toward Xunge. This was partly because Lu Hongsheng had yet to act against her, partly due to the absence of any conflict, and also because Lu Zhonglu remained alive and well. Although she had been used as a pawn, many believed her to be merely a scapegoat for the perpetrator. However, should Lu Zhonglu also meet her end, the situation would undoubtedly take an unpredictable turn. Xunge did not seek out a teacher to instruct her in the culinary arts, as her passion for cooking had always been rather tepid. In the realm of gaming, her culinary skills sufficed, and she often prepared meals for herself. Yet she had refrained from immersing herself too deeply in the craft. She feared that her endeavors might inadvertently provoke the sensitive disposition of Xunge. She had endured too much hardship to expose herself on this matter. Furthermore, the cooking videos that accompanied her skill were exceedingly detailed, with techniques that diverged significantly from real-world culinary practices, rendering the need for a teacher unnecessary. Recently, an increasing number of cats had taken refuge in the backyard of her villa, a fortunate circumstance given that autumn was now upon them, and the felines were relatively calm. The secluded location of her villa ensured that their presence went unnoticed. Chapter 41. Earning extra income through Fate's Gears. Today, the weather was splendid, and Xunge seized the rare opportunity to refrain from her usual endeavors. Instead, she summoned a maid to conduct a thorough cleaning of her home, while she personally attended to the washing of the cat nest she had dubbed 10,000 cats slaughtered. During this time, she not only scrutinized whether the maid was a player, but also concealed her own shadow within the maid's shadow as a means of surveillance. After all, with so many secrets in play, if she were to discover that the maid was sent by someone else, and if any monitoring devices were placed in her home, her cover would be blown. Xunge felt that the paranoia she developed while fleeing for her life would never dissipate. She found herself suspicious of anyone who approached her. However, she had developed a peculiar fondness for her paranoia, regretting only her decision not to acquire cleaning skills, which would have spared her the need to invite strangers into her home. Although she remained unaware of the potential benefits that the cat nest might bestow upon her, she was resolute in her determination to bind it with a binding stone as soon as it mutated following the game's invasion. Having previously transformed a pet hospital into a small power in her last life, which was indeed a remarkable item, as she basked in the sun with the cats, she observed 7 or 8 of them sprawled lazily on the ground. In the past, she had been preoccupied with her tasks, often lost in thought even while in the backyard, rendering her oblivious to the comings and goings of these cats. Yet today, she noticed 2 felines that seemed familiar, either from August or perhaps from her time in the 30 million villa. She was certain she had seen them before. One was a plump snow-white tabby, and the other a rotund black and white cow cat. She silently committed their appearances to memory. The maid had spent the entire day tidying up, and Xunge, wishing to limit the number of people in her home, had only employed her. She paid generously, offering 10,000 for a thorough cleaning and organization of the entire villa, an enticing opportunity that many maids vied for, as a day's work here surpassed half a month's earnings elsewhere. After inspecting the pristine results, she promptly compensated the maid and escorted her to the door, firmly declining her request to connect on WeChat and refraining from mentioning any future engagements. She would certainly opt for another individual for her next cleaning, as repeatedly employing the same person could easily lead to complications. Her experiences from her previous life remained her most treasured asset. Just after bidding farewell to the maid, she received a message from Su Itong. The young lady, valuing her time, wasted no words on pleasantries and inquired whether Xunge would be willing to earn money using her divine skills. For each task she completed for the Su family utilizing her divine talents, they would compensate her with 100. It is not surprising that Xunge found herself confronted by Su Itong. After all, her initial proposal to utilize her skills on Su Itong's wedding day was driven by the prospect of profit. This opportunity for monetary gain was too enticing to dismiss, especially since the financial market had several months before its anticipated collapse. However, She was unwilling to forge enmities for the Su family, nor did she desire to become a target for others. Xunge, I shall only accept orders to elevate a person's luck to the maximum value of 10, and will not entertain requests to reduce it to 1. She refrained from mentioning the intermediate values of 29. For the primary purpose of her skill was to either harm or assist others, who would desire those in-between numbers. Su Itong comprehended her intent. Seeking to purchase a shield with a mere million seemed rather trivial. She readily specified the time and mentioned that someone would come to fetch her. Xunge was not apprehensive that Su Itong's assurances were mere platitudes. The Su family was known for their reliability in such matters. Those within their inner circle were often compensated generously, and any subsequent attempts to suppress them privately would be a matter for another day. What mattered was the present. As long as she assisted the Su family, they would undoubtedly reward her, ensuring that no one would feel that becoming part of the Su family would lead to a lack of earnings. Xunge intentionally cleared her schedule for that day. When the appointed hour arrived, a vehicle from the Su family halted outside her villa. Upon entering the car, she discovered that Su Itong was also present. During their conversation, she subtly offered a word of caution. Although she could modify luck values, luck was not the same as fate. Many circumstances could not be altered solely through luck. Su Itong nodded in acknowledgement. Rest assured, having personally experienced a decline from luck 10 to luck 8, she understood the nuanced difference. Her life had not undergone a significant transformation, remaining smooth and favorable. Yet, it was no longer as seamless as before. If quantified, where she once desired a 1 and received a 15 or even a 2, now seeking a 1 would yield only a 1. She wished to convince herself that it was merely a psychological effect, yet once luck became quantifiable, certain realities could not be deceived. Their destination was a private room in a restaurant. Upon entering, Xunge maintained an expression of indifference, seemingly unconcerned about the identities of those within the room. Despite the previous humiliation she had endured at the hands of this woman, who had trampled her face during countless practice sessions, Su Itong pointed to a young man with a crew cut seated beside Liang Yuchuan and instructed Xunge to employ faith's gear on him. Xunge asked no questions and feigned no concern. She extended her fingers toward the young man, closed her eyes, and after a few seconds, declared, "Done." The young man glanced at his data panel, noting that his luck had transformed into a 10, and he subtly nodded at Liang Yuchuan. As soon as he entered the car, the transfer information arrived. Yet, during the ride, Xunge sensed once more that someone was probing into her information. It was once again the young man with the crew cut. A smirk tugged at her lips. It appeared that the Liang family and the Su family had indeed formed an alliance. Not long after Su Itong's wedding, a covert discussion had taken place between the Liang and Su families. The Su family was astounded to learn that someone had infiltrated the Liang family and severed Liang Yuchuan's arm, while the Liang family was equally shocked to discover that not only had the youngest daughter of the Su family suffered a similar fate, but a substantial amount of gold bricks had also been stolen from the Su family's treasury. This situation had become decidedly awkward when the Liang family arrived. Even the most rational among them could not escape a twinge of misplaced resentment. Perhaps the Su family had provoked someone, and the assailant sought to exact revenge on the Su family through the Liang family. Yet, the outcome was quite the opposite. The Su family was not spared from misfortune either. Their emotions were complex. Although Su Itong had suffered an injury, it was merely the loss of an ear. While her hearing was affected, it paled in comparison to the severity of losing a limb. With a bit of concealment, few would notice her missing ear. As for the gold brick, though painful, the Su family's substantial wealth meant they would not be crippled by such a minor loss. Traditionally, family scandals are kept private. But the Liang family, despite their pretense of negotiation, would be quick to turn against the Su family if no satisfactory explanation was provided. Liang Yuchuan's claim of having seen the culprit as Su Itong could easily spark conflict between the two families. Both sides exchanged glances, enveloped in silence. Chapter 42. The costume Liang Yuchuan and Su Itong wore expressions as bleak as the waters, both feeling a profound sense of humiliation. Recently, the Liang family had been focused on the development of a game, with all members immersed in it. After the closed beta testing concluded, they sought information about players, particularly those endowed with divine talents and divination skills. However, when they finally identified a promising lead, they found that the individual could not perform any divination. As the two families convened, it became evident that the assailant must have grievances against both the Su and Liang families. The deceased driver, Liang Hui, was likely a minor player who had been silenced after collaborating with the perpetrator. Consequently, the elders began to investigate anyone with a vendetta against both families, while the younger generation collaborated to utilize divine talents to uncover clues. Thus, Su Itong sought out Xunge, hoping to enhance the fortune of a player endowed with divination skills, in an attempt to glean some assistance. Yet, the results were disappointingly fruitless. Liang Yuchuan had long been aware of this talent. Having possessed the Eye of Soros, she had scrutinized every member of the Liang family after the first closed beta, naturally uncovering Liang Hui's divine talent. However, she had kept this information to herself. merely informing the family head about the game while observing Liang Hui's behavior to see if he would develop any untoward thoughts from his newfound fortune. Unfortunately, before she could ascertain anything, he met his demise. Despite hearing a name and talent that matched at Xunge's, Liang Yuchuan did not harbor any suspicions. Not everyone could be as fortunate as she was to possess a superior divine talent. Among the nearly 1,000 players in the Liang family, she was the sole individual to have received such an exceptional endowment. Most importantly, the Liang family had already confirmed that divine talents could not be seized by killing their bearers. Therefore, she did not connect the unremarkable Xunge with her family's troubles. That evening, Xunge received a message from Su Yitong. Let us collaborate more in the future. Xunge was unsurprised by Su Yitong's reaction. After all, exchanging 1 million for 6 hours of luck was indeed a modest price. Later, Su Yitong would occasionally seek her out to utilize her skills. When she assisted these individuals, she certainly did not conceal her abilities. In fact, she was eager to proclaim, "Your luck has been augmented to 10. As time passed, her reputation spread within the affluent circles, yet concurrently, the principles of Xunge also became known. She bestowed good fortune upon others while resolutely refusing to bring misfortune. In truth, she could have claimed that her skills solely elevated one's luck, but such a portrayal would be too innocuous and might arouse suspicion. Moreover, in future endeavors, she would require this skill to alter the luck of monsters. So from the outset, she had no intention of hiding her capabilities. Xunge's principles effectively extinguished the malevolent intentions of many, and even when approached privately with offers as high as 20 million, she remained steadfast in her resolve. Over time, people began to believe in her integrity, perceiving her as both astute and cautious. What was more significant was that, no matter the circumstances, she was considered a quasi-member of the Su family, rendering her untouchable. Xunge never anticipated that the skill which had once led to her demise in a previous life would now serve as a means of financial gain. With the conclusion of the third internal test, she ceased to worry about being discovered as a player. The Su family and those who required her divine talent would protect her. Her divine talent, while lacking in menace, was sufficiently unique, akin to divination, and could potentially be of use one day. Furthermore, she was transparent in her dealings, operating this business openly, making her accessible whenever needed. Even if she were to be sacrificed, it would not fall upon her. Importantly, there were numerous players without connections. It was unnecessary to expend effort to capture someone engaged in transactions with prominent families. Xunge's earnings surpassed those she had made as a star by a considerable margin. In her exchanges, she sought only monetary compensation, even though any one of these individuals could more easily procure weapons than she could. Nevertheless, she preferred the inconvenience of purchasing them herself. What if things changed unexpectedly? It was akin to a lottery. If someone owed her 2 coins, she would have them buy a lottery ticket for her, and then, should fortune smile upon her, she might win a grand prize. Xunge mused that, were she in their position, she would likely be infuriated. Currently, she dedicated 23 hours each day to earning extra income using her skills, diligently saving her earnings with plans to journey to the kingdom of Sawadicap at the end of November, drawn by the allure of its many peculiarities. As she sought to gather resources for potential mutations, when she first embarked on her career, she portrayed the devoted bodyguard of the male lead in a drama consisting of 36 episodes, donning black attire for 35 of them. This low-budget period piece unexpectedly gained traction, catapulting her from a newcomer to the 3rd tier of stardom. As for why Xunge possessed such clarity, it was because that very garment had come full circle, dramatically landing in her hands 2 years later. During her initial escape, when she was pursued, she had slain one of her assailants and discovered this garment among the spoils, uncovering her own name sewn into the collar. It was her first experience in acting. Although the costume lacked distinctive features, one could merely remark on its decent quality, especially since the female lead would wear it for several months. Despite not being a major celebrity, she held on to aspirations for the future, stitching her name in black thread onto the back collar of the black outfit. Initially, she had no intention of reclaiming that garment, as she had exited the industry gracefully rather than in disgrace. It was improbable that a fan would be so heartbroken as to sell the costume. Having withdrawn from the limelight was already a cold enough act. Surely, she wouldn't seek to snatch opportunities from her own admirers. Xunge promptly sent a private message from her main account, expressing her nostalgia for the past despite her withdrawal from the scene. After some sentimental exchanges, she made a generous offer of 50,000 to purchase the costume. The fan, perhaps feeling guilty or anxious about being discovered by the original owner, inexplicably retracted their intent to sell. Xunge then raised her offer to 100,000. I'm truly sorry, sister. I only wished to sell it out of financial necessity, not due to a lack of fondness for you, came the reply. 150,000, my dear, I genuinely miss it. Whether it was the allure of the generous offer or the endearment that swayed the fan, they ultimately agreed. The costume was cleaned and sanitized before being hung in the wardrobe, a modified black hanfu, unadorned yet elegant, consisting of a black outer robe paired with a wide belt. An actress could wear her own clothing beneath, and with the simple addition of the robe and belt, She could transform and resume her work. Little Blue, the companion who had fled with her for an entire year, was still with her. She contemplated seeking a skilled tailor to embroider subtle patterns on the garment, pondering whether such alterations might elevate its potential. However, she soon abandoned the thought, prioritizing preservation over modification, lest a minor change render the costume incapable of transformation. Since Xunge resumed earning, her family had grown envious once more. The fortunate Xunge sought some funds for his own enjoyment, while the melancholic Xunge also requested financial assistance. Xunge tagged Xuanhuan, proclaiming, "All my money comes from your wife. Can't your divine skills earn you anything?" This remark nearly plunged Xuanhuan back into depression. His divine talents, better left unmentioned, were a sensitive subject. "I still have substantial plans for this money. Intending to purchase some weapons. What do you say, fortunate Xiogua and melancholic Qingshan?" She inquired. "Is that bed truly unavailable for purchase?" Xiogua asked. "What do you mean by that?" Qingshan pressed. "I was just asking," Xiogua replied. "Xunge, do you have any gaming weapons?" Qingshan inquired. "None. I've never seen such things for sale." Xuanhuan, have you encountered any at the Su household? "I have, but it doesn't concern me." The conversation swiftly veered towards gaming. Xunge, why not come over for dinner tonight?" Xuanhuan suggested with a hint of amusement. "Ah, the little silver coins have arrived. Haven't they? Is this what you call a meal?" In an instant, Xunge exited the chat application and booked a flight to the land of Sawadika. Shortly after Xuanhuan sent that message, Xunge shared her location at the airport. "Location information," she stated, before switching off her phone. Xuanhuan stood in the kitchen with a solemn expression, grappling with the frustration of being at an impasse. He had not wished for this predicament, yet he found himself devoid of solutions. Following the third internal test, Su Yitong inquired whether he had become a player. How could he admit that he was not? The distinction between being a player and not was indeed vast, and he feared that Su Yitong would regard him with increasing disdain. When he finally confessed to participating in the game's beta test, Su Yitong's next question was about the divine talent he had drawn. In truth, ever since it became known that everyone possessed a divine talent, it was generally understood that inquiries regarding each other's talents would be avoided, unless in situations requiring collaboration or employment, or if one chose to disclose it voluntarily. This was an unspoken rule, instinctively adhered to even by those with the lowest emotional intelligence. Even when Xunge had openly shared his divine talent with Xuanhuan and the others, Xuanhuan had hesitated to probe further about whether Xunge's talent offered any additional abilities beyond altering others' luck. A single inquiry could be seen as affectionate, but further questioning would tread into the realm of prying into another's privacy and secrets. However, Su Yitong was unencumbered by such reservations. She would not ask her friends about their divine talents, but Xuanhuan, as her husband and possession, was another matter entirely. She felt entitled to know. Just as the Su family would inquire about the divine talents of their employees after allowing them to participate in the beta test, her questions were both justified and assertive. Xuanhuan understood the implications of this dynamic. He would wager that, despite her disdain for the Yu family, Su Yitong would never question Xunge's divine talent. Yet she could directly ask him, as she believed she had the right to govern all aspects of her life. At that moment, Xuanhuan wore no trace of displeasure. Instead, he managed a wry smile and claimed to have drawn a commendable talent, albeit one that was sealed. Under the weight of Su Yitong's probing, he specified that he had obtained a high-level divine talent, but after exiting the game, several skills had turned gray. He downplayed the unusable skills, and while Su Yitong did not overtly express her skepticism, her demeanor grew noticeably more serious. Despite the pressure that might have provoked Su Yitong's discontent, Xuanhuan refrained from revealing the effects of the one usable talent he possessed, swiftly redirecting the conversation to the professional skills he had acquired. Promising to create jewelry and potions for her, they eventually returned to discussing Xunge's talent. If it were not for him, how could Xunge have amassed such wealth? Alas, he had fled so swiftly. Chapter 44. A renewed happiness. Xuanhuan sighed. Reminiscing about when Xunge had first discovered the game and promptly informed them, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Perhaps it was for the best that he had run away. He still had numerous options available and no need to resort to hostility towards Xunge. Reflecting on how fortunate he had become by preparing meals for passers-by in the game, he resolved to undertake a few more ventures. As the year drew to a close, and with the multitude of banquets hosted by the Su family, he pondered whether he could contribute something of value to the festivities. Were those born with a golden key not far more fortunate than Xunge? It would be prudent to keep this matter concealed from the Su family, even though he possesses confidence in his abilities. Should he disclose the effectiveness of his skills to Su Yitong, she would undoubtedly offer her assistance. However, he prefers to maintain a veil of secrecy, revealing nothing unless absolutely necessary. Today, having procured all the ingredients, he could not afford to waste them. The fleeting images of Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiugua flashed through his mind, and in the next moment, he recalled Yi Dong, who still resided in his apartment. With a smile, he commenced preparing the meal, noting that Yi Dong had yet to pay rent despite staying for such an extended period. Unbeknownst to Xunge, Her good-natured younger brother was not only unperturbed, but rather relieved that she had fled. Even if he were to discover her sentiments, he would not be moved. The benevolence of a villain is not true benevolence, but merely a means of treating her as a reserve resource. Upon arriving in the country of Sawadika, she first employed her disguise skill to transform into a bald man, subsequently hiring a guide to assist her in procuring some esoteric items. She had ample funds, yet insisted on acquiring the peculiar, the more antiquated, the better. The guide's smile turned sincere as she thought to herself that yet another Navi client had appeared. In the next moment, Xunge revealed a compact pistol, pressing it against the guide's temple, while brandishing a thick stack of US dollars in her left hand. Which would you prefer, this or this? The guide's smile faltered, revealing a grimace as she candidly replied, but these items don't actually exist. Xunge holstered her weapon and, with calm seriousness, laid out her demands. It can be something associated with a homicide, something steeped in history, or an item rich with stories. As long as you diligently assist me in my search, I shall reward you for each find, starting at 500, and if I am satisfied, the amount shall increase without limit. Seeing that Xunge's demeanor was composed and not that of a maniac poised to kill, the guide, too, regained her tranquility and confirmed. I can only promise to relay all the information I gather, but I cannot guarantee the authenticity of the items. With a smile, Xunge handed her several bills, stating, "That is acceptable. I shall remain here for a week. Your earnings depend on your efforts." Once skeptical of such matters, she had come to recognize their significance following the game invasion, where numerous artifacts were intertwined with metaphysical elements. Even within her homeland, remnants of ancient temples and the incense ashes accumulated over years by esteemed monks had undergone transformations. Though these were later appropriated by the authorities for the protection of the common populace or for use by official military forces, she resolved to invest her time and energy in the grassroots search for such metaphysical items. Acknowledging that their history in her country was too profound and the experience of fraudsters too extensive for her to compete. Moreover, her own collection efforts would draw undue attention. Having enjoyed the protection of the Su family for some time, there were both advantages and disadvantages, while she was not easily targeted. Her every move would certainly attract the scrutiny of those with ulterior motives, especially as smaller families and factions sought insight into the responses of prominent clans like the Su and Liang families. Most attention would be focused on key figures within the Su family, yet Xunge, who had recently engaged in business dealings with the affluent, would also pique curiosity. Although it was unlikely that anyone would follow her around the clock, her prolonged efforts to gather items related to the metaphysical would inevitably raise suspicions. If any historical or storied artifacts underwent changes, her actions would warrant considerable scrutiny. Upon arriving in the kingdom of Sawadika, there certainly remained the possibility of continued pursuit. However, the mundane matters were deftly entrusted to the tour guide while Xunge indulged in the delights of sightseeing and shopping like any ordinary tourist. Perhaps she was overthinking, but her cautious nature left her lamenting her lack of foresight. Once again, it was a spirited battle of wits against the very air itself. Was this a camera from a horror film? At that moment, Xunge, disguised as a bald man, was toying with an ordinary instant camera. Which horror film was it? The tour guide, rubbing his hands together with a sheepish grin, remarked that the filming had ceased because a group of university students, while shooting, encountered something terrifying and could no longer continue. Xunge non-committally set the camera aside and turned her attention to other items on the table. A wolf's fang, said to belong to a wolf that had devoured many, a veil once worn by a princess from centuries past in Thailand, and a small piece of durian shell. Xunge, maintaining her composure, pointed to the durian shell and inquired, "What poignant tale or background does this possess?" She leaned in to catch a whiff and was met with the lingering fragrance of fresh durian. Did the tour guide truly believe his gun was devoid of bullets? With animated gestures, the guide shared the remarkable story of this durian shell. Harvesting durians typically involved one person climbing the tree to cut the fruit, while another stood below to catch it. Unfortunately, this particular durian fell and struck the unfortunate soul on the head, resulting in instant demise, so severe that the fruit never even penetrated the skull. As it was shattered upon impact, Xunge quipped, "Surely, you're not referring to that unfortunate child as yourself?" The guide replied, "Nay, it was my child." Xunge reflected on her misjudgment. How could she think she could outwit swindlers abroad when she struggled against those at home? Although domestic con artists were plentiful, they at least respected one's intelligence. Abroad, the deception was rampant, and they treated her like a fool. Even firearms were of little use. She felt weary. Rather than squander time, she resolved to train diligently and prepare for the impending game invasion. With nearly 30 million in her possession, she found herself at a loss for how to spend it, which was quite vexing. She decided to convert the entirety of her funds into gold. A rationale easily conjured when questioned. She believed the future belonged to players, predicting that currency would depreciate, thus rendering gold a safer investment. In Chapter 45, even the minor players faltered. Xunge also took the opportunity to visit the Yu family villa, placing the latex mattress meant for each Shogwa in the living room. She declined Ichiogua's invitation to stay for dinner and promptly headed to the gold shop. Previously, when Yu Xuanhuan had not yet become a player, she could dine at the Yu residence. However, now that Yu Xuanhuan possessed a modest talent for culinary divinity, she had no desire to consume even a grain of rice from the Yu family. From that day forth, whenever someone sought Yu Xuanga for the Wheel of Destiny, she would only accept gold, approximately 4 pounds for 1 million, based on the current gold price, rounding down from the total. Su Yitong remarked, "This is the first time I've heard of such rounding down, and the mere mention of gold now makes me slightly queasy." Nevertheless, the wealthy were not particularly concerned with such trivial amounts. After modifying their luck, many initially expressed apprehension, wondering if they were prematurely borrowing from their future fortune. Fortune may currently smile upon us, yet misfortune lurks in the shadows, awaiting its turn. Many individuals observe this unfolding tale, and as time progresses, they come to the realization that the outcome remains unaffected. Even when luck appears to favor one, it merely enables the fulfillment of desires within a constrained sphere. It does not bestow success without effort. The effect is akin to a person striving to ascend to the heavens, where a headwind transforms into a favorable breeze. Take, for instance, the young man with a buzz cut who, upon scratching off a lottery ticket to reveal 1 million, promptly purchased 10 more, only to find himself devoid of further fortune thereafter. The divine skill possessed by Yu Xuanga has not waned in demand. Rather, it has attracted even more seekers. People do not require it daily. They simply wish to procure a sense of peace and smooth sailing during significant events, to experience the exhilarating sensation of effortless success, which surely surpasses the utility of a money tree or feng shui trinket. During this time, Yu Xuanhuan, Yu Qingshan, and Ichiogu attempted to exploit connections to receive a dose of happiness once more, to bask in the bliss of luck bestowed by a score of 10. Yu Xuanga readily acquiesced to such trivial requests, with each day comprising a mere 24 hours, and with her skill cooling down for 6 hours after use. The affluent clientele, who primarily seek fortune during daylight hours, find themselves in need before dinner, no later than the evening meal, when discussions often turn to business. Typically, she accommodates 2 clients each day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon, thus reaping golden rewards without disrupting her studies. The drivers escorting her clients allow her to transition directly to her classes after the use of her fateful gift, leaving the nocturnal hours for her family. However, Yu Qingshan and Ichiogu, residing in the same villa complex, are not deterred. Throughout the first half of December, these two diligently strolled to Yu Xuanga's villa daily, seeking her blessing for one of them to receive fortune's favor. With a mere wave of her hand, Yu Xuanga harbored no apprehensions about altering their destinies in such a brief span of time. Ichiogu even lamented that Yu Xuanga had grown distant, as their fingerprints were not recorded at the villa's entrance. To this, Yu Xuanga mused, "Is this truly the excuse I am to hear?" With a furrowed brow, she escorted them to the villa's outer yard, feigning ignorance of Yu Qingshan's disheartened expression. In the relentless pursuit of training, Yu Xuanga has not only learned to harness her power more efficiently, but has also eradicated numerous detrimental close combat habits with her coach's guidance. Her strength attribute now stands at 10. Previously, even at her utmost exertion, she could only muster a force of 67. However, having mastered the techniques of exertion, she can now unleash at least 90% of her strength. Although her primary focus remains on ranged attacks, proficiency in close combat is equally vital. She cannot afford to be rendered ineffective when an opponent closes in. She has acquired various techniques, including elbow strikes and butterfly elbows, and feels formidable in her newfound prowess. With knowledge assimilated, only persistent practice remains in her journey. Thus, she has engaged a new instructor to delve into the art of dagger usage. Similarly, she has mastered the fundamentals of archery, with the remainder relying on daily practice and insight. Now, she embarks on learning the skills of crossbow and firearms. Her heart, once adrift amidst the affairs of Savadi Ka, now steadies itself once more. She had amassed a considerable arsenal of weapons. Rather than gamble on the elusive and improbable mutations with odds less than 1 in 10,000, it would be wiser to devote herself to her studies. However, it is human nature to indulge in risk. The male protagonist had met his demise, and the third female character had fallen into peril. She had placed her bet. Everyone envisioned a bright future ahead. Yet, one individual appeared on the verge of shattering. On that day, Yu Xuanga received a call from Yu Xuanhuan, inquiring if she had time that evening to assist a friend of his in altering his luck value for a fee of 5 pounds of gold per session. What could be wrong with that? A no-risk venture, and it was money taken from Yu Xuanhuan's hands. She readily agreed. Nevertheless, she remained cautious, wary that Yu Xuanhuan might insist on treating her to dinner. She preemptively stated, "Let us be clear, it is impossible to use this skill for free. However, I shall treat you to dinner tonight, accompanied by a fine bottle of wine. Dining at a modest establishment, complemented by a bottle of wine valued at around 200,000, would amount to just 1 pound of gold." Yu Xuanga glanced at herself in the rearview mirror, smoothing her hair, and nodded approvingly. "How generous of you." Then, she deftly turned the steering wheel, guiding the car towards the Yu family villa, bringing along Yu Qingshan and Ichiogu. Although she was unaware of who Yu Xuanhuan's friend was, she could easily surmise it was likely one of his brothers. She preferred not to dine alone with them. Yu Xuanga had always thought that he was either lacking in intelligence or simply foolish. Later, she realized this was what one might call wisdom, for those brothers and friends were moved to tears, offering Yu Xuanhuan substantial assistance. Yu Xuanga found it challenging to articulate her thoughts on Yu Xuanhuan. Perhaps his connections were not solely reliant on luck. Chapter 46. The Precious Mechanisms of Fate. Not only Yu Xuanga, but also Yi Qiuhua and Yu Qingshan had grown accustomed to this. Yu Qingshan would consistently present the recently purchased fine wine, saying it was a cherished bottle he had been reluctant to open. Since you are a friend of Xuanhuan, I shall treat you as a son. Come. Let us share a drink. The dialogue and gestures remained unchanged. Upon entering the private room, she was unsurprised to find Yi Dong, whom Yu Xuanga had encountered recently in the city. However, he appeared haggard and on the brink of collapse. Although his eyes brightened upon seeing Yu Xuanga, they soon dulled again. He had been enduring a streak of misfortune. He had not won a single game, even in favorable circumstances. And controversies surrounding his deceitful dealings with fans had escalated. Those he had offended in the city had come seeking him, and even if he hid away at home, he would find himself choking while eating. Once everyone was seated, Yu Xuanhuan displayed more urgency than Yi Dong himself, producing a 5-pound gold bar and handing it to Yu Xuanga. Sister, please assist my friend. He has been exceedingly unlucky of late. How could someone associated with the male protagonist possess such low fortune? Yu Xuanga quickly deduced that he had likely ingested one of Yu Xuanhuan's home-cooked meals without settling the bill, while others might indulge in a meal without payment. Yu Xuanhuan's version of dining without expense involved secretly cooking for you, fearing you might offer to pay, by financing the alteration of Yi Dong's luck value. He was effectively providing Yi Dong with a sweetener, an act of kindness that would foster greater trust and gratitude. Oh, this strategy had been employed on her in a past life. Yet witnessing Yu Xuanhuan's scheme against a brother he had once shared a bond akin to that of kinship, Yu Xuanga felt an undeniable sense of validation in his decision to come today, perhaps even to savor an extra bowl of rice. With a decisive flourish, Yu Xuanga elevated Yi Dong's luck to 10, allowing him to truly experience the allure of happiness again. Observing Yu Xuanhuan's demeanor, it seemed likely that Yi Dong would frequent this business of his in the future. Even in the event of a game invasion, he intended to monetize this skill. When opening treasure chests, would happiness again be necessary? Despite the fact that Yu Xuanhuan, Yu Xuanga, and Su Yitong boasted maximum luck, 2 of them were protagonists, while the third had only recently transitioned from a luck score of 8 to 10 through diligent effort. The average person typically hovered around a score of 5. Recently, Yu Xuanga had modified the luck values of numerous individuals and had gleaned insights into many through the use of the Soros pocket watch. Among them, even those illustrious figures previously only seen on television boasted luck scores of merely 7. This was hardly surprising, as those who ascended to the pinnacle of success relied on intellect, lineage, emotional intelligence, and hard work. Luck merely served as the cherry on top. However, the act of opening treasure chests in a game bore no relation to intellect, strength, lineage, or appearance. It was purely a matter of luck. In the previous life, the Liang family had meticulously concealed Liang Hui's divine talent, potentially even preparing items to obscure it from prying eyes. It was widely known that the Liang family had a notably high probability of obtaining valuable items after dungeon runs, unlike others, even the Su family, where only Su Yitong consistently found treasures upon opening chests. Once a dungeon commenced, outsiders could not enter, nor could they allow the young lady to open chests after the run. With an exceptionally high treasure opening rate, the Liang family had developed slightly better than the Su family, though the reasons remained a mystery. Yu Xuanga, after Liang Hui had intensively employed the Wheel of Fate skill, deduced the effects of his divine talent based on her experiences. When finally caught by Liang Hui, upon realizing she had nearly unraveled his secret, he conceded, knowing her fate was sealed. Reflecting on this, it seemed that Miss Liang had expended considerable resources to capture her, only to be thwarted by the Su family. Yu Xuanga had firmly resolved to utilize this divine skill to benefit the players in the city. As long as she managed it well, she could earn 4 times a day. Successful individuals do not toil late into the night, yet players would undoubtedly immerse themselves in gaming. The pricing structure, however, required further contemplation. It ought not to remain as inexpensive as it currently was, yet should not be exorbitant, lest it attract undue attention and lead to her downfall. Throughout the meal, Yu Xuanga was lost in thought, refining her plan to monetize the Wheel of Fate. At the dining table, her demeanor towards Yi Dong was rather aloof, yet he dared not voice any complaints. Although he had yet to experience the allure of a luck score of 10, Yu Xuanga was also a player, and who could say whether he might require her divine talent in the future? Any dissatisfaction he harbored would have to be swallowed, at most grumbling internally that this woman lacked understanding. Yu Xuanga paid little heed to Yi Dong's thoughts, while she indeed wished to cultivate Yi Dong as a client. It was Yi Dong who sought her out, not the other way around. She was not in want of clients. Yu Xuanhuan found no fault in Yu Xuanga's demeanor. On the contrary, it underscored how much her brother valued Yi Dong. Upon returning home, though it was quite late. Xunge busied herself for another hour preparing food for the cats in the backyard. As the weather turned cooler, the number of cats in her yard increased, prompting her to commission a charming pet villa to accommodate them. Inside, she placed a cozy cat bed and laid heating pads across the wooden floor. With so many cats arriving, it seemed unkind to allow the feeble to suffer from the cold while the stronger ones occupied the warmest spots. The outdoor faucet was also replaced with a sensor type. Water would flow whenever a cat passed by. Beyond this, there was little more she could do. Crouching before the floor-to-ceiling window between the villa and the yard, Xunge wagged her finger at a calico cat persistently pawing at the door, signaling, not a chance. The cat meowed, but she coldly stood and departed. For days, Xunge had been renovating the cat-friendly yard, purchasing toys and climbing structures for the feline inhabitants, and installing an adjustable canopy overhead to shield them from rain while allowing sunbathing on clear days. She rationalized her enthusiasm as concern for the well-being of the cat beds, insisting it was not a matter of being captivated by the cats. Amidst her endeavors, she contemplated the pricing strategy for the skill, Fate Gear, following the game invasion. The more she pondered, the more she believed she was succumbing to paranoid delusions. The potential dangers of Fate Gear seemed no less significant than those of disguise. It was not without reason that such a skill, capable of altering luck and swapping attributes, warranted scrutiny. Chapter 47. Visitors arrive. However, following the game invasion, circumstances would shift dramatically. If a faction consistently reaped rewards from dungeons that surpassed those of others by 30%, even 10%, over time, the disparity would widen significantly. Currently, players earned insufficient funds, and her pricing reflected that. Yet, as players grew more skilled and affluent, the value of her skill would inevitably increase. She faced a choice: either refrain from using it or ensure a balance, fostering a tacit understanding among the larger factions to leave her untouched. In pursuing balance, she recognized the need to temper her greed. If she dared to demand a share of the final loot from the dungeon runs, she would not survive 3 days. Yet she found it hard to concede. She acknowledged that despite her attempts at restraint and caution, she remained intrinsically a greedy person. This dilemma, however, could be resolved by determining whether her talent had been widely disseminated. Lost in thought, she received a call from the security guard, who informed her that 2 individuals were seeking her out, claiming to have played the game with her on October 10th. The guard's tone was peculiar, likely astonished that someone residing in a grand villa could also be engaged in the gaming scene. Xunge understood. They were players. She was unafraid. Since the visitors had chosen to call upon her in broad daylight, their intentions, regardless of what they might be, were at least initially benevolent. She instructed her staff to usher them inside. The visitors, a man and a woman, were casually dressed. Yet their posture and demeanor suggested they were likely affiliated with her organization. After guiding them to seats and offering them 2 cups of water, she directly inquired about their purpose. The woman with a ponytail introduced herself. "Hello, I am Zhao Shuai. We represent the state." Upon hearing they were officials, Xunge internally rejoiced. Finally, the moment had arrived. For her long-standing dilemma, she had already conceived a solution: how to achieve balance. Simply bring in someone stronger to impose constraints. Of course. Xunge nodded. What a coincidence. I am as well. Zhao Shuai found herself bemused by Xunge's dry humor, a slight smile breaking her initial tension. She had been apprehensive that the other party might be one of those who, after attaining a fortuitous encounter, would become overly self-important. However, it now seemed that, at least outwardly, there was no overt animosity toward the authorities. You surely comprehend my meaning. Seizing the initiative in the conversation, Xunge asked, "Are you seeking my divine gift for cooperation?" The term cooperation weighed heavily on the man with the buzz cut. They were not interested in collaboration, but rather in subjugation. Cooperation implied equality, profit-sharing, and fees for each utilization. Yet he understood that moral coercion was the most foolish approach, especially since the notion that this game might signify the onset of an extraterrestrial invasion was merely conjecture without tangible proof. Wu Qingbai could not restrain himself and blurted out, "Miss you. Have you ever considered serving the country?" Xunge replied, "I pay my taxes." Wu Qingbai, Zhao Shuai laughed again, clearing her throat to regain composure. She had conversed with numerous players recently, and while Xunge was not the most agreeable, she certainly was the calmest. Upon learning of their identities, she neither exhibited excitement nor resistance, nor did she display superiority or trepidation. She was a resolute individual. Zhao Shuai immediately discarded her premeditated rhetoric and asked directly, "How does Miss you envision our cooperation?" Xunge stated, "I can utilize the Wheel of Fate 4 times daily to modify an individual's luck value. I am willing to sell 3 of those opportunities to you. How you choose to use them, whom you collaborate with, is beyond my concern. However, I cannot remain here every day. I trust you can trace my whereabouts. Outside of classes and training, I enjoy traveling." Instead of addressing how to resolve this issue, Zhao Shuai inquired, "What is your price?" Xunge boldly declared, 3 gold coins per instance. Moreover, as players' levels and incomes increased, she intended to raise her prices. Wu Qingbai interjected, "That falls under high income." subject to a 45 tax, for each instance. Yu Xunge, Zhao Shuang. Yu Xunge lifted her coffee cup. It's getting late. Now, I suggest you leave. And do so far away. Zhao Shuang thrust the water cup in front of Wu Qingbai into his hands. Silence. Zhao Shuang commenced negotiating. This price is exorbitant. While we are numerous, you know how challenging it is to earn money within this game. Yu Xunge, the gifts bestowed by the heavens are indeed diverse and peculiar. Not all of them guarantee wealth. She did not speak carelessly, although she had never witnessed it herself, with the existence of deities like the god of food, the god of thieves, and the god of water. Why could there not be a god of wealth? Zhao Shuang maintained her composure. Even if Yu Xunge had indeed guessed correctly, she revealed no signs of faltering. With a total of 520,000 players, it was certain that some possessed divine talents related to fortune, yet that was merely a tiered talent, not a money-printing machine. The exorbitant price of 3 gold coins per use was far too steep. They were not without players boasting a luck level of 10, albeit there were only 2. Subsequently, Zhao Shuang and Wu Qingbai took turns to persuade Yu Xunge to lower her price, their approaches contrasting, one firm, the other gentle. Occasionally, Wu Qingbai would feign folly to ease the atmosphere, clearly demonstrating the rapport of seasoned partners. Initially indifferent to the matter, Yu Xunge's curiosity was piqued by their insistent demeanor. Might I inquire why you are so desperate for my divine talent? Scientific research, international affairs? Both Zhao Shuang and Wu Qingbai shook their heads, their stance unequivocal. They could not disclose the information. Yu Xunge found herself unable to glean any insights from their expressions. In her previous life, even while occasionally accompanying powerful families like the Su and Liang clans on quests, her knowledge was not significantly greater than that of an ordinary person. Much of what she learned came from the news, such as the timing of internal tests and the number of participants, and she remained oblivious to the true secrets behind those ordinary items that had undergone mutations. What, then, could compel this group to so desperately require her divine talent? Scientific endeavors might demand a modicum of luck, yet they fundamentally relied on the brilliance of genius minds and prolonged research processes, which did not necessitate long-term collaboration. As for international matters, that seemed even more far-fetched. It could only pertain to something related to the game, crafting equipment, dungeons, or perhaps, daring to speculate further. Was there someone who possessed a means of entering the game? Indeed, who said that there were only 3 internal tests, who claimed that once the internal testing concluded, one could no longer access the game? In her past life, the official powers consistently overshadowed the major families and conglomerates. Could it truly be solely due to righteousness and sheer numbers? She found that hard to believe, not to mention others. Even Su Baibua and Liang Yuchuan's uncle must have dreamt of seizing power. Yu Xunge's heart raced, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she sat up straight, fixated on the 2 before her, Wu Qingbai and Zhao Shuang. Please, do not look at us like that, it frightens us. Chapter 48. Could it be that I have fallen into a scam? Yu Xunge's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. She withdrew the glasses of water from before them and inquired. Coffee, juice, or tea? Zhao Shuang. This is not good. I have an ominous premonition. Wu Qingbai coughed softly, clenching his fist. Please do not act this way. We are frightened. Yu Xunge prepared 2 cups of the finest coffee and retrieved from her game inventory several highly rated, yet modestly scored pastries, placing them on the table. I apologize for my earlier lack of hospitality. Please forgive me. Zhao Shuang, just speak plainly. Yu Xunge, then I shall be forthright. Do you possess a means of entering the game? The expressions of Zhao Shuang and Wu Qingbai were akin to being struck by a punch. The most undesirable scenario had indeed come to pass. Yu Xunge's talent was too extraordinary, and their demeanor was so transparent that her deduction was hardly surprising. She has seen through the strategies of these 2 actors. Yu Xunge shook her head in regret, stating, it seems we cannot reach a collaboration. Her attitude was unequivocally dismissive. Zhao Shuang took out her phone and asked, may I make a call? Yu Xunge lifted her hand, indicating her approval. After Zhao Shuang departed, Wu Qingbai earnestly inquired, may I ask why you are reluctant to join us? Is it a matter of distrust or unwillingness? Yu Xunge replied candidly, it is both distrust and unwillingness. I am aware that this game is unconventional, and I recognize your greatness, but in places with many people, factions inevitably arise, leading to disputes over interests. Can you assure me that such conflicts do not exist? My previous company had 3 major factions, and I cannot engage in such politics. Wu Qingbai then asked, what about the Su family? Yu Xunge responded, I have never considered joining the Su family or any faction. I prefer to be a lone wolf, a free agent. Although this carries significant risks and I may miss out on valuable insider information, it is still preferable to squandering time in backstabbing intrigues. Wu Qingbai fell silent, unable to counter Yu Xunge's assertions. In any large group, disputes and factions are unavoidable, even with shared objectives. Different philosophies inevitably lead to divisions, hardliners, moderates, and radicals, each with their unique perspectives. Moreover, it is impossible for individuals to be devoid of self-interest. Crisis signifies change. There will always be those who wish to shuffle the deck. He and Zhao Shuang were not even from the same faction. Their partnership implied both collaboration and mutual oversight. To be honest, he was also tired of it all. He had long wished to quit. However, going solo would only lead to Yu Xuange's current predicament: ignorance of the surroundings and inaccessibility to genuine opportunities. Yu Xuange never begrudged necessary expenditures. All right. Zhao Shuang presented a transparent crystal the size of a blueberry to Yu Xuange. Skill storage stone, single use. By using a skill on the stone, it can be stored for another's use. It can be shattered for activation. Creator, Xunge. In her previous life, Yu Xuange had encountered skill stones. Though her knowledge was limited, they were not something she would indulge in, as spending dozens of silver coins or even several gold coins for a one-time use skill was excessively extravagant. This was her first encounter with a blank one. She directed her skill, happiness restored, at the crystal, and red mist spread within, transforming the entire stone into a crimson hue, resembling a small cloud of red fog from a distance. Upon checking her skills, she discovered that happiness restored had entered its cooldown period. It appeared that this stone could not bypass cooldowns, yet it could ensure that some skills with limited uses would not be wasted. She promptly inquired, "How much for this crystal?" Zhao Shuang smiled and, with the demeanor of a top sales representative, replied, 3 gold coins each. Yu Xuange quipped, "Karma comes swiftly." Naturally, the price of 3 gold coins was just. Zhao Shuang continued, "If you wish to purchase, I can offer you a friend's price, 1 skill crystal in exchange for 5 blank crystals." Yu Xuange remained silent, contemplating whether she should seek out the method of crafting these crystals herself, as relying on others for supplies would be too costly. Zhao Shuang remained unfazed by Yu Xuange's silence, proceeding to offer her terms. "We indeed possess a means to enter the game. Our physical bodies will traverse into the realm. Unlike the closed beta, death here is final. We can escort you and even provide protection, but all of this must be compensated with your quota of destiny gears." The balance of power between the two parties shifted dramatically. Yet, Yu Xuange was unhurried, her excitement palpable. There was indeed a way to cross over. "Where's the landing point?" Zhao Shuang replied, "We have an acquaintance who purchased a small abode in the undercity of the necropolis. His talent allows him to open a portal, enabling us to enter the undercity." "Ah, how delightful. An enemy stronghold," Zhao Shuang observed as she watched Yu Xuange's expression transition from exhilaration to tranquility. "What is it? Do you not like it?" "I do," Yu Xuange admitted. The game characters bore little resemblance to her real self, and she possessed a disguise skill. "But how do we exit?" Zhao Shuang continued, "This leads us to another fee. We can transform everyone into charming little creatures, and another player who can disguise himself as a specter will escort us out of the city." Yu Xuange could transform into an animal herself and also disguise. Yet if she wished to conceal these skills, it would require expenditure. She pressed her forehead, feeling a headache arise, akin to the sensation of a blissful zero-cost tour abruptly turning into forced spending upon arrival at the destination. Zhao Shuang's smile grew increasingly radiant. Even Wu Qingbai beside her chuckled joyously. "Is there a time limit?" Yu Xuange queried. "Once I arrive, can I stay as long as I wish?" The cost was undeniably steep, yet in this monopolistic industry, not participating would naturally incur greater expenses, which was quite reasonable. However, the prospect of entering that world signified immense wealth. The price of admission, though high, was justifiable. Chapter 49, Smuggling to Zealand Star. Happiness returns. The cooldown period for a single use was 6 hours, yet with a necklace that reduced cooldowns by 15, she could theoretically utilize it every 306 minutes. If she meticulously timed each cooldown, she would require less than 11 days of skill quota to secure a chance to venture into another world, a price Yu Xuange found entirely acceptable. Were she the one controlling the portal, she would likely set a similar rate, reflective of the opportunity's rarity, while also fostering goodwill with the other party. Yu Xuange stated, "I only need you to transform me into an animal and escort me out of the city. What is the cost for that?" Zhao Shuang replied, 5 skill crystals. "Well, this leads us to another charge," Zhao Shuang added. Yu Xuange responded, "Perhaps you should leave. I shall pretend you never came." Both Zhao Shuang and Wu Qingbai rose simultaneously. "Very well." Yu Xuange raised her hand. "Let us converse civilly." Wu Qingbai retorted, "You want to like what we have to say?" Yu Xuange declared, "I am the grand protagonist of a revenge narrative, Reborn. Do you dare treat me thus? Do you not believe I could genuinely become angered?" Yu Xuange continued, "Do you accept gold coins?" Zhao Shuang replied, "We do not. We only accept your skill crystals. Is it possible for me to take out a loan?" Yu Xuange inquired. "I shall proceed first, and from time to time, I shall repay a few." Zhao Shuang, "Certainly. As for the loan, your situation is unique. You must ensure that you repay every 3 days, with a minimum of 10 crystals each time, and additionally, you are required to pay 5 extra crystals as interest." Yu Xuange, "Are you truly representatives of the state?" Wu Qingbai, "Absolutely genuine." Yu Xuange, "She harbors a lingering suspicion that she has fallen into the clutches of a scam." Once the person was sent away, Yu Xuange sat alone on the sofa, gripping 112 blank skill crystals, the loan contract, and a confidentiality agreement. The confidentiality agreement was detailed. It not only forbade her from disclosing any information about entering the game to anyone, but also mandated that once captured in the alternate realm, she must not reveal any player-related information. Any act of whistleblowing would result in her being muted for several days. Zhao Shuang claimed this was a product of divine bestowal, and having encountered it in her previous life, Xunge examined it, discovering no traps and finding the terms not overly harsh, thus she signed. How did it come to this? She seemed to still be a lone wolf, albeit one burdened with a substantial loan. She contemplated that this skill could potentially be sold for 3 gold coins each time. With 108 uses, rounded, that would amount to 500 gold, wouldn't it? First, she dedicated several days to investigating Zhao Shuang and Wu Qingbai, and once satisfied that they were indeed official representatives, she felt a sense of relief. She then posted an ambiguous message in her social circle, hinting, Lucky 10 has been taken by the officials and will no longer be sold to the public. She proceeded to prepare delectable cookies for the cats in her backyard, far tastier and more nutritious than cat food, and did not cease until she had filled all 5 feeding stations, which would dispense food every 3 hours, sufficient for the cats to feast for a month. Lastly, she communicated in the family group, Xunge, my skills can now only be utilized by state representatives. I will be away on business for over a month, and I cannot disclose my itinerary. Happy autumn fruit. Do they pay? Xunge, what do you think? Happy autumn fruit. I say they must pay. Xunge, they refuse to pay and insist I must pay taxes. Happy autumn fruit. How can this be? Is there no law left? Xunge, exactly. After exchanging a few truths, Xunge changed into attire conducive to movement. Long sleeves, trousers, and boots, made of lightweight and soft material. She did not seek windproof or waterproof qualities, only that her movements would not produce any sound of friction. After meticulously checking her weapons, potions, and provisions, ensuring everything was in order, she drove to the address Zhao Shuang had provided, where a portal would open that night. Xunge, donning a mask, sunglasses, and a cap, entered the top floor of the library, which was already filled with people, most of whom, like her, wore masks and sunglasses to conceal their true appearances. In a corner, there was a dining table laden with food and beverages, which Xunge chose to avoid, for she harbored a shadow. In this lifetime, she would never consume anything free. She waited until 7 p.m., when a figure clad in military attire entered, addressing the several hundred attendees about the past regulations. Those in line must adhere to commands. Disobedience exceeding 3 times grants us the right to eliminate you. Players who choose not to join the team may freely act after leaving the city. In times of crisis, they may seek refuge with us, but the cost is understood. Our generosity extends only to our own. To those who have borrowed, I urge prompt repayment. Failure to do so could complicate future collaborations. Let us all adhere to the terms of the confidentiality agreement, a product of divine endowment. I trust that none desire to learn the consequences of breaching such regulations. Is that clear to everyone? Xunge shouted a clear affirmation along with the crowd, feeling a sense of participating in military training. It was only after the meeting that Su Yidong learned of Xunge's situation. A frown creased her brow upon discovering that the skill had been claimed by the authorities. A sense of dissatisfaction washed over her, as though something personal had been snatched away. Yet, she swiftly mastered her emotions, pondering why the officials required the divine endowment of the Wheel of Fate. Xuanhuan promptly shared the group chat with her. Su Yitong's gaze lingered on a message indicating a month-long business trip, which was not to be disclosed. Before she paused momentarily, she inquired, they truly did not offer any compensation? Xuanhuan shrugged, it seems genuine. Though she can be frugal, she wouldn't lie about something like this. Su Yidong nodded thoughtfully, choosing to remain silent. Soon after, she cast the matter aside, considering it merely a necessity for the authorities to utilize Luck 10 for some special undertaking, akin to her earlier endeavors with Liang Yuchuan to enhance their divination. This skill was indeed practical. Recently, she had contemplated bringing Xunge into the Su family, yet she was still deliberating which branch to approach for such a union. Xunge's exceptional qualities seemed to warrant a match of equal caliber, but settling for someone lesser would be beneath her dignity. After all, Xunge was the sister of her husband. Alas, it was too late. In any case, it was merely a high-level endowment. Chapter 50, the grand heroine of a vengeful tale. Xunge remained unaware of Su Yitong's burgeoning thoughts of marrying her into the Su family for their benefit. Yet it mattered little. The grievances of her past life had long been endured. The Su family was sometimes amusing, if one worked for them. The closer one was to the core, the better the treatment received, incentivizing upward mobility. However, if one married into the family, becoming a daughter-in-law or son-in-law, then the situation changed entirely. One became a part of the family and would no longer seek favors. Surely, one would not marry into the Su family merely for their gold. In her previous life, after gaining some notoriety through her divine endowment, Su Yitong had ardently desired to wed several of the Su family members, all of whom possessed significant flaws. Yet, Xunge, observing Xuanhuan's life, held little regard for the Su family, had it not been for Liang Yuchuan and Han Qinshan's entrance. The Liang and Han families were scarcely inferior to the Su family, and Yu Xuanhuan's status and treatment were far from certain. Moreover, what kind of individuals did Su Yitong propose? How could Yu Xuanga possibly consent? The consequences of her repeated refusals, in Su Yitong's eyes, were merely indicative of her affection for Yu Xuanhuan. How scandalous. At 8 p.m., the portal illuminated on schedule, and everyone lined up. Each participant required to wait 2 minutes before the next was permitted to pass. After stepping through the azure portal, Yu Xuanga found herself in a dimly lit chamber, illuminated only by a solitary candle. Within the room stood 2 individuals, a short-haired woman and a man clad in military attire, who had just entered with a proclamation. At that moment, the soldier had already donned a gray robe. The short-haired woman beckoned Yu Xuanga to approach, saying, "Come here, and I shall transform you into a small creature." Yu Xuanga regarded her warily, inquiring, "What about those others? Surely, transforming them into small animals and sending them out of the city cannot happen so swiftly." The woman smiled gently and turned slightly to reveal a small glass box behind her, teeming with cockroaches. They crawled over one another in a chaotic scramble, each one striving to ascend above the others, unwilling to be trapped beneath. "Is this what you refer to as small animals?" Wait, what were Zhao Shuaing's exact words? "We can transform everyone into adorable little creatures." Yu Xuanga felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. Here she was. A formidable female protagonist returned for vengeance. The short-haired woman urged softly, "Come now." Yu Xuanga took a significant step back, exclaiming, "Wait, I didn't mean that. I possess items that can turn me into true adorable creatures. It is of no consequence." She had many aces up her sleeve, and no one could fathom the extent of her transformations. Aces were meant to ensure her own well-being. Yu Xuanga raised her hand to halt the woman's advance, asserting, "Is it permissible for me to transform myself?" The woman stood there with a hint of regret, replying, "Of course you can." Just as Yu Xuanga was about to initiate her transformation, she suddenly asked, "Do I still need to repay the 5 crystal stones I allocated for this transformation service in my loan contract?" The woman suppressed a smile. Recognizing that Yu Xuanga was likely a player who had exchanged skills for entry, the 5 crystal stones primarily cover the cost of escorting you out of the city. The transformation into an animal is merely a complimentary benefit. Yu Xuanga gritted her teeth, muttering, "Fine, fine, you have your tricks. Just you wait." She transformed into a plump cowcat she had recently touched and sauntered to a corner, only to discover a black dog crouching there, its gaze filled with pity and understanding. However, upon seeing the black dog and the cowcat in the corner, both exchanged glances brimming with a bittersweet sentiment. Yu Xuanga patiently awaited the unfolding events, all the while absorbing the essence of this foreign realm, where the very air seemed infused with magic. Since becoming a player, she had been aware of the energy coursing through her veins, and even during skill usage, she felt the magical currents flowing within her. Yet, never had she experienced such clarity as she did at this moment. It was as if a lens once shrouded in mist had been polished clean, rendering the world vividly distinct. She even entertained the notion that she could instantaneously cast Ice Flower Seal without reciting an incantation. Players passed by one after another, yet she refrained from employing her thieving skills. In her early days of rebirth, she would have eagerly stolen from even a passing dog. But since acquiring Yu Xuanhuan's God of Food talent, her animosity had significantly diminished. With so many formidable beings from other realms around, there was no need to pilfer from her compatriots. Besides, with numerous enemies such as the Su, Liang, and Han families, she had no reason to target those who had not wronged her. The soldier had neatly stored away the cockroach box and, after transforming himself into an undead being using an item, led the 2 cats and the dog toward the exit. In the shadowy realm of the city, an eclectic array of beings dwells: trolls, blood elves, dwarves, and goblins, while a few unremarkable pets go unnoticed. The probing function of Saras's pocket watch is indeed formidable. In the eyes of Yu Xuanga, a line of text emerges outside the colossal tree, a remolded magical abode. The captain rapped on the door and whispered a passphrase. A fleeting light shimmered beneath their feet, and moments later, a door materialized on the great tree, opened by a bespectacled man who welcomed them inside. The interior, enhanced by an unknown enchantment, appeared to be roughly the size of a football field, adorned with 2 rows of tents. Upon cursory inspection, nearly 100 in total. Such a chilling remark, Yu Xuanga mused, nodding like a cat, soon feeling rather foolish for her antics. She reverted to her human form, donned her mask and hat, and inquired, "Are there additional services available here?" The short-haired woman produced a box of cockroaches, transforming them back into human form one by one while addressing the group. "Should you find it challenging to survive here, you may continue collaborating with us, though that would necessitate adherence to commands. As for other matters, here is the bill for your perusal." Yu Xuanga accepted the paper handed to her by the bespectacled man, which was filled with various charges, from healing to lodging, from potions to assistance with disguises, and even a service for when one loses their way and requires someone to come find them for a fee. Most alarming was the fact that at least half of the items on the list were marked as negotiable. Chapter 51, The Treehouse Outpost. Yu Xuanga asked, "How much does it cost to stay here?" Only 2 silver coins, but it is more economical to pay with skill crystals, the bespectacled man replied, producing a ledger. What name shall I write down? You may whisper it to me. This was a targeted scheme, a form of alternative data mining. Xunge understood. She needed to devise a strategy and not remain so passive. How infuriating. The clever rabbit had swiftly transformed this into an enterprise, operating so brazenly and justifiably that it was hardly repugnant. Considering the lateness of the hour, Xunge decided to stay the night, while those who had joined the official forces followed the uniformed man outside, presumably to another lodging. After spending 2 silver coins, Xunge settled into a tent, which contained nothing but a sleeping bag. She dragged the sleeping bag, unsure if it had been previously used, aside and took out her own toiletries and sleeping bag. After a brief wash, she spent her first night in this foreign dimension. In the middle of the night, she was roused by a timer alarm and proceeded to create a fate gear skill crystal. What a prestigious item. What an impressive name for a teleportation array. The bespectacled man remarked, there is a 1-second activation time, after which you will be directly transported by the array. He then produced a water ball-shaped object. Should you be unable to find a contact point, you may shatter this water ball, and our personnel will retrieve you and bring you to the nearest contact point. Though each retrieval incurs a fee, 3 skill crystals for your case. It seemed she had fallen into a den of inequity. Xunge accepted the water balloon, offering a polite yet slightly awkward smile before expressing her gratitude. She donned her hood, covered her mouth and nose with a mask, and retrieved her crossbow before departing from the treehouse. She did not rely on the teleportation stone for her escape, for she possessed the ability of Shadow Step, which required merely 0.1 seconds to cast. All she needed was to swiftly transition to a safe location. However, if her magic was suppressed or her ability to cast spells was hindered, she would have to resort to the teleportation stone. After vanquishing several unavoidable wolves, Xunge arrived at the graveyard near the city of Undercity, where she transformed into a cowcat and sprinted toward the city. Uncertain of whether players might be tracking her, transforming into a cowcat seemed a relatively safe choice. In the game, it often felt as though characters entered the city almost immediately after beginning to run, but now, in this otherworldly realm, it took her over half an hour to reach the gates of Undercity. Looking up, she noted that the wanted poster for her character still hung upon the city wall. The guards did not hinder a harmless little cat, allowing Xunge to enter Undercity without incident. The small cat seemed insignificant in the grand expanse of the alien main city, and she wandered along the walls, making circles as she explored. During the previous closed beta test, she had been in a rush, and apart from her initial visit to procure starting funds while posing as a street urchin for a few hours, she had never truly taken the time to explore. At the conclusion of the last closed beta, she had spent all the gold she had, leaving her with only the coins she had crafted herself. From October 11th to December 16th, she occasionally slacked off from attending classes, yet she consistently transformed into a goblin to grind for gold. After deducting her lodging expenses from yesterday, she currently possessed 200 gold and 70 silver. It was sufficient for her needs, but not abundant. The official outpost felt daunting, as if she had entered a theme park. Upon reflection, wasn't it just that, a theme park? Ordinary players lacking wealth or prowess would never spend their coins in such a place. As Xunge strolled past the alchemy shop, she glimpsed the necromancer mentor, Cat, still diligently brewing potions in her usual spot. She then ventured into the goblin district, suddenly realizing she could not comprehend the alien language being spoken around her. In the game, translated text appeared automatically, but in her previous life, communication with the alien races required a translation device crafted from engineering materials, an item not particularly expensive, simply clipped to her clothing to activate. Over time, she had forgotten about the language barrier and the existence of such a device. She squeezed through a sewer entrance, scattered revealing potions around the area, and after a minute, disguised herself as a goblin, donning a robe that conformed to alien aesthetics. First, she crafted 3 gold coins for the day, then pulled out the official price list, flipping to the end to discover that a translation device was indeed for sale at the price of 2 gold each. How exorbitant! What meager earnings did players make in a day to warrant such a price? She muttered her complaints as she emerged from the sewer and headed towards the goblin district. This time, she found she could understand the peculiar language, but when she attempted to speak softly, she realized she was still uttering Chinese. Not paying it much mind, Xunge entered the goblin engineer's shop, produced the necessary materials, and crafted a translation device. The recipe was of intermediate engineering level, and the materials were inexpensive, totaling merely 27 silver coins. Once her preparations were complete, she would be able to communicate with the goblins. Alas, the goblins here had been thoroughly drained, and none were willing to exchange gold bricks with her. Although there was profit to be made, she found herself devoid of funds. Even the once affluent old Bill had recently fallen so low that he could not afford a drink. She resolved to level up, confident that the officials had already outpaced her. While she would not falter in terms of attribute points, participation in any significant official events necessitated meeting certain thresholds. After traversing for over 10 minutes away from the treehouse stronghold and the shadowy city, Xunge finally encountered a creature. Skeleton Wolf, Level 2. Health, 200-200. This was a product of wild wolves having their flesh and blood consumed by lowly undead, resembling a wolf's skeletal form. They moved swiftly, yet possessed no magical capabilities. And their attack power was relatively low, making them quite manageable, ideal for her warm-up. Xunge drew her crossbow and took aim. A standard attack could remove 50 health points, while a critical strike would inflict 100. Utilizing her skill, Explosive Arrow, she could not only obliterate the targeted creature, but also deal 50 to 60 damage to nearby foes, even with the most ordinary of crossbows. Her efficiency in slaying monsters was exceptionally high due to her attribute enhancements and a skill that guaranteed a critical hit every 7 strikes. Additionally, before combat, she consumed food that increased her movement speed by 15. After triggering a 3-fold critical hit, her speed nearly doubled, allowing her to evade even when multiple creatures were drawn to her. Following her warm-up, Xunge began to lure monsters, gathering a dozen skeleton wolves before concentrating her attacks. She battled continuously from 10 a.m. until noon, only pausing to sip coffee when her mana ran low. For 2 hours, she did not relent, and her experience points surged from 0.001 to 0.268, taking a moment to rest. She crafted the skill crystal for Wheel of Destiny, and also retrieved a rice bowl that enhanced her attack speed for sustenance. She did not perceive the experience as insufficient. On the contrary, this was the normal pace of leveling up in the game, and indeed, it was rather swift. After all, she lacked neither weapons nor food and potions for health and mana replenishment. Engaging in dungeons would likely yield even faster progress, given that monsters were more concentrated there, and defeating them granted experience rewards. Generally speaking, sufficiently dedicated and fortunate high-level players could achieve a level increase in just over a month. Provided they had ample access to dungeons and resources, ordinary players would progress more slowly. In her previous life, when she perished, it was already the 3rd year of the game's invasion, and the top ranker on the leaderboard was merely level 27. Players like Su Yidong and Yushuan, who lacked neither fortune nor influence, had only reached level 25. The connection between the alien world and Blue Star through a gaming format was not without reason. This realm resembled a vast gaming arena, where creatures dropped items upon death. The drop rate for skeleton wolves was exceedingly low, approximately 1 item for every 10 creatures defeated, mostly yielding a few copper coins. After 2 hours of combat, she had also acquired a bone bracer with a constitution boost of 1. A feat made possible by her luck score of 10, resulting in such a high drop rate. Xunge did not consider the drops to be meager. She collected every copper coin that fell and donned the bracer. In the real world, she would have been disdainful of Su Jinshuan's dirty belt, but once the battle commenced, her sensibilities vanished. Occasionally, when arrows happened to fall alongside copper coins, she would pick them up, yet she would not intentionally retrieve those embedded in the corpses of monsters or those scattered afar. After all, such items are readily available for purchase at the shop, where a single silver coin can procure a bundle of 99. Furthermore, in the realm of reality, one can custom order a decent quality arrow for less than 10 yuan. She wholeheartedly agreed with the adage often uttered by her companion, time is money. With a sudden crunch underfoot, she glanced down to find a copper coin. Without hesitation, Xunge bent down to retrieve it. Indeed, time is money, idleness breeds idleness. Practical experience is the best teacher, and after extensive practice at the archery range, she had made significant strides in moving target shooting, particularly this afternoon. Upon inviting a friend inside, he cheerfully remarked, "Today was fruitful, wasn't it?" Xunge took a moment to refresh herself, clearing away the bloodstains from her attire, and casually replied, "It was decent," before inquiring, "Do you accept translation devices here?" Xing Mingling responded, "Have you reached intermediate level in engineering?" "Yes," Xunge affirmed. "Impressive. Yet we do not accept them," he replied. At that moment, she grasped the situation. This establishment was one of expenditure without income. Silently, she produced 2 silver coins, preparing to secure accommodations for the night, a price that firmly aligned with the psychological threshold of a lone wolf. Her earnings from a day's monster hunting amounted to 2 silver coins and 67 copper. To her surprise, Xing Minglang seemed unsatisfied. "You could opt for a monthly package. If you provide a skill crystal, you can stay for free for a month. We not only include 3 meals a day, but also offer a complimentary treatment once daily. A single crystal costs 3 gold. The prospect of a month's stay with meals and treatment sounded appealing, yet Xunge resolved to spend her coins. In her eyes, the skill of the fate gear was worth far more than mere gold. From 10 in the morning until 9 at night, excluding time for meals and rest, she had diligently battled for a total of 10 hours, acquiring 3 pieces of gear. Such is the allure of having a luck rating of 10. In her previous life, with a luck rating of 8, she often spent entire days hunting alone, typically yielding only 1 piece of equipment daily, and on rare occasions, 2. Yet those days were few and far between. In contrast, a luck rating of 2 felt like a world apart. Despite having sold over 100 fate gear skill crystals to the officials, Xunge felt no sense of loss. Equipment is categorized into 5 tiers: inferior, ordinary, fine, rare, legendary, and epic. The inferior and ordinary tiers lack any radiance, but once one reaches the fine tier, the equipment begins to emit a faint glow. Fine gear glows green, rare gear blue, legendary gear purple, and epic gear orange. Additionally, there exist sets independent of these tiers, with set bonuses that may surpass even epic quality. However, individual pieces may not measure up to legendary quality, much like Xunge's Soros, which, when complete, shines brightly, yet when disassembled, is less impressive. Tier merely denotes the quality of the equipment, not its level. For instance, there can be level 5 legendary gear present in the auction house. Yet equipment below level 5 holds little monetary value. Even a level 5 purple item could fetch only a handful of gold. Nevertheless, possessing an abundance of equipment enhances overall strength, thereby facilitating more efficient monster hunting and leveling up. It can be said that Xunge and the officials mutually benefit from their collaboration, engaging in an equitable partnership where neither party gains undue advantage. She did not believe that the authorities would reserve such skills until level 10 or beyond, while the rewards might be superior. A single misstep could lead to a cascade of delays. One must not cultivate the habit of hoarding valuable resources for a future that may never come to fruition. Chapter 53, Leveling Up 2. Placing 2 silver coins upon the table, Xunge opted to pitch her own tent for rest. She possessed ample experience in the wilderness, having equipped herself with a comprehensive array of camping gear. She ignited some charcoal and set a small pot over it, preparing a hearty dish of meat and noodles to restore her energy and alleviate fatigue. The air was filled with a variety of enticing aromas wafting from the nearby tents. Players skilled in the culinary arts often learned to cook, as it was not only vital for sustaining themselves during monster hunts, but also a lucrative skill to possess. Not all beta testers had the means to acquire cooking skills, and the food they crafted could be sold to those less adept in the kitchen. Xunge set aside a portion of her meat and noodles and approached the central table, where she noticed a group gathered around a bespectacled man, who was surrounded by an array of delicacies. As she approached with her dish, someone eagerly waved her over, exclaiming, "Come, come, we're just sharing information, join us." With a smile, Xunge sat down, placing her offering amidst the feast. "Are we charging for this?" she inquired. A girl seated nearby gazed at Xunge in awe, having recognized her from a performance she had seen. It was she who had beckoned Xunge to join them. "He wants to charge, but we're just chatting," she explained. Xing Minglang, the bespectacled man, replied with a hint of exasperation, "I can't say much. We have our rules. And most of the earnings go to the common folk." A young man beside him shoved a piece of chicken into his mouth, silencing him. We know. While the conversation may have lacked substance, it was not devoid of kindness. Even Xunge was not entirely parsimonious. Otherwise, to speak bluntly, had she no moral compass. She could easily have stealthily followed Zhao Shuang, finding a player willing to collaborate with them, and thus discover a way through the teleportation portal. Stealth, transformation, or even slipping into pockets. If one's thoughts were to descend into depravity, vulnerabilities could always be exploited. The exchanges among players continued until midnight, during which Xunge gleaned valuable information about high-level monsters and areas best avoided. Midway through, a box of cockroaches arrived, led by a short-haired woman and a burly man in military attire. Noticing the ongoing conversation, the woman approached to share a drink. Yet, despite the amiable atmosphere, Xunge resolutely consumed only her own provisions. To avoid encounters with other players, she set out at 6 a.m. the following morning in pursuit of monsters. The previous day, she had amassed 473 experience points, though her efficiency remained somewhat lacking. Today, she planned to venture deeper into the forest in search of level 46 creatures. She donned her bow and arrows, aware that while the time required to draw a bow surpasses the rapid-firing speed of a crossbow, the lethality of her arrows is significantly greater. Her current equipment, aside from a necklace that reduces cooldown time, consists of a level 1 bracer, a level 1 belt, level 1 cloth boots, and a level 1 cloth vest. Character, Xunge, level 0, 1473. Health, 350350. Mana, 400400. Strength, 10. Constitution, 13-2. Intelligence, 15-1. Agility, 21-1. During her meal yesterday, she scrutinized the statistics of all the players present, noting that they were all at level 0, most possessing single attributes around 5 to 10 points, with a total of attribute points ranging from 25 to 31. In contrast, her combined attributes amounted to an impressive 59, a difference of approximately 30 points, indicating a disparity of 6 levels. Thus, what merit was there in bullying low-level monsters? Her previous day's practice could barely be deemed a warm-up for moving target shooting. Today, she aimed to hone her ability to strike the vital points of monsters. Among the talents of a sharpshooter lies a passive skill. You are too weak, passive, which allows her to keenly discern the weaknesses of her foes during combat. She noticed that each time she entered a combat state, 14 red dots appeared on the monsters, indicating their critical points. Yet the ever-changing nature of battle made it difficult to hit them accurately. Before long, She discovered the traces of spider silk and, following its path, beheld a venomous spider weaving its web among the branches. Xunge took aim and released an arrow, which pierced through the air and struck the spider's abdomen with a fierce impact. In the next moment, the creature's name and health appeared above its head. Venomous spider, level 4, health, 270334. The spider's mandibles unleashed a stream of green venom, yet as its abdomen retracted slightly, Xunge had already evaded. Her fingers outstretched as she unleashed a barrage of magical missiles that automatically locked onto their target. Once she steadied herself, she immediately ceased her magical casting to aim once more. Xunge seldom found herself in a moment of respite. This was a skill cultivated in her previous life. Regardless of whether she rolled to avoid an attack, fell awkwardly face down, or turned to flee, she would always unleash her abilities to take a bite out of her adversary. Unlike those elite players who favored grandiose skills, she preferred spells with shorter casting times, shorter cooldowns, and the ability to be cast while in motion. For her, damage meant little if it could not find its mark, while ultimate skills often boasted great power. Their lengthy casting times made them susceptible to interruption, rendering them akin to a firework display when dodged. Her magical missiles struck the spider for a mere 5 health points, far overshadowed by her arrows, which dealt 60 points of damage. However, the rapid-fire nature of her magical missiles allowed her to unleash 23 projectiles of magical energy nearly every second without the need for incantation, making them ideal for use while evading. In her previous life, many pursuers had met their end not under her grand strikes, but rather beneath the relentless barrage of her magical missiles. With 2 more arrows loosed, the spider lunged towards Xunge, who utilized push shot to repel the creature, followed by another 2 arrows and several magical missiles, ultimately reducing the level 4 spider's health to 0. Xunge maintained her bow-drawing posture as she approached, using her foot to flip over a spider, revealing a pair of boots that glimmered with a green hue beneath. Truly, it was her. She had managed to procure them so swiftly. She picked up the boots. Silken spider boots, exquisite. Attribute bonus, intelligence 3. Magical attribute, 6 movement speed. Quite impressive, 2 bonuses. She promptly sought a secure spot to change into the boots. Upon checking her experience points, she noted that due to the bonus from defeating monsters of a higher level, her experience had surged by 0.01, indicating that slaying 100 spiders would yield a full point of experience, significantly faster than defeating bone wolves. Yet, it was not sufficient. She yearned to confront more formidable foes, despite the rules set by the thief god, which dictated that she could not target the possessions and attributes of those weaker than herself. She had no intention of downgrading her level for such a cause. Chapter 54. Her strength was utterly undeniable. Her relentless endeavors were aimed at enhancing her own life, ensuring that Xunge would forever regard her with admiration. She intended to keep him firmly under her thumb until the day she had gathered enough strength to eliminate him. Even her current restraint in not clashing with the protagonists was merely a strategy to exploit them for her own gain. Using minimal effort to topple the formidable trio of Su, Liang, and Han, there existed numerous ways to lurk in the shadows. One could be a rat in the gutter or a revered strongman they looked up to. In her past life, her attributes and levels were unremarkable, relying solely on her combat talent to carve a path forward. Xunge would only occasionally invite her to join raids, allowing her to vent her frustrations against those who harbored negative sentiments towards him. Clearly, pursuing that route in this life would be unfeasible. She could offer Xunge a taste of sweetness to gain his trust, but she could not endure even the slightest grievance. She resolved to become a formidable external ally, ensuring that during challenging times, the Su, Han, and Liang families would think of her first, thereby enabling her to infiltrate and instigate chaos. At times, one must endure, yet at others, one must assert dominance. Moreover, her strength was simply impossible to conceal. Xunge sighed, pinching her forehead, a bitter smile forming as she shook her head. While she could disguise her attribute points and level, her damage output was beyond pretense. A single shot from her bow delivered damage far exceeding that of others, easily calculable by the observant. Employing the investigative function of Soro's pocket watch, Xunge carefully avoided all the towering trees marked as a transformed magical abode. To her astonishment, there were quite a number of them, traversing the territory of spiders and passing through the realm of level 5 monsters. It was not until she reached the domain of level 7 creatures that she could no longer see the tree houses. It seemed that, thanks to modern technology and collaborative efforts, the officials had only managed to reach this point. She wondered when they had arrived and what their current levels might be. After venturing deeper into the forest, Xunge finally located her target for the day, Living Dead. Living Dead, level 8, health, 890. Strictly speaking, the undead race is a collective that encompasses various species, including blood elves, undead trolls, undead goblins, and undead tauren. As long as one has perished and is willing to forsake their original beliefs to be resurrected by the true undead using dark powers, they become part of the undead. The corpse before Xunge has lost all semblance of its former visage. Its limbs are grotesquely twisted, and remnants of flesh cling to its lips. Xunge swiftly nocks an arrow. Despite her attributes now equating to level 6 due to level suppression, her ordinary attacks inflict a mere 10 points of damage, akin to lightly scraping the monster's surface. However, while the undead's attacks are formidable, their movement is sluggish. She casts Iceflower Seal, launching a flurry of snowflakes that instantly materialize, albeit requiring 3 seconds to take effect. The snowflakes settle upon the undead, immobilizing it for the duration. Xunge summons her shadow, instructing it to unleash a continuous barrage with her shadow bow. Once the icy patterns on the monster shatter and it breaks free, she directs her shadow to draw its attention while she targets its vital points from behind. Amidst the barrage of skills, it takes nearly 50 arrows for Xunge to vanquish the creature, yet her experience points surge by 0.1, tenfold that of a spider. Of course, the time taken to slay this monster is also 10 times that of a spider. However, this endeavor is not merely a matter of arithmetic. Defeating spiders presents no challenge, failing to serve her purpose of self-improvement. Although the undead rely on skillful control and shadow manipulation, what if there were 1 or 2 additional foes? In her previous life, she often evaded confrontation, rarely allowing herself to be besieged. Her highest record was fending off 3 relentless pursuers from the Liang family, who had been ordered to bring back one of her arms as proof of success. It was during that encounter that she sustained severe injuries, lying in the sewers for several days. Setting aside the training objective, it is worth noting that the undead, being level 6, yield far more loot than spiders. At 11 o'clock, Xunge concluded her work, clutching a homemade meat patty designed to restore her mana upon consumption, as she hurried towards the forest's edge. She had already confirmed her capability to handle 3 undead simultaneously without sustaining any injuries, yet this was insufficient. She planned to acquire better equipment and purchase additional arrows to ensure her survival during training. Upon reaching the forest's edge, she transformed into a cowcat and, after entering the dimly lit sewers of the Undercity, reverted to her goblin form. After earning 3 gold coins and changing her attire, she made her way to the auction house. With a translator clamped to her ear, a blue magical screen extended before her eyes, allowing her to comprehend the goods available in the auction house. She refrained from purchasing overly expensive items, as they would be difficult to resell once she outgrew them. Players in the early stages typically lack funds. Even if an item is worth its price, others may be unable to afford it. Green gear below level 5 is quite satisfactory, offering high cost-effectiveness, ease of resale, and reasonable prices, with each piece available for under 1 gold coin. Helmets, shoulder pads, chest armor, gloves, belts, trousers, and boots comprise a total of 7 equipment slots, excluding necklaces and rings. Xunge expended 7 gold and 21 silver to acquire a set of commendable green attire, with each piece boasting enhancement attributes exceeding 5, all contributing to her constitution. During her lower-level days, as a lone wolf, she managed to defeat monsters for an entire day, yielding a mere 3 silver coins in pure currency, excluding equipment and other item drops. It took her 3 months of diligent effort and a stroke of good fortune in her past life to amass a complete set of green gear, only to have Xunge contrive various excuses to exchange one of her exquisite boots for a piece of worthless green equipment. Unbeknownst to her, that boot possessed a unique significance. Concealed within its sole was a letter pertaining to a quest within the Liang family dungeon. The Liang family had been desperately searching for this boot, yet feared drawing attention from rival families, refraining from a bold search. Upon learning of its value, Xunge seized the opportunity to win over Liang Yuchuan by trading for the boot. Had matters concluded here, Xunge's resentment would have been mitigated. After all, it was ignorance of the item's true worth that led to her loss. Akin to purchasing antiques, those who comprehend the genuine value of an item possess the skill to acquire it. Chapter 55 unfolds with a sense of busyness, yet devoid of clarity regarding the nature of the tasks at hand. Truth be told, had she been aware that Xunge possessed an unassuming treasure capable of bestowing immense benefits upon her, she might have sought to procure it herself, albeit with the intention of compensating Xunge post factum. In stark contrast, Xunge not only refrained from offering any recompense, but also shifted the blame onto her. Following the sale of that boot, the Liang family grew significantly stronger within the dungeon, inciting resentment from both the Su and Han families toward her. Xunge stood before her, offering various benefits to placate the Su and Han families, thereby safeguarding her. Upon hearing that the reason the Su and Han families had targeted her was due to the previous owner of the boot belonging to her, she was rendered speechless. While she yearned to clarify that she had traded the boot to Xunge, the grievances from the Han and Su families were palpable, and it was true that Xunge had made sacrifices on her behalf. Xunge further explained that he had already provided an explanation, yet Su Yidong was reluctant to act against him, and the Han family, out of respect for the Su family, would not take action either, thus directing their ire toward her. Nevertheless, he vowed to protect her with all his might, which genuinely touched Xunge. However, the thought of Xunge and his entourage, who had initially uplifted her spirits, soon darkened her mood. With an impassive expression, Xunge proceeded to the weapon shop to purchase a specially crafted quiver. Although it offered no enhancements, it could hold up to 999 arrows. After replenishing her stock of arrows, she promptly exited the city. Upon returning to the territory of the undead, Xunge was clad entirely in black, with a faint green glow emanating from her attire. Adorning a headband that augmented her constitution by 5, a finely crafted leather armor enhancing it by 7, beast-hide trousers also contributing 7, a skeletal shoulder guard enhancing by 5, a fallen knight's belt adding 3, wolfskin gloves enhancing by 6, and wolfskin boots enhancing by 5. Xunge had truly transformed into a formidable force. Character, Xunge, level 0, 1583. Health points, 2,150 2150. Mana points, 350 350. Strength, 10. Constitution, 13, 38. Intelligence, 15. Agility, 21. Luck, 10. Charm, 10. She could wreak havoc to her heart's content. As long as her assailants were not above level 10, they would not be able to vanquish her. As long as they could not defeat her, she would be able to escape. Xunge refrained from summoning shadows and instead wielded her crossbow to provoke 5 undead. While evading their onslaught, she simultaneously targeted their vital points. In less than 5 minutes, she was drenched in sweat, though the undead attacked slowly. Their combined efforts negated any advantage, and despite their sluggishness, they retained a semblance of combat awareness. 3 lunged for her head, throat, and heart, while the other 2 aimed for her lower body. Evasion was manageable. Xunge bent low and lifted her legs. Yet, she had to shoot while dodging. The crossbow bolt soared through the air but missed its mark. As a monster swung downwards, Xunge deflected the blow with one hand while supporting herself with the other, executing a swift turn. For a fleeting moment, she imagined that if someone passed by, they would surely shout, "Stop fighting. If you want to practice, go to the dance studio." In any case, everyone on the battlefield was preoccupied, yet none seemed to know precisely what they were engaged in. Xunge could see the red dots on the monsters, on their foreheads, throats, and hearts. These red dots would occasionally shift to the sides or other areas as the monsters swung their arms. Even though she could see and react, she lacked the time to attack. Every time she aimed her crossbow, another assault would come, forcing her to evade once more. In less than half an hour, she had already been caught over 20 times. She had to compel herself to remain ever vigilant, perpetually maintaining the sense of urgency and crisis as if a blade hung above her head since her rebirth. Would acquiring the god of food's revenge signify the end? No, it was merely the beginning. A week later, before her feet even touched the ground, 3 arrows had already been loosed, striking the throats, hearts, or eyes of 3 monsters, hitting their vital points and triggering critical hits. The creatures, having suffered countless critical strikes, fell almost simultaneously. Xunge glanced at her experience points, confirming an increase of 0.7 before stepping forward to search the bodies. The ground was strewn with copper coins, which swiftly coalesced into a single silver coin. She picked up that 1 silver coin along with a dozen copper ones. This marked her 10th day in this foreign realm. Her experience had now reached 4721. From initially being unable to retaliate at all, she had progressed to occasionally countering with her rapidly firing crossbow, and now she could wield a bow. She had struggled for several days when transitioning from the crossbow to the bow until she encountered a short-haired woman while dining at their treehouse stronghold. Noticing her scratched bow, the woman sat down to converse. Even with the 4 divine talents bestowed upon her, Xunge never considered herself superior to others. Upon realizing the woman's familiarity with the bow, she confided her combat struggles. To her surprise, the short-haired woman merely asked, "Why do you always draw it fully?" Xunge wanted to explain that she could easily draw it fully, but the next moment, she found herself at a loss for words. She offered the short-haired woman a drink. From that day forth, she seemed to have attained enlightenment, not only in her archery, but also in her evasion techniques. She no longer sought to inflict maximum damage with every shot, nor did she rely on exaggerated movements to dodge attacks. While such methods guaranteed absolute safety, they were excessively taxing on her stamina. She found herself chuckling at her own folly. After all, when she practiced magic, she prioritized speed over sheer power, believing that only successful hits could be deemed victories. Yet, upon taking up the bow, she had forgotten this principle. She had no intention of seeking out stronger foes. She was quite content with her current leveling speed and training grounds, planning to increase her targets to 8 the following day. Recently, she had returned to an exceptionally busy routine. Within the player community, there existed a small trading market nestled in a corner of the treehouse outpost, where most transactions were conducted through barter. Although the official outpost sold items at inflated prices, they did not prohibit players from engaging in private trades. Using a translator crafted from intermediate engineering, Xunge exchanged with a player specializing in jewelry crafting for a pair of earrings with an agility boost of 3. Though such items could be created through basic jewelry crafting, the materials were costly. The expenses during the upgrade phase of jewelry crafting were significantly higher than alchemy, requiring various gemstones. The player selling the agility earrings at a lower price would certainly feel reluctant, yet pricing them too high would deter buyers. After all, who would rather purchase expensive earrings when they could acquire other equipment with that money. In this era, it was rare to find players with all 7 equipment slots filled. Chapter 56, The Invitation. At Outpost 0003, where Xing Minglang resided, there was hardly anyone. No, one could say that in all the outposts Xunge had recently visited. She was the only one adorned with a full complement of 7 pieces of equipment. She made no attempts to conceal this, nor did she consider removing her gear. Each day after training, her health would dwindle to a mere 200 or so. Stripped of the bonuses conferred by her equipment, her defenses would plummet drastically. Even with only 10 health points remaining, she would resemble other players, leaving her devoid of a sense of security. Upon returning to the nearest outpost, she found herself surrounded by staff she did not recognize. However, it was evident that those employed at the outpost had undergone training, as they treated everyone with kindness and courtesy. Moreover, they seemed to share information seamlessly. Xunge presented the skill crystal of the Wheel of Fate to one of them. Watching as they retrieved a work log identical to those from other outposts, flipping to her designated page to record her repayment. In 2 days, she would have settled her debt. Content. Xunge made her way to the outpost's rest area, preparing for herself a dish that, once her culinary talent was triggered, would restore 600 health points per minute. After savoring her meal, she promptly headed to the flea market tucked away in a corner of the outpost. She had no intention of selling her equipment. She had indeed acquired valuable items in recent days, such as today's find, a hand crossbow, weary sigh, rare. Bonus attributes, Constitution 7, Intelligence 5. Magical attributes, 1 damage, 2 attack speed. Equipment requirements, Level 3, Constitution 17. Regrettably, it required a level of 3 to wield. Items of rare quality and above typically came with stringent requirements, and the treasures she had obtained in recent days were no exception. They either demanded higher attribute thresholds or greater levels. However, she had no intention of selling these fine items. Each creature had its own path, and she did not believe that these players could not reach the auction house. She was even aware that some players disguised themselves to act as agents, assisting others who could not enter the city in purchasing various materials or equipment. Naturally, the officials would not let such a golden opportunity slip away. They could guarantee transactions for players, but would take a hefty cut, akin to skinning them alive. Rare level equipment was something Xunge intended to keep for herself, but she sold off all items below that standard. She laid out a cloth and displayed the goods she had acquired that day. Exquisite leather armor with an attribute boost of 6 intelligence and 2 magic damage. In the short term, she needed no attributes beyond vitality. During these days, she had only found a pair of gloves with vitality 7, replacing her previous vitality 6 wolfskin gloves, while selling off the rest of her equipment. Xunge did not make a particular effort to be discreet. Her destiny was destined to unfold, so she unabashedly showcased her good fortune. The locals had become accustomed to her presence, as she appeared daily to sell equipment, sometimes offering 1 item, sometimes 2. Even the officials had purchased from her on numerous occasions. Soon, her equipment sold for 90 silver. Xunge was not dissatisfied. She had already drained the goblins, and her daily earnings consisted of the 3 gold she crafted, supplemented by approximately 50 silver from defeating higher-level monsters, leaving her with a plethora of items she wished to acquire. She had already resolved to venture to another main city the next day to exchange money with the goblins, hoping to convert all her gold bricks. After neatly folding her cloth, several figures appeared before her, 3 men and 2 women. They crouched down, exchanged a few words, and then, with friendly demeanor, invited her to join their party. Xunge was not surprised. For several days, she had received daily invitations, drawn by her fortune and impressed by her prowess. As was her custom, she politely declined. The leading man maintained his smile. If we team up, we could take on higher-level monsters. Xunge, initially unwilling to engage in further discussion, noticed that several nearby teams were casting glances in their direction, prompting her to elaborate. How would the spoils from these higher-level monsters be divided? Would it be according to contribution? And how would one quantify luck? If I were to claim that my good fortune was responsible for the drop, would you accept that I deserve a larger share? The man replied in a gentle tone. In any team, fairness is paramount. Without it, a party cannot progress far. Xunge responded. So, your implication is to divide equally? By your standards of fairness, each person receives a share. If I can secure an item alone, why would I want to join you and only receive 1/6? The man's expression dimmed slightly, yet his smile remained warm. However, luck is indeed a difficult matter to quantify. Xunge chuckled. If it is so difficult to measure, then why did you come to invite me? Initially, when her luck was good, others could suppress their envy. But after days of harvesting results that surpassed what others achieved in 3 days, it became increasingly intolerable. The next morning at 6, as Xunge stepped out of the outpost, she sensed someone following her from behind. Upon glancing back, she recognized the 5 individuals from the previous day. Rather than exhibiting any awkwardness at being discovered, they smiled at her and continued to follow. After traversing the territory of the spiders, the 5 halted, hesitant to venture further. While they could barely contend with level 4 spiders, the 5th level posed a different challenge altogether. The lanky figure furrowed his brow and inquired of the leader. What shall we do? The leader responded, let us go and speak with them. They turned to leave, oblivious to a small spider lurking not far away on a large tree. Xunge transformed into a small bird and took flight, trailing behind them. It had been 7 days since she had last touched a cow-cat. Yet her bond with Animegus had ingrained in her a habit of petting small creatures whenever she encountered them. In reality, she ensured that she interacted with various animals every few days to maintain her ability to transform into land, sea, and air forms. Cautiously, Xunge followed the group until they arrived at a cave, whereupon they entered. She swiftly descended and morphed back into a spider, scuttling along with her 8 short legs, barely keeping pace. Soon, voices echoed ahead, prompting her to climb the rock wall and continue inward, where she discovered a small wild outpost with a dozen players just awakening. Counting herself along with the 5-man team she was trailing, they totaled 21. Chapter 57, A Surge in Attributes. A burly man inquired, what is the verdict? The lanky member of the 5 shook his head, they wouldn't agree. The robust man chuckled, it's obvious they wouldn't agree. Yet Xunge insists on negotiating. How amusing. The leader of the 5, Xunge, interjected, we must at least give them a chance. The other players appeared accustomed to the bickering, engrossed in their own activities. The burly man stated, rest assured, she won team meet her demise, but what if the officials discover her? Xunge replied with a polite smile, and if they do you think they would risk the lives of a dozen players for a useless one? The burly man chuckled, could we perhaps leave her legs intact for a while? I haven't had the pleasure of playing with a starlet yet. Xunge agreed. That is permissible. Boss. Me too. Me too. The others chimed eagerly. Xunge, ever accommodating, responded, very well, you may all indulge. But ensure you're done before the chopping begins. Xunge remained calmly pressed against the wall, having deduced their intentions. They merely sought to sever her legs and subsequently heal her, relegating her to a mere mascot, akin to a dog at their side. No, they might not even spare her hands, as having hands would allow her to cast skills. I want this, this, and this. Xunge felt akin to someone finally savoring coffee after a long withdrawal. This skill felt the most satisfying. Meanwhile, the group engaged in conversation while preparing a large iron cage to capture her. Can you believe her luck? What must her luck value be? Surely not 10? Perhaps it's a divine gift? They pondered, baffled that they could not uncover the truth. The secrecy among them was rather remarkable. It is quite all right. A stern approach may indeed be beneficial. If her divinely bestowed talents remain undisclosed, do we not risk the same fate should our own divine gifts be revealed? This is true, yet should we be discovered, would we not face severe repercussions? Perhaps we ought to confine her here henceforth. Such a pity. It would be delightful to engage in more playful activities. Ha ha ha. Even without legs, one can still have fun. Ha 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 indeed. Xunge had been stealthily pilfering for a whole hour, and yet this group remained oblivious to their surroundings. This hour had proven to be remarkably productive. Previously, while swiping from Su Yitong and Liang Yuchuan, she had not paused, continuously consuming healing potions to restore her health. Although she had spared no expense in her efforts, the frequency of her skill usage had been rather modest. Today, however, endowed with the talent of the god of food, her culinary skills had reached new heights. Each second, she could regenerate 10 health points, yet to employ a skill required the expenditure of 50 health points. One might ponder how long it would take to fill a pool with one faucet running and another draining. As Xunge continued her thievery, she began to lose focus, only ceasing her efforts when the group finally split into smaller teams to exit the cave. By the end of her endeavor, her backpack contained 5 additional items, and her attribute points had increased by 17. Although the likelihood of acquiring items was double that of gaining attribute points, it was evident that the current players possessed little of value. At present, Xunge's attributes were as follows. Health, 350 mana, 650 strength, 107 constitution, 132 intelligence, 156 agility, 214 luck, 10 charm, 10 with the addition of 17 attribute points. Her capabilities now rivaled those of a level 9 player. This was no mere villainy, but rather a gathering of plump sheep. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Xunge harbored no intentions of concluding her quest for attribute points, nor did she feel that her thirst for vengeance had been quenched. The words of those individuals had stirred no tumult within her heart, yet she felt a simmering anger, fully aware that they would undoubtedly act upon their threats. Transforming into a small bird, Xunge fluttered in the direction of the last departing team. It was not long before she located them, as they were engaged in a fierce assault against a venomous spider, armed with silenced firearms. Utilizing her Soros pocket watch, she scanned the statistics of the man standing at the forefront with a shield. Strength, 7 constitution, 4 intelligence, 5 agility, 5 luck, 5 charm, 3 seizing the opportune moment. Just as the spider charged towards the shield, she unleashed a skill she had yet to employ since acquiring Fate's Gear. Skill 2. Your combination is unsuitable, I disapprove. This skill spun the wheel of destiny, swapping the highest and lowest attributes of the target for a duration of 1 hour, with a cooldown of 6 hours. Xunge perceived a flicker in her field of vision, as strength and agility momentarily flickered like a faulty connection. In an instant, strength was reduced to 4, while agility surged to 7. A twinge of disappointment washed over her. It seemed that the immutable attribute of charm could not be altered. Upon reflection, if transformation were possible, the Wheel of Fate would not merely be a matter of levels. It would certainly warrant much more. As players progress, they invariably enhance their attributes. And even those who favor extreme specialization must, due to the equipment requirements, invest a modicum into alternative attributes. As levels ascend, most attributes surpass double digits, with luck and charisma remaining capped at a mere 10. The sudden drop in strength caught the shield-wielding man off guard, sending him careening through the air. In his panic, he uttered a curse, bewildered by the inexplicable sensation of vulnerability he had felt since the onset of the encounter, now compounded by this unexpected blow. The disruption of their formation sent the remaining members into disarray. Chapter 58, Investigation. As Xunge dispelled her anima form, she swiftly invoked Armor Up to transform herself into the guise of a goblin, subsequently enveloping herself in an illusion spell. In a heartbeat, only one individual on the ground caught a glimpse. Perceiving a fleeting shadow upon the tree, which vanished in the next instant, she unleashed an ice flower seal towards the figure standing at the rear, then drew her bow, releasing an arrow imbued with force push, sending a wave of energy that propelled the 5 individuals toward the spider's location, simultaneously stunning them for 3 seconds. This interval proved sufficient for the spider's legs to pierce through 2 of them. She then dispatched a shadow, which surged into the fray, enveloping the 2 central figures. By the time they had roused from their stupor, it was already too late. Through the exquisite synergy between Xunge and the spider, the small party was swiftly annihilated. After dispatching the players, the venomous spider began to relish its meal. It remained uncertain whether the opponents possessed any reconnaissance skills. However, although anima form could obscure most detection abilities and items, even if discovered, she still had her goblin guise beneath the spider's faade. After a patient wait, she observed a group approaching from a certain direction, moving in harmony to eliminate the spider as it feasted. Xunge glanced at her watch. Only 7 minutes had elapsed since the annihilation of her party. The newcomers halted by the 5 corpses. One of them surveyed the surroundings before declaring, "No one here." A long-haired woman crouched down to inspect the scene. "This appears to be a mistake," she remarked, touching the blood with her fingers and closing her eyes. Evidently employing a skill. From her perch in the tree, Xunge narrowed her eyes, her mind racing with numerous possibilities. If her skills could directly reveal the identity of the perpetrator, how would she respond? If her abilities allowed her to witness the moments preceding the victim's demise, what would she do then? If she could delve into the memories of the deceased, what revelations might she uncover? Xunge felt no guilt. However, she found herself perplexed by the official stance and operational style. The situation had yet to spiral into chaos, and it was not yet time for stringent measures. What was the official attitude towards the conflicts and slaughters among players? It was difficult to ascertain. After the woman employed her skills on the blood of the 5, she shook her head. There was an energy impact from that direction that stunned them for a few seconds. The victim was frozen by a skill before her death, and these 2 were ensnared by a shadow. The man with the buzz cut inquired of the individual who had initially claimed there was no one around. "So, when we arrived here, there was indeed no one." The other replied, "Yes, I utilized my skill before the spider was slain and did not see any player information." After a brief discussion, they noted down several skill details and departed. How did the officials discern the deaths of these players? Divine bestowal of talents? Suddenly, she recalled the water ball that was said to guide them back to their outpost if they found themselves lost, a gift from their base. She had discarded it the following day, deeming it too cumbersome. It appeared that was likely the case. A bit troublesome, indeed. However, Xunge was determined to press on. Utilizing her illusion spell, she scoured the forest for quite some time before locating another team. This time, she refrained from using her bow and instead retrieved the grenades she had purchased during her earlier weapon collection, deploying 3 in quick succession. Xunge felt a surge of joy, her spirits lifted, and her thoughts clarified. The others echoed, "I want that too, boss. Even if our legs are gone, we can still play." With 2 teams eliminated, Xunge decided it was time for lunch. She cast a cleansing spell on herself, changed her attire, and after collecting today's gold coins, she slung her longbow over her shoulder and ventured into the nearest outpost. Just after finishing her meal, she noticed the 5-member official team she had encountered earlier entering as well. Intrigued, she stole a few glances while continuing to eat her food. After her meal, she approached the group, squatting beside them, and asked, "Are you buying any equipment?" The 5 were not taken aback. They had all heard of the fortuitous star, Xunge. Being internal officials, they were even more informed, having utilized the happiness-restored skill crystal themselves. A woman with long hair inquired curiously, "What equipment?" Xunge produced a pair of rare-level boots that had dropped from a living dead creature. Shadow rare. Attribute bonuses, Intelligence 8, Constitution 4. Magical attributes, 2 magic damage, 1 critical damage. Equipment requirements. Intelligence 19, Agility 12. Typically, rare level equipment has two requirements, one for level and one for attributes. Occasionally, both requirements pertain to attributes, which implicitly demands a level as well, since the maximum initial attributes for an ordinary person are 10 or 12. With each level, 5 attribute points are added. Thus, to exceed Intelligence 19 and Agility 12, one must be at least level 3. However, if other equipment enhances attributes sufficiently, it allows for earlier donning of superior gear. Consequently, equipment that only requires meeting attribute benchmarks tends to be priced 20 to 30% higher than those demanding level requirements. This was originally an item intended for sale. Although she currently needed constitution due to her training, she planned to pursue the archer route and, in comparison to intelligence, required agility more. The group straightened up, undeterred by the equipment requirements. They had arrived early and were now level 2, although level 3 was still a distant goal. It was merely a matter of 1 or 2 months. Xunge knew she could not sell it for more than the auction house would offer. Her desire was not for gold coins, but rather to exchange for skill crystals. The long-haired woman inquired, blank ones? You may directly go to the exchange point to make your conversion. Xunge, they only accept my skill crystals in exchange for blank crystals. But I wish to trade with you. I should be able to acquire more. A few exchanged glances, realizing that this did not contravene any regulations, as there was no rule prohibiting them from trading their acquired blank skill crystals with players. The man with a buzz cut inquired, how many do you wish to sell? Xunge, 50 blank skill crystals. The 5 immediately stood up. Xunge, 40. Xunge, 30. The 5 began to chatter loudly about what they would have for lunch. Haven tea we just eaten? Oh, what did we have? I seem to have forgotten. How could you forget? The price startled them. The 5 turned in unison. Xunge, clutching her boots, felt a twinge of regret. She should have sought out some less astute individuals for the trade. No matter how exquisite. These boots were still of lower caliber. They would fetch no more than 3 gold at the auction house. What she truly desired was information. In her previous exchanges, she had encountered only free agents and lone wolves. The insiders had their own circles and enjoyed discounts when exchanging with the official outposts, thus rarely trading with lone wolf players. Chapter 59. Is that all? She queried the group. Do you receive discounts for exchanging blank skill crystals internally? She had inquired at the exchange point before and was informed that she could only trade her skill crystals. Currency was not accepted. The group did not conceal the truth. The official benefits were designed to attract more players, and they explained, indeed, we distribute 1 free crystal every 3 days. If you wish to purchase one from us using in-game currency, it is 60 silver each. That is a fixed regulation. This is the price. The exchange rate Zhao Shuang had provided her was 1 skill crystal for 5 blank crystals, which amounts to exactly 3 gold. A friendly price? After her internal musings, Xunge stowed away the boots, and the 5 gaped in astonishment, just as a retort was on the tip of their tongues. Xunge revealed her freshly crafted, feeling happy again, skill crystal. Care to trade? One with a skill for your 7 blank ones. The 5 quickly closed their mouths, swallowing their next words, and the woman with long hair began to haggle. Isn't that too pricey? At the official exchange point, you can only trade for 5. How is it 7 here? Xunge, how many would you need to exchange for my kind of skill crystal at the official exchange point? The group fell silent, and Xunge realized that even internally, the dealings were rather dubious. Xunge, are you willing to trade? I have 2, if you all agree. I'll sell you those boots for 3 gold. The woman with long hair responded. Friend, such business does not operate this way. Xunge promptly stood up. The woman with long hair. Did you not say that anyone lacking sincerity is a dog? Xunge, woof, will you trade or not? The 5-member team. A few minutes later, Xunge departed, clutching 3 gold and 14 blank skill crystals. Yet, she had one more matter to confirm. She approached the staff at the exchange point and directly asked, do you have a channel for converting gold coins from there? The staff member, a charming girl with a bob haircut, smiled and replied, this pertains to one of our fee-based services. Xunge raised her hand and asked, what is Zhao Shuang to you? The girl's smile became more genuine as she replied, she is my sister. My name is Zhao Xianin. Xunge's expression fell. The case is solved. Please continue. Zhao Xianin explained, there are 3 methods, but all require a contract. The first method entails that 10 of all the gold coins you exchange must be given to us. The second method requires a 30 share, while the third method does not necessitate any division, but requires you to join our team for 1 year, during which you will enjoy all the benefits available to our internal members. Xunge did not react with indignation at their greed. Instead, she frowned in contemplation. She understood what it meant to exchange for gold coins, realizing that the higher she ascended in life, the more she would learn. Many of the enigmas of her past life were gradually unraveling in this one. For instance, why Yu Xuanhuan and Su Yitong, despite their extraordinary fortune and smooth sailing, were not the most formidable in the country, or why the 3 powerful families of Su, Han, and Liang, despite their prominence, still dared not act brazenly outside the law, even going so far as to list charges against themselves before pursuing others, or why, in her 3rd year of fleeing, She heard that the Blue Star people were organizing a counteroffensive, launching anchor points to attack Zealand Star. She suddenly found many of her previous thoughts somewhat laughable. Her reluctance to engage in herbal trading or contest profits with the authorities. Her inability to achieve selfless dedication while ensuring she did not hinder Blue Star, and so on. After a long silence and a deep sigh, she realized she had become somewhat detached from reality. What if the method I know for exchanging gold coins overlaps with what you have told me? Will I have to share my gold coins with you if I use my own method in the future? Zhao Xianin's eyes brightened as she responded. The contract will specify that if before signing you have already exchanged coins using the method we provided, the contract becomes void, and you will not need to share your gold coins with us. You can even sell the methods you know to us. After much contemplation, Xunge decided it would be wise to secure an additional channel for exchanging gold coins. How could she dare to compete with the national machinery alone? Thus, she chose the first option. Zhao Xianin arranged for someone to cover her shift, and then took Xunge to the meeting room on the second floor of their base, where a wooden table surrounded by 4 tree stumps awaited them, and one person was already waiting. Not long after they sat down, Xunge received the contract. She meticulously read through it, discovering that the stipulations were indeed fair. If she had previously utilized the method she knew, the contract would become void. After signing her full name, Zhao Xianin informed her about the most efficient ways to earn gold on Zealand Star. Xunge sat there, her expression blank, feeling herself drifting once more. Is this it? Just this? I trade tens of thousands of gold coins each time. What have I been saying? With her elbows resting on the table and her thumbs pressed against her forehead, she feared that if she did not steady herself, she might float away again. Zhao Xianin exchanged glances with her partner and, intrigued, asked, "Are you too happy?" Xunge lifted her head and straightened her collar, feeling in that moment like the business elite she had once portrayed. Do you accept gold coins? I can help you procure gold coins at a rate of 200 gold for 1 coin. Zhao Xianin's partner was taken aback. Zhao Xianin inquired, "Are you selling this method?" Xunge smiled, "I am not selling, and moreover, this method will allow you to exchange at most 10 gold coins. After deducting the 360 gold coins required each day to produce 3 coins, I currently possess 778 pounds of gold. Each month, I need 21 pounds of gold for coin production, and it is simply implausible to convert all of this gold into coins. I can at most exchange 10,000 pounds of gold, which amounts to approximately 27,777 coins. Recently, I have acquired a wealth of information that I was previously unaware of in my past life, such as the fact that Zealand Star is home to 12 races, each with 3 main cities, totaling 36 cities. I refuse to believe I cannot exhaust this resource. However, if I assist the authorities in acquiring coins, the situation changes. I would earn 20 gold for each coin. For 100,000 coins, I would receive 4,000 pounds. Surely, that is not a trivial sum. Furthermore, this is merely the exchange rate. I have yet to mention my compensation. I can forego my share, but in return, my destiny skill stone will be kept with you for sale on my behalf. You would provide the blank crystal stones without any charge, while publicly stating that you only allocate 20 of the profits to me. This arrangement is not a loss for you, is it? Zhao Xianin and another individual fell silent. Chapter 60. You won't like what I have to say. Indeed, it was undeniably a good deal. The significance of 10 gold to them was self-evident. For instance, if entirely invested in purchasing high-level spells, it could forge a formidable battalion. Furthermore, the sales channel for the Happiness Again skill stone itself represents a valuable resource. All Xunge sought was for them to provide her protection while abstaining from profit sharing, with the authorities collecting the items and only distributing 20 of the profits to her. Other factions would be deterred from acting against her, as they would not covet such benefits. Conversely, any faction desiring this skill crystal would inevitably engage with the authorities. Not to mention, the official sale implies they would possess priority purchasing rights. Zhao Xianin stated that she would need to consult her superiors. Xunge smiled calmly, retrieving a cup of coffee from her bag. There's no rush. Please take your time. Xunge sat up straight. I have some urgent matters, if you agree. Let us hastily sign the contract, as I lack the time for prolonged discussions. Zhao Xianin asked, did you not just say there was no rush? Zhao Shuang found it amusing. She had just seen this person leisurely sipping coffee as she ascended the stairs. She produced the contract. I require a 40 share of the profits. This is our bottom line. After all, we publicly declare that we only allocate 20 of the profits to you, which would tarnish our reputation. The loss in this regard is invaluable. Xunge replied, they will believe it. The price of this item cannot remain static forever. Currently selling for 3 gold may represent a small team's earnings over 3 days, but what will happen in the future? When a small team's earnings reach 10 gold, will this item still sell for 3 gold? This skill crystal may lack utility in combat, yet its value in crafting equipment is immeasurable. I cannot protect it alone. I must seek your assistance. Zhao Shuang nodded, seemingly sighing as she repeated, you cannot protect it alone. You must seek our help. Xunge pressed her lips together, aware that she had revealed a vulnerability. After all, she was still at a disadvantage compared to those truly adept in negotiation. She stated, I could also ally with other factions. Zhao Shuang. Yet you are not fond of factional strife, are you? Joining a particular force entails internal conflicts. Once the true worth of your skill is recognized, other factions will vie for you and the power to which you are affiliated. Yu Xuanga remained silent for a considerable time before rising. Then let it be. Zhao Shuang paused, her hand holding the coffee cup suspended in disbelief. She gazed at Yu Xuanga, her expression one of astonishment at her unexpected response. Yu Xuanga clicked her tongue in irritation. I am weary of this discussion. Let it be as it is. I shall take my leave. How can one play mahjong halfway, only to be on the verge of winning, when the opponent flips the table? Moreover, after flipping the table, Yu Xuanga turned to leave but was immediately halted by Zhao Shuang's grasp on her hand. In that instant, the negotiation expert leaned over the table, clutching her hand. Sister. Yu Xuanga, I am merely 26. Zhao Shuang had swiftly approached her side, affectionately draping her arm around Yu Xuanga's shoulder. Little sister. Behind them, Zhao Xianin interjected. Hey, I am right here. Zhao Xianin stifled her laughter. All right then. Zhao Shuang. Little sister, let us communicate properly. Yu Xuanga, you won't appreciate what I have to say. Zhao Shuang. That sentiment sounds familiar. Yu Xuanga. A 40 chance is impossible. At most, it is a mere 10. Zhao Shuang. A 10 chance is truly unattainable. Yu Xuanga shook off Zhao Shuang's hand and attempted to leave. Zhao Shuang held on tightly. She had never exerted such effort to retain her ex-boyfriend from high school. 20. That is my bottom line. I swear, that is the absolute limit. How fortuitous, for it coincides with Yu Xuanga's own threshold. She cannot forego the fees. Yet maintained an expression of indifference. In that case, I shall require a commission for exchanging gold. 1. Is that unreasonable? Yu Xuanga lifted her foot to depart. But before she could take a step, she was embraced once more by her sister Zhao Shuang. Zhao Shuang smiled at her. Because I will pursue you. Yu Xuanga. Yu Xuanga extended her hand. It is a deal. I shall find a way to exchange for 20 gold coins. Zhao Shuang's smile froze. Zhao Xianin leaned closer. Sister, what splendid negotiation skills. Zhao Shuang, go away. Yu Xuanga did not hasten to confront Su Ji and his cohort. She awaited the contract's arrival, confirming once again the terms previously discussed. 1. Player Yu Xuanga exchanges 1 gold coin for 200 gold, facilitating the Special Affairs Bureau's exchange of coins from Zealand Star. The total exchange amount shall be below 10 gold coins, with Yu Xuanga taking a 5 commission, should she manage to exchange for 20 gold coins or more. Her overall commission will be 1. During this period, no means may be employed to investigate Yu Xuanga's methods for exchanging gold coins. 2. The skill crystal, yet again. Happiness, produced by player Yu Xuanga, shall be wholly entrusted to the Special Affairs Bureau for external sale. The Bureau will provide Yu Xuanga with blank skill crystals and publicly assert that she profits only 20, while doing all within their power to offer her protection. The profits from, yet again, happiness, shall see the Bureau receiving 20, with settlements occurring every 15 natural days. The contract is quite favorable towards Yu Xuanga, stipulating only that the skill crystals she creates must be sold externally by the Bureau. Yet utilizing them herself or granting them to others does not constitute a breach of contract. However, in the event of a breach of contract, all members under the jurisdiction of the Special Affairs Bureau shall incur a random deduction of 1 attribute point as punishment. Conversely, if Yu Xuanga violates the contract, she will face a deduction of 10 attribute points and the forfeiture of all her gold coins. Furthermore, this collaboration is time-bound, lasting only 2 years, after which all parties will reconvene to discuss anew. Yu Xuanga, however, is not surprised. After all, the Wheel of Fate merely represents a tiered talent, and divine talents of tier or lower do not possess uniqueness. It is entirely possible that a second one could emerge at any moment. Should they fail to discover another, the advantage would revert to Yu Xuanga. There are numerous stipulations, such as Yu Xuanga being prohibited from exchanging gold for other factions, and, after 1 year, she must disclose the method of gold exchange to the Special Affairs Bureau. The price the Bureau must pay is a promise. If Yu Xuanga encounters misfortune within these 2 years, the Bureau will utilize causality-related divine talents to identify the perpetrator and exact vengeance on her behalf. This arrangement is quite equitable. Within 2 years, even for the sake of the gold exchange method, the Bureau will endeavor to protect Yu Xuanga, and during this period, should any harm befall her, they will seek retribution. As for the disclosure of the gold exchange method after a year, it will not impede Yu Xuanga's personal development. By then, she would have presumably exhausted the resources of the goblins herself. Yu Xuanga has acquired what she desires, albeit at a slight cost. Having meticulously reviewed every line, she affixed her signature. Chapter 61. I serve as a proxy in the game world. Zhao Shuang chuckled. Of course, I accept. After the contract was finalized, Yu Xuanga was able to access the relevant details from her character interface. She conducted a thorough check before feeling reassured. Zhao Shuang continued. We will deliver the gold within 3 days. Whenever you visit a base, simply inform the staff there. We have already entered your information and level into our system. You are currently the highest ranking among the external personnel. Yu Xuanga glanced at the time. It was already 3 o'clock. if she did not hurry to exact her revenge. It would be postponed until the next day. She replied, "All right, I won't stray far in the coming days. I must take my leave now. I still have yet to attend to important matters this afternoon." Zhao Shuang and Zhao Xianin escorted her to the entrance of the base on the first floor, drawing the attention of other players. Once outside the treehouse, Xunge sprinted into the forest, donning a black cloak that enveloped her entirely. She cast the illusionary body spell and arrived at the cave where she had tracked Suji earlier that morning, taking her position in a corner to await developments. Utilizing this time, she began to watch alchemy videos in her mind while contemplating her forthcoming plans. With only 5 days remaining until New Year's Day, she intended to focus on leveling up during this period. Once the gold arrived, she would commence the exchange for coins. The intervals of rest would perfectly align with her alchemical pursuits. In any case, with her ability to transform into animals and utilize shadow movement, escaping would not pose a challenge. As dusk descended, Xunge detected the sound of curses drawing near. It was Su Ji and a few burly men, totaling 8 in number. Did she sense something amiss? Unlikely. She had previously declined invitations from parties without raising any alarm. They were probably heading to another base. As she had no fixed location, correct? Most likely, she would return to the vicinity tomorrow, battling monsters while keeping watch. How could she possibly venture so deep alone? They murmured. "We can barely handle level 4, and several of us have already perished today. Did you not notice how formidable the monsters have become? I truly let my guard down. Otherwise, Xiao Si and the others would not have met their demise." Yushu and Gu, weary of their chatter, produced a grenade, tossing one after another until she had launched 5. She then executed her phantasmal shift, appearing outside the cave. Just as she materialized at the entrance, the sound of explosions echoed from within. Patiently, she waited for 5 minutes before sustaining her illusionary state and entered, gazing at the gruesome sight of 8 lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Instead of approaching, she drew her firearm and discharged 3 rounds into Suji's head, followed by a robust man, and then one after another, each head receiving the same fate. After a moment of stillness, she unsheathed her long blade and entered, severing each head with precision. Finally, she poured gasoline over their remains and ignited them, maintaining her invisible state throughout. It was only after witnessing the charred corpses that Yushu and Go felt a sense of satisfaction. She then employed her phantasmal shift once more, arriving at Outpost 0003. A journey of no less than 2 hours from the scene of the incident. Zhao Shuang had claimed 3 days, and with New Year's Day yet to arrive, Yushu and Gu not only cleared her debts of skill crystals, but also acquired 100 blank skill crystals and 40,000 pounds of gold, sufficient to exchange for 10 gold coins. Such an astronomical sum was monumental for her. Even for the Su, Liang, and Han families, it constituted a substantial fortune. Yet, in terms of national reserves, it was negligible. She could envision the internal debates regarding this transaction. Upon securing the gold, she exited the outpost and delved into the depths of the forest, traversing the territory of level 8 monsters. After ensuring she was not being followed, she transformed into a goblin and phantasmal shifted to the teleportation array at the Dark City. Next, she intended to seek out her goblin friends across various main cities. With 40,000 pounds of gold, she could exchange for 111 gold coins. If she invested more time bargaining with the goblins, she might secure an even better deal, but these were merely her assumptions. 180 for 1. My friend, surely you jest. Are you aware of the affluent Bill from Dark City? He exchanged with me at 170. Then go seek him out. But I wish to befriend you. Let it be 180. As Yushu and Gu exited the goblin district, she felt compelled to learn a thing or two about conversational finesse from Zhao Shuang. 200 for a single gold coin. Why not just rob someone? I had no intention of exchanging. It was you who sought my assistance. Are you familiar with the wealthy Bill from Dark City? Indeed, what of him? I have heard he profits 60 gold from crafting each coin, equivalent to a free coin every 2 days, totaling 182 coins a year, plus 50 silver coins. Correct, 182 gold and 50 silver. Over 10 years, that amounts to 825 gold. So will you exchange? 180 for a single gold coin, no more. Aside from me, no one will offer you such a generous deal. Very well. I only have 1,000 coins. In certain main cities, some goblins are impoverished while others flourish, yet their baseline stands firmly at 180 for a single gold coin. Any further haggling may incite their ire. As she traversed the bustling streets, she discerned that Bill was indeed the wealthiest among them, as she had not encountered another goblin willing to exchange 2 gold coins in a single transaction. This discovery significantly hampered her efficiency. Each day, she could disguise herself twice, with each instance lasting an hour. Initially, she had anticipated that 1 hour would suffice for her to exchange her gold coins while also indulging in a leisurely exploration of the exotic main city of Zealand Star. However, to her dismay, this time proved inadequate. Goblins like Bill, who could exchange 2 coins at once, were a rarity. Thus, she had to engage in conversation with each goblin, managing to procure 800 to 1,000 coins from them. With hundreds of goblins in each main city, She meticulously conversed with them one by one. She could only visit one main city per day, dividing her time into 2 sessions. The remaining hours barely allowed her to stroll through the city's eateries, seeking out local chefs to learn their unique culinary recipes. Xunge immersed herself in this whirlwind, resting during skill cooldowns, and upon the conclusion of a 5-hour cooldown, she would disguise herself and venture into the city to converse with goblins for coin exchanges. Fortunately, the time zones of the various main cities worked to her advantage, enabling her to find those that were in daylight. In nearly 4 hours of work each day, she managed to exchange for 34 gold coins. After several days, Xunge felt she had become more acquainted with goblins than with her peers in the entertainment industry. Zhao Shuang arrived swiftly, seemingly having awaited her arrival. Upon witnessing the transfer of 10 gold coins, Zhao Shuang felt a wave of relief, as a voice within questioned whether Xunge might abscond with the gold to remain in Zealand Star. Unaware of these thoughts, or perhaps choosing not to care, Xunge procured an additional 40,000 pounds of gold from Zhao Shuang and continued her role as a gold coin procurer. Chapter 62, Consumption. On January 11th, Xunge was so exhausted that she appeared visibly slimmer, feeling as though she had never spoken so extensively in her lifetime. She suspected that she could now engage in simple daily conversations with goblins without the aid of a translator. She felt she could devote her entire life to this endeavor. After fulfilling the exchange of 20 gold coins, she received a share of 1, totaling 2,000 gold. Currently, she possessed 52,073 gold and 87 silver, along with 778 pounds of gold. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, she grasped the coin pouch. In that moment, the dark circles under her eyes seemed to lighten considerably. A pleasant collaboration, she remarked. Zhao Shuang sighed, stating, "You are the wealthiest among us players." For the past few days, Xunge had spoken until her lips felt parched. Perhaps so. I can finally afford to purchase skills. Zhao Shuang produced a booklet. Would you like to buy this? It contains our internal skill crystal information. Xunge's eyes brightened as she extended her hand to receive the booklet, only to have it pressed down by Zhao Shuang. With a shy smile, Zhao Shuang explained, "You know, this is also a paid service. Being able to access such extensive information for a fee is a bargain. Many desire to purchase it, but cannot, as it is confidential." Xunge inquired, "How much?" Zhao Shuang replied, 1 gold. Xunge retorted, "Do I appear so gullible?" Zhao Shuang patted the back of her hand. "How can you speak like that? This is a friendship price." Xunge displayed a smile reminiscent of a faux-grinning boy. "The friendship price you mentioned last time was identical to the market price." Zhao Shuang felt no embarrassment whatsoever. After all, they had only just met the day before. Where could genuine friendship possibly come from? Xunge was rendered speechless. 50 silver. Should love be a transaction? Zhao Shuang extended one hand to demand money, while swiftly placing the manual into Xunge's other hand. Xunge fell silent. She indulged herself. She even ate twice more. Observing this, Xunge was truly astonished. In her previous life, she had lived for 3 years, believing she possessed a sufficient array of divine talents. Yet she had barely scratched the surface of what was contained within this manual. However, the contents consisted solely of skill descriptions, lacking further information, with most priced below 1 gold coin. Only a select few, either exceptionally unique or possessing formidable attack power, commanded exorbitant prices, and some were even marked as negotiable. For instance, she spotted her own skill stone on the first page, blessed again, upon use. It can modify the target's luck value for a duration of 6 hours, price, negotiable. A simple description devoid of cooldown time, divine talent level, or skill origin made Xunge marvel at how adeptly the Special Affairs Bureau handled matters. She purchased 2 divination skill stones, Spirit Pen, Reveal to me. Upon use, it can divine the answer to your sought-after question, with the complexity of the question directly influencing the detail of the answer. Price, 3 gold. And am I going to die? Upon use, it can divine the fortune of your next action. Price, 1 gold. She held little hope, as she herself possessed the ability to shield against divination. Nevertheless, she made the purchase. Though somewhat pricey, it was worth it for those in need. The price also provided a rough gauge of the skill's utility. After bidding farewell to Zhao Shuang, she immediately employed Spirit Pen, Reveal to me. Clasping the skill stone with both hands, she thought, "I wish to know if Xunge has any chance of turning the tables." A fog enveloped her mind, and as she pondered this question, the skill stone gradually shattered, dispersing the mist to reveal a scene. In the vision, Xunge stood at the center of a formation in the Su family's basement. Not far away in another formation lay a bloodied man. He wore an eye mask, and his disheveled hair obscured part of his face, the lower half smeared with blood as he shouted curses. Though she could not hear the words, the shape of his mouth indicated he was reciting the genealogy of Xunge. She felt a flicker of familiarity with this man, but could not immediately identify him. However, the location, the formation, it was all too familiar to her. She had once lain there herself. It was none other than the formation that stripped one of their talents. Where and when had Xunge acquired such a sinister formation? She could not discern the date within the divination's vision, nor could she glean much from their attire. as the Su family's residence maintained a constant temperature, akin to spring year-round. Yet, she could ascertain that this moment was certainly not recent. The blood used in this formation was no ordinary blood. She had witnessed firsthand the entire process of the Su family drawing the formation, using a level 15 blood and several high-grade gems crafted through the art of jewelry processing. Even if the formation diminished in potency, it could hardly transform the blood of a monster imbued with magic into ordinary blood, and the gems were utterly absent. Upon realizing what step Yu Xuanhuan would take next, Yu Xuange's mood did not sour, rather, it brightened. The prospect of shattering Yu Xuanhuan's hopes once more and witnessing her despair was a source of great delight. She sought out Zhao Shuaying, who was dining with her sister on the first floor, and procured 2 skill crystals for Spirit Pen, tell me. Yu Xuange was indifferent to many matters, yet sensed a connection to individuals like them, those bestowed with divine gifts. Su Ji and his ilk were certainly not anomalies. As she fled from the dark city of Yuan to the vastness of Lanqing, the number of those seeking her had only increased. Fortunately, the authorities intervened promptly, announcing that henceforth, the allocation of Yu Xuange's divine gifted skills would be managed through official sales, granting her a semblance of peace. Before departing, Yu Xuange made a trip to the auction house in Yuan, acquiring 1,000 exquisite belts. Due to their varied designs preventing stacking, she meticulously filled a large chest to accommodate them within her game backpack. She also purchased numerous materials necessary for crafting intermediate and advanced potions. High-level alchemy required only a handful of basic herbs available at the apothecary, while most materials had to be procured from the auction house. Many of the advanced alchemy ingredients were products crafted by other professions reaching a high level, and the materials Yu Xuange had previously stockpiled were long depleted through her extensive practice. The path of advanced alchemy henceforth entailed a repetitive cycle of watching alchemy videos, learning, spending money on materials, and further practice, demanding both patience and sincerity. She was prepared to dedicate several years to this pursuit. Although her current attempts at advanced recipes were fraught with failure, yielding only slight increments in skill, she recognized the necessity of hands-on practice and was willing to endure the challenges. Chapter 63, Return to Reality. In addition to her other acquisitions, she obtained 3 skills. Portal level allows the establishment of an anchor point in a location, enabling travel to that anchor via a portal. No more than 2 anchor points may exist simultaneously. 1. 526 gold. While the price was tenfold that of the official teleportation service, this was a permanent solution and could serve as a means of escape. Hunter's Eye level upon activation. All life forms within a 50-meter radius will be revealed within your perception. Each activation consumes 100 mana points per minute. 817 gold. It proved more effective than the revealing potions, allowing her to transform into an animal to evade the official teams, though the same might not apply to others. While the names of these life forms would not be displayed, it was reasonable for a high-level skill to have limitations. Reign of Hatred level scatters a multitude of energy arrows over a targeted area, bombarding all enemies within that region with damage over 5 seconds. Each use requires 250 mana points, with a cooldown period of 3 minutes. 1. 279 gold. This area attack skill would be essential for her future monster hunting endeavors. Beast Tongue level upon use enables comprehension of 27 common beast languages. 388 gold. Indeed, she had long desired to understand the chatter of the cats in her backyard, and it would prove useful for gathering intelligence in the future. Spider Silk Trap level establish a trap capable of ensnaring and immobilizing its target, consuming 3 strands of spider silk with each use. She needed to enhance the villa with additional features. This trap was easily escapable, but adding a touch of poison would alter its efficacy, and at a mere cost of 17 gold, it was quite affordable. Spider silk was even cheaper, costing just a few copper coins per strand. The acquisition of advanced alchemical materials set her back 3,000 gold, combined with the 39 gold spent on skills. 1,000 gold for a belt and 388 gold for entertainment, bringing her expenditures to a staggering total of 8,027 gold. Were it not for her substantial profits, such expenditure would have been untenable. She increasingly believed that the elite players of the previous generation, who had honed their crafts to advanced levels, were primarily cultivated by the officials. However, she bore no envy. These were undoubtedly bound by contracts, as such significant matters could hardly be governed by mere conscience. Regrettably, her searches through the auction house yielded no manuals on crafting skill crystals, likely a divine endowment. Yet, purchasing was unnecessary. The contract stipulated that the officials would provide her with blank crystals for her creations, and her requirements were modest, easily met by exchanging with internal personnel. Subsequently, she discovered the bed of the Pleasure Witch, which had been discounted to 19 gold. However, she hesitated to make the purchase. Though she had previously gifted Su Yidong a wedding present, she was willing to spend for the sake of enhancing the world with more AI. But to spend 19 gold on each Showo was out of the question. After some searching, she found a suitable alternative, the handcuffs of the Pleasure Demon level, which offered similar effectiveness for only 2 gold. Perfect. After procuring some bait for Yu Xuanhuan, Xunge exited the auction house, passing by a grocery store. She disposed of the items she had pilfered from Su Ji's group, earning over 90 silver coins. She then made her way to the sewer, transforming into a cat, navigating through twists and turns, before finally shifting into a spider and arriving at the restaurant's underground storage room, where she established an anchor point on the ceiling's corner. Even when she arrived upside down, it mattered little. She felt that the ceiling was safer than the ground, as it resided within the blind spots of most individuals. After completing her tasks, Xunge scurried back to the sewer, deactivated her disguise skill, and changed into modern attire. In the next moment, she shattered the teleportation stone provided by the officials. Upon arriving in Blue Star, her first action was to attune herself to the teleportation array, confirming that her skills could be utilized at any time, which brought her peace of mind. She then set another anchor point in the safe house atop the villa, adding another escape route. Su Yitong was momentarily taken aback by this name, before quickly commanding Yu Xuanhuan to concoct a reason to invite Yu Xunge to dinner. After a brief pause, she added, "You may bring your parents as well." Yu Xuanhuan cheerfully agreed, suggesting, "Shall we have a family feast? I can prepare the meal." Su Yitong shook her head. "You are the host. What meal will you prepare?" She was quite pleased with Yu Xuanhuan, handsome, adept at pleasing her, and with family members who understood the nuances. Apart from the peculiar requirement of turning off the lights for distant communication at night, he was without fault, prompting her to feel a degree of affection towards him. Recently, it has come to light that luck is a rather unique and significant attribute. Yu Xuanhuan possesses an exceptionally rare full value of luck, which naturally grants her a bit more patience. With an impassive expression, Yu Xuanhuan replied affirmatively. Once back in her room, she finally retracted her smile and sat quietly for a while, lost in thought, before she began to message Yu Sung. "Yu Xuanhuan, Yu Sung, dear sister, I miss you so much. Let us have a family dinner together." This was no mere platitude. It was, in fact, his rare genuine sentiment. He knew far more than even the chauffeur or butler of the Su family. Even though recently, for reasons unknown, their attitude towards him had improved slightly. It was merely a slight adjustment. The more he compared, the more he appreciated how Yu Sung had unhesitatingly informed him about this game in the first place. "Yu Sung, sure, when shall we meet? I have gifts for all of you. Happy autumn fruit. Hee, good daughter, your mother adores your gifts. Melancholic Ching Shan, it's passable, I suppose. Yu Sung, your little face looks pale. Yu Sung, there's no need to share everything with the children. Happy autumn fruit, a gift worth 30 gold. What is wrong with sharing my experience? My daughter truly has a thoughtful heart. Melancholic Ching Shan, that's enough now." Yu Sung, causing chaos in society. As she observed the lively chat group, Yu Xuanhuan couldn't help but smile, feeling a rare sense of ease. Yu Sung was preparing food for the cats in the backyard. She had left in mid-December, and now it was nearly mid-January. Hearing the chorus of meows, she recalled how the cats would call out when she delayed their meals. In the past, she had misunderstood, thinking they were reprimanding her. Now, having learned beast tongue, she finally understood. Indeed, they were scolding her. Had she known, she might have opted against learning it. With a stoic expression, Yu Sung prepared roasted spider legs and a large bowl of fresh meat goat milk soup, alongside an abundance of dried fish and chicken, filling every food bowl in the backyard. She even created a well using Fountain of Light, the spring water possessing restorative properties. Whether it would benefit the cat's health remained uncertain, but the water was delightful, having been useful during her prior monster hunts. Listening to the soothing sounds of the cats purring as they ate and drank, Yu Sung reclined on the lawn, her hands resting behind her head, savoring the rare tranquility. It was likely that Su Yitong's dinner invitation held ulterior motives. Although the news of players accessing Zealand Star could not be disseminated due to contractual constraints, every matter has its loopholes. The practicality of the yet happier skill could certainly be shared, and she doubted that no one from the Su family had connections within the official circles. However, it was too late. She had already been forcibly requisitioned by the authorities. Chapter 64. A rift torn yet not fully ripped. As for whether there was a divine gift ability to detect lies, undoubtedly, for Yu Qingshan's skill level 2 could indeed discern falsehoods. Yet, she believed the officials must have countermeasures in place. Otherwise, how could she afford to relinquish 2% of her profits? Yu Sung closed her eyes, feeling at ease. What do you think she has been doing for so long? Perhaps hunting for food for us. Meow, meow, meow. This food is truly delicious. Such delectable fare must be challenging to procure. Let us bring her some gifts next time. What should I bring? A mouse? She cooks so deliciously. She wouldn't eat a mouse. I don't know. I just feel compelled to bring her something. I share that sentiment. It's quite peculiar. After listening, Yu Xuange felt a wave of relief. Indeed, the cat's nest was likely to mutate. After a day of relaxation, Yu Xuange began her search for small cockroaches. However, after rummaging through the entire villa without success, she ultimately resorted to purchasing 2 small spiders from the flower and bird market. After dispatching them, she employed the long and used only the dead will obey to control them, placing them in her safe house as her surveillance monitors. The following day, Yu Xuange was picked up by Yu Xuanhuan, and, for reasons unbeknownst to her, He did not bring Ichogwa or Yu Qingshan along. Upon arriving at the Su residence, not only was Su Yitong present, but also Su Beige and Su Jinxian, along with several of Su Yitong's cousins. Yu Xuanga maintained her smile. Even though she was already aware that these two cousins were not of good character, having gained minor notoriety as internet celebrities before their downfall. Nonetheless, when confronted with inquiries from the Su family about her recent whereabouts, Yu Xuanga opted for candor. She had long realized that a straightforward approach was most effective with these individuals. I cannot disclose anything, as I am bound by a contract. If I speak, I will be silenced, and furthermore, my first skill from the divine endowment must be transformed into a skill crystal for the Special Affairs Bureau to manage. Exchanging glances, Su Yitong and the others could not help but feel that Yu Xuanga was being inconsiderate, failing to communicate such significant matters with the Su family. Although Yu Xuanga did not perceive their gazes, she could intuit their thoughts. In her past life, once a player joined the Su family, it was nearly impossible to leave. Whether one could depart depended entirely on the Su family's willingness to retain them. If they chose to keep you, even if you attempted to leave, the Su family would feign amicability while secretly employing underhanded tactics. Su Yitong sighed. Had I known you had this means, I would not have meddled in introducing you earlier. Yu Xuanga recognized this as a subtle jab at her, merely implying that their earlier goodwill in presenting her with business opportunities was now being undermined by her collaboration with the Special Affairs Bureau. While this perspective held some truth, Yu Xuanga understood that if she did not act swiftly, the Su family would indeed treat her divine gift as their own possession. The signs of this were already manifesting after just a few collaborations. However, she did not deny that she had leveraged the Su family to some extent, earning a bit of gold while ensuring that her skill reached the ears of the authorities. Moreover, Su Yitong's remark could not withstand scrutiny from another angle. One must ponder whether the Su family was genuinely assisting her in business introductions or merely viewing her as a resource to curry favor with others. Pretending not to grasp the underlying implication, she smiled and replied, I do not wish for this either. I still hope to earn a fortune from it. However, the authorities have approached me, and I cannot oppose them. A 2-8 split is already quite favorable. Su Yitong found Yu Xuanga's lack of ambition disheartening and attempted to entice her. If you cooperate with our Su family, we could arrange a 50-50 split. Indeed, there were individuals from the Su family within the Special Affairs Bureau. Although the contract prevented the dissemination of crucial information, they were already aware of the significance of luck within the data. The importance rating given to Yu Xuanga's talent by their informants was a 7, which was equivalent to the rating of a divine endowment. Yu Xuanga shook her head, her expression one of deep contentment. I cannot protect too much on my own. Su Yitong asserted confidently, the Su family can provide that protection. She locked her gaze onto Yu Xuanji's eyes and continued, you can collaborate with us. Was this a suggestion for her to reconsider her association with the Special Affairs Bureau? It seemed rather domineering. Yet, Yu Xuanga had grown accustomed to Su Yitong's assertiveness and unreasonable demeanor. With a hint of resignation, she replied, the Special Affairs Bureau treated me similarly when we discussed matters. They wouldn't let me leave without an agreement, pulling me along and even calling me sister. The consequences of violating a contract were unbearable to her. Such repercussions would feel akin to death. Losing 10 attribute points, and all her gold was tantamount to a death sentence. Yu Xuanga spoke with a grave and calm demeanor. During this exchange, the butler standing behind Su Yitong did not refill her glass, leading Su Yitong to realize that Yu Xuanga was not fabricating her claims. Her anger subsided somewhat, yet she still complained, you should have sought our collaboration sooner. This was hardly the attitude towards an equal partner. Yu Xuanga doubted that after a failed negotiation with others, Su Yitong would express dissatisfaction that they had not reached out earlier. Yu Xuanga fell silent. She was not seeking the Su family's assistance, nor was she inclined to endure such indignities. The mere act of explaining herself to Su Yitong was already a significant concession. Su Beige, noticing Yu Xuanji's discontent, raised his glass and spoke up. I apologize. Yitong did not mean to blame you. It is simply regrettable that we, who consider you part of the Su family, failed to establish a partnership with you at the earliest opportunity. You think I am part of the Su family? Yu Xuanga responded with a practiced smile, reminiscent of her days in the entertainment industry. Perhaps, but I prefer to remain a citizen of the nation. Although they took a share of the profits, they pledged to protect me under the contract. Moreover, should I perish, they would utilize the divine talents related to the law of causality to avenge me. That is far superior to your offer. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. The others regretted not having brought Yu Xuanga into the Su family sooner. Yet, Su Xuanhuan found a sense of satisfaction in this moment. The Su family had never regarded the Yu family with much esteem, and now he was envious of Yu Xuanga. Though her talents were modest and lacked lethal power, they were undeniably practical and conferred a degree of influence. Yu Xuanji's assertiveness had awakened the Su family members to a new reality. They began to understand that she was not someone who would sacrifice her dignity and principles for the sake of aligning with the Su family's power, nor would she forsake everything out of fear of their influence. More importantly, Yu Xuanga had the backing of the authorities. The younger generation of the Su family was far from inept. Although proud and assertive, they were astute and perceptive. Upon recognizing Xunge's stance, they swiftly adjusted their attitudes. Even Su Yidong no longer displayed the anger that had simmered within her. Chapter 65, Discontent. Xunge watched as the three siblings exchanged smiles, attempting to shift the subject while raising their glasses in a toast to her. She sighed inwardly, having intended to invoke the authority of the government to maintain a facade of harmony with them. Yet, she found herself unable to restrain her emotions. Perhaps she had overestimated her own resilience. However, contemplating the divine talent of the culinary deity, she began to suspect that Su Yidong's emotions were being transferred onto her by Xunge. Given Su Yidong's evident displeasure today, it seemed Xunge might be in for a stroke of fortune. The atmosphere among them was akin to a fragile truce, having torn a small fissure but quickly mending it. There were slight cracks, yet they remained reparable. Laughter and conversation resumed, filling the air once more. Despite not suffering any loss today, Xunge remained discontented. Her dissatisfaction urged her to concoct some mischief for the Su family. However, she realized that to execute her plans effectively, she would require allies. She intended to profit significantly from the quickly obsolete green gear obtained from the Su family, aiming to deplete some of their gold reserves. Though she suspected that the Su family likely had connections on Zealand Star, it was uncertain whether they possessed sufficient startup capital to acquire the equipment she sought. Moreover, the gear in question had been meticulously chosen by her. Since the game's official invasion on February 22nd, the machinery in a local factory producing belts had undergone a peculiar transformation, resulting in the production of belts that were of excellent quality, 2 strength and 1 agility, suitable for level 2 players. The official authorities had commandeered the machine, allowing it to churn out green belts in bulk, aiding domestic players through their initial struggles. Within a fortnight, this had dramatically reduced the prices of belts. Even though the production could not immediately meet demand, the knowledge of a stable output led players to prioritize other equipment, especially in the local market where belts were abundant. During those months, green gear of the same level could fetch as much as 1 gold, whereas belts, in contrast, were capped at 40 silver. Given that the official belts were priced at merely 15 silver, Xunge purchased 1,000 belts, setting her sights on securing at least 1,000 pounds of gold from the Su family. She couldn't help but muse that a direct heist might be swifter. Nevertheless, she intended to refrain from visiting the Su family's underground treasury for the time being. She could envision countless strategies to counter such invisible players, and the Su family would undoubtedly have even more. Perhaps the treasury was now rigged with electric traps, ready to incapacitate anyone who dared approach. In truth, she understood that selling these items to the Su family shortly after the game's invasion would yield greater profits. However, the Su family would likely be privy to news of the mutations in real-world items far sooner than the average person. Who could say whether they might learn of the belt factory's machinery also undergoing transformation? The process of selling 1,000 pieces, ranging from initial contact to negotiation and final transaction, would take several days at the very least. Any delay, however slight, could result in the belts losing their value, costing her the opportunity to ensnare Xunge in her scheme. She was not concerned about arming the enemy. By mid-March, most players engrossed in dungeon runs would possess a belt. This would place everyone on an equal footing, preventing the Su family from gaining a significant advantage. Nonetheless, she could leverage this situation to push the Su family into exchanging some gold. As long as the Su family dared to trade, she would not hesitate to ambush them along the way. Xunge directly utilized her phantom movement to teleport to the airport, where she sought a flight to the bustling city. Transforming into a small cat, she concealed herself and took a brief slumber. Upon landing, she employed her phantom movement once more to arrive at a location she had frequented during a prior arms purchase. Subsequently, she activated her disguise skill, morphing into a towering figure of 2 meters, and approached a player from Hong Kong known for his unsavory dealings, proposing that he assist her in selling equipment. In return for his cooperation, she promised him 3 pieces of green gear. He readily acquiesced. Xunge then provided him with the contact information for Xunge, stating, "This is the buyer I have found, affluent and also a player. His wife's family can consume 1,000 pieces of green gear, and I require 1 pound of gold for each piece, with anything beyond that yours to keep. Understood, leave it to me." However, after dining with Xunge found himself rather unsettled. Su Yidong, when incensed, did not resort to loud outbursts or overt confrontations. Rather, she inflicted her displeasure in a silent, excruciating manner. When Xunge displeased her, she ensured that both Xunge and Xunge shared in her ire. Consequently, in recent days, Xunge discovered that much of his personal information had been exposed. Despite marrying Su Yidong, he did not abandon his streaming career, not out of ambition, but because it was one of the rare avenues where he could assert himself. Within his modest streaming room, viewers analyzed the opulence of his background, extolled his looks and gaming skills, and even scrutinized a water cup he casually picked up. No one was privy to his physical shortcomings or openly criticized his divinely bestowed, albeit flawed, talents. Yet, the winds of fortune had turned peculiar. His previous gaming alias had never divulged his true name, and even during Xunge's rise to stardom, he refrained from capitalizing on her fame. He had no desire for Xunge to be labeled as a benefactor, as such things could awaken ire in the masses. However, now his true name had been revealed, along with the fact that he was Xunge's brother, and that he had married into a wealthy family as a son-in-law. Though the identity of this affluent family remained a mystery, this revelation propelled him into the limelight, but it was not the attention he sought, though the times had changed. With many proclaiming the allure of a life of ease, those who could not partake in such a lifestyle merely mocked those who could. Yet, for Xunge, these remarks held little weight. He understood his motivations. Prior to becoming a son-in-law, he had mentally prepared himself for the challenges ahead. What truly troubled him was the shifting demeanor of the Su family. Previously, their attitude towards him had improved inexplicably, but recently it had grown cold again. At times, he felt akin to a pet meant to amuse Su Itong, with a status even lower than her well-cared-for border collie, which was indeed the case. Ignoring the barrage of comments in the streaming chat, Xunge concluded his gaming session with a smile before preparing to log off. Just as he was about to close the software, he noticed a private message in the backend. 428-935-9285. Are you buying Game Green Gear? Do you know which game it is? How fortuitous, as he received countless private messages daily, but today he happened to notice this particular one. Xunge found nothing peculiar about his circumstances. His fortune was simply extraordinary. Ever since he began occasionally preparing and delivering meals for the brothers in his studio, his endeavors seemed to be aided by divine intervention. He had discreetly unearthed a considerable amount of resources from the Su family to establish his own influence, all while remaining undetected. According to his premarital plans, he intended to collaborate closely with Su Itong, leveraging his good fortune to assist her in advancing her career, thereby earning the trust of the Su family. However, Su Itong's entry into the game had never prompted her to inform him of this matter, which led him to reconsider his strategy. He now planned to first strengthen himself through the resources of the Su family, gradually elevating his status before collaborating with Su Itong. Yet, recently, he found himself struggling within the Su family, devoid of any voice. Even during today's dinner, while they discussed the game, he could not interject, feeling like an outsider, unless Xunge took the initiative to engage him. Xunge paused, his hand hovering over the software, contemplating his next move. Chapter 66. Digging a Pit for My Good Brother. God, what game? 428-935-9285. Divine Gift, World of Warcraft, 1010. God, what kind of green gear? How much? 428-935-9285. 1000 pieces. Belts. Can you handle it? Only accepting gold transactions. Initially, Xunge had not taken it seriously, merely thinking of expanding his acquaintance with another player. However, a sudden chill ran down his spine, prompting him to adopt a more earnest demeanor as he swiftly assessed the potential benefits this could yield. The first thought that flashed through his mind was to sell the items to Xunge, connecting through him to the official channels. Presently, aside from Yuqingshan and Ichio, he trusted Xunge the most. Yet, the next moment, he dismissed this idea. Connecting with the officials would mean offending the Su family, which was not worthwhile. However, he could not afford to forego such substantial gains, as his network of players barely numbered 10. God, how much gold per piece? What are the attributes? I want to see the items. 428-935-9285. Each can add 34 attribute points, 2 pounds of gold per piece. 2 pounds of gold, approximately 500,000, clearly indicated exorbitant pricing. Although Xunge had only participated in one internal test, he had frequented the auction house. Despite his long-term vision, investing all his money in professional skills, materials, and abilities, he could not recall the specific prices of these items. Nevertheless, he was capable of crafting himself. For instance, in jewelry crafting, although he was merely a novice, he could already produce earrings that added 5 attribute points, despite the materials being exceedingly rare, even if he could find substitutes in reality. The total would amount to over 1 million. However, this was significantly tied to the jewelry crafting materials. He surmised that the skills of leatherworking, Xunge, and engineering could similarly produce equipment that added attribute points at a considerably lower cost, not nearly as exorbitant as the gemstones required for jewelry crafting. The crux of the matter lay here. Not everyone shared his fortune. Most players only earned a few silvers through quests, let alone affording materials, with skill acquisition being a challenge in itself. God, I want to see the physical items. Xunge spent her days in her villa, diligently practicing alchemy. She had concocted 1,000 bottles of basic healing potions, intending to sell them to the Su family in exchange for gold. Though these potions were rapidly becoming obsolete, they still held significant value. With everyone starting with a health pool of 100 points, a potion that restored 60 health essentially represented a second chance at life. While ordinary individuals might opt to hide and wait for their health to regenerate, the affluent could scarcely tolerate their health dipping below 90. Although uncertain whether the Su family had trained their own alchemist, she deemed it worth the risk to sell them. After all, it posed no loss. Though it seemed she was providing an early advantage to the Su family, they could acquire these potions through other means. Her absence would not spell their downfall. Regardless of whom she sold to, it would still be a transaction. Moreover, she aimed to diminish the Su family's gold reserves while the significance of gold had yet to come to the forefront, ensuring they would have to spend cash if they sought purchases elsewhere. Xunge had no intention of revealing herself in this venture. Instead, she disguised herself and approached the Gun King, entrusting him with the task, stipulating that the potions could only be sold to the Su family at a price of 100 gold per potion, with any excess profit going to him. In the marketplace of Zealand Star, basic healing potions were priced at merely 1 silver. Thus, selling them for 100 gold was an astronomical markup, yielding a 50-fold increase. However, in the realm of cross-border procurement, one must expect a markup. She left the potions behind, receiving 200 pounds of gold from the Gun King. Xunge felt assured that the Gun King would adhere to her stipulations. They were all astute individuals. Her ability to offer such valuable items indicated her connections. Although the nature of her relationship with the Su family remained ambiguous, the Gun King understood that if he failed to sell to them, he might not be favored with similar opportunities in the future. Conversely, she held reservations about Hong Kong Boy. While he was clever, the distance from his territory meant he might not prioritize reputation as the Gun King did. Consequently, she only sold him 3 samples, instructing him to contact her upon securing a deal. With an immense potential for profit, the Gun King and Hong Kong Boy were resolute in their pricing. Each day, Xunge utilized the teleportation array to visit Zealand Star. During her previous transformation into a goblin to deliver wine to the necromancer mentor, the latter had accepted the wine and requested she present her latest potions, subsequently offering her a 10-minute lesson. Since that encounter, Xunge had made it a routine to bring wine to the alchemy shop, seeking advice from the necromancer mentor. A bottle of fine red or white wine could secure a 10-minute lesson, and she consistently brought 5 bottles, allowing for a 50-minute session. Excluding the time spent walking and re-engraving the teleportation array, she utilized her hour of disguise to the fullest. Following her studies, she would venture into the wild for 5 hours of leveling, returning in the afternoon to employ her disguise once more, bringing wine to the necromancer mentor for another 50 minutes of instruction. Though her experience points did not increase, her understanding of potions expanded daily. While she could only grasp techniques through videos, the necromancer mentor imparted knowledge of potion properties and various pharmacological effects. Xunge's daily schedule was meticulously packed. Thus, when she received a message from Hong Kong Boy in early February, requesting she bring the remaining belts for trade in Port City, she glanced at the date and was astonished at how swiftly time had passed. Promptly, she resorted to her usual method, boarding a free flight to Port City, and upon using her disguise skill, arrived at the designated meeting point. In a private room of the hotel, Hong Kong Boy awaited his companion. Xunge had already utilized the hunting eye to ascertain the number of individuals in the vicinity, discovering that both adjacent rooms were filled with patrons. She felt no dissatisfaction. The crowd was within a reasonable range, and there appeared to be no ambush. She did not touch the tea on the table. Is the deal finalized? Is it the person I introduced? Hong Kong Boy refrained from questioning why he was instructed to sell to that individual. Indeed, you may verify. He and his wife are right next door. Xunge nodded, inquiring, what about the gold? Hong Kong Boy opened the box on the table, revealing it brimming with gold bars. Upon seeing them, Xunge felt a sense of familiarity with the style. With deftness, she produced a box of belts, and they both pushed their respective boxes towards one another, commencing the inspection of the golden equipment received. The gold was straightforward to examine. Her Soros pocket watch's detection skill not only revealed character information, but also item specifics. As long as she confirmed the purity of each gold piece, she could store it in her game backpack to check for potential stacking. Furthermore, she could swiftly calculate the weight. The over 900 pieces of equipment posed a bit more of a challenge, requiring meticulous inspection of each item. Nevertheless, Xunge maintained a pleasant demeanor, patiently awaiting her counterpart's verification while secretly remaining vigilant against any potential treachery. Half an hour later, Hong Kong Boy exhaled in relief, having feared this might be a scam. He secured the equipment, stating, pleasant transaction. Should another substantial order arise, we shall continue our collaboration. He had no intention of engaging in underhanded dealings. They were in the city center, and it was preferable to conduct peaceful transactions. Moreover, they had profited significantly from this deal. Although the Su family was unwilling to part with additional gold, offering only 1 gene of gold per belt, they were amenable to providing more cash. This transaction allowed them to earn an extra 10,000 for each piece of equipment, totaling 10 million for 1,000 pieces, even after retaining a few for personal use. The remaining sum of over 9 million would suffice to sustain their group for a year. Xunge rose to leave with decisiveness, feigning a lack of time. The potions and belts had netted her a total of 1,200 gene of gold from the Su family. Chapter 67, The Iron Pot. The following day, as Xunge prepared to venture out to procure more alcohol, having consumed it in considerable quantity lately, she planned to stockpile supplies and gather cocktail recipes to present to her mentor, hoping to unearth something exceptional. However, before she could exit the villa district, she received a message from Yu Xuanhuan, inquiring if she was at the villa, as he had something valuable to bestow upon her. It was the payment from the transaction she had completed the previous day, a belt imbued with 4 additional attribute points. Among the 1,000 belts, only slightly over 50 had such enhancements. The rest merely granted 3 attribute points. Yu Xuange was not surprised. Yu Xuanhuan's dealings with the Su family were characteristically duplicitous, acting like a beast when not in human guise, yet embodying humanity when required. After performing a heartfelt display of sibling affection, she gifted him 3 vials of her homemade basic healing potions before sending him on his way. Since facilitating the transaction of 1,000 green items, he had recently gained some influence within the Su family. At the very least, he was no longer sidelined in many matters. He recognized that the Su family had also been purchasing a considerable amount of these potions lately, priced at 250 gold each. Thus, when calculated, he found himself in profit. As for the incident of being cornered after yesterday's transaction, which resulted in the demise of several members of the Su family, it bears no significance to him. After bidding farewell to her guests, Yu Xuange promptly re-established her web traps before hastening to leave. Even the playful instant photos and durian shells she received from the kingdom of Sawadika were left behind. Each day, she meticulously inspects the vicinity of her safe house, which is laden with traps crafted from her poison spider silk. Corrosive agent. Upon contact, it inflicts a loss of 10 health points per second, lasting for 3 minutes. This is the most potent poison Yu Xuange can concoct, a product of intermediate alchemy, capable of slaying a player in a mere 6 seconds. Although selling a useless belt to the Su family yielded greater value in gold, it also deepened the conflict between her and Su Yitong. More importantly, after both of her game-related transactions mandated gold exchanges, she suspected that the Su family must be up to something. As long as they exchanged gold, she would have the opportunity to act. In summary, it was a case of achieving multiple objectives with a single stroke. However, the thought of the Su family acquiring an additional 1,000 green items kept Yu Xuange awake at night. The Su family, with its numerous members, has its holdings sprawling across various sectors, with significant investments in real estate, pharmaceuticals, catering, and new energy batteries. The poor performance of stocks in the first 2 sectors suggests that the Su family has not been faring well in recent years. Yet, following the game's incursion, a peculiar transformation occurred in an old iron pot used in Su Yitong's restaurant, which had been operational since its establishment. The dishes cooked in it were elevated in quality. Initially unnoticed by the Su family, but as the restaurant's business flourished with homemade meals, the culinary effects rivaled those learned from exotic races by other players. This revelation eventually led to the discovery of the extraordinary pot, which later fell into the hands of Yu Xuanhuan. Though the exact level of this item remains unknown, its acquisition by the male protagonist as a cooking utensil undoubtedly signifies its value. Yu Xuange refrained from retrieving it, fearing that her premature appropriation might adversely affect the pot. Unlike a cat's nest, which can attract feline visitors merely by being left unattended, a pot requires diligent care to maintain its luster. With her schedule busier than that of a top-tier celebrity, she found herself lacking the time to nurture the pot. Now, at only 4 p.m., Yu Xuange needed to scout the area, otherwise, she would be unable to use her shadowy teleportation later that night. After picking up her accomplices, Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua, they proceeded to the Su family's restaurant, which necessitated advance reservations. After placing their order, Yu Xuange strolled leisurely along the corridor under the pretense of admiring the oil paintings adorning the walls, all the while observing the servers and their origins. In her previous life, she had dined here, but had never concerned herself with the kitchen's location. Casually, she inquired, "Why the long face?" Yu Qingshan pressed his lips together, signaling the server to bring the wine first. He was at a loss for words. Recently, he had discovered a player capable of repairing items. Although the cost was steep, he had managed to acquire a considerable sum from Yu Xuanhuan, and the son who married into a wealthy family occasionally provided him with money, allowing him to repair those items without dipping into his own savings. However, the dilemma arose after the repairs were completed. He pondered how fragile these possessions were, vulnerable to the whims of any family member. Coincidentally, since last week, Yu Xuanhuan had been urging him to invest in gold for safekeeping. Consequently, he attempted to sell a few items yesterday, only to be told by the appraiser that they were counterfeit. At that moment, his legs felt weak beneath him. He had left home without even eating, clutching all that he owned, and sought the opinions of 3 different appraisers, all of whom confirmed the items were indeed fakes. Yu Qingshan felt as if the sky had fallen. He gulped down alcohol, his heart heavy with despair. This was not something he could share with Yu Xuange, as she had been oblivious to the existence of these possessions from the very beginning. He suspected that a player had swapped the items and wanted Yu Xuanhuan to confront the individual responsible. As Yu Xuanhuan bore 95 of the blame, he did not shy away from this responsibility. However, upon leveraging the connections within the Su family to uncover the identity of the culprit, he hesitated. As the individual belonged to the Liang family, to seek retribution, he would need to rely on the Su family's influence. Yet the Su and Liang families were currently entwined in a delicate partnership, complicating matters. After a few inquiries, Yu Qingshan fell silent, prompting Yu Xuanga to cease her questioning. Yu Qingshan drowned his sorrows in alcohol, while Yu Xuanga endeavored to lighten his mood. As for Ichiogwa, she was busy capturing moments of her blissful life to share on social media. Although she was aware of the loss of items worth billions, she felt little sorrow, as these possessions bore no significant connection to her future grandchildren's surname. Even if they could be liquidated, she would merely spend a few $100 million, and her life would remain unchanged. Thus, she considered herself the most perceptive and clear-minded woman in the family. Chapter 68. The Deterioration of Zhe Lan's Morality. It proved wise to accompany Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa, for after snapping a photo during their meal and sharing it in the group chat, Yu Xuanhuan graciously transferred gold coins to her, declaring that he would treat for the meal. Utilizing a phasing potion, she seamlessly traversed through walls to reach the kitchen. There were 8 pots, all identical in appearance, and she possessed no skill to discern their age. Regardless, they appeared quite clean, with no rust remaining, as it had been consumed by diners. She packed all 8 pots into a storage box and stowed it in her game backpack, refraining from mentioning her intent to purchase replacements, opting instead for the adage that more mistakes arise from excess. With 8 black pots in tow, Yu Xuanga departed in high spirits, albeit with a tinge of regret for not being able to elicit pain from the Su family regarding this matter. Contemplating this, Yu Xuanga employed her shadowy teleportation to arrive outside the Su family estate, transforming into a small bird that fluttered towards Su Yitong's villa. After landing by the window, she morphed into a tiny spider and scuttled inside. As she had anticipated, her minuscule form could not trigger the Su family's pressure-sensitive devices. Although scaling the distance that a human could traverse in a single step took her several seconds of a brisk crawl, especially when it came to climbing stairs. Fortunately, having been invited by Su Yitong to this new residence previously, she wasted no time determining which room belonged to Su Yitong and Yu Xuanhuan. Making a beeline for the master bedroom, slipping beneath the door, she rushed to the space beneath the bed, and in that moment, a long-lost sense of happiness and security enveloped her. Yu Xuanga did not aim to steal from Su Yitong. Her target for the evening was Yu Xuanhuan. As per usual, Yu Xuanhuan received a happy moment, which elevated his luck to 1, followed by a trifecta of thefts yielding no rewards. However, Yu Xuanga was undeterred. While savoring a rib under the illusion spell, she mused to herself, Yu Xuanga, you must refrain from such lewdness next time. In the latter half of the night, she pilfered 3 pieces of equipment, 1 item, and 3 attribute points from Yu Xuanhuan. As she transformed into a small bird and departed the villa, she cast a glance at her brother lying on the bed, resolutely deciding to return the following evening. Yu Xuanhuan truly embodied the essence of the Yu family's little silver coin, with intelligence as his highest attribute. The 3 points she acquired were all in intelligence. Presently, Yu Xuanga's attributes were as follows: Health, 350-350, Mana, 800-800, Strength, 17, Constitution, 15, Intelligence, 213, Agility, 25. The equipment she obtained was rather unremarkable, consisting of low-level green gear that she intended to sell. However, the item she discovered was quite intriguing. The divine spoon of the god of food, level a spoon used by the god of food to taste the saltiness of dishes. Its prolonged use has imbued it with the essence of the god of food, allowing one to discern the deficiencies in culinary creations. Although it was not part of a set, it felt akin to the god of food saliva pouch. Yu Xuanga resolved to visit the auction house in Zealand Star the following day to search for other items from the god of food series. After seizing the female protagonist's opportunities, she brought some wine to class at Zealand Star, where she only attended for 40 minutes before sneaking off to the auction house to search for the keyword god of food. However, she found nothing. She attempted to search for God of Thieves, but to no avail. Maintaining low expectations, she tried God of Water. To her surprise, an intriguing item appeared, resembling a red gemstone button. God of Water is my family, level a toy of the God of Fire. When worn, if someone siphons your health and they fail, you will absorb 1 health point from them in return. If they succeed, they will enter a burning state, losing 1 health point per minute for 5 minutes. It was quite expensive, priced at 998 gold, and the countering skill was rather singular, perhaps due to a lack of investigative skills in her previous life. The only blood-sucking ability she had encountered thus far was Liang Yuchuan's vampire talent within the God of Water, which had a 20 chance of absorbing 1 health point from the opponent. Nevertheless, Yu Xuanga did not hesitate to purchase this item. After all, what was the point of her hard-earned money if not to confront that group? Once the red gemstone button was in her possession, she immediately bound it with a binding stone and affixed it to her pocket watch chain. Considering her tight schedule for disguise time, Yu Xuanga also searched for additional disguise skills, but most had limitations and vulnerabilities. Even the most practical anime's restrictions were considerable. She could not find any disguise skills comparable to the God of Thieves' ability. Glancing at the dwindling time for her disguise, she utilized her phantasmic movement to venture into the outskirts to commence her training for the day. She also searched for Su Yitong's talent, Holy Light, but found nothing. In the end, Xunge meticulously selected and purchased a skill known as Emerald Feast, a rarity that restores health based on a percentage. And it is of a high level. Such high-tier skills are exceedingly uncommon even in the Zealand Star auction house, typically numbering no more than 10 at any given time. Xunge had previously hesitated to buy it, either due to lack of funds or the absence of suitable skills when she did have the money. Emerald Feast. Level upon activation, it instantly restores 50 health points and subsequently regenerates 10 health points every minute for the next 3 minutes, with a cooldown period of 10 minutes. This skill allows the extraction and storage of life force from plants, with a maximum capacity of 500 life points for the user. When utilizing the stored life force for healing, the amount can be freely controlled, and the skill will not enter cooldown. It is an extraordinary single-target healing technique, rivaling the most powerful healing skills from her past life, Suitong. However, the distinction of Emerald Feast lies in its ability to store 500 life points, signifying that she could stealthily engage in 25 actions without taking damage. Oh dear, the temptation of thievery was rising within her. Priced at 12,999 gold. Rounded to approximately 10,000 gold, she made her purchase immediately. She noted a peculiar trend in the auction house, which seemed to have adopted bad habits lately. Previously, prices were either whole or fractional, but now they were often 99, 999, or 99.99, resembling a grand sale. It felt more like she was seizing an opportunity rather than spending money. She had reason to suspect that Zhao Shuang had instigated this poor atmosphere. Lacking evidence, it remained merely a sensation. Chapter 69, The Second Brother. This time, no attribute points were revealed, only a few pieces of worthless equipment. Although her success rate was low, the attribute points she pilfered consistently exceeded those of the equipment and items. She had always believed that her luck of 10 was particularly applicable in this regard, as she considered attribute points far more significant than material possessions. Xunge continued her thieving until 3 a.m. but did not rush to leave. However, several hours passed, and Suitong's health remained at 998. Was she experiencing automatic recovery? Was this person on the verge of a health crisis? Having experienced her own menstrual cycle, Xunge knew that there could be slight fluctuations, but players' health points typically regenerate automatically, governed by their constitution attribute. Although slower than that of the undead, who feast on flesh and blood, or the effects of potions and skills, it was still somewhat beneficial, given Suitong's current constitution. Even if her menstrual flow was significant, she should be able to fully recover automatically. Contemplating a possibility, Xunge flew to the bedside table, momentarily restored her human form, and immediately cast a spell of illusion, rendering both individuals unconscious. Cautiously, she extracted blood from both with a syringe. Subsequently, she hurried to the Liang family's private school. She pried up a statue within the school, along with its base, and added it to her game backpack. This statue represented an ancestor of the Liang family, presumably Liang Yuchuan's great-grandfather. If his history were true, he was indeed a benevolent soul, with a passion for charity. However, that was of no concern to her. Xunge was no philanthropist. This statue had transformed into a remarkable item capable of bestowing group buffs upon a team following the game's invasion. After the game invasion, the Liang family carried their great-grandfather's statue across the world to conquer dungeons, drawing ridicule from many. Yet, deep down, envy consumed them, and Suitong had felt that pang of jealousy numerous times. Xunge resolved to keep the statue safe for herself, planning to auction it through the game's marketplace once all functionalities were activated after the official invasion. If the Liang family wished to prevent their great-grandfather from falling into others' hands, they would have no choice but to buy it back. How delightful. But what of the duo's health points? Was there no automatic recovery? And would this affliction manifest when all players' game panels were updated on the day of the invasion? She hoped that when Suitong sought to target Xunge, blood would not splatter back on her. It was lamentable that, at this moment, Xunge and Liang Yuchuan had likely not yet become involved. In fact, she even questioned whether, after losing the title of gourmet god, Liang Yuchuan would ever look at Xunge again. She did not consider those three women to be fools. On the contrary, Suitong, Liang Yuchuan, and Han Qianshan were astute and rational individuals. Although she perceived their character flaws, arrogance, violence, and malice, it was merely because they felt no need to disguise themselves before someone of her insignificance. Externally, these three women wielded considerable influence within their families and maintained strong reputations. Male rulers were often inept, filled with mediocrity, yet female rulers were anything but simple. Each time she reflected on her past life, she questioned whether they truly loved Xunge. Perhaps not. Love cannot be shared, only interest can. Lying in the backyard, surrounded by playful kittens, Xunge contemplated how to dig a pit for both the Su and Liang families. What was an incurable disease compared to true torment? It was utterly detestable. Nowadays, even the most inconsequential beings could adopt the persona of a lovesick fool. Lin Xunge was that lovesick fool, not for those three protagonists, but for her, Xunge. Yet, in reality, he was even more hypocritical than Yidong. When Yidong, after a flirtatious remark, realized he was being ignored. He quickly changed his demeanor. In comparison, Yi Dong seemed genuine. The more Xunge rebuffed Lin Xingze, the more fervently he pursued her. Everyone knew he was infatuated with her, but when the Su and Liang families oppressed her and seized her possessions, he became blind to her plight. His blindness was one thing, but afterward, he returned as if nothing had happened, professing his love anew. In modern times, a suitor would at least present a bouquet. Yet after the game invasion, he considered a mere virtual gift as sufficient. He had never seen real equipment, gold, or skill books, truly a miserly genius. Xunge felt that even if she hadn't been hunted down in her past life and remained in that wretched place, she would eventually suffocate from the stifling atmosphere. It was only after the game officially invaded that he became a player. Though belated, his divine gift was exceptional. It was an affront to natural order. She resolved to take the next few days to follow Xunge and track him down. She was not a bloodthirsty person. He had committed no grave offense, merely harboring affection for her. Was it wrong to love someone? Lin Xingze had not committed any grave offenses. He merely urged her to endure during her moments of distress. He professed his love for her, yet stood by as others condemned her for her apparent cold-heartedness in rejecting him. He harbored feelings for Xunge, but lacked the courage to express them, fearing that she would perceive him as someone unworthy of the team, thus relegating her to the role of a mere tool for his theatrical displays of affection. When he eventually revealed his secret to her, he knelt, pleading for her forgiveness, only for rumors to circulate days later that Xunge had accepted his advances, on the condition that Lin Xingze provide her with 1,000 gold coins and a complete set of level 20 blue equipment. Such trivial matters could be discussed endlessly. It was hardly a significant issue. If she had gouged out his eyes, that would suffice. Quite fair indeed. In the previous life, she should not have been blind when it mattered. So in this one, she might as well embrace her blindness entirely. How fortunate he was. Chapter 70. Blind spot. The resources introduced to Xunge through the Su family were hardly commendable. She spent most of her time at home. And on the day of the meal, she was present, amidst a gathering that included Yi Dong and Lin Xingze. Calculating the timeline, it was quite recent. With less than a week until the formal invasion of Zealand Star, Xunge was far too occupied to concern herself with the meal. Utilizing a shadow spell, she shifted her form to the vicinity of Xunge's small apartment, transforming into a bird to perch outside the window. Through the glass, she observed several individuals engaged with their computers, including Yi Dong and Lin Xingze, alongside a few familiar faces. They were not gaming. Their screens displayed chat boxes and forums, suggesting that Xunge had begun to establish her own faction. She did not wait for nightfall. Instead, flying to the restroom and activating her disguise skill to assume the identity of a Liang family member she had encountered previously. Donning a mask and gloves, she exited and approached the bewildered Lin Xingze, swiftly grasping his neck and producing a dagger to extract his 2 eyes, severing the nerves that connected them. As the eyes fell to the ground, she crushed them beneath her feet. Releasing the howling Lin Xingze, she sheathed her dagger and calmly turned away, her peripheral vision catching sight of a familiar figurine in the cabinet, identical to one she had previously dismembered. Whether it had been repaired by Yi Dong or replaced with a new one remained a mystery. She pivoted and smashed the glass with a punch, retrieving the figurine. With a few deft motions, she crushed its arms and, using her dagger, crudely assaulted its spiky hairstyle, transforming the handsome figurine into a comical warrior. She tossed the figurine aside and exited through the door. From the moment she appeared to the extraction and destruction of the eyes, and the brutal treatment of the figurine, no more than 30 seconds had elapsed. The individuals inside were left in a state of shock, their minds overloaded. Where did this person come from? Yi Dong suddenly shouted, awakening the others in the room, who then scrambled into action, some retrieving the figurine, others pursuing her, while a few administered aid and called for an ambulance. Although they were now players, they had not undergone the crucible of battle. They were like ordinary people suddenly armed with guns, incapable of recalling their weapons in the face of unexpected chaos, let alone using them to inflict harm. Upon exiting her apartment, Xunge consumed an invisibility potion before the watchful gaze of the surveillance cameras. Subsequently, she utilized her shadowy teleportation to journey to Zealand Star, where she transformed into a feline and ventured beyond the city limits in search of opportunities to level up. Along the way, she intended to siphon the life force of the local flora to replenish the vitality of her emerald feast. Those who could befriend Xunge were anything but ordinary. Although the Lin family lacked the power and influence of the Su and Liang families, they were certainly not to be underestimated. The previous lifetime had seen the Lin family placing their bets on Xunge. Xunge had come to understand that Xunge wielded considerable influence within the Su, Liang, and Han families. His formidable abilities, along with his adeptness at balancing various factions, were key to his strength. He had managed to orchestrate a delicate equilibrium of mutual restraint among the 3 families, supported by several minor factions that rendered him untouchable. Why would the Su family strip away her talents when they could simply target Xunge directly? While leveling up today, Xunge found herself chuckling intermittently. She also visited her treehouse hideout, exchanging and used equipment with others. She aimed to assemble a complete set of gear that maximized agility, enabling her to solo dungeons with high attack and speed. As for the equipment enhancing vitality, she intended to reserve that for group endeavors. She did not conceal her newfound ability to teleport freely between Blue Star and Zealand Star. Zhao Shuang was well aware of her financial resources, and acquiring a portal was a trivial matter. For those who remained ignorant of her means, she felt no obligation to explain herself. After all, how often does a powerful individual need to justify their strength? Her preference for keeping her capabilities under wraps was simply a personal choice, not a reflection of fear. Xunge suspected the necromancer mentor was attempting to exploit her, though she lacked concrete evidence. Currently, she possessed over 30,000 gold coins and more than 2,000 pounds of gold. As long as it could bolster her strength, she was willing to spend, for it was far more gratifying than being wealthy, yet having no means to invest. Money could be earned at any time, yet opportunities to enhance one's prowess were rare. From her observations, the necromancer only conducted lessons for her, rarely addressing other suspected players who frequented the shop. Moreover, a master-level potion commanded several hundred gold, hinting at a prosperous future ahead, words spoken by the necromancer when collecting her fees. Xunge was no longer fixated on master-level potions. She would be satisfied with crafting high-level potions that fetched dozens of gold at the auction house. In truth, even basic and intermediate alchemy would yield her profit. In her previous life, skilled alchemists were in high demand, coveted by various guilds. Where have you been? I couldn't reach you by phone. Your brother's colleague had their eyes gouged out. What a terrifying sight in broad daylight. Xunge stifled a laugh, offering comfort. No one is more formidable than the Su family. Don't worry. Ichiyogwa evidently shared this sentiment. Otherwise, her tone upon answering would not have been so gossipy, devoid of urgency or anger. Indeed, no one is more impressive than his wife. After exchanging a few perfunctory remarks, Xunge ended the call. Blind spots, how splendid. Chapter 71, The Demon Eye. Yu Qingshan could not shake the feeling that the recent misfortunes befalling the Yu family were perhaps a consequence of some ill fortune. His daughter had withdrawn from her circle, his son had encountered a series of mishaps, and the precious item they had painstakingly repaired had been swapped out. He had contemplated the possibility that Yu Xuanhuan might be behind the swap. After all, how could one's emotions spiral out of control to the point of damaging cherished belongings? Who has ever seen a family express their anger by tearing up money? He even entertained the notion that Yu Xuanhuan had acted deliberately, using emotional turmoil as a pretext to destroy the counterfeit items, only to be surprised when he discovered that a player had repaired them. As if that were not enough, Yu Xuanhuan had also offended the Lin family. Although he had no direct connection to the incident, the Lin family swiftly identified the perpetrator through surveillance footage, revealing him to be a member of the Liang family. However, with their youngest son suffering a grievous injury, it was difficult for the Lin family not to direct their ire towards Yu Xuanhuan. Confronting the Liang family was not an option, as it would likely yield no favorable outcome, yet the other members of the studio were not beyond their reach. Even if Yu Xuanhuan was partially considered a member of the Su family, he was ultimately just a son-in-law, and as long as the Lin family refrained from direct confrontation, they held the moral high ground. After all, the incident involving their youngest son had occurred within the studio, and they expected accountability from Yu Xuanhuan and his associates. Suspecting that their troubles had inadvertently drawn the Lin family into the fray, the Lin family pretended not to have found any information regarding the assailant and did not pursue the Liang or Su families, instead focusing their inquiries on Yu Xuanhuan and his group for an explanation. By the time Yu Xuange learned that the matter had been satisfactorily resolved, it was already the 19th. Yu Xuanhuan had called her, inviting her to dinner at the Yu residence the following day to introduce a few friends to the family. The scenario echoed precisely the events of her previous life. She discreetly inquired with Ichiyogwa, who, without reservation, shared everything she knew. It was evident that Yu Xuanhuan was indeed the favored child of fortune, as he managed to resolve the issue on his own. He had gifted Lin Xingze a coveted magical eye he had obtained, and although it was just one, it not only spared Lin Xingze from the fate of blindness, but also granted him an exceptional item that was otherwise unattainable by conventional means. This development greatly pleased the Lin family. Should a fourth internal test truly exist, possessing this magical eye would provide Lin Xingze with a superior starting point compared to most players. Naturally, the Lin family extended the olive branch, and Lin Xingze, along with several companions, developed an unwavering loyalty towards Yu Xuanhuan. Yu Xuange was left speechless after toiling for days under the bed. All she had managed to pilfer were a few worthless pieces of equipment, while Yu Xuanhuan had somehow acquired this extraordinary magical eye. Moreover, she had never seen anything resembling a magical eye in her previous life while around Yu Xuanhuan. The following morning, before the dawn had fully broken, Yu Xuange arrived at the Yu family villa, not out of mere curiosity, but out of a fear that Yu Xuanhuan might arrive home early to prepare a meal for her. Such unavoidable gatherings required her vigilant oversight. She wasted no time, appearing to lounge on the sofa watching television, while in reality, she was engrossed in alchemical videos in her mind. Indeed, it was fortuitous that she began her studies at the age of 25. Young people often fail to grasp the significance of learning, only to realize, after being tempered by the trials of life, what knowledge they truly wish to pursue for financial gain. Do not be deceived by her current lavish expenditure of thousands of gold coins. In the first year of the game invasion in her previous life, her wealth never exceeded 10 gold coins. The expenses for potions, equipment, and skills were exorbitant, particularly for potions. Even though the real world has seen the emergence of numerous mass-producible healing medicines, during battles, one must replenish health almost every minute. This necessitates a rotation of various methods: basic healing potions, bandages, modern mutated blood replenishing pills, and mutated jujubes, among others. For efficiency, healing potions are indispensable. The basic healing potion sold in Zealand Star for 1 silver could fetch up to 20 silvers in the early stages of the game. Reflecting on the batch of potions she sold to the Su family for 100 gold coins, Xunge could not suppress her mirth. For the truly affluent, 100 gold coins is a trivial sum. It's merely a drop in the bucket compared to the 50,000 coins they might casually spend. Even if they are not players, they would gladly purchase such life-restoring commodities. Xunge hesitated whether to seek out the Gun King today to sell more potions to the Su family, but then reconsidered. With February 22nd approaching, even if the Su family was not short on funds, they would not act foolishly. The previous 1,000 bottles were already sufficient for their needs in emergencies. Various factions were likely waiting for February 22nd. If the 4th internal test occurred on that day, they could simply purchase items directly in the game. Unlike the nearly 1,000 pieces of equipment, the sheer volume of which makes it more viable to buy with gold, potions are inexpensive. The Su family could easily gather 5 gold coins, and if truly necessary, they could buy them directly at the apothecary for just 1 silver coin each. While she pondered, Xunge approached and sat beside her. After exchanging a few words filled with paternal affection, he got to the point. "My dear daughter, do you have any gold coins left? Could you lend your father a bit?" Xunge glanced at Xunge and retrieved a gold coin from her pouch, handing it to him. "The funds for this month from the Special Affairs Bureau have yet to be settled, so take this for now. Let us not discuss the matter of lending." Since Xunge became a player endowed with divine talents, they no longer lied to each other during their face-to-face conversations. Her statement was not untruthful. She had only signed her contract at the end of last month and submitted a batch of skill crystals on the 15th, which would not be settled until the end of February. Although the amount was slightly less than anticipated, Xunge, having interacted with other players and even played the game himself, understood how arduous it was to earn gold coins. Many regarded possessing a few dozen silver coins as wealthy. He patted Xunge's shoulder and shared a plethora of heartwarming sentiments. Xunge reciprocated, playing the dutiful daughter role for a while. Soon after, Xunge entered with 5 friends in tow. Chapter 72, A Shield. Xunge immediately spotted Xunge, who wore an eye patch. The eye that was visible was a striking blue, quite captivating, almost tempting one to reach out and touch it. She promptly employed her appraisal skill. Magic Eye. Level a magical eye orb from Petrie, which has accompanied him on oceanic adventures for decades. Skill 2, Mind Reading. By gazing directly into the target's eyes, one can discern their innermost thoughts. This ability consumes 10 mana points per second. Precautions: it must be embedded within the eye socket to take effect. Upon reading the description of the magical eye, Xunge was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing with cold sweat. Yet, upon reflection, she reassured herself that with Soros by her side, she should be able to withstand the prying of such a skill. Moreover, Xunge was not a player. He lacked any magical power and could not wield this item. She confidently concluded that any vision he had gained through the magical eye must have stemmed from a player using a healing spell on him. Nevertheless, she was determined to acquire this magical eye for herself. Even if she could not utilize it, she would seize it nonetheless. As Xunge examined the magical eye, Xunge was also observing her, and in an instant, he conceived a brilliant idea, one that would allow him to remain near Xunge without raising any suspicion from Sui Tong. He intended to use Xunge as a shield. During dinner, Xunge began to flatter her. Not only he, but several others were also drawn to Xunge, captivated by her striking demeanor and beauty, though none were as swift as Xunge. Just as he poured her a glass of wine, Xunge gazed at him thoughtfully. Xunge suppressed his pride, smiling bashfully in delight. Why wait for someone to strike before countering when one can preemptively address potential threats? Suddenly, Xunge remarked, "I believe I've seen you before. Have you spoken with Lansheng?" This statement struck like thunder, plunging the table into silence. Lansheng, a renowned male actor known for his exceptional skills, frequently resided in Hongdian and was considered a model worker in the industry. Even the younger crowd like Yu Sunhuan and Yi Dong, not to mention the elder generation like Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiugua, had seen his dramas. Xunge panicked for a brief moment before indignantly retorting, "How dare you make such baseless accusations against me?" Xunge, realizing her blunder, quickly poured him another glass of wine, apologizing profusely, "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to discriminate. It was my mistake." She then regretfully tapped her lips and presented him with a finely crafted belt as an apology. "This is my way of making amends. I truly apologize for my careless words. She continued to express her remorse without acknowledging that her initial comment was false. As if she were on the verge of rallying for anti-discrimination on his behalf. Lin Xunge, rendered speechless, found himself presented with an item of equipment, which he could not wear since he was not even a player. Yet, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Yu Sun-hwan. He feared that once she discovered his secret, she would distance herself from him. He discreetly observed her expressions. And only when he noticed her face was marked by surprise rather than disgust, did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. In truth, Yu Sun-hwan was lost in thought, consumed by the attributes she had lost, and the magical eye temporarily residing in Lin Chengze's eye socket. However, her tranquility did not diminish Lin Chengze's disdain for Yu Sun-go, and simultaneously, it extinguished his intention to use her as a shield. As he realized that only a select few were privy to his dealings with Lan Cheng, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. How could he have forgotten that Yu Xunge had previously dabbled in the entertainment industry, while outsiders were oblivious to the affair between him and Lan Cheng? The speed at which gossip circulated within the circle was astonishing. It was entirely possible that Yu Xunge had heard something and took it to heart. This predicament wasn't entirely his fault. In his past life, although Yu Xunge's career was lackluster, she still made her presence felt in the entertainment realm. When Yu Xuanhuan introduced her, he elaborated on her notable works. And Lin Xingze had cautiously ascertained that she was unaware of his connection to Lan Cheng before using her as a shield. In this life, Yu Xunge had exited the industry early, and Lin Xingze wouldn't have considered a third-tier star of any significance. He merely found her somewhat familiar and unilaterally decided to employ her as a decoy. As for this secret, Yu Xunge had discovered it herself in her previous life. For Lan Cheng was indeed the very individual who ultimately joined the protagonist's inner circle. One could only lament how the author of this story, rife with absurd and trendy elements, had woven them into this tale of a son-in-law, without regard for whether the audience could accept the notion of harboring a secret affection for their own male lead. This minor awkwardness was swiftly smoothed over by Yu Xuanhuan's playful banter. The others bore no dissatisfaction toward Yu Xunge, for she was a player while Lin Xingze was not, and she had even compensated for a piece of equipment. The belt emanated a faint green glow, clearly indicating its high-quality status. Thus, the gesture of goodwill was indeed sincere. Regardless of the equipment or potions, even though everyone understood that their value would depreciate over time, they were currently in dire demand among players and exceedingly scarce in the market, with many willing to pay handsomely for them. Even Lin Xingze refrained from voicing any objections. Despite his disdain for Yu Xunge's lack of tact, he quelled his anger, attributing her remarks to mere thoughtlessness. After the meal, Yu Xunge took her leave, generously gifting a basic healing potion to each person, departing from the Yu residence amidst the warm regard of those around her. She began to comprehend the dynamics between Yu Qingshan and Yu Xuanhuan. With a seemingly inconsequential trinket that bore no utility to herself, yet could shape a favorable image for others, it was indeed a shrewd investment. Yu Xunge left a small spider, controlled by the only the dead will obey, by Yu Xuanhuan's car before driving away in her own vehicle. This magical eye, she intended to acquire tonight. She had a hunch that this magical eye would have been useful to Yu Xuanhuan in her past life. Even if not for her own use, it would undoubtedly serve his brother's wife. Why had she never encountered it before? Surely it wasn't concealed beneath his posterior? Never mind. She would secure it first and ponder its significance later. The small spider had already scuttled into Yu Xuanhuan's car, hiding behind the rear seat. Under the watchful eye of the spider, the moment Lin Xingze and his entourage exited the Yu villa, Yu Xunge was immediately informed. Indeed, the camaraderie among the protagonists was touching. Lin Xingze placed his trust in these newfound brothers of mere months, yet remained skeptical of the Lin family, who risked offending others to seek compensation on his behalf. Chapter 73. You say you. How did you go blind again? At 2 o'clock in the morning. This hour had almost become Yu Xunge's biological clock. Recently, even on nights when she didn't stay up late, she would awaken once at this ungodly hour. Disguised as a goblin and having crafted 3 gold coins for the day, she donned her gloves and utilized a phantom shifting spell to arrive at the apartment. First, she activated her hunting eye to ascertain whether any ambush lay in wait nearby. Only after ensuring safety did she proceed to the adjoining room, where she rendered Yi Dong unconscious with a swift strike. As she passed through the living room, she paused to inspect a figurine. Excellent. The arm was missing, the scalp gone. Yet it still appeared pleasing to the eye. Upon entering Lin Xingze's room, she similarly incapacitated him, then retrieved a dagger to pry open his eyelid, which housed the magical eye. With a deft thrust and twist, she extracted the orb entirely. The immense pain and damage disrupted the enchantment, causing Lin Xingze to reflexively cover his eye and scream in agony. Meanwhile, Yu Xunge had already made her escape with the magical eye in tow. What? Blinded again? On the afternoon of the 21st, Yu Xunge received a call from Yu Qingshan. This call was evidently not for gossip, but to inquire whether she had anything of value to lend to the Lin family as an apology. Yu Xunge feigned a laugh tinged with indignation over the phone. Had they ever considered that the Lin family might have offended someone? Why must they always blame Xuanhuan for every misfortune? Was their compensation of a high-level item not sufficient? Did they even comprehend the worth of such an item? Being mindful that Xunge might be eavesdropping, she deliberately raised her voice, as if losing her composure out of sheer rage, laced with a hint of grievance and heartache. After expressing her indignation on behalf of Xunge, Xunge shifted to more serious matters. She did not solely lament without action. Instead, she stated earnestly, I have already signed a contract with the Special Affairs Bureau. As for my divine talent, do not expect assistance. I can only help you find internal channels. Whether to purchase equipment or potions, the Lin family must cover the costs, and only in gold. This is the utmost I can accomplish. Though the members of the Lin family outwardly displayed fury, inwardly, they were apprehensive. Could it be true that Xunge had indeed offended someone? After all, how could it be that only he faced calamity while others remained unscathed? There was also the possibility that the attack was aimed directly at the magical eye. Thus, the matter faded into obscurity. Although Xunge did not offer compensation, he promised that if any eye-related items were to surface in the game, he would ensure Xunge obtained them so he could see again. In the interim, Xunge would stay in his apartment, where he would arrange for caretakers. Through a combination of pressure and persuasion, the Lin family appeared to reluctantly agree to a settlement while secretly acknowledging Xunge's integrity. However, while the Lin family's affairs were settled, the Su family stirred in unrest. Su Yitong, possessing a strong desire for control, did not station anyone directly beside Xunge, yet reports of his whereabouts reached her intermittently. Although not detailed enough to outline daily activities, she needed to be apprised of his general movements. Whether establishing a studio or forging friendships, Su Yitong deemed such endeavors trivial. Yet what was this weakest report? Xunge had offended the Lin family, but subsequently reconciled. Su Yitong dismissed this as inconsequential. Her true concern lay with that extraordinary magical eye. Such a prized possession, it should have been entrusted to the Su family, having never uttered a curse in her life. Su Yitong instinctively exclaimed, damn it. In that moment, one possesses the ability to ascertain an individual's recent actions and even delve into their thoughts. Such a skill, even if it incurs the wrath of the Liang and Su families, could be effortlessly managed. Do you comprehend the immense benefits a tool endowed with such capabilities could bestow upon us? You could even retain it for your personal use. Yet, it is merely employed to placate the Lin family? What stature does the Lin family possess that warrants your apology? Even if you offend the Liang family, should you relinquish the eye of magic to us, the Su family would not only ensure your safety, but also provide you with anything your heart desires. Moreover, what concern is it of yours if that Lin, having lost an eye, faces his own misfortunes? Perhaps he has simply offended someone in his own right. Even you Xunge understands this, yet you offer an apology to him. And what of your sister? With access to such channels for procuring equipment, why did you not mention it previously? Su Yitong's mounting frustration was palpable, and she did not hesitate to reveal that she had dispatched someone to investigate the matter. Yu Xunge sat on the couch, propping his head on his hand, silently absorbing the rare outburst of invective from Su Yitong. Beside her, Su Baibua maintained a stoic demeanor while observing Yu Xunge. Once Su Yitong finally exhausted her tirade, Su Baibua turned to Yu Xunge and stated, you do not trust our Su family. This was a declaration, leaving no room for rebuttal. Yu Xunge had no intention of contesting it. He sighed, closed his eyes, and reclined on the couch, his voice heavy with fatigue. Have you ever included me in any crucial meetings related to the game? Even after I facilitated the acquisition of nearly 1,000 pieces of equipment, you have consistently sidelined me in significant matters. How do you expect me to place my trust in you? Su Yitong and Su Baibua fell silent. This was an undeniable truth, and no amount of shamelessness could refute it. In their eyes, Yu Xunge was indeed an outsider, coupled with his seemingly lackluster divine talent. He was merely a vessel of luck that they allowed to develop at their leisure, without the necessity for substantial investment in his training, hoping for unexpected surprises. Little did they know that indeed, this individual possessed a stroke of fortune, acquiring such a potent item, only to be astonished when he promptly bestowed it upon another. Nevertheless, this incident also made Su Yitong acutely aware of a truth. Yu Xunge was genuinely generous to those whom he trusted. After all, she considered herself incapable of bestowing the eye of magic upon those beneath her. Thus, it appeared that Yu Xunge still held a sense of loyalty and righteousness. Chapter 74. Yu Xunge's Loyalty and Righteousness. The loyal and righteous Yu Xunge dared not open his eyes, fearing that the moment he did, tears would cascade down his cheeks. To his astonishment, he was intercepted midway, and with such efficiency. It was the morning of the 21st when calamity struck. The eye of magic was gone. A man's tears do not flow easily, yet the thought of that eye brought forth a wellspring of sorrow. He truly wished to weep. Unexpected changes thwarted his plans. One misstep led to another. The mere thought of the eye conjured memories of his divine talent. Had it not been significantly diminished, he would not have schemed so intently for the eye. Reflecting on his squandered divine gift reminded him that his primary objective in playing the game was to heal the injuries that had rendered him half defunct. The tribulations of the past year surged within him, and Yu Xunge could no longer contain his anguish. He covered his face and wept silently, tears streaming through his fingers. Su Baibua, it cannot be. It truly cannot be. Su Itong, is this really crying? The siblings do not feel guilty. Rather, it seems they were indeed the ones who initially placed others outside. They possess a certain flaw. They are generally benevolent towards their subordinates. Whether it be through winning hearts or enticing others, the Su family excels in such endeavors. However, once one becomes a part of their inner circle, they tend to become complacent. They are well aware of this defect, as their parents have admonished them countless times. They are often more generous towards their subordinates than to their distant relatives, and naturally, they treat Yu Xuanhuan, who is married into the family, with even greater casualness. Su Beige and Su Itong exchanged glances, comprehending each other's thoughts. Indeed, Yu Xuanhuan's fortune is remarkable, having acquired the demon eye this time. Perhaps with the support of the Su family, he could obtain even greater treasures in the future. The siblings tacitly moved to sit beside Yu Xuanhuan, offering him comfort and even apologizing, acknowledging their wrongdoing and promising to treat him as a member of the Su family from now on, involving him in future decisions. However, beneath his palm, Yu Xuanhuan's gaze was cold and venomous. If Yu Xuange were present, she would likely laugh aloud. Despite having treated Yu Xuanhuan with utmost kindness, her lack of complete devotion led to his disdain and even resentment, labeling her as selfish and calculating against her. It would be peculiar for him to collaborate with the Su family after having been treated in such a manner by Su Itong in this life. In his previous life, Yu Xuanhuan had become a player quite early, being a formidable match for Su Itong. Even if her affection at the beginning of their marriage lacked sincerity and was merely a means to evade arranged unions, treating Yu Xuanhuan as a mere toy, his abilities were undeniable. Although he would not fully disclose his divine talents, Su Itong was aware that his gifts were not inferior to her own. How could she overlook such a valuable ally? The Su family included him in all matters, great and small. Yet this time, Yu Xuanhuan only became a player during the third internal test, possessing talents that were inferior and akin to being useless. It was indeed strange for Su Itong to place any importance on him. He eagerly looked at Su Itong. My talents are still useful, right? I can assist you all. My sister's talent is also related to luck. Since the Special Affairs Bureau values her abilities so highly, it indicates that luck is genuinely advantageous, does it not? Su Itong's gaze softened as she embraced Yu Xuanhuan, gently reassuring him. Of course it is useful. Why did you not mention this sooner? It is exceedingly useful. In her embrace, Su Itong exchanged knowing glances with Su Beige. The siblings, in perfect harmony, understood each other's intent, finding someone to verify this. Yu Xuanhuan, holding Su Itong, stared coldly at the curtains. He was aware that Su Itong would investigate when he spoke, and for the past 6 months, aside from working on the demon eye, he had been searching for items or skills to disguise his divine abilities. Chameleon T-Pet, level its shed skin can conceal or fabricate any information, including character panel information, item information, and skill information, lasting 7 natural days. During this period, it cannot be penetrated by any items or skills of level and below. It requires daily nourishment with fine tea. When the T-Pet is satisfied, it can shed its skin once each natural day, with each skin allowing modification of 1 piece of information. The quality of brewed tea may significantly influence the molting period. In the realm of reality, even the most exquisite tea is merely ordinary when it comes to magical artifacts. After nurturing for 3 months, he managed to obtain 12 sheets of T-Pet molting. Once he confirmed that the production efficiency of the T-Pet molting could adequately meet his daily needs, he patiently awaited an opportunity to open his heart to Su Itong. Su Itong and Su Baiha approached him in a furious manner to settle a score, but by the time they departed, their anger had dissipated, leaving behind a complete set of equipment for Yu Xuanhuan. Yu Xuanhuan opened his character panel. A faint blue light curtain, visible only to him, unfolded before his eyes. He delicately placed a gossamer thin sheet of T-Pet molting over his singular, radiant divine talent. Clinging to the hope that he might restore his skill, Yu Xuanhuan also modified Skill 4, titled Hey, Friend, look, there's a pot here. Skill 4, Nothing a meal can't resolve, allows him to mark a diner, converting their negative emotions into luck points, which correspond to the number of divine culinary dishes the diner has tasted that day. Perhaps influenced by Yu Xuange, Yu Xuanhuan subconsciously linked the effects of his disguised skill information to luck. In Chapter 75, titled Game Invasion, Yu Xuange remained oblivious to Yu Xuanhuan's clever maneuvers. Yet she would never underestimate him, even in ignorance. She genuinely agreed to help the Lin family with networking. Why would she refuse a profitable endeavor? Wasn't it merely a matter of acting as a purchasing agent? After extracting Lin Qing's eyeballs, the matters of their past lives were settled. She harbored no habit of exterminating entire families. Her greatest adversaries were consistently Yu Xuanhuan, Su Itong, Liang Yuchuan, Han Xianshan, Han Xianhai, as well as the Su and Liang families, and those who had once bullied her. As she reflected on this, Yu Xuange found herself stunned by the length of her list of enemies, which seemed almost like a roll call. Nevertheless, she had no intention of targeting the Lin family. She believed in repaying grievances and avenging wrongs, ensuring that Yu Xuanhuan and the others would not meet a swift end. In contrast, those who were guilty but not deserving of death would be made to live in a state worse than death. Yu Xuanga touched her forehead, fearing that a red mole akin to that of a bodhisattva or Buddha might suddenly appear there. She realized she was still too kind. TSK, standing in the backyard, gazing at the silvery full moon above, she had anticipated excitement and fervor upon this momentous day. However, when the moment arrived, her heart was as tranquil as a still lake. Gradually, intricate red patterns emerged within the luminous orb of the moon, swiftly spreading across its surface. She glanced at her phone to check the time, 2:21, and in an instant, the 1 changed to a 2. In her mind, Yu Xuanga silently counted for 22 seconds. A mechanical voice resonated precisely in her thoughts. Ding! The game World of Warcraft, Fear Rift is officially launched. Server Earth linked successfully. Server Zealand linked successfully. Welcome, players, to World of Warcraft, Fear Rift, where every player can draw their own divine talent. Detected that the player already possesses divine talents. Thief, Immortal, Culinary God, Sharpshooter. Character panel functionality officially activated. Chat channel functionality activated. Auction house functionality activated. Achievement function activated. Map function activated. Team formation function activated. Dungeon function activated. Mail function activated. Detected that a player has completed the upgrade. Leaderboard function activated. Ding! Player Yu Xuanga has entered the top 10 of the wealth leaderboard. You may choose whether to conceal this information. Yes or no. Yu Xuanga skillfully bypassed the lengthy series of notifications and directly selected yes. Upon the system's launch, each individual was assigned a name recognized by society. Those with identification followed their ID, while others defaulted to the name most commonly used to refer to them. She reopened her character panel, and upon its official activation, in addition to the 4 primary attributes of strength, physique, intelligence, and agility, the previously grayed out advanced magical attributes also illuminated, including critical hit rate, critical damage, movement speed, hit rate, evasion rate, cooldown reduction, health recovery, and more, over a dozen in total. These attributes could not be enhanced through points, but rather depended on the magical bonuses provided by equipment. In the lower right corner of the pale blue light screen, 3 additional dots appeared. Clicking them revealed functions such as team, chat channel, auction house, leaderboard, achievements, and so forth. She clicked on the chat channel, causing her character panel to shrink and disappear while the chat screen expanded. In the lower left corner, she could switch channels. She selected World Channel, where a multitude of languages filled the screen, quickly supplanted by new messages. Each line of text lingered for no more than a second, scrolling at such a rapid pace that the words seemed to warp, imparting a sense of mental pollution. Switching to Huaxia, the speed remained unchanged, allowing her to barely discern that the text was in Chinese. When she switched to City, clarity eluded her. It was evident that there were indeed many people in Huaxia. She then changed to Nearby. Happy Autumn Fruit, hi? Is anyone there? Is everyone asleep? Yu Xuanga silently closed the chat, disinterested in engaging. She took a moment to assess the teleportation array she had established on Zealand Star, relieved to find it still operational. She then picked up the cat nest on the ground, already smiling as she noticed the red glow emanating from it. Residual magical energy from the invasion. Identical in hue to the magical patterns in the full moon. Meow Meow Inn, level placed at your doorstep, it has a chance to attract stray animals. If you sincerely host them, they will leave behind one of their favorite recent treasures as a token of gratitude. She positioned the cat nest deep within the cat villa. Although the item could be bound with a binding stone, once bound, it could only be touched by the binder, rendering it inaccessible to other beings. This cat nest would only be effective if used by a cat. For now, Yu Xuanga could only leave it there, taking it along when she ventured out. While allowing the Meow Meow Inn to operate when at home, one could easily infer that mutation was merely a matter of time. Achievements would either be realized or not. To prevent any unforeseen changes, she promptly initiated an inspection and proceeded to store all items and weapons displaying information in her game backpack, discarding the ordinary weapons that had not undergone mutation into a nearby storage box. After tending to these matters, she opened the door to the safe house, only to discover in the corner an oval light screen approximately 2 meters high, radiating a pale lavender hue, with a level not exceeding 10. Excellent. The instance had been secured. Having confirmed these details, Yu Xuanga hummed a melody as she descended the stairs, anticipating the arrival of Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua. During her wait, her first inclination was to examine the pair of Meteor Desert Eagles, Ember, legendary. Each bullet discharged from this weapon sparkles like a fallen meteor. Bonus attributes: Agility 67, Constitution 21, Strength 14. Magical attributes: 18 critical damage, 15 skill damage. Legendary skill, Relentless Fury. Upon activation, each bullet you fire will be imbued with flames of wrath, dealing 55 fire damage, lasting for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Equipment requirements: Agility 85, Strength 37. The other Desert Eagle bore similarities, with only a slight variation. The second magical attribute's 15 skill damage transformed into 15 movement speed. What delighted Xunge most was not the attributes themselves, but the equipment requirements. It was a rare instance of attribute prerequisites without a level requirement. This was the most precious aspect for her, indicating that as long as her attributes sufficed, she could wield them. Considering the average initial attributes stand at 7. These equipment requirements effectively imply an invisible character level around 21. If she could adjust other equipment attributes, the requirement would be even lower. This is the rarity of equipment that demands only a dual attribute standard for equipping. Xunge feared not the attribute prerequisites. Without hesitation, she bound both firearms to herself using a binding stone and stored them in the magician's false teeth. These would be her most cherished equipment for the foreseeable future, and she conservatively estimated she could equip them before reaching level 10. Legendary equipment of this caliber and requirement at level 20 could be found in the auction house, but they would cost several thousand gold. Rather than spend her wealth on such items, she would prefer to invest in skills or learn specialized recipes. Acquiring equipment with real-world currency felt akin to finding treasure. Chapter 76, Sudden Wealth. After admiring the weapon she had eagerly anticipated, she refrained from hastily counting how many items had mutated. Instead, she curiously retrieved the durian shell she had procured in the kingdom of Manhwaadiobook. Durian shell, level an ominous object exuding a strange fragrance, producing one piece of fruit flesh daily, which, when consumed, grants a luck value of 2 for 2 hours. The more fruit flesh consumed, the longer the duration. On the palm-sized durian shell, a notably plump piece of durian flesh had already formed. She leaned closer to inhale its aroma, reminiscent of the Muzang King variety, which she particularly enjoyed. She pondered whether this luck value of 2 would be reflected on her panel. Just as she mused, the doorbell rang. Xunge tucked the durian away, intending to keep such an item hidden from her family until she fully understood its effects. There would be ample opportunities for them to enjoy it later. As she descended the stairs, she activated the inspection function of her pocket watch, scanning all visible items within the house to ensure none had undergone any mutations. Upon entering the room, Xunge began to exclaim, "Goodness, has everyone turned into a player? Is money about to lose its value? Should we spend it quickly?" Xunge approached the bar to pour 2 drinks for the others, while making herself a cup of coffee, which she then carried into the living room. Ever since Xunge fell into depression, he had not only become taciturn, but his entire demeanor had shifted. Once exuding the charm of a refined scholar, he now resembled a melancholic middle-aged prince. Xunge hesitated to let him out, joking that his newfound handsomeness might attract the attention of young ladies outside. He quietly sat, sipping tea and listening to the banter between Xunge and Xunge, occasionally interjecting with a word or two. However, Xunge was certain that Xunge had activated his lie detection skill upon entering, as his mana had been gradually depleting since then. Xunge added both of them as friends. "If you still have any money, you might as well spend it now. I believe the currency is about to crash. As for me, I'm not too worried. I only have a little over 10 million left, which I can exhaust in the coming days." Xunge fretted. "What should we purchase that is relatively safe? Equipment? Or perhaps potions?" Without a moment's hesitation, Xunge replied, "Gold. If you have the funds, stock up on gold. The people I know in the Special Affairs Bureau are exchanging gold for in-game currency. You might also inquire with Xu and Huan. The Su family's intel is likely more reliable than mine when it comes to value retention." Xunge furrowed his brow. "Do you have any connections in the Special Affairs Bureau? Is it possible to exchange for something that holds more value? Skills, perhaps?" "Ah, quite astute," Xunge noted. With Xunge's mana dwindling to 13, he hastily inquired, "How much gold is required for more advanced skills?" Xunge provided a rough estimate. Level skills range from 50 to 200 gold, while higher level skills can go from 300 to 1500 gold, with significant fluctuations. The higher level ones could cost over 10,000. Xunge pressed further, "How can one exchange for gold?" According to the contract, Xunge was prohibited from assisting other factions in acquiring large amounts of gold in the game. However, selling her own gold did not breach the agreement. Yet, she was reluctant to exchange for Xunge, knowing he would take advantage of her efforts. She explained, "The Special Affairs Bureau has methods for exchange, but they take a cut, 10 for one method and 30 for another. If you're interested, I could recommend you to join the Bureau for additional benefits." Xunge interjected eagerly. "Can I join too?" Xunge replied, "Of course. Although Xunge's talent is not particularly extraordinary, the Bureau is in need of personnel, and signing the contract would make you one of us." Xunge, however, solemnly shook his head. "No, Xu and Huan is now part of the Su family. It would suffice for you alone. Joining the Bureau would be unacceptable." Xunge was not surprised by his reaction. Xunge then asked her, "What about you? Can you exchange for gold?" To which Xunge responded, "I can, but my route is rather expensive and not cost-effective. Do you have sufficient funds?" At that moment, Xunge's mana reached 0, and with regret, he cancelled his skill, stating, "All the money you've given us over the years has been saved. We still have over 30 million. Xunge smiled, choosing not to challenge his belief. "Let us convert it into gold for now. My route offers 300 gold for 1 coin." You might want to ask Xunge if she has any connections. It would be wise to compare options before making a decision. Holding gold in hand is never a loss. After preparing a meal and patiently conversing with the two for half an hour, Xunge finally bid them farewell and closed the door, turning her attention to inventorying her newly acquired tools and equipment. First on her list were 3 items surreptitiously taken from the Yu family's treasury: a jade hairpin, a sapphire ring, and an emerald pendant. These 3 treasures were reminiscent of her past life, having been seen on Su Yitong, Liang Yuchuan, and Han Qianshan. Now, upon inspection, they had indeed transformed into equipment, each belonging to the rarest category of jewelry. All 3 were of legendary status, requiring a minimum level of 10 for wear, with commendable attributes and a market value of approximately 800 gold each. Conservatively estimating, the total worth of the 3 pieces would exceed 2,400 gold. Despite their impressive attributes, she had no intention of adorning them herself, as doing so might expose her. Instead, she contemplated selling them on Zealand Star or Blue Star, which would undoubtedly cause Yu Xuanhuan and Yu Qingshan considerable distress. However, she preferred not to create such a vulnerability, as there were countless other ways to evoke their anguish. Among the items acquired from the Su family tavern was an iron pot, which had undergone a transformation. An old iron pot, level a pot that has witnessed the rise and fall of the tavern over a century. Using it to cook grants a chance of sudden inspiration, allowing one to glean unique culinary techniques from seasoned chefs, with a 20 probability of enhancing the dish's flavor. She set aside the unaltered iron pot, intending to dispose of it at a later time. The statue of Liang family's great-grandfather was quite extraordinary. An ancestor, level touching the statue, and offering a sincere prayer increases one's maximum health and mana by 10 for a duration of 10 minutes, with this effect being usable only once every 30 minutes. Note, if the player bears the surname Liang, an additional 10 damage is granted, lasting for 15 minutes. In her previous life, Yu Xuange had never touched this relic. She had only witnessed it during group activities, as it was reserved solely for core members of the Liang family. Now, it had fortuitously fallen into her hands, and she couldn't help but smile until her cheeks ached. Regrettably, the time was not right for selling. She needed to allow them time to develop and accumulate wealth, lest she suffer a loss if the items did not fetch a good price. Chapter 77, Dungeon. In addition, Yu Xuange had spent a considerable sum in Port City gathering 60 historical and storied bows, crossbows, swords, and daggers. At that time, the locals had mocked her for being a fool, as even the finest firearms did not warrant such exorbitant prices. Yet, this collector was willing to invest sums akin to those of antiques in acquiring these weapons. Ultimately, her efforts bore fruit, with 31 items undergoing transformation, justifying her expenditure of several hundred million. Among them were 27 blue equipment pieces and 4 purple ones, all at the rare blue equipment level of 519, ensuring substantial profit whether she chose to keep them or sell them. She sifted through her collection, selecting a longbow with dual attribute requirements. All killed, rare. Bonus attributes: 21 agility, 9 constitution. Magical attributes: 7 attack speed, 5 critical damage. Equipment requirements: agility 30, strength 25. Based on the requirements for attribute points, this equipment is around level 8. However, without wearing any gear, Yu Xuange currently possesses agility at 25 and strength at 17, which is not far off. With a deficiency of 15 attribute points, she merely needs to don equipment that enhances agility and strength to easily meet the criteria. Among the 4 pieces of purple gear, 3 explicitly require the character to be above level 20 to equip them. The most unique piece, which only demands meeting the dual attribute requirements, happens to be the exceptional shield. In a team, the most expensive equipment is often not the weapon, but rather the shield that must withstand the monster's skills at the forefront. The price range for similar level 20 purple weapons fluctuates between 1,000 to 2,000, while jewelry can fetch over 2,000. Yet the starting price for a shield is 2,500, highlighting the disparity. Although she cannot currently liquidate these assets, she is not in dire need of money. As for the shield, a strategic resource that significantly influences dungeon success rates, it is naturally intended for sale to her rivals. She stored all weapons in a customized display case, then closed the cabinet and placed it in her game backpack. The durian shell was placed in the refrigerator to allow it to gradually yield its flesh. Once she had organized these items, Yu Xuange ascended the stairs to retrieve the costume that had accompanied her through a tumultuous year in her previous life. Have you earned money today? Rare level. Attribute bonus: 32 agility. Magical attributes: 17 movement speed, 15 stealth. Equipment requirements: agility 21, intelligence 36. This is an exceptionally specialized piece of equipment, with 15 stealth being an exceedingly rare attribute. It can diminish all sounds she produces, and in her past life, Yu Xuange relied on this very garment to escape perilous situations multiple times. Despite her slight disappointment that the garment had not mutated for the better in her possession, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Given her rate of attribute growth, she would soon be able to wear it. After deliberating for a considerable time, Yu Xuange realized she had become exceedingly wealthy. Yet most of the extraordinary items she acquired could not be utilized. She made a trip to Zealand Star, purchasing several excellent level pieces for under 1 gold, raising her agility to 30 and strength to 25, successfully equipping Kill Them All. At this moment, her fully armed attributes were as follows: health points, 800, mana points, 650, strength, 17, 8, constitution, 15, 9, intelligence, 21, agility, 25, 27. The Emerald Feast had already consumed enough trees on Zealand Star to restore her health to 500, and she had ample potions and arrows. Xunge closed the door to her safe house, took a deep breath, and stepped into the pale purple light curtain. The Blue Star had previously studied this phenomenon, deeming it a form of cultural invasion. For when players enter a dungeon and hear the words of the alien beings and witness their actions, they inevitably gain passive insight into their history, regardless of their interest. The races of trolls, orcs, and goblins are relatively unremarkable, yet the exquisite features of blood elves, undead, and night elves effortlessly garner admiration. Many individuals are swayed by superficial appearances, and each race possesses a history that is either illustrious, poignant, or inspirational, subtly infiltrating the psyche. The invasion of Blue Star by Zealand Star is cloaked in the guise of a dire scarcity of global resources on their part. With Blue Star boasting billions of inhabitants while Zealand Star is home to trillions, including some long-lived beings capable of existing for centuries, the undead are even more vexing, for they continue to exist even after death. With their magical energies nearly depleted, they have set their sights on the yet untapped magical potential of Blue Star. Although diminutive in size, Blue Star's magical essence surpasses that of Zealand Star by a factor of 100. They seek a partnership for mutual benefit, inviting humanity to sign contracts and collaborate with them, resulting in the betrayal of numerous players against Blue Star. The dungeons are notably secure. Once a player enters and initiates an attack on the first monster, the entrance closes, barring others from entry. Should one exit the dungeon, it resets, with slain foes being replenished, while those that have remained unscathed have their survival times meticulously recorded. In the absence of allies possessing resurrection abilities, death is irrevocable. In her previous life, Xunge had ventured into this dungeon 3 or 4 times, each visit leaving her on the brink of despair. The mere thought that this villa was a gift to Xunge pierced her heart. Each time Xunge brought her along to grind through dungeons, she had to express her gratitude. Activating Hunt's Eye, Xunge subsequently cast an illusion spell to scout the surroundings. Within minutes, she identified her target. Troll Scout, level 3. Health, 350. Drawing her bow and aiming, she employed Push Shot, releasing the string, the arrow striking the scout squarely in the back of the head, causing it to tumble from the tree and rendering it stunned for 3 seconds. Ample time for Xunge to unleash a second arrow. With her current agility rating of 51, even without skills, a single arrow could inflict 180 points of damage. Had she not been concerned about alerting the scout, she would have foregone the use of Push Shot. As she cleared a path through the troll foot soldiers, she encountered a patrol squad of trolls, armed with both Explosive Arrow and Rain of Hatred. She decimated the group in under 30 seconds. However, the cost in mana was considerable. Using Explosive Arrow consumed 100 mana, while Rain of Hatred required a heftier 250 mana. Chapter 78. Huh? Sis. Entering the dungeon at 3 a.m., Xunge played relentlessly until 6 a.m., eradicating the 300 troll minions in the encampment. The most perilous moment arose when over 20 trolls cornered her. She fought the urge to use her illusionary escape and activated the sharpshooter skill. I am terrifyingly strong now. Each arrow transformed into a magical projectile, occasionally landing critical hits, and within a minute, she obliterated the entire squad. Yet, the game's drop rates remained frustratingly dismal. Despite Xunge's luck stat being 10, not every monster yielded loot. After slaying 300 level 34 trolls, she collected a mere 27 silver coins and a handful of copper coins. The encampment still held a level 5 troll chief and 5 level 4 guards by its side. However, Xunge could no longer endure. She had stayed up all night once again. Just as she exited the dungeon, a friend request appeared, originating from Xunge. With the game's comprehensive features now including a friend adding function, the abundance of similarly named individuals posed a challenge. To connect with the desired person, one could either sift through avatars, each depicting a real photo, or meet friends face-to-face to add them. Alternatively, new acquaintances could be added via the chat channel by clicking on their in-game names. There were not many others sharing Xunge's name, only a few dozen, and it was likely that Xunge had recognized her through her avatar. Xunge accepted the request and casually glanced at her phone. Remarkably, there were 17 missed calls, some from Xunge and others from Suito. The game's sudden arrival had disrupted many plans. Most had anticipated that February 22nd would signify the 4th internal test, never imagining that the game would manifest in reality. The Su family had initially intended to purchase equipment and potions within the game to arm their team, but it now appeared that there were no places to buy them. The accumulation of over 900 belts and 1,000 basic healing potions had instantly become invaluable. Within an hour of the game's arrival, members of the Su family had already discovered the existence of dungeons within their own domain. Many of the younger individuals had dabbled in gaming. If reality had transformed into a vast game arena, then the dungeons represented wealth. A rudimentary survey revealed 12 locations. The Su family promptly organized a team to enter a dungeon. However, those dispatched to gather information perished within 10 minutes. Another group was sent to retrieve the fallen and, after attempting various means, discovered that the deceased could not be resurrected, prompting the Su family to adopt a more cautious approach. After investigating over 100 dungeons beneath their property, they selected the lowest level 1, a level 2 dungeon. Although this entry could accommodate a maximum of 20 individuals, it sufficed, as the monsters within were only level 2. With 20 players attacking simultaneously, they could easily defeat the creatures, especially since the Su family had equipped each member with firearms and armor. Though inferior to game equipment, it was better than nothing. However, the monsters dealt considerable damage. Even with armor, a single blow could inflict 40 points of health, and 2 more hits would result in death. Although the primary aim of this dungeon expedition was not merely to level up, but to gather intelligence, allowing for a gradual approach, it was imperative to provide potions to ensure that the members felt their lives were valued. A small dungeon housed around 100 monsters, and it took 3 hours to clear, yielding less than 10 silver coins, with no equipment drops, and costing over 200 potions. The loss was substantial. Upon exiting the dungeon, the team concluded that to maximize benefits, the number of participants should not exceed 10, as greater numbers diluted experience gains. This, however, necessitated a substantial supply of potions as a backup. The Su family had previously sought to align with players skilled in alchemy, but due to the theft from their treasury, most of their efforts in alchemy had been diverted towards creating visibility potions, leaving them with limited stocks of basic healing and mana potions. Su Yitong and Su Beige simultaneously recalled the earlier promise made by Yu Xunge to assist the Lin family for Yu Xuanhuan's sake, seeking not only potions, but also equipment. Yu Xunge listened intently to Yu Xuanhuan's words. The provision of equipment was simply unfeasible. Supplying the Su family with over 900 belts was already at the limit of possibility, and there were no further avenues for acquiring gear. While a similar situation existed for boots, their production efficiency lagged behind that of belts, rendering them less affordable. Yu Xunge had been patiently awaiting the Su family to approach her for assistance. She calmly stated, "I inquired about the equipment last night, but the other party lacks sufficient in-game currency. If you possess some, I could attempt to negotiate on your behalf. As for the basic healing potions, I can find someone to procure them for you. There are individuals hoarding a substantial quantity, and they can be acquired with gold. However, are you certain you wish to proceed at this moment? Prices tend not to be low during such times, which may not be cost-effective." With the phone on speaker, Su Yitong and Su Beige stood nearby. Observing their expressions, Yu Xuanhuan continued, "What are the prices for basic healing and mana potions?" Yu Xunge replied, "If using in-game currency, they are 5 silver coins per bottle. However, when I bought them previously, they were priced at 100 gold coins each. Certainly, they are now valued higher. How many do you require? I can inquire further for you. If you need them urgently, I can provide you with 3 bottles in advance." Su Yitong pinched the bridge of her nose, her patience wearing thin. She took the phone and spoke softly, "Xunge, this is Yitong." Yu Xunge, no longer feigning ignorance, responded with realization, "Oh, so the Su family is interested? That must be a considerable quantity. How many do you need? I can negotiate on your behalf. Or I can directly provide you with the other party's contact information for you to negotiate yourself." Yu Xunge's candor and straightforwardness caught Su Yitong and Su Beige off guard. They had initially suspected she intended to profit as a middleman. Su Yitong quietly admired Yu Xunge's perceptiveness and patiently replied, "If that is the case, it would be wonderful. Thank you. I shall remember this favor." Yu Xunge relayed Zhao Shuang's contact information, advising, "This is an official from the Special Affairs Bureau. Engaging in business with them does not necessitate joining their ranks. They are quite reasonable." After hanging up, she crossed her arms, staring at her phone, pondering whether Zhao Shuang was indeed a legitimate businessman. Certainly not. He ruled in Myanmar. Within 5 minutes, Su Yitong called again. The sweet voice on the line chimed, "Hello. Sister, have you eaten?" Yu Xunge thought to herself, the speed of this change is remarkable. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time Su Yitong had called her sister, which felt rather unsettling. Chapter 79. Aren't you afraid of being beaten for quoting such a price? Left with no other option, Su Yitong made the call to Zhao Shuang as per Yu Xunge's instructions, only to discover the price for a basic healing potion was set at 300 gold coins. Yu Xunge was unscrupulous. A potion worth merely 1 silver coin had been quoted at 100 gold coins, a 50-fold increase. Zhao Shuang, even more mercenary, had escalated the price to a staggering 150 times, perhaps banking on the assumption that these affluent families would readily spend to expand their influence or simply had no intention of selling at all. The equipment is beyond discussion. Items listed for 1 gold in the auction house are being sold for 2 gene of gold, 50,000 for a single piece of equipment. At first glance, It may not seem exorbitant. Su Yitong's casual adornments easily exceed that price. However, with over 1,000 individuals under her command, even if each were to receive merely one piece, it would amount to 2,000 gene of gold. Moreover, she is no stranger to the gaming world. Such rudimentary equipment is quickly rendered obsolete, its pace of obsolescence outstripping even that of Apple products. In the future, such items may be discarded without a second thought. And for a mere 50,000 to add a few attribute points, one might as well indulge in culinary delights instead. When Yu Xiu and Huan sought assistance, a single belt cost only 1 gene of gold. Though it would require some resolve to purchase, it could be seen as a means to foster goodwill among her subordinates. Upon hearing the quoted price, Su Yitong could not help but exclaim, "Are you truly from the Special Affairs Bureau of Huaxia? Not from the Special Affairs Bureau of Myanmar?" Zhao Shuaying, likely accustomed to such inquiries, responded with confidence, "Of course. You can even verify my credentials on the official Special Affairs Bureau website." After concluding her call with Zhao Shuaying, Su Yitong realized just how genuine Yu Xiu was. When Su Yitong referred to her as sister, Yu Xiu did not feel particularly elated. Instead, she inquired directly, "Did the negotiations fall through?" Su Yitong evaded the question, asking, "What price are you offering?" Glancing at the entranced Yu Xiu Huan, who was lost in thought while staring at her phone, Su Yitong readily agreed, "No problem." The efficiency of merely accumulating a few dozen silver coins over 3 hours shattered the morale of the Su family. In stark contrast to Zhao Shuaying's pricing, the 150 gold for a bottle of basic healing potion was indeed a sincere offer. Zhao Shuaying's rate was glaringly an attempt to pressure the Su family into collaboration with the authorities. Matters that can be resolved with money should not be deemed problematic. And in the absence of direct access to resources through the game store, finding a means to exchange gold for in-game resources was a stroke of fortune for them, for which they owed their gratitude to Yu Xiu. "Is it truly impossible for you to procure equipment? The price is negotiable." Su Yitong endeavored to secure more vital equipment from Yu Xiu. Meanwhile, Su Baibua had already placed a call to acquire additional gold. Previously, when purchasing belts, the counterpart had only accepted gold transactions, prompting the Su family to deliberate on stockpiling gold. It now seemed evident that this gold held particular significance. Accumulating more would surely prove prudent, far more reliable than currency that was destined to collapse. Yu Xiu, however, was reluctant to sell equipment to the Su family, presenting a price they could not meet. "I have inquired myself and would like to purchase it as well. I only accept in-game currency, neither cash nor gold is acceptable. There is an alternative trading model, but I find it to be quite unprofitable." Su Yitong pressed, "Do elaborate." Yu Xiu explained, "If you lack in-game currency, you may exchange items. For high-tier items, I could trade you 1,000 pieces of the current low-level gear. Tell me, how does that differ from robbery?" "There is indeed a distinction. Robbery is often less merciless." Su Yitong sincerely expressed concern. "Have you offended someone?" Yu Xiu responded with silence. Ultimately, after a lengthy discussion, Su Yitong managed to persuade Yu Xiu to find a way to procure for her 2,000 potions. 500 basic healing potions and 500 basic mana potions, priced at 150 gold per bottle. They were willing to buy. Yu Xiu seemed genuinely concerned for her as she remarked, "This price is outrageous. If you wait a few days, it might become cheaper. In the game, it's just 1 silver coin per bottle." Su Yitong replied calmly, "It's merely 600 gene of gold." Yu Xiu fell silent, cursing under her breath for missing out on such a lucrative opportunity. 2,000 bottles of potion exchanged for 600 gene of gold. The cost was merely 20 gold coins, supplemented by some hemostatic bandages crafted during her practice of first aid, which bore no indication of their maker and could be sold safely to anyone. The speed of profit here far surpassed the exchange of gold for coins from the goblins. It was no surprise that Su Yitong had spent her life acquiring potions and equipment. Some matters could be deduced with simple reasoning. In her previous life, Yu Xiu Huan's talent was the most enticing benefit, requiring almost no investment, just by virtue of the talent that increased attribute points through eating. It could attract high-level players to pledge allegiance to the Su family. Moreover, it was possible that after the initial closed beta, they began recruiting to enhance their core team's attributes. Thus, even if they lacked equipment and potions at the onset of the game's formal invasion, it would not hinder their rapid progression through dungeons and swift rise to prominence. However, in this lifetime, if the Su family wished to retain these players, they would need to offer corresponding benefits. Otherwise, the special agent's perks were equally appealing, and why would players choose to serve the Su family instead? In a good mood, Yu Xiu accepted the friend request from Yu Xiu Huan and Su Yitong. Upon reaching Zhao Shuaying's friend request, she also chose to accept it. Zhao Shuaying, "Hi. Yu Xiu. Zhao Shuaying, "How cold?" Yu Xiu, "What is the price for your basic healing potions?" Zhao Shuaying, 300 gold per bottle. Yu Xiu, "Don't you fear being beaten for quoting that price?" Zhao Shuaying, "I do, but in face-to-face negotiations, the price is different. After all, we are separated by a network cable or phone line." Yu Xiu, nonetheless, Yu Xiu did not regret it. The price of 150 was just right. She did not expect to make a fortune from this. She merely wanted the Su family to recognize her connections while maintaining a facade of harmony. Now, everyone had become a player, with billions vying for the scarce basic healing potions available in the market. 150 gold? She hardly made any profit. In her previous life, although the situation stabilized rapidly, players who could craft potions emerged to sell their basic healing potions, and the official sources began to supply them in bulk to help all players through the initial challenges. Meanwhile, modern technology was also capable of producing medicinal products with healing effects, including injectables, tablets, and capsules in various forms. However, with billions of players in the market, even rapid supply required a process. These items were not like belts, where even the wealthiest could only wear one. Most buyers would not repurchase, as healing items were consumables that would sell out instantly upon listing. The market for basic healing potions would likely remain fervent for at least half a month. She resolved to think of ways to sell some to Su Itong in the coming days. She remained unconvinced that the Su family had truly reached a dead end. After all, they had been preparing since the first internal test, and even if their alchemical potions were insufficient, they still had emergency bandages at their disposal. If worst came to worst, there was always culinary expertise to rely upon. In the present circumstances, she had managed to earn money, resolved matters with the Lin family on Yu Xuanhuan's behalf, and simultaneously garnered favors from both Yu Xuanhuan and Su Itong. Furthermore, she had left the Su family with the impression that she possessed valuable connections, and most importantly, her words consistently reflected her concern for their welfare. Such a supportive relative was hard to come by. The thought that she had subtly maneuvered them while they expressed profound gratitude filled Yu Xuange with a sense of relief, as she felt the pain and resentment in her heart beginning to heal. Yu Xuange did not feel it necessary to inform Yu Xuanhuan that she had settled the matter with the Lin family. He would discover it on his own. Seeking credit for her efforts would only seem superfluous. After finishing her breakfast, she placed the cat nest into her gaming backpack and drove out, evading a few tailing individuals and parking near the entrance of the black market. After enduring numerous hardships, she successfully delivered 2,000 bottles of potions to the Su family, exchanging them for 600 pounds of gold. Although she could have utilized the game's mail function to transfer these items to Su Itong, she preferred a direct transaction, primarily to ascertain whether the Su family had acquired any new equipment. Upon entering the house, she instinctively investigated Yu Xuanhuan's divine bestowed talents. However, she was rendered speechless by the current statuses of his skills 4 and 5. They were pristine and flawless, beneficial to both himself and others. Yet, the descriptions of these skills appeared ethereal after conducting the investigation, followed swiftly by a black line crossing out the 2 lines of skill descriptions, revealing a line of small, tangible text, which contained the truest information about the divine bestowed talent skills. Yu Xuange feigned ignorance. This charade was likely not intended to deceive the infrequent encounters between them, but rather aimed at something concerning the Su family, and now was not the time to expose it. The crux of the matter, however, lay in the crimson blood drop symbol following the names Yu Xuanhuan and Su Itong. The former's blood drop appeared ethereal, while the latter's was more solidified. Her attention shifted to the blood drop, and with a mere thought, she sought detailed information. Unknown curse level. All healing effects reduced by 5. Health points cannot automatically recover. Has infectious properties. Ah, what a curse. This was precisely what she suspected. Yu Xuange stifled a laugh, engaging in light conversation with Su Itong and Yu Xuanhuan before declining the Su family's invitation to stay for lunch, citing the need to settle a balance due as her reason for leaving. She feared that if she lingered any longer, she might burst into laughter. As she pondered the implications of the curse and whether it might escalate with the severity of the affliction, she recalled the infectious nature of it, realizing that she would need to be cautious in the future to prevent these two from discovering the curse and retaliating against society, potentially infecting everyone around them. She wondered whether Yu Xuanhuan and Su Itong had already made this discovery. If they had, it would certainly be entertaining. However, considering that the blood drop, like the skills of the food god, appeared ethereal, she began to suspect that Yu Xuanhuan might have already sensed something amiss and preemptively concealed the matter. After placing the cat bed in the backyard, she washed up and laid down on the bed, forcing herself to cease all activity and rest for a few hours. Having waited for a game invasion in the early hours of the morning and having delved into the magical the previous night, it dawned on her that she had already gone 2 days and nights without a wink of sleep. Despite her body being digitized, various adverse conditions still plagued her. Otherwise, how could Yu Xuanhuan and Su Itong have fallen ill? Had she not also succumbed to severe fatigue due to frequent phantom shifting? Rest was imperative. She needed to rest. Closing her eyes for just 5 minutes, she was on the verge of drifting into slumber when a line of explanation flashed through her mind, jolting her awake with laughter. Indeed, Yu Xuanhuan had detected something amiss. Upon the formal invasion of the game, he immediately checked his divine bestowal talent, eager to uncover any miracles, yet instead discovered a baffling curse. Though the nature of this unknown curse remained elusive, its contagious essence was enough to raise Yu Xuanhuan's alarm. At that moment, Su Itong rushed off to consult with Su Baibua and others on how to address the situation. Almost immediately after Su Yidong exited the room, Yu Xuanhuan concealed the curse information using the shed skin of his chameleon tea pet. Until dawn, Su Yitong was preoccupied with guiding his subordinates through dungeon conquests. While Yu Xuanhuan, distracted, practiced his culinary skills in the kitchen. He contemplated an examination but hesitated, given the recent events involving the Lin family. Su Yidong would surely be vigilant about his whereabouts. He could not venture to the hospital alone. Nor did he trust those brothers. What if the test results provided them with leverage against him? Would he not be delivering himself into their hands? As Yu Xuanhuan's thoughts spiraled, he became increasingly restless. Was this curse exclusive to him? Unfortunately, he lacked any investigative tools or skills. Reflecting on the game, he decided to message Yu Qingshan directly. Yu Xuanhuan. Dad, what are you up to? Yu Qingshan. Searching for a dungeon. Yu Xuanhuan. Could you come to the Su residence? Yu Qingshan. What is the matter? Has something happened? However, Yu Xuanhuan was acutely aware that this was merely Su Yitong seeking someone to investigate his divine bestowal talent. The term friend was merely a fade to shield their emotions from harm. Chapter 81. Why not just tattoo it on your backside? Yu Xuanhuan greeted his guest with a smile, yet his heart sank. He could only hope this individual's investigative level was insufficient to penetrate the disguise of the chameleon tea pet. Previously, Yu Xuanhuan had believed in his good fortune, that he was free from calamity and that all his wishes would come to fruition. However, the trials of the past year had shaken his confidence. Even with a luck score of 10, uncertainty loomed. After 10 minutes of tedious small talk, Su Yitong bid farewell to the guest and, with a smile, settled beside Yu Xuanhuan, allowing the latter's anxieties to finally ease. Anyone would have crumbled under such pressure. Yu Xuanhuan was merely more sensitive, and he considered himself emotionally stable. Recalling those 4 unusable divine talents, when Yu Xuanhuan had first mentioned them, Su Yitong had thought he was merely boasting, yet it turned out to be true. While it was regrettable that those 4 talents were inoperative, Su Yitong quickly regained his composure. It was perhaps for the best. Had they been usable, the Su family would have been unable to suppress Yu Xuanhuan, who would inevitably use them as a springboard. Skill 5 would suffice. Su Yitong gently comforted Yu Xuanhuan while holding him, apologizing for her previous disbelief in him. After a heartfelt conversation, the bond between the couple grew closer once again. Su Yitong encouraged Yu Xuanhuan to practice cooking diligently, assuring him that the equipment acquired by the Su family would be prioritized for him, and he would be taken into dungeons thereafter. Since early morning, the Su family had gathered a wealth of information, particularly regarding the concept of luck. It was not merely about bringing a fortunate individual into a dungeon. Rather, the most significant factor affecting the drop rates of monsters was the luck of the player delivering the final blow. While Su Yitong could have insisted that everyone weaken the monsters before allowing Yu Xuanhuan to strike the final blow, as it would mean gaining extra experience, she deemed it unnecessary to hurt her subordinates' feelings for Yu Xuanhuan's sake. The most prudent approach was to enhance Yu Xuanhuan's attributes, enabling him to tackle dungeons independently, allowing others to gradually realize that his drop rates were high during battles, and thus not minding him claiming the final blow. Yu Xuanhuan, touched, embraced Su Yidong and joked about being her dependent, professing that he would henceforth support her as the logistics of the Su family. In Su Yitong's presence, he never showcased excessive pride. He was obedient and submissive when she favored such traits, melancholic and pitiful when she expressed concern. Having already become a son-in-law, what pride did he have left? If he dared to act like a freeloading husband today, the Su family would ensure he would never stand tall again the following day. Yu Xunge slept soundly until nightfall. Upon waking, her first instinct was to check on her cat nest in the backyard, as the anxiety of possessing such a treasure, which could be stolen at any moment, was overwhelming. She prepared 2 bowls of meat soup and privately messaged Zhao Shuang. Yu Xunge, is there any item that can be bound? Zhao Shuang, binding stone level. I can offer you a friendly price of 100 gold each. Yu Xunge, if I recall correctly, this item sells for 99 gold, 99 silver, and 99 copper at the auction house. Zhao Shuang, I'm only making a copper coin off you. To be honest, I consider you a friend, hence this price. Do you want it? Yu Xunge, I need an item that remains touchable by others even after being bound. Zhao Shuang, is that a legitimate item? Yu Xunge, how much is it? Zhao Shuang, 38 gold. Yu Xunge, so much cheaper than the binding stone? Zhao Shuang, it has a drawback. Although this tattoo is waterproof, it does not withstand skills. If the skin with the tattoo is damaged, the item will automatically unbind and drop out. Yu Xunge, that drawback is indeed significant. Zhao Shuang, why not just tattoo it on your backside? Yu Xunge, thank you. Chatting with you always brings me countless delightful surprises. Zhao Shuang, you're welcome. Do keep in touch for good news. Yu Xunge promptly sent Zhao Shuang 38 gold via mail, along with the recently crafted, happiness-enhanced, skill crystal, and soon received a box of black ink in return. She walked to the backyard and ushered the cats to their meal. Following the instructions, she poured the black ink onto the cat bed. Although it was merely a few milliliters in a bottle, the ink swiftly spread across the entire bed. Soon, the cat bed shrank and flattened, transforming into a tattoo sticker the size of a coin, resembling the original cat bed. As Xunge picked up the sticker, Zhao Shuai's suggestion flashed through her mind, prompting her to shake her head vigorously. How terrifying. She did not subscribe to the notion that the most conspicuous and perilous places were the safest. Was it not prudent to keep wealth concealed? Pressing the tattoo down, she could distinctly sense a cat bed in the void. She released it, attempting to place a cat inside. The cat rolled around once before hastily exiting in search of food. With her primary concern regarding the cat bed resolved, Xunge felt increasingly at ease. Nevertheless, she positioned this cat bed in the far corner of the cat villa, casually scattering a few cat cushions and soft mats around it. As for the magical eye, she had yet to devise a plan. This peculiar object, akin to a magician's false tooth, necessitated occupying a part of the human body. While false teeth required the alveolar ridge, wearing the magical eye meant sacrificing an eyeball, which was simply unavoidable. It was not that she was unwilling to part with her natural eyeball, but the origins of this magical eye were dubious, making it inappropriate to display openly. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was already 2 a.m. For reasons unknown, she felt invigorated at this hour, as if an unsettling energy compelled her to engage in some activity. Chapter 82. She indulged in smoke and drink in private. Xunge first made her way to the Yu family villa, perhaps because she had shared details about the game with them in this lifetime. The villa had recorded her fingerprint, and she possessed the key to the outer iron gate, allowing her unrestricted access. Furthermore, the second floor had a room reserved for her. Unlike her previous life, where even though she had purchased the villa, her fingerprint was not registered at the main entrance. Xunge headed straight for the liquor cabinet, retrieving 2 bottles of alcohol. As she departed, she noticed a freshly opened pack of fine cigarettes nearby. If her memory served her right, a single cigarette cost over 10 yuan, and she casually pocketed a pack. It was all the fault of her thieving talent. It had led her into this vice. Her current experience level stood at 0, with 8,946 points. The 300 level 3 trolls she had encountered that morning had caused her experience to surge dramatically. This was the advantage of soloing dungeons. 300 monsters divided among a 5-person team would grant each player only 12 points. And even 3 hours might not yield such a number, but by soloing, she could claim the entire dungeon's rewards for herself, navigating the area with ease. Xunge dealt with the scouts and headed straight for the troll camp. To hone her combat skills, she refrained from consuming dishes that increased her attack power and consciously engaged 3 teams of trolls each time, reserving her ultimate abilities for moments of dire necessity. The trolls were far more agile than the undead, and they remained lucid, capable of coordinated attacks. 3 teams combined amounted to 15 trolls. Thus, even at level 3, she could practice for a considerable time without resorting to her ultimate moves. It was dawn at 5 o'clock. After departing from the safe house, Xunge refreshed herself and prepared 2 servings of meat and vegetables, one without salt for the cat in the backyard, and the other, seasoned, for herself. After finishing her meal, she prepared 2 additional portions to take to Zealandstar. Once she confirmed the area was secure with her hunter's eye, she slipped into her bedroom to transform into a goblin and set off for Zealandstar. Much like Earth, time varies across different locations on Zealandstar, with slight discrepancies between them. However, there is no such time difference between the Twilight City and Huaxia. Upon arriving at the alchemy shop in Twilight City, she found it just opening, and the little undead worker, already familiar with her, welcomed her inside. Xunge presented one of the breakfast servings to her, then stepped into the shop where the undead instructor was sleepily descending the stairs, still using her fingers to comb through her tousled hair. Xunge placed the other breakfast portion on the table, alongside a bottle of wine. Her deep respect for the instructor stemmed from a recent discovery. The basic healing potions she crafted were being placed into the potion pack that Hufflepuff had given her, especially since they could stack up to 999. Additionally, her obsessive-compulsive tendencies compelled her to fill it to capacity whenever possible, akin to a phone's battery. Yet, on one occasion, despite having 998 basic healing potions, she found one particular potion wouldn't fit. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that while the name remained unchanged, the potion's description was different, claiming it could restore 61 points of health. 61, although it was only 1 point more than the usual potions. The significance of this discovery surpassed even that of crafting a higher-grade potion. She brought that potion to Hufflepuff, who, for the first time, inquired about her name. Xunge recalled the 2 wanted posters at the city gate and hesitated to connect with Hufflepuff on a deeper level, stating, "I am Ravenclaw." After uttering this name, she sensed an odd look from Hufflepuff, yet the latter did not probe further, allowing the conversation to pass. Classes continued, and despite having studied with Hufflepuff for some time, she had yet to be taught any recipes. However, she remained patient, understanding that her proficiency in advanced alchemy was still lacking due to foundational issues. It was akin to a chef attempting to cook. While the steps are clearly outlined, if one's skills are insufficient, cutting too thickly, mismanaging the heat, or unevenly flipping the pan, each step would yield flawed results. Thus, she absorbed everything Hufflepuff taught her. To her astonishment, the experience brought her immense joy. Though Xunge held no intentions of betrayal, as a fellow player in the closed beta had noted, they would still face off fiercely on the battlefield. Yet Hufflepuff would forever remain her teacher. After Hufflepuff finished her breakfast and sipped her wine, she curiously picked up a cigarette from the side. Not one to be foolish. She extracted one, inhaled its scent, and deftly ignited it using fire magic, taking a puff. In an instant, Xunge observed the undead instructor's eyes brighten. And it was no exaggeration to say that, at that moment, Hufflepuff's dark circles seemed to lighten considerably. Hufflepuff tapped the cigarette box with her fingers and, in a raspy voice, declared, "From now on, tuition will be exchanged for this." A thought flashed through Xunge's mind. So she indulges in both smoke and drink privately. She inquired, "Would you like more wine?" Hufflepuff, "Everyone, let us have it all." Xunge, "All right." She cunningly undermined the intellect of the elite from other races with her indulgence in smoke and drink. How could that not be considered a contribution to the ball? Today's class seemed to stretch endlessly, and after 55 minutes, it was still not concluded. Xunge hesitated to leave, clinging to the most pivotal moment of the lesson. In a moment of inspiration, she transformed into a plump orange and white cat, crouching by Hufflepuff's feet. This feline form resembled the rotund cat she had encountered in her backyard recently. While such obesity is detrimental to a cat's health, it appeared undeniably adorable. Xunge, I see you are intentionally making it difficult for the cat. The cat used the juice of the moonflower to neutralize its toxicity. To her surprise, Hufflepuff seemed to genuinely comprehend, nodding in agreement as she took a drag from the cigarette held delicately between her fingers. Quite right. As a cat, Xunge felt no urgency to depart. She would listen for as long as Hufflepuff was willing to speak. Perhaps it was the pleasant mood induced by today's smoke, or the overwhelming cuteness of the orange and white cat, but Hufflepuff meticulously brewed the potion, explaining each step in detail, from technique to principle. The little spirit, after attending to her guests, would scamper over to listen, and Hufflepuff showed no inclination to shoo her away. With Yuqing absent from home, only Ichigo remained. Her curiosity piqued. "What are you up to?" Xunge readily replied, "Building connections, procuring potions. Just yesterday, I facilitated a deal for the Su family, securing 2,000 vials of potion and helping Shu and Huan resolve matters with the Lin family. I urgently need these cigarettes." Ichigo not only retreated but also pointed to another cabinet, instructing, "There are 2 more over there." Xunge, "Truly, Mother has a grand vision." With that, she took both packs. Upon returning to Zealand Star, Xunge placed 2 packs of cigarettes on the table. With these 2 packs, she immersed herself in learning for an entire day, her head spinning from the lessons until the alchemy shop approached closing time. Hufflepuff, lifting her by the scruff of her neck, unceremoniously tossed her out, concluding the day's lesson. Chapter 83. If you keep this up, I will block you. Learning is 100 times more exhausting than slaying monsters, she proclaimed. Upon awakening the following day, Xunge felt somewhat disoriented. Her days and nights had been turned upside down. Glancing at the time, she realized it was already the 24th. Opening her friend list and disregarding the friend requests from strangers, she accessed the message from Zhao Shuang. Though this individual occasionally exhibited erratic behavior, the messages were nonetheless significant, and she best not overlook them. Zhao Shuang, can you still exchange for gold coins? We still require gold coins. I will continue to offer you a 1 commission. Xunge, I can no longer exchange. She had initially believed that exchanging 36 main cities for 20 gold coins would be more than sufficient, but in reality, the goblins did not possess such vast reserves. Bill was already the wealthiest goblin, while they could produce gold coins, just like she learned in goldsmithing. Their private minting was also limited. Were it not for Xunge providing a favorable exchange rate that allowed them to profit from the gold difference, they would never have engaged in the exchange. That 20 gold coins had cost her considerable effort. She tirelessly traversed 25 main cities and conversed with nearly 1,000 goblins to secure them. Xunge calculated that, including Undercity and Bloodmoon City, she had emptied the coffers of goblins in 27 main cities, leaving only 7 main cities goblins yet to be acquainted with her. Let her run errands one by one. It seems rather wasteful of time. She must remain here to keep an eye on the Su family. And the little spider of the Su family's departed spirits has already eavesdropped on their recent acquisitions of gold. She is contemplating some mischief as well. Furthermore, once she accumulates a sufficient reserve of gold, she will need to seek out goblins for exchanges, but the remaining goblins have been drained by the Bureau of Special Affairs. Where will she turn for exchanges then? Even if she could secure a higher commission, the limit of 1% is the threshold. Exceeding it would bring trouble. Though she is greedy, her greatest virtue lies in her self-restraint. Xunge, it's already at the limit. Even if you allow me to take 10 to 20%, I still cannot exchange it recently. According to our contract, I will disclose the method of exchanging for gold coins to you after a year. By then, you can exchange it yourselves, but at present, it is genuinely unattainable. A middle-aged man sitting opposite her furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice. Could it be that she does not wish to exchange with us? After all, she can exchange for herself. Zhao Shuang replied. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Before collaborating with us, she earned a batch of gold through her divine talent. But it was not substantial. She only began accumulating gold later. Another individual chimed in. Is it possible she is the player ranked first on the wealth leaderboard? The most exaggerated among the top 10 on the leaderboard is that first place, possessing over 30 million gold coins, exceeding the amount held by the Bureau of Special Affairs. He tends to believe she is affiliated with a significant power. For now, it is merely a casual inquiry. Zhao Shuang, recalling Yu Xuange's frugal demeanor, expressed skepticism. The likelihood is slim. The middle-aged man suggested, inquire further if she is willing to sell her gold coins. 20 gold coins represent an unimaginable fortune for an individual, yet they are but a drop in the bucket for all of China. Zhao Shuang, are your gold coins for sale? Yu Xuange, do you possess something more valuable than gold coins? Zhao Shuang, the trust of our homeland. Yu Xuange, if you continue like this, I will block you. Zhao Shuang, are you truly not selling? Yu Xuange sensed Zhao Shuang's urgency. It appears that the pressure on the Bureau of Special Affairs has indeed intensified since the game's arrival. She rummaged through her bag, sifting through her belongings, and unearthed items crafted during her proficiency in engineering. Yu Xuange, all my gold coins have been invested in enhancing professional skills. Exquisite hunting rifle 400 units. Dynamite packs 383 units. Scopes 500 units. Inferior hunting rifles 700 units. Landmines 1000 units. The scopes can be mounted on firearms to increase accuracy, while landmines and dynamite packs are considered one-time offensive items. As for the two types of hunting rifles, the exquisite one requires level 2, while the inferior rifle can be used at level 0. Both were crafted during the initial engineering grind, completed within the game at a rate of 1 per second, which would take no less than half an hour to produce in real life. Yu Xuange, interested? I can sell them in bulk, for the trust of our homeland. I can forego gold coins. Zhao Shuang, why is everything else in whole numbers, but the dynamite packs are not? Yu Xuange, mind your own business. Zhao Shuang, very well. How much for the entire package? Though they are all low-level weapons that could be purchased at the auction house, acquiring them without using game currency would indeed be quite advantageous. Yu Xuange, you decide the price. She was curious about the stance of the Special Affairs Bureau. If the Bureau accepted these items, it would indeed signify a trust in her homeland, leading her to carefully contemplate future collaborations with them. She understood that the Bureau, in pursuit of the greater good, often employed various methods to extract resources from players. However, that was a mutually agreed-upon exchange. She was willing to participate in such transactions. Yet, receiving items without compensation represented an entirely different matter. Should the Bureau operate with integrity, there would be potential for future dealings. Otherwise, the situation would be dire. Although Zhao Shuang had handled numerous valuable items, worth hundreds or even thousands of gold, she did not regard them as worthless debris. On the contrary, these were precisely what was needed at present. After handing over several crates of weapons to her colleague, she sent some items to Yu Xuange. With no objections from the others in the conference room, gold would inevitably shine, and Yu Xuange's brilliance was impossible to conceal. Moreover, with a friendly disposition towards the Bureau, they naturally felt inclined to reciprocate. Yu Xuange examined the minuscule dragon-shaped coin in her hand, a mere fingernail-less size. Its material was indiscernible, yet it was evidently not something easily replicated. Pouring out the dragon-shaped coins from her bag, she counted 5 in total. She had heard of such coins in her previous life, but had never encountered them. It was said that within official circles, they could be used as currency. Legendary grade or higher equipment and items obtained during official team raids could only be bid for with these contribution points, as gold was not accepted, and the points were non-transferable. With records maintained internally, rumor had it that the Su family had collaborated with the Bureau on several occasions. But they had ultimately ceased their partnership after discovering that valuable items could not be purchased with gold. Yu Xuanhuan had even voiced her grievances, criticizing the Bureau for its lack of vision. An organization that drew such complaints must surely have merit. Although she was uncertain about the value of these coins, Yu Xuange carefully stowed them away. She retrieved several large storage boxes filled with items for enhancing cooking proficiency, most rated around 65 points. These would neither double the effects of consumption nor grant additional attribute points, and their market value was minimal. The inhabitants of Zealand Star rarely resorted to the auction house for food, as the main city was replete with restaurants. In the real world, the necessity was even less pronounced. Money was scarce, and even when available, it was more judiciously spent on potions or equipment. She selected her favorites and those preferred by her cat, distributing the remainder to Zhao Shuang. Chapter 84. The Su family is mine. Yu Xuange, crispy spider legs, tender wolf chops, mystical stew, crispy meat wings, fanciful barley beer, mixed meat stew. Zhao Shuang. Yu Xuange, I've sent everything to you. Zhao Shuang had received the items and gazed at the 7 large storage boxes. The nearby staff quickly counted, revealing 258 dishes, each with various attributes. Leaving her in contemplative silence. Zhao Shuang, I am a senior envoy of the Special Affairs Bureau, not a general store. Yu Xuange did not receive any returns, but she did acquire 3 dragon-shaped coins. The principle remained unchanged. They would gladly accept strategic resources that could be obtained without utilizing game currency. They would not overlook these minor transactions simply because they were nurturing professionals capable of mass-producing equipment. In truth, There are dozens of trading partners akin to Xunge, including those engaged in leather crafting and sewing, with over 1,000 here and another 1,000 there, cumulatively forming a considerable sum, potentially saving tens of thousands of gold coins. Moreover, they have not deceived these individuals. The dragon-shaped coins genuinely symbolize the official stance, not mere empty promises. In the future, should fortunes arise, these individuals, aside from internal members, will undoubtedly be prioritized. Ever since the sale of 1,000 belts to the Su family, Xunge has been closely monitoring their movements. She has not only placed the spectral little spiders within the Su household, but has also concealed them in Xunge's studio and car. Although the extent of the Su family's investigative capabilities remains uncertain, the diminutive size of the spiders renders them inconspicuous. Their information akin to the smallest letters on a vision chart, easily hidden in corners where they are virtually undetectable. Additionally, Xunge's Soros pocket watch allows her to modify personal panel information. Such manipulation is within her purview, enabling her to alter the spectral spider's data to read. Corrupt little spider, health, 11, controller, Xunge. It would be better if they remained undiscovered. However, should they be found, it could serve as a delightful surprise left for Xunge. On January 24th, the third day of the game's arrival, Blue Star had undergone a monumental transformation. It seemed as though everyone was racing against time, with all conversations revolving around the game. Even when stepping out for a morning meal, the chatter was about divine-endowed gaming abilities and equipment. The dawn of a new century heralded a significant reshuffling. Those who acted swiftly could ascend to great heights, while lagging even slightly could result in irreversible setbacks. In fact, even after the second internal test, not only the Su family but numerous clans had begun preparations, acquiring game-related assets. At that time, however, players were still scarce, most remaining in hiding, reluctant to show themselves. Even the Su family could only find a few hundred, with few willing to engage in trade. Following the third internal test, these families intensified their efforts, recruiting players and gathering intelligence. Yet, the larger the vessel, the harder it is to change course. Managing industries is a process that cannot be completed in mere months. Furthermore, those capable of taking over are often well-informed about the impending upheaval, while those unaware of such news lack the capacity to manage the Su family's assets, creating a rather awkward situation. In the past half-month, they have employed significant liquid capital to acquire gold, and some industries have resorted to drastic discounts, accepting only gold or equipment in exchange. Currently, 100 pieces of green gear could be exchanged for a property owned by the Su family in the city. Xunge learned from the spectral little spider that Su Langfeng had advised Su Baibua to be cautious of hidden enemies. He instructed that this batch of gold be personally delivered by Su Baibua, while discreetly bringing along 20 others to facilitate the transfer, advising them to carry portions separately and to avoid gathering together to prevent being easily captured. Xunge couldn't help but admire the prudence displayed. She herself harbored intentions of capturing them all in one fell swoop, confident that she could directly eliminate even Su Baibua. Upon receiving the news, Xunge promptly canceled all her plans for the day. She remained at home, concocting potions while attentively monitoring the movements of the little spider in her mind. After hearing Su Langfeng's arrangements, she directly commanded the spider to leave the Su family's main building and conceal itself in the underbrush. The Su family had a commendable aspect. Their employee training was exemplary. When the young master was set to depart, the driver was already waiting outside in the car. Otherwise, would Su Beige have stood at the door waiting for a ride like one does for a taxi? Upon spotting the vehicle, the little spider crawled into the very center of the convoy. Simultaneously, another spider hidden in Yu Zhonghuan's car emerged, casually selecting a car to enter. Although Xunge could not ascertain which vehicle Su Beige would choose, it was of little consequence since the gold would be transported in batches. Only illicit dealings would transpire in remote corners during the dead of night. The Su family's gold exchange would be bustling, taking place at the Su family restaurant in the city center during the peak of midday. At noon on the 24th, Xunge entered the safe house. Retrieving a wooden bow, she softly loosed 6 arrows towards a corner, before employing her disguise skill to transform into the appearance of a frail old woman. Anticipating a high probability of direct confrontation today, she utilized the disguise function of the Soros pocket watch to alter her identity to that of Wang Er. Following this, she cast the shadow clone spell, allowing her to shift to the kitchen of the Su family restaurant. Su Beige and his entourage were convening on the second floor. Xunge chose not to ascend, but instead made her way to the garage, standing by the designated parking spots reserved for Su Beige's group, patiently awaiting their descent. Occasionally, she sipped on mana potions or coffee to replenish her magical energy, thereby sustaining her illusion. Half an hour later, Su Beige and his companions emerged. Xunge was taken aback by the sheer number of individuals. It resembled the aftermath of a concert, a throng of people densely packed. Had there not been only 17 players upon departure? Nearly 100 individuals surrounded Su Beige as they entered the parking lot. She was astounded just how much gold had been exchanged. The group dispersed in the underground garage, with every 4 individuals boarding a single vehicle. This formation suggested that a grand convoy would soon emerge from the depths of the garage. Although they scattered, they did not completely separate. Should one vehicle encounter trouble, the others could swiftly converge, and the assailants would be unable to ascertain who possessed the gold at that moment. Chapter 85. She lacks money, but not morality. As they were about to part ways, Xunge approached two of the individuals, abruptly drawing a delicate pistol and firing a shot directly into one man's temple. Prior to her arrival, she had amassed 6 ordinary attacks in the safe house. This marked her 7th shot, destined to be a critical hit under her sharpshooter talent. Moreover, her attributes were significantly elevated. The impact caused the man's head to explode. Without lifting her gaze, she fired several shots at the other man's head and heart, simultaneously tossing 2 grenades into the throng of people in the garage. She then crouched down, searching the deceased's game backpack. Although it was well concealed, having survived for 3 years had endowed her with experience. Player backpacks came in only a handful of designs, and there were limited hiding spots. Soon, she located the game backpack hidden within the inside of the deceased's clothing. She swiftly seized the satchel thrust before her, just as another adversary's health dwindled to nothing. The 2 grenades she had previously hurled compelled that group of players to halt their actions in search of cover. However, as seconds ticked by and the explosives remained dormant, it became evident that she had been outmaneuvered, prompting them to rise once more for an assault. The air was thick with curses. Xunge had already commenced her search of the second corpse, this time opting not to retrieve another grenade. Instead, she produced a handful of silver coins, tossing them towards her foes, with her left hand probing the corpse and her right hand dispersing the coins. She repeated this thrice until she finally encountered the game's backpack. At this moment, the players remained less than loyal to the Su family, and with silver coins being rather scarce, merely a few dozen acquired from a dungeon run. While the Su family sought the lion's share, those unaware of her identity were intrigued by the sudden shower of coins. Almost a third of them immediately crouched to collect the scattered silver, while another third hesitated momentarily. This brief distraction bought her precious seconds, and with the second backpack in hand, Xunge rose and sprinted forth. Her agility at level 52 rendered her nearly untouchable. Only a single sonic wave attack grazed her, interrupting her illusion spell, yet inflicting a mere 20 points of damage. Su Beige could only watch in stunned silence as this figure appeared and vanished. Having dispatched 2 of his associates, all he caught was the fleeting silhouette of a spry, gray-haired woman. This blatant disguise felt like a slap across his face, and the worthless crew he had brought along failed to retain even a single member. He closed his eyes, his chest heaving, yearning to unleash a torrent of invective upon these inept individuals. Yet, in this transformed era, where everyone was a player, he refrained from berating them like curs, knowing he could not exert his dominance over them without the upper hand. The fallen players were soon carried away, and Su Beige's eyes reddened as he fixated on the 2 lifeless bodies, recognizing them at a glance by their attire and stature. These were his trusted subordinates, which signified that their game bags were laden with gold. Their sacrifice had hindered their strategic positioning here. This place was not merely a vault for the Su family, but also a sanctuary, filled with reconnaissance, alert, marking, and tracking tools. And the underground was laced with electric nets, accessible only to a select few from the Su clan. Upon exiting the Su family tavern, Xunge consumed an invisibility potion and then raced towards a crowded area, utilizing her shadowy teleportation to reach the sea. With her disguise ability on cooldown, she could have ventured to Zealand Star, where the subterranean storerooms of the Dark City occasionally offered passage. However, she could not risk exposing the fact that Blue Star individuals could operate within Zealand Star, not even the slightest hint. After a refreshing dip in the sea, she moved to the shore, changed her attire, performed a thorough cleansing, and then once again teleported to the city center, transforming into a calico cat and weaving through throngs of people. While scouting the information on Su Beige's group, she had observed several tracking-related divine talents. Some could trace by blood, others by scent. To be prudent, she knew she must mask her own scent. She wandered near the official library stronghold, during which she squatted in a corner, observing 2 cats in a fierce skirmish for 5 minutes. It was not mere idleness. The reason for their brawl was her presence. Glancing at her own tricolor fur, she mused, "Ah, how enchanting am I." This sensation was rather delightful. As soon as the cool down from her disguise expired, Xunge transformed into a goblin and ventured to Zealand Star. She scurried through the sewers of the Undercity, finally daring to retrieve the 2 packages she had brought. The bags were not large. One contained 6 compartments, the other 4. She extracted the stacked metallic boxes, equipped with modern instruments. Although unfamiliar with them, she knew that both localization and photography would be utterly ineffective on Zealand Star due to the lack of a network. Leaning closer, she detected the scent of a tracking potion. With a dagger, she pried open the lock, only to be momentarily blinded by a flash of gold. Feeling the gold bricks, she was astonished to find they too bore the scent of the tracking potion. How insidious! One by one, she removed the bricks, discovering that each piece was infused with the potion's aroma. Daring not to place them in her backpack, she counted them, 10 boxes in total, each containing 1,000 pounds of gold. This amounted to a staggering 10,000 pounds of gold. In total, she now possessed over 12,000 pounds of gold, thanks to the generous offerings from the Su family. Xunge was not in want of wealth, but rather of moral integrity. The thought of Su Baibua's incredulous and furious expression made her want to laugh. This was also a significant reason why she preferred to endure some losses in order to facilitate the Su family's exchange of gold for equipment and potions. She had no shortage of storage boxes, neatly arranging the gold bricks within one of them before heading outdoors with the metallic boxes. After unleashing a few explosive arrows, she shattered them into fragments, gathering all the debris into a barrel. Mixing in some fresh blood and flesh, she transported the concoction to the spider's territory, pouring it into their nest as a feast for them. Chapter 86. The Old Silver, the Young Silver, and the Foolish Silver. On this day, Xunge was bustling with activity, while Xunge found himself in less favorable circumstances. It seemed the Su family was up to something significant again, and Su Yitong was busy as well. Seizing the opportunity, he ventured to his studio, where he met with Xunge and provided him with a vial of his own blood for investigation. He was cautious not to disclose that it was his own, instead fabricating a story about a colleague who had been acting strangely, avoiding them with an air of guilt, and whose life force appeared somewhat amiss. To his surprise, it was AI. Sitting on the sofa of the Yu family villa, Xunge felt immense relief at having been prudent enough to keep the blood's origin a secret. He feared that Xunge might abandon him. Thus, even though he was terrified, he maintained an air of nonchalance. Oh my, it was indeed AI. Xunge's personal life was far from chaotic. Being handsome and wealthy, he would never casually take advantage of any woman. Su Yitong was his first woman. Though he had his doubts about her, prior to their engagement, both he and Su Yitong underwent thorough premarital health examinations, confirming their well-being. Especially in his case, he had been subjected to every possible test. Otherwise, how could Su Yitong have consented to his touch? After much contemplation, he concluded that the most plausible explanation for his current predicament was the infection he likely contracted during a surgical procedure at a dubious clinic following a knife wound. It had to be this way, yet if he had been infected then, would Su Yitong also be at risk? A cold sweat broke out on Xunge's brow, and his body trembled slightly from fear. He could scarcely bear to think of the consequences if the Su family discovered that Su Yitong had contracted this illness from him. His fate would be nothing short of a living hell. The Su family was far too preoccupied with their outrage over the recent loss of 10,000 pounds of gold to concern themselves with Xunge's whereabouts. They would have preferred to have someone delivered directly to them, but the buyers were not forthcoming. The current state of affairs was evidently chaotic, and any loss during transit would be a matter of contention. Interestingly, these prominent families harbored a deep distrust of official channels, preferring not to engage in governmental processes. Who could guarantee safety when placing their trust in others? What if their assets were commandeered? Such an eventuality was not beyond the realm of possibility. In times of crisis, it was always the affluent who bore the brunt of the consequences. If the items were not in their possession, they would be compelled to donate, whether they wished to or not. After listening to the entire account, Su Langfeng refrained from reprimanding Su Baibua and instead remarked, "There is a traitor within the family. You should investigate." Naturally, the inquiry would focus on outsiders. Who qualifies as an outsider? Collateral relatives, those without blood ties, and even those who have married out are considered outsiders. To avoid becoming an outsider to both the Su and Yu families, Su Yitong chose to become a consort, which meant Xunge, having married into the Su family, naturally fell into the category of outsider. The Su family began their process of investigation and cleansing. Upon hearing this news, Xunge manipulated his little spider, which traversed the water tank and was carried away by the currents. Outside stood three ill-fated figures, Old Een, Little Een, and Benbi. Yu Qingshan's expression was somewhat grave, though he had been consistently so of late. Ichiogwa maintained her cheerful demeanor, embodying the spirit of an affable matriarch. As for Xunge, his smile bore little difference from before, remaining gentle yet tinged with sorrow. He walked directly into the kitchen, exhibiting an attitude that suggested he had not regarded them as guests at all. The others entered the house unceremoniously, with Yu Qingshan lamenting that Xunge had pilfered his fine cigarettes during his absence. Ichiogwa, having changed her shoes, ventured to the backyard to play with the cats. An ideal subject for her social media, an affluent woman adored by small creatures. Xunge, wishing to lend a hand in the kitchen, was promptly shooed away by Xunge. "When did you learn to cook?" "Oh right, I forgot about the game." "Did you learn that in the game? Just go outside. If you're feeling idle, help me scoop the cat litter in the backyard." All the ingredients were Xunge's, and even if Xunge were to cook, it wouldn't count as freeloading. Besides, he had no intention of making any further advances towards Xunge lately, so he obediently went out to tend to the litter. During meals, Xunge often appeared to be lost in thought. Xunge, while serving herself, did not deliberately avoid the dishes that Xunge had touched, but midway through, Ichiogwa accidentally choked on some chili, and her drink was coincidentally finished. In a fluster, she sought water, prompting Xunge to offer her own red wine. Ichiogwa glanced at it instinctively, pushed it away. In that fleeting moment, Yu Xuanhuan's expression darkened ominously. Yu Xuanga observed the entire exchange, fully aware that Ichiogua's rejection of the drink stemmed from her aversion to dry red wine. However, Yu Xuanhuan's reaction was rather intriguing. She silently committed this scene to memory, choosing not to dwell on it for long. Instead, she promptly retrieved a cup of juice from her game backpack and handed it to Ichiogwa. By the time Ichiogwa finally regained her composure, Yu Xuanhuan's demeanor had returned to normalcy. Realizing that Yu Xuanhuan had likely discerned the nature of her curse, Yu Xuanga savored her meal with increasing delight. After finishing, she produced 9 bottles of basic healing potions, distributing 3 to each of them. I recently acquired some materials, and I made these myself. Here, a gift for you, she declared. Ichiogwa, surprised, accepted the potions, exclaiming, "These are in high demand. You can't even buy them." Yu Qingshan, too, rarely allowed a smile to break his stern visage, casting a fond glance at Yu Xuanga. To further sweeten the gesture, Yu Xuanga produced 2 additional bottles and pushed them toward Yu Xuanhuan, stating to Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa, "Don't accuse me of favoritism. Although the Su family has purchased a considerable amount of potions, they may not prioritize him. Who knows when he might need to enter a dungeon? You are both aware of how perilous dungeons can be, aren't you?" The couple nodded in agreement. Of course, we won't need any ourselves. Despite their reassurances, Ichiogwa had already begun taking photographs to share on social media. Yu Xuanhuan received the 5 bottles of potions, touched by Yu Xuanga's kindness, and expressed his gratitude. Yet, internally, he remained calm. Chapter 87. Entering the rankings. Yu Xuanhuan lacked for nothing in terms of resources. His fortune was such that despite dedicating all his energy to devising plans for the Eye of the Demon, he continuously acquired valuable items. He possessed a complete set of equipment and had fashioned rings and necklaces for himself from jewels, amassing over 100 potions. Unlike Su Yidong, who maintained a retinue of nearly 1,000, he only had a handful of individuals in his studio. However, Yu Xuanga's words sparked a realization within him. He, too, was an alchemy specialist. With an array of formulas available, even at a basic level, there might be one capable of dispelling curses. He immediately opened his list and soon found a formula for a potion called Basic Vitality Potion, which was described as able to remove various minor negative states. He inquired, "Sister, do you have any basic vitality potions?" Yu Xuanga certainly had some, but she was uncertain whether it could cure Yu Xuanhuan's unknown curse. "No," she replied. "I've focused all my efforts on gathering materials for healing potions." Yu Xuanhuan pleaded, "Sister, could you help me find the materials for the vitality potion?" Without hesitation, Yu Xuanga responded, "Of course, no problem." As she spoke, she feigned checking the formula in front of Yu Xuanhuan: vitality grass, tranquil flower, lionfish, and squid heart, right? I will help you find them. Yu Xuanhuan exhaled in relief, unaware of the profound trust he had developed in Yu Xuanga. His confidence extended not only to her abilities, but also to her unwavering promise to assist him. He retrieved a blue jay-tail ring, crafted by himself through his jewelry-making skills, and presented it to Yu Xuanga. "Sister, this is for you, a belated New Year gift. I made it myself." He was equally generous, offering similar exquisite rings to Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa, each receiving one. The items were indeed impressive, enhancing 4 attribute points. The ring Yu Xuanga received augmented her constitution by 2 points and agility by 2 points. She adorned it immediately, feeling fortunate, and wondered if Yu Xuanhuan had noticed the subtle shift in their dynamic, where she seemed to gain more from their interactions with minimal effort. Their family shared a harmonious and warm atmosphere. After bidding farewell to the guests, Yu Xuanga concealed herself and utilized her shadow movement to arrive at the residence of a patient from whom she had previously extracted tainted blood. With a swift strike, she rendered him unconscious, and employing her exploration skill, she observed 2 bright red droplets of blood nearby. Unknown curse. All healing effects reduced by 10. Life points cannot regenerate automatically, and the maximum is permanently lowered by 5. It is contagious. She promptly extracted a vial of his blood, intending to deliver it to Helchipa on Zealandstar for further research the following day. Her effort was not in vain. She replenished the patient's health with a basic healing potion and left behind a piece of green equipment obtained from a troll as a token of gratitude for his blood. On the 25th, the 4th day of the game's invasion, Yu Xuanga unusually retired early and rose with the dawn, visiting Zealandstar to present the vial of blood to Helchipa, elucidating the curse, particularly emphasizing its contagious nature. Helchipa, with an expression of newfound discovery, took the blood into the laboratory, tossing her a thin notebook filled with alchemical insights before departing. It was at the moment she leveled up to level 1 that she received a notification. Detected player entering the top 100 of the level leaderboard. Would you like to conceal your name? She selected no, and soon afterward, her name appeared at the bottom of the leaderboard. Yu Xuanga level 10016. The individual ranked first was also level 1, but their percentage had surged past 80, likely a member of the Special Affairs Bureau, as their avatars, while requiring personal likeness, could be adorned with embellishments. Each of these avatars bore a small golden dragon insignia in the upper right corner. Such ostentation could only belong to the Special Affairs Bureau. It was evident that she would eventually need to engage in dungeons with the Su family. Concealing her level held no merit. She was not concerned about Yuxuanhuan or the Su family detecting her rapid leveling pace. To maintain equality, mere intimidation from the Special Affairs Bureau would not suffice. She needed to possess strength as well. As for her swift progression, she could attribute it to the Bureau, just as she had observed when Yuxuanhuan and the others had leveled up quickly without divulging their methods when she inquired. Lost in thought about the Su family, she received a private message from Su Yitong, expressing their interest in purchasing some basic healing potions. Xunge, they are hard to come by. I exhausted all my favors last time. Su Yitong, the price is negotiable. Xunge, I have heard that many hospitals now offer pills and injections that can replenish health, and their prices are quite reasonable. Su Yitong, however, there are purchase limits. Even though I have experienced this once in my previous life, I cannot help but admire the meticulousness of the Special Affairs Bureau, which has ensured that the affluent and powerful do not hoard these life-saving items from the common people. I managed to survive the most challenging times thanks to these very items. Although these health restoratives are not as effective as the basic healing potions, the most potent injections require one to administer them personally to restore 50 health points. Still, it is better than nothing. Nonetheless, I have not considered selling anything to the Su family again. I have already sold 3,000 vials of potions and 1,000 belts. Although I profited and exploited the Su family's resources, my animosity towards them has deepened. Continuing to sell would truly aid my adversaries. I plan to acquire some components from either Su Yitong or Yuxuanhuan next month to alleviate my psychological scars. Xunge, I truly have nothing left. Some matters involve contracts that prevent me from disclosing details, but you may seek out someone from the Special Affairs Bureau. Su Yitong, I heard from Xunhuan that you can concoct potions yourself? Xunge, indeed. If you have the materials, I can assist in crafting potions for you. 11 portions of materials yield 10 potions. Su Yitong, what about equipment? Is there any left? Xunge, I have some stock, but at 1 TB significantly cheaper than the auction house, and I can only manage to find 3 or 4 items at most. Su Yitong fell silent. There are indeed many items in the auction house, but the prices are chaotic, and transactions are conducted using the currency of Zealand star, gold, silver, and copper coins. It is reminiscent of the time during the initial testing phase when Yu Qingshan learned that 1,000,000 could only be exchanged for a single gold coin. Now, everyone is hurling random prices, hoping that some wealthy patrons will place orders. A mere piece of low-grade green gear, boosting just a few attributes, is priced at 50 gold coins. Those with sense would refrain from purchasing, while those without sense cannot afford it. Reflecting on this, Xunge decided to list a copy of Martian Technique that she had obtained today, pricing it at 199 gold. She suddenly comprehended the rationale behind those absurd price tags. Perhaps there truly are some gullible buyers out there. Regardless, she had no use for it at the moment. After posting Martian Technique, Xunge promptly received numerous private messages from strangers. Furthermore, her phone began to buzz with messages from various individuals. Some she had met during her time in the entertainment industry, some from actors she had collaborated with, and others from personnel within entertainment companies. Xunge slapped her thigh in realization. Oh dear, she almost forgot someone, Lu Zhenglu. Previously, she could not eliminate him, but now she could. With so many people meeting their demise daily, what difference would it make if she added one more? Chapter 88, Fate. The beauty of alchemy lies in the plethora of potions available. She took out a vial of intermediate alchemy crafted poison, which caused a loss of 10 health points per minute for 10 minutes. She coated her dagger with a layer of it, and then consumed an invisibility potion, using phantom movement to arrive at Lu Zhenglu's residence. He was currently on a phone call, discussing the purchase of basic healing potions. She stealthily approached from behind, gently slicing his nape with the poisoned dagger before swiftly retreating 2 steps. The dagger was exceedingly sharp, yet even with the slightest of wounds, as swift as Xunge's hands were, Lu Zhenglu felt a fleeting pang of pain. She reached out, only to find her fingers stained with blood that had already turned a purplish-black hue. Opening her character panel, she was horrified to discover an additional status affliction. Poisoned, decreases health by 10 points per minute, lasting for 10 minutes. Lu Zhenglu had only recently become a player, with a total health of merely 100 points. In a state of extreme terror, her trembling hands reached for her phone once more, frantically seeking to purchase a basic healing potion. Simultaneously, she dashed to the kitchen, brandishing a kitchen knife in a frenzied manner. Xunge observed quietly, relishing her moment of revenge. 10 minutes passed, during which she witnessed Lu Zhenglu's transition from fear to pleading, from furious cursing to despair when she could not procure the medicine. Lu searched every corner of her home for the person lurking in the shadows. However, upon realizing her health would regenerate automatically, even if only by 5 points per minute, a flicker of hope ignited within her. She could endure, after all. As the 10 minutes elapsed, the poison's effects waned. Lu Zhenglu lay on the ground, drenched in sweat and tears, erupting into maniacal laughter. She had survived. Yet, in the next instant, a new wound appeared on her arm, the blood flowing swiftly from a vibrant red to a deep purple-black. She screamed in horror. Yu Xuanga fought against the urge to reveal herself, finally comprehending why Yu Xuanhuan had chosen to emerge in her last moments. The tantalizing sensation of manipulating someone from the shadows while they remained oblivious to your identity was maddening, compelling one to step forth and unveil the truth. Yet, she restrained herself. There was no need. What if Lu Zhenglu were to be reborn as well? Yu Xuanga remained concealed throughout. After Lu Zhengliu's demise, she discarded her body into a box, stowing it in her game backpack before heading to the seaside. There lay a quest, and from a distance, she observed a few individuals approaching but paid them no mind. Entering the instance, she walked for several minutes before casually tossing the box containing the body into a pile of level 8 monsters, then departed. On her way back, she made a brief stop at Yu Xuanhuan's studio, where she found Yi Dong weeping over his figurine. She directed her gaze at the bald, armless figure and activated her inspection. Otaku's god, contract item, incomplete, born of the owner's love and faith, willing to fight for the owner. Owner, Yi Dong. Level 0. Strength, 1. Constitution, 6. Intelligence, 8. Agility, 9. Yu Xuanga nearly burst into laughter. This once close companion of Yi Dong, the Baka samurai, now had a combined damage potential with Yi Dong's ability to communicate with teammates or contract items that rivaled even high-level threats. How amusing. She then proceeded to the bedroom, where she found Lin Xunge lying on the bed, his eyes covered with bandages, the fabric slightly sunken around his eye sockets, revealing nothing inside. She wondered if he had lost his sight, but could he still perceive his own talents? Breath of Winter, level. Skill 1. You are Winter. Passive, all your skills will deal frost damage, with a 10 chance to freeze enemies. Skill 2. Winter's Embrace. Passive upon consuming ice-based delicacies. You possess a 4 probability of acquiring ice-related skills. This passive ability is triggered only upon the first consumption of such delicacies each natural day. Skill 3. Breath of Winter. Upon activation, you unleash a chilling gust, freezing all intended targets within a 10-meter radius of yourself. The casting time is 2 seconds, costing 10 mana points, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Skill 4. The Coming of Spring. Upon use, you absorb frost energy, restoring a certain amount of health. For every 10 health points restored, 1 mana point is consumed. Yu Xuanga was not unfamiliar with Lin Xunge's divine talent. After all, in her previous life, his abilities had been laid bare, and she had even been frozen by his breath of winter. Lin Xunge had explained that his thoughts were perpetually consumed by her, leading to a miscalculation while casting. As she observed, a pang of envy washed over her. Although the freezing duration might vary based on the target's attributes, level, and resistance, higher-level beings possibly frozen for only a second. The true potency of this skill lay in its ability to disregard level attributes. If the caster wished, they could immobilize their opponent, and in a critical moment, even a second could determine life or death. None of these divine talents paled in comparison to her own thief god skill. Some even bore more melodious names. Yu Xuanga found herself hesitating. Unlike mere body parts such as limbs or ears, it was not particularly difficult to find items that could restore vision. While a high-tier magical eye that could restore sight and provide 2 valuable skills was rare, acquiring a mechanical eye was relatively easy, achievable with mid-level engineering. This implied that Lin Xunge could regain his sight at any moment, and once he did, his divine talent would ensure his rapid rise. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate him. Just as this thought crossed her mind, all of Yu Xuange's musings abruptly halted for a second. She fixated on Lin Xunge's figure, taking a step back to observe the person lying on the bed from a distance, noting the angle and his blindfolded state. Suddenly, she recalled the vision she had seen through the divination stone. The individual lying in the formation, stripped of his talent by Yu Xuanhuan, was none other than Lin Xunge. A sense of absurdity washed over her, as if fate were toying with her. Had she not gouged out Lin Xunge's eyes with his divine and combat talents, he could never have met such a fate. Thus, she was a crucial part of that event. What would happen if she were to kill Lin Xunge now? Would Yu Xuanhuan simply select another target to strip of their divine gifts? After some contemplation, Yu Xuanga decided against killing Lin Xunge. Rather than altering fate and venturing into the unknown, it would be wiser to seize the opportunity to investigate how Yu Xuanhuan deprived others of their divine gifts. Perhaps to devise a scheme against him. If that failed, she could always return to eliminate both Lin Xunge and Yu Xuanhuan later. However, as she stepped out of the room, that feeling of being manipulated by fate became even more pronounced. She recalled how Voldemort had met his demise, and resolved to refrain from such recklessness. Yu Xuanga then scrutinized the divine talents of the other 3 individuals in the apartment. They were rather mundane and would likely be swiftly eliminated by Yu Xuanhuan. She had not encountered them in her previous life. Chapter 89, Salute. She took a glance and noticed someone proposing to exchange their film resources for her Mars Technique skill book. Regret washed over her for not having chosen anonymity at that moment. Perhaps she had been a bit too carefree, deeming it merely a basic skill book, unworthy of such concern. After pondering for a moment, she decided to take it down and relist it at a sincere price. Adjusting the buyout price for Mars Technique to 19 gold, with a starting bid of 18 gold, This level of skill book was unlikely to sell at the Zealand Star auction house, where it might fetch a mere 25 gold. Considering it could only cast a small fireball, its lethality comparable to a single gunshot. Yet, to the average person, no matter how diminutive, Mars represented magic. The price of 19 gold might be steep, yet it was considerably more reasonable than the 50 gold for green gear. Moreover, currently, this skill was the cheapest available at the auction house. Others were exorbitantly priced, with equipment daring to start at 50 gold and skills reaching double that. Having cleared out all the beverages and cigarettes from the marketplace, and just having turned down a passerby's request for an autograph, she received a system notification indicating that her Mars technique had sold. Delighted, she collected her earnings, realizing how easy it was to make money. She resolved to release such skills only to sell them quickly. In a month or two, as players became more seasoned, they would no longer fall for such high prices. However, she had not contemplated restocking from Zealand Star for resale here. Even though the auction house allowed anonymity, she wrestled with her own conscience. Selling items she had crafted herself was one thing, but engaging in bulk buying and reselling felt akin to profiting from others' misfortunes. There was no merit in exploiting players' resources. If she needed money, she could simply approach the Sue family, which would be both profitable and satisfying, a perfect solution. With her purchases for Hufflepuff in tow, she returned to Zealand Star to continue her studies. Although progress was slow, the more she learned, the more she felt the distance to master-level alchemy widening. Yet, she relished the experience of acquiring knowledge from another world. She treated Hufflepuff classes as leisure time beyond her quest for revenge and leveling up. Each morning was devoted to lessons, while afternoons and evenings were spent practicing in dungeons. For a rare few days, she maintained a routine. After intense practice over just a few days, she had not only thoroughly grasped the knowledge imparted by her instructor, but had also combined it with the skills she had gleaned from her past life during moments of peril. Now, she could deftly navigate through an onslaught of 30 trolls, sustaining no damage through sheer agility. She was prepared to clear this dungeon and test herself in the dungeon of her downtown apartment. It was not a matter of overconfidence. Rather, her attributes had significantly improved. Level 3 trolls were manageable, but they could no longer serve as her personal trainers. On the 28th, she received a message from Zhao Shuang, indicating it was time to settle the earnings from the skill crystals. Zhao Shuang, we have also purchased a considerable amount internally. You may choose to settle with contribution points or gold. Xunge, how are contribution points calculated? Zhao Shuang, every 30 crystals counts as 1 contribution point. This was roughly in line with her expectations. Last time Zhao Shuang had given her contribution points, she had calculated their value to be less than 100 gold. Approximately around 80 or 90 gold. At first glance, it may seem like a loss, but contribution points also signify purchasing eligibility, which bears a different significance. Xunge, what can contribution points buy? Zhao Shuang, there are many exceedingly precious skill crystals that can only be procured with contribution points. Xunge, are mine not precious enough? Zhao Shuang, the difference between a 6-hour rental and an annual lease is quite substantial. Xunge understood. It appeared that certain skills could indeed last for a year. Xunge, may I see what can be purchased with contribution points? Zhao Shuang, once your contribution points accumulate to 100, I will personally come to present the offerings. Xunge, all right, I desire contribution points. Zhao Shuang, please accept them. Although the cooldown for happiness again is merely 5 hours and 4 minutes, Xunge struggled to time it perfectly. On average, she managed to produce 4 skill crystals daily. With a bit of diligence, she could sometimes manage 5 in 2 days, though her routine was often unstable, causing her to miss opportunities. Averaging for a day, she could create 60 over half a month. However, her persona has always been one of moderate luck, and since she also needed to utilize some skills herself, she wouldn't surrender them all, planning to retain about 45 for herself to eventually use on Yushu and Juan, which she deemed not a breach of contract. Upon checking her email, she discovered 2 dragon-shaped coins, 1 gold and 1 silver, alongside 15 contribution points. Xunge, does this imply that the internal purchases were substantial? Meaning you all bought them out? Zhao Shuang, salute. You are the most important friend of our Special Affairs Bureau. Xunge, even if it's just flattery. You wouldn't even consider adding me. Zhao Shuang, forever salute. You are the most important friend of our Special Affairs Bureau. Xunge, she was taken aback. However, what astonished her even more was that shortly after receiving the revenue from Zhao Shuang, Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa arrived for a meal. Although termed as dining, the conversation circled around her work for the Special Affairs Bureau. Ichiogwa, somewhat foolishly, became a pawn again, inquiring halfway through the meal about her earnings and mentioning that Mars technique book, questioning why she didn't reserve it for her family instead of selling it. Xunge replied helplessly, the potions I provided you with required me to spend my own money on materials. I also need to purchase equipment and maintain connections, all of which incurs expenses. It's not that easy to take advantage of someone, much less butcher a pig. Ichiogwa, realizing the enormity of the situation, acknowledged it, especially since so many bottles of potions were involved, and having money now wouldn't necessarily allow one to purchase them. However, Yu Qingshan then shifted the topic to her ranking on the leaderboard. He placed a pair of chopsticks filled with food onto Yu Xuange's plate. You have always been the one I could trust the most since childhood. Top 100. Out of billions, my daughter is in the top 100. You truly bring me pride. How did you manage that? Yu Xuange observed the mana above her father's head gradually diminishing, indicating he had activated his lie detection skill again. She replied, I grind dungeons. Didn't Yu Xuanhuan also join the Su family in grinding dungeons? The Special Affairs Bureau has control over many dungeons as well. Every statement uttered is the unvarnished truth. However, Yu Qingshan keenly sensed that Yu Xuange was evasive in his responses. Yet, he did not perceive this as an indication of deceit, but rather attributed it to Yu Xuange's reluctance to divulge specific information about the dungeon. In his previous life, having collaborated with Yu Xuanhuan to expertly navigate Yu Xuange, he was not a man given to impatience. Recognizing Yu Xuange's unwillingness to share, he ceased his inquiries, understanding that it was essential for Yu Xuange to express a willingness to speak freely. After all, extracting information about the dungeon was merely the most trivial first step. What truly mattered was persuading Yu Xuange to accompany him and eat Xiaogua, along with Yu Xuanhuan, to reap the benefits. Yu Xuange was a person who responded better to gentle persuasion than to pressure. The more Yu Qingshan yearned for what Yu Xuange possessed, the more patient he must be. Chapter 90. A Match Made in Heaven. Yu Xuange enjoyed a peaceful meal, for Yu Qingshan, if willing, would embody the ideal father, gentle, considerate, generous, and respectful. Attentively listening to every word spoken by his daughter, Xiaogua, untroubled by the complexities of the situation, directly inquired whether Yu Xuange could take her to experience the dungeon. Without lifting his gaze from his soup, Yu Xuange replied, Are you aware of the current cost of entering a dungeon? Curious, Xiaogua asked. I heard it costs hundreds of thousands for a ticket. Is that true? Every day, news regarding dungeons circulated widely, and currently, the most trending topics were divine talents, followed closely by dungeons, while discussions of skills, equipment, and potions lagged behind. Following the official invasion of the game, the entire world transformed into players. Although there was initial chaos, the authorities acted swiftly, quelling the disturbances and announcing the existence of dungeons to redirect public attention. If one had the energy to cause trouble, they were encouraged to do so in the dungeons, where they could earn money and loot. In public venues, the dungeon light screens were relatively manageable, as the Special Affairs Bureau stationed personnel at each one to ensure fairness and order, akin to a restaurant system where individuals queued with their identification. Those wishing to form teams would also line up together, and upon exiting, they would have to rejoin the queue. Each small dungeon could accommodate a maximum of 20 individuals, allowing 19 ordinary citizens entry, reserving the final spot for a public official, partly as a deterrent and partly to prevent anyone from exploiting the situation by lingering inside for extended periods. These public dungeons utilized identification for ticketing, with thorough checks upon entry, making it impossible for scalpers to assist in bypassing the lines. However, in privately controlled dungeons, each was managed by individuals, allowing for clandestine access for friends and family, some of which were officially sanctioned, while others were privately operated and rented out, necessitating payment for entry. The prices for these tickets soared, even surpassing those of top-tier concerts, though not reaching the exorbitant hundreds of thousands. Entry could be secured for 3 bottles of basic healing potions or 3 silver coins. Yu Xuange stated, to enter once, you require either 3 bottles of basic healing potions or 3 silver coins. Do you possess them? If so, I can take you for a visit. Though engaging in combat is out of the question, it's difficult to protect oneself, and a mere hit could deplete 40 or 50 health points. Immediately, Xiaogua abandoned her thoughts of entering, well aware that any expenses incurred would ultimately fall upon her daughter, who had inherited her frugality, an aspect of her character that she found rather exasperating. Yu Xuange disregarded their opinions and sent her guests away after dinner. It was quite bothersome that they lived so close. She began to contemplate how to eliminate these 2 nuisances. After all, they had outlived their usefulness. With the game officially upon them, it would be effortless to discreetly deal with 1 or 2 individuals. As this thought crossed her mind, she scrutinized the retreating figures of Yu Qingshan and Xiaogao. What method could she employ? Could she perhaps ensnare Yu Xuanhuan in the process? Or utilize their demise to create discord between Su Yitong and Yu Xuanhuan? Was there any skill that could curse an individual through the lives of their loved ones? Xiaogao felt a chill creeping up her spine and glanced around nervously, questioning her husband. Do you think anyone is aware of the potion we possess? Are we being targeted? Yu Qingshan furrowed his brow, acknowledging the possibility, and the pair quickened their pace towards home. On the way, he reflected on their recent actions. Whether it was administering the potion or assisting Yu Xuanhuan with the Lin family's issues, it had been Yu Xuange who had been giving. Perhaps he hadn't done enough. Yu Xuange was rather easy to manipulate. If she could be moved emotionally, she would readily open her heart. However, if one neglected her for an extended period, she would inevitably regain her composure. After listening to Yu Qingshan's analysis, Yu Xuanhuan remained unfazed. The more discontent he felt living with the Su family, the more he recognized Yu Xuange's kindness. He sincerely spoke a few words in her defense. Dad, it's unnecessary. Sister is just like that. She can be a bit stingy, but if something significant were to occur, she wouldn't forget us. It's likely the cost is too great for her to mention. Xunge recalled that it was indeed their daughter who had informed them about the game, and he felt reassured, realizing that she was quite useful and considerate. Xunge remarked, the top 10 on the level leaderboard are all from the Special Affairs Bureau. With her talent being so advantageous, it's highly probable that they are training her in dungeons, something we cannot partake in. Xunge replied, well, as long as you know. By the way, have you dismissed that person from your studio? You should get rid of them immediately. It's unwise to keep someone with a contagious disease in your studio. What if you become infected? Xunge tightened his grip on his phone, murmuring affirmatively before hastily ending the call. He feared that if he lingered any longer, he might lose control, and he was even more anxious about Su Yitong possibly overhearing the conversation. In recent days, he had keenly sensed something amiss with Su Yitong. Her emotional turmoil was unmistakable. The disbelief, despair, anger, and panic were all too familiar. Last night, she had hardly slept, and he could distinctly feel her gaze upon his back throughout the night. She had even removed his trousers for a moment, followed by her cold laughter echoing in the room, a derisive sound laced with the fury of betrayal and mockery. It nearly compelled Xunge to leap to his feet, yet he restrained himself. This morning, the player who had initially come to investigate his divine talent returned to their home. He understood that this visit was to ascertain whether there was an unknown curse associated with his name. After the player departed, Su Yitong sat alone on the sofa for quite some time. Xunge excused himself under the pretense of practicing cooking, only to receive Xunge's call in the kitchen. After he hung up the phone, he continued his task with an air of ease, flipping the meat and gently brushing it with honey glaze, humming a little tune. Through the reflective kitchen utensils nearby, he noticed a figure standing not far off, watching him. Su Yitong did not appreciate strangers intruding in her domain. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, those who served her rarely ventured from the annex, leaving only her and Xunge in the house. Xunge suppressed the fear that bubbled within, continuing to play the role of the innocent young man. However, as night fell, Su Yitong suddenly embraced Xunge, expressing her desire for a child. In that moment, while Xunge felt a chill in his heart, he could not help but think that he and Su Yitong were truly a match made in heaven. He understood her intentions. She merely sought to infect him with this ailment first, aiming to take the initiative and shift the blame onto him later. This would not only bind him to her, but also exploit his guilt, compelling him to act on her behalf. Thus, they would become a partnership of mutual benefit. His fortune combined with her capabilities and influence potentially allowing them to gradually pry open the entire Su family. After all, he mused, would she dare to let the Su family know of her condition? She would not, just as he would not dare let the Yu family know either. They were indeed a fated pair. Xunge joyfully embraced Su Yitong, affectionately kissing her hair. How wonderful. To hell with it. Chapter 91. There is no problem that alchemy cannot solve. On March 1st, Xunge drove away from the villa in the morning, meandering in a wide circle before entering an office building. With the hunting eye activated, he evaded the red that followed closely behind him, eventually reaching the 26th floor where he found a secluded corner and exited Blue Star. This office building belonged to the Liang family, and in a hidden corner on the top floor, there was a dungeon that had gone unnoticed for a month in his previous life, as it was cleverly concealed by several companies within the building. Eventually, uneven distribution led to internal strife, which escalated until the Liang family discovered it. The Liang family then dealt with those companies harshly, using them as a warning to all not to touch their possessions. Hopefully, the Su family trailing her would take note. As for whether the Su family would sell her out and collaborate directly with the Liang family, Xunge found it unlikely. This was a level 1 dungeon that could be monetized immediately. The Su family would not let such an opportunity slip away. Moreover, even if the Su family sold her out and chose to ally with the Liang family, as long as she was not caught red-handed, the Liang family would find it difficult to act against her, especially since she still had ties with the Special Affairs Bureau. Though only a few days had passed, Hecuba had already made significant progress with that vial of blood, developing various poisons. As for treatment, the data samples were insufficient. She needed to conduct further experiments to draw more conclusions. Recently, Hecuba had acquired a large number of white monkeys for experimentation. The good news was that, as far as Hecuba was aware, none of the formulas currently known could cure this unknown curse. Upon hearing this conclusion, Xunge felt relieved. Under Hecuba's guidance, she managed some trivial tasks. Noticing that Hecuba seemed in good spirits today, she pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered it. Then she asked, Professor, may I pose a question unrelated to alchemy? Hufflepuff took a puff from a cigarette she had never smoked before and inquired. Xunge asked, is there any way to prevent someone from using a magical array to steal my divine gift? As she spoke, she presented the array she had memorized to Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff glanced at it with a haughty smirk and retorted, who said this matter is unrelated to alchemy? There is no problem that alchemy cannot resolve. With a flicker of inspiration, recalling the wheel of fate being likened to a 6-hour hotel room, Xunge's eyes brightened with anticipation. Can alchemy enhance the level of my divine gift? Hufflepuff pulled out a cigarette, placed it between her lips, and ignited it with a spark from her finger, taking a deep drag before asking, "What was that question of yours that supposedly had nothing to do with alchemy?" Xunge paused momentarily, using her slender, green, goblin-like hand to push the array diagram closer to Hufflepuff, reiterating, "Someone intends to use a magical array to seize my divine gift. How can I stop this?" Hufflepuff adopted a serious demeanor, beginning her lecture. This array pertains to demons and the principle of equivalent exchange. The higher the level of the divine gift being taken, the greater the cost incurred. These three symbols denote magic, blood, and soul, indicating that the extractor must offer these three items as payment to the demon. The three symbols in the lower right corner represent quantity. The divine gift being extracted must be of at least a certain level. Xunge did not shy away from the truth. "I saw it in a divination. That person indeed possesses a level divine gift." As she spoke, she placed 2,000 gold coins before Hufflepuff. Without so much as a blink, Hufflepuff accepted the coins, pleased by Xunge's understanding that knowledge comes at a price. While she often exchanged lessons for smoke and drink, trivial yet curious commodities, Xunge had previously bestowed upon her a fair amount of gold, demonstrating both intelligence and a willingness to learn, making Hufflepuff eager to teach her as a means of alleviating boredom. However, regarding such esoteric knowledge, Xunge did not presume that their slight teacher-student bond would suffice to bypass the customary exchange. Instead, she proactively compensated Hufflepuff generously, which further pleased her. Recently, a curious assortment of peculiar individuals from various races had visited her, all addressing her as teacher with an overly respectful demeanor, so much so that it felt as though they were ready to polish her shoes and feed her. Yet they offered no tangible rewards. What a farce. After accepting the payment, Hufflepuff straightforwardly provided three methods. The first was to make a deal with the demon in advance, pledging her divine gift as collateral. This would not only allow her to obtain what she desired, but also provoke the demon should someone attempt to seize her divine gift, prompting the demon to take action first. The second method involved concocting a potion that infused her soul with the power of holy light, enhancing her affinity for light magic and preventing demons from touching her soul. The third method, still concerning alchemy, prompted Hufflepuff to instruct Xunge to repeat that alchemy is omnipotent. Xunge shouted it out, but Hufflepuff was dissatisfied, insisting she raise her voice. With her toes gripping the floor, Xunge shouted again, and only then did Hufflepuff continue her explanation. The Heart of Immortality, a masterful alchemical creation, is a cursed gemstone that requires the sacrifice of a portion of divine gifts to acquire the curse of immortality. Legend has it that the first undead race emerged in this manner. However, as the bloodline power waned, the current undead no longer possess the attribute of immortality. Despite this decline, the gemstone still holds value, for many fear death more than they crave power. Although the sacrificed divine gifts can still be stripped away, a portion, intertwined with the curse, becomes indelibly imprinted upon the soul. Even a usurper cannot fully seize these divine gifts, nor can they usurp the attribute of immortality. Even demons refrain from stripping a person of another's divine gifts for fear of provoking the divine. This entails that should someone attempt to usurp the cursed divine gifts, they would only acquire a half-finished product and forever lose the chance for a second attempt. Furthermore, even if only a fraction is taken, the transaction is deemed complete, compelling the usurper to fulfill their promises made to the demon, lest they face dire consequences. Information regarding 2,000 gold pieces is not to be taken lightly. Even on Zealand Star, it constitutes a substantial sum. Hichipa not only provided the methods, but also detailed the operational aspects of these three techniques to Xunge. Ding. Hichipa imparts knowledge of dark dealings with demons. Hichipa shares the master-level alchemical formula for the redemption incantation. Hichipa reveals the master-level alchemical formula for the Heart of Immortality. Upon citing the master-level alchemical formula, Xunge abandoned her plans for crafting and inquired whether Hichipa had the redemption incantation and the Heart of Immortality for sale. Hichipa nonchalantly produced a vial of golden potion priced at 499 gold and a gemstone shaped like a black heart at 1999 gold. Xunge remarked, "You've gone astray. A fine denizen of Zealand Star, corrupted." Chapter 92, Mortgaging Gifts for Immortality. She purchased it. The wool comes from the sheep. She had just acquired 10,000 pounds of gold from the Sioux family, making her quite able to afford it. Moreover, the Heart of Immortality perfectly aligned with her desires. If it could inflict immense pain upon Xunge, what was 2,000 gold pieces? As she was about to produce her coins, she recalled that many alchemical formulas required gold and asked, "Do you accept gold?" Hichipa shook his head, "Not needed." Thus, Xunge promptly handed over 2,500 gold coins to Hichipa. This was her nature. Even in reincarnation, it was difficult to alter. She was generous to those who treated her well. Half of the earnings she made over the years went to the Yu family. Yet individuals like Yu Xinghuan and Yu Qingshan were never satisfied. Nonetheless, those aware of her actions often praised her generosity, with some branding her foolish. She treated Hichipa similarly. It was not a matter of trust, but rather the understanding that a master of Hichipa's caliber willing to impart knowledge was a rare stroke of fortune. Whatever Hichipa asked, she would pay, without even considering the auction house for potentially lower prices. Hufflepuff, in high spirits, graciously accepted the payment and handed over the redemption spell, simultaneously tossing her a deep gray crystal. She was whimsical in her actions, often bestowing gifts upon those she found pleasing. Here, take this and enjoy. Before Xunge could examine the details of the redemption spell and the heart of immortality, she reached out to receive the round, deep gray crystal, approximately 2 centimeters thick and comparable in size to a hamburger patty. Alchemical residue, a substandard item crafted from the remnants of a failed alchemical experiment by a master alchemist. When thrown into the fire during cooking, it has a chance to cause unpredictable mutations in the dish. Unlike typical items and equipment, curiosities do not possess levels, as their effects remain unknown, potentially beneficial or detrimental, powerful or weak, eluding comprehension. However, if it originates from Hufflepuff, even refuse becomes a treasure among trash. Xunge, her face aglow with delight, accepted it with gratitude. After thanking Hufflepuff and watching her depart, she turned her attention to the vial of golden liquid and the heart-shaped gemstone. Redemption spell bestows the power of holy light upon the soul. This terse description belies its significance. Without Hufflepuff's informative guidance, an ordinary person would not recognize the potion's true value. Many high-level alchemical formulas are similarly brief, and without a reservoir of knowledge, one might successfully brew them, yet remain incapable of utilizing their effects. Xunge promptly consumed the potion. In an instant, a wave of mysterious warmth surged from the depths of her soul, reverberating throughout her body like sound waves, only to dissipate swiftly thereafter. She opened her character panel, noticing a small golden shield had appeared beside her name. Light of Itha, you are shielded by holy light. While others might feel nauseated when posed with riddles, she found great pleasure in her own role as a riddle maker. Xunge was quite pleased with this new description. However, a sudden thought struck her. Had Hufflepuff evaded her inquiry regarding whether alchemy could enhance divine talents? Wasn't it said that no problem was beyond the reach of alchemy? If so, should she simply ignore it? Perhaps, given Hufflepuff's expression, it was unrealistic. Even if it were possible, the cost would undoubtedly be steep. Otherwise, the rarity of Zealand Star's levels would not be so pronounced. Throughout the entire Dark City, even counting the city Lord Xunge, she had only encountered 3 level divine talents, Hufflepuff being one of them. She then scrutinized the black gemstone, roughly the size of an infant's fist. Heart of immortality. Embed it within your heart, inscribing a curse, and sacrifice a portion of the divine power bestowed upon you to attain immortality. Immortality. Your health will never fall below 1. A flurry of unscrupulous thoughts raced through her mind. Xunge carefully stowed the heart of immortality away. Upon hearing Hufflepuff's 3 suggestions, her initial reaction had been to dismiss the redemption spell. As for dark transactions, that too seemed unwise. What if Xunge used such dealings to regain power and mount a counterattack? Or worse, what if he demanded the aid of demons to eliminate those who had wronged him? Would she not be paying to orchestrate her own demise? Without further contemplation, the cursed gem emerged as the most optimal choice. As for Xunge profiting from it, and thus achieving immortality, let that be deemed compensation for the extraction of his eyeballs. Another day of playing the benevolent savior, indeed. After resolving the most vexing matter at hand, Xunge resumed her exploration of the auction house. Considering the replica light screen in her villa, she contemplated purchasing some items to conceal her treasures. However, upon glancing at the prices, she found them exorbitant. Even the most cost-effective options demanded several hundred gold coins, rendering such expenditures impractical. The replica atop her villa had only recently gained value over the past 6 months, and it would soon become rather inconsequential. By that time, she would undoubtedly relinquish it to the authorities for profit. In fact, she might hand it over to the Special Affairs Bureau in a couple of months. She had grown utterly weary of Yuqing-shan and Ichiogua's occasional dinner visits, and the matter of the cats in her backyard remained troublesome. Hufflepuff regarded her with a peculiar gaze, as if eyeing a plump sheep. Indeed, a legendary engineering creation, a magical house, which allows for the establishment of rules, and can remain undetected by anyone. Would you care to purchase it? Xunge glanced at her savings of over 27,000 gold coins and, with newfound confidence, inquired, "How much?" Hufflepuff replied, "A legendary engineer requires 2 years of work. The last one I saw at the auction started at 50,000 gold and was fixed at 100,000 gold. Xunge fell silent for a few seconds and thoughtfully remarked, "Never mind, I have nothing to hide. I suddenly feel quite content with my current abode." Hufflepuff squinted, scrutinizing Xunge. "Did you not also study engineering? A senior engineer could craft a miniature version, and if you were to transform into a plump cat, it would suffice for your lodging." The pressing question remained, was this cat lodging worth such an investment? With that thought, Xunge decided against further grinding. After clearing the monsters nearby, she exited the replica and ventured into the backyard. She crawled into the wooden cat villa, rummaging near the cat nest. Since its mutation, she had frequently checked it, yet had yielded no discoveries. However, Perhaps due to her recent lament regarding the cat nest's lack of output, she actually found something. Chapter 93, Cardiac Surgery. She extracted a small, hard object from the cat nest, revealing a golden amber encasing a scorpion. What a treasure! Xunge tucked the amber away, planning to brew a large vat of liquor with it today. As for the cat nest, further investment was still necessary. Ecstatically clutching the amber, she rose, only to be greeted by a yard full of cats, dozens of them, all sleek and shiny, basking in the sun. Upon her approach, a cat at her feet squinted at her, rolled over from its back to its side, and graciously cleared a path for her. She felt inexplicably ensnared. Was she truly this easily placated? Xunge's smile faltered, plunging her into contemplation. As for the Su family, several individuals, following Xunge, trailed discreetly to the office building. Fearing detection, they dared not stay too close. Once Xunge entered the building, they consumed invisibility potions and followed suit. Although they soon lost track of her, knowing that a dungeon must be present, they meticulously searched and quickly located the shimmering portal behind the water tower on the rooftop. This matter was promptly reported to Su Yitong, as Xunge had anticipated upon learning of the dungeon's existence. Su Yitong's first instinct was not to inform the Liang family, but rather to send individuals to investigate under the cover of night. Upon discovering that the creatures within the dungeon were all level 12, she resolved to keep this information confidential. The Liang family? Their collaboration was merely a shared pursuit of a common adversary, not a true alliance. Regarding Xunge, Su Yitong hesitated momentarily, not out of fear of confronting her, but due to concerns about the Special Affairs Bureau. However, upon reflection, she recalled the Bureau's modus operandi, which typically only intervened in dungeons located in public spaces, leaving private domains untouched, provided no fatalities arose from attempts to forcibly seize the portal. This portal was likely being quietly farmed by Xunge and the Bureau. If she claimed it, neither party would cause a stir, for none were the true proprietors of the dungeon's portal. Thus, upon this realization, Su Yitong promptly dispatched individuals to seize the dungeon for themselves. The dungeon was relatively easy to occupy. Once they entered and defeated the creatures, they could leave one person inside, thereby preventing others from entering. When their own members wished to farm, they could simply message the individual inside to exit, allowing the dungeon to refresh, after which they could re-enter without needing to station many guards at the entrance. The following day, as Xunge stepped out, she noted the absence of any followers, which surprised her momentarily. She surmised that the Su family must have discovered the dungeon in the Liang family's office building and made a special trip to the rooftop. Although the top floor was vacant, her hunting eye revealed 5 glaring red dots concealed nearby. She attempted to enter the dungeon, but was unsuccessful. It was time to showcase her acting skills. She feigned displeasure and irritation, lightly furrowing her brow, and then sprayed the area around the dungeon with a potion designed to reveal hidden entities, carefully avoiding the red dots to prevent exposing anyone. Satisfied that no one was present, she pretended to access the portal, sending a message to someone before departing. Before she left, she set a small necromantic spider as a surveillance device, determined to involve herself when the Liang and Su families inevitably clashed. Although the preservation time was not indefinite, food stored within could remain fresh for 7 days. This way, if she needed to journey far, she could prepare meals for the cats in her backyard. Whether through alchemy or engineering, these activities always afforded her a sense of tranquility. As she polished the metal in her hands, she contemplated the precautions necessary for the heart surgery she was to perform on Lin Xunge that night. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the time had come for Xunge to make her move. She ensured her disguise was adequate before proceeding to the apartment. Confident that the hunting eye revealed no ambush, she directly entered Lin Xunge's room, swiftly rendering him unconscious with a single blow. After administering a vial of invisibility potion, she hoisted him out the door and proceeded to the hallway on the top floor of the apartment. There, she bound Lin Xunge tightly and forced another vial of basic silence potion down his throat, rendering him unable to utter a sound for 5 minutes. Then, she unsheathed a dagger and sliced open his chest. The excruciating pain jolted Lin Xunge awake from his slumber. Not again. Damn it, not again. Once more, he was assaulted in the midst of sleep. Last time it was his eyes that were gouged, and now it was his heart. Yet, he could see nothing. In the darkness, the pain in his chest was magnified infinitely. He could distinctly feel his flesh being cut open, and someone pouring a potion into his mouth. In the next moment, a voice, neither distinctly male nor female, spoke. Do not worry, I will not let you die. I am merely a hired hand. Someone paid for your eyes, but my divine gift prevents me from incurring any form of debt. This immortal heart cost me a substantial sum. Although it will weaken your divine gift, it will also grant you the attribute of immortality. In the future, your life points will never drop below 1. Do you understand what that means? It is a privilege exclusive to protagonists. Restoring your sight is simple. Engineering offers mechanical eyes at a cost of several dozen gold coins, while this immortal heart is worth 1,000 gold coins. This is my compensation for taking your magical eye. From now on, we are even. A cold, unyielding object made contact with his heart, and an icy chill enveloped Lin Xunge's entire being. Ding! You will curse your divine gift, sacrificing a portion of the power bestowed upon you in exchange for immortality. Will you use the immortal heart? Would he? In that moment, he felt his blood gradually ebbing away, as the person no longer administered any healing potions. Yet, even if his vitality was waning, Lin Xunge was willing. Since the game had officially invaded, he had never examined his divine gift. In comparison to the unknown divine gift, how precious was immortality? Who does not fear death? As long as he remained immortal, there was hope in everything. Chapter 94. Immortality, the true curse. At that moment, Lin Xunge actually began to believe that this was the person who had gouged his eyes, compensating him for the loss. If he did not wish for this heart to be taken from him, it was best that no one spoke of this matter. As for its authenticity, he could verify it himself once he restored his sight and examined his character panel. Those were the final words left by that individual before Lin Xunge succumbed to unconsciousness. When it came time to replace Lin Xunge's heart, Xunge's greatest concern was that this immortal heart could be detected. However, in reality, when the gem made contact with Lin Xunge's crimson heart, it transformed into black mist and seeped inside after a few seconds. Subsequently, Lin Xunge's character panel merely displayed a black cross beside it. Immortal curse. Life points can never drop below 1. Aside from that, there was no other information related to the curse. Furthermore, his divine gift's suffix transformed from change to level, and the skill description altered as well. Breath of Winter. Level. Skill 1. You are winter. Passive. All your abilities will inflict frost damage, with a 7 chance to freeze enemies. Skill 2. Winter's Feast. Passive. Upon consuming ice-type food, you will have a 3 chance to comprehend ice-type skills. This passive only triggers on the first consumption of ice-type cuisine each natural day. Skill 3. Breath of Winter. Upon activation, you release the Breath of Winter, freezing all targets you wish to freeze within an 8-meter radius around you. Casting time is 2 seconds, costing 10 mana, with a cooldown of 45 minutes. Skill 4. From Winter to Spring. Upon usage, you can absorb frost energy to restore a certain amount of health. For every 8 health points restored, 1 mana point is consumed. Each skill has been somewhat weakened. The probability of ordinary attacks triggering freeze effects has decreased from 10 to 7. The chance to comprehend ice-type skills has diminished from 5 to 3. And while Breath of Winter remains formidable, its casting range has been reduced. The health restoration ratio for From Winter to Spring has also been adjusted, now recovering only 8 health points per 1 mana point consumed. She found herself contemplating that this curse may not be entirely disadvantageous. However, upon further reflection, she realized that power is paramount. If one lacks sufficient strength, provoking a formidable enemy could render immortality a curse rather than a blessing. A health value that cannot drop below 1. Being severed in limbs would leave one desiring death, yet unable to attain it. It is no wonder that Hufflepuff referred to the Heart of Immortality as the cursed gem. She even considered bestowing it upon Xunge. Yet, she ultimately decided that someone like Xunge would be better off perishing and turning to ash. She worried that even leaving him whole might lead to him rising from the dead, let alone granting him immortality. In the days that followed, Xunge visited the Liang family's office building several more times, only to find herself unable to enter each time, after which she ceased her attempts. Wasn't it all part of the act? She resolved to travel to a neighboring city, to avoid being blamed by the Su family later on, while also seizing a chance that belonged to Xunge. She promptly informed the family group chat. Xunge, sis, why the sudden trip to the neighboring city? Xunge, the dungeon here has been discovered by another faction. We have no choice but to check out the neighboring city. Xunge, once you reach level 3, I'll take you to a wonderful place. Xunge, oh, happy autumn fruit. Are you taking mom along? Xunge, of course, when you reach level 3, I'll take you too. You and dad need not worry about food. You can just wait for your blessings. But I still believe you two should find ways to level up. Together, it would contribute to your vitality. When it comes to expressing kind words, Xunge was more than willing to type a few compliments, something she found difficult to convey face to face. Happy autumn fruit. Do you need me to look after the cats in the backyard? Xunge, no need, they are stray cats. They can fend for themselves while I'm away. Happy autumn fruit. Cats can take care of themselves, but mom cannot. Xunge, drop some gold coins. Xunge, mom, I've sent it to you. Xunge, I found the materials for the basic vitality potion, but very few people sell it. I managed to gather 5 portions and will send them to you. Xunge, thank you, sister. I'm sending you some pocket money. Xunge paid no heed, packing her belongings and preparing to leave. Just as she reached the door, she received an email. It was from Xunge, containing not only 1 gold coin, but also 100 dishes, each offering various beneficial effects. Thank you, sister. I treat you to a meal. Xunge scoffed. Her performance was not in vain. Not only did she receive gold, but the fact that he specifically noted it was his treat for her was rather amusing. But would she be touched? Certainly not. Her sentiments were not so easily swayed. Even though Xunge labeled it as a treat, she had no intention of consuming them. Having developed a psychological aversion, Xunge drove out of the city and as she exited the villa area, she encountered the Liang family's convoy, seemingly en route to some venture. This was not their first encounter. Residing on the same hill, the Liang family had been quite active since the internal testing began, with players frequently driving in and out. However, these individuals were relatively sensible, whether it was due to the Liang family's admonitions or their own prudence. They refrained from causing disturbances, not daring to intrude upon others' homes or engage in outrageous acts. Quite civilized indeed. Perhaps Liang Yuchuan also spotted her, for just minutes later, Yu Xunge received a private message from him, inquiring if she was selling skill crystals. Yu Xunge, sorry, I have already signed a contract with the Special Affairs Bureau. All that now happily again, skill crystals must be surrendered to them for sale. Liang Yuchuan, I can offer a high price. Yu Xunge wondered if these individuals were incapable of understanding human language or if they thought she would fabricate an excuse to avoid directly rejecting them. Yu Xunge, I truly cannot. The consequences of breaching the contract are akin to a death sentence for me. I cannot even sell to the Su family. I cannot protect these crystals alone, hence I have entrusted them entirely to the Special Affairs Bureau. Sigh. In comparison, Su Yitong is far more adept at navigating these matters. Yet, she found Liang Yuchuan's demeanor curious. Given his notorious temper, he might have resorted to threats by now. So why had he suddenly fallen silent? Chapter 95. Su Yitong had not been unfamiliar with the complete version. Just as she pondered this, she received a private message from Zhao Shuang. Zhao Shuang, if you have time, you might want to check the official website of the Special Affairs Bureau. We've taken the blame. If someone seeks to purchase your skills, direct them to the official site. Yu Xunge decided to check it out. Indeed, the website had a new announcement regarding the collaboration between the Special Affairs Bureau and players, listing 8 types of special skill crystals. However, it lacked player information and detailed descriptions of the skill crystals, only presenting their names. Among them was her own, now happily again, making it difficult for outsiders to deduce the skill's effects. The announcement not only detailed the collaboration terms between the skill owners and the Special Affairs Bureau, but also firmly stated that these skill crystals were entirely managed by the Bureau. Interested buyers were advised to contact the Bureau, which would also protect the players, even in the event of their demise. The Bureau would utilize divine gifts to track down the culprits for vengeance. Finally, it encouraged players with special divine gifts to collaborate with the Bureau, promising favorable treatment. Satisfaction enveloped Yu Xunge, who found herself utterly pleased with the efficiency of the Special Affairs Bureau. It is believed that not only Liang Yuchuan had taken notice, but also Su Yitong and Yu Xuanhuan must have seen it as well. Indeed, Liang Yuchuan had observed the announcement, and it was precisely upon this discovery that she refrained from further engaging in conversation with Yu Xunge. Instead, she sought out Su Yitong to express her grievances, lamenting that she hadn't acted sooner to bring Yu Xunge into the Su family fold. Consequently, Su Yitong also became aware of the Bureau's announcement. It was at this moment that Su Yitong truly began to trust Yu Xunge's words. Even though the old steward had confirmed that she spoke no falsehood, she had not fully believed her, for one could weave tales in numerous ways. Su Yitong and Yu Xuanhuan reflected on the significance of fortune, acknowledging its paramount importance. Yu Xuanhuan had always harbored faith in Yu Xunge, yet upon hearing Su Yitong's remarks, he merely nodded in agreement. Recently, Su Yitong had been acquiring gemstones to cultivate Yu Xuanhuan's skills in jewelry crafting. With identical gemstone formulas, the jewelry produced by Yu Xuanhuan always maximized attribute enhancements. For instance, the formula for the blue jade stone earrings stipulated a random increase of 23 points in intelligence and 12 points in constitution. However, the earrings crafted by Yu Xuanhuan would unequivocally grant a boost of 3 points in intelligence and 2 points in constitution. In contrast, the seasoned jewelry sculptor, who had been in the industry for over a decade and was engaged during the second internal testing phase of the game, produced items with truly random enhancements. Despite his meticulous craftsmanship, the attributes he added were genuinely unpredictable, lacking the precision that marked Yu Xuanhuan's creations. Consequently, Su Yitong decisively allocated jewelry-related resources to Yu Xuanhuan, dismissing alchemy, which was devoid of luck. This decision sparked a considerable debate within the Su family, leading to increased discontent towards Yu Xuanhuan among certain members. Just before the game's official incursion, under Yu Xuanhuan's guidance, the Su family had procured 1,000 green equipment belts, an initially commendable acquisition. However, following the game's invasion, while the prices of all components remained stable, the belts plummeted in value. Whispers circulated that Yu Xuanhuan's momentary stroke of luck was merely a precursor to a depletion of fortune, a sentiment that even swayed Su Baihe and Su Langfeng, who began to harbor doubts. Although Su Yitong's desire to allocate resources to Yu Xuanhuan was unquestionable, it was deemed acceptable only if it came from her own share. This reality further strained Su Yitong's affections for the Su family, as they appeared excessively pragmatic and harsh, particularly towards her. Yu Xuanhuan, unwavering in his support for Su Yitong's every decision, complied with her wishes for his development. He would occasionally prepare meals for those entering dungeons on behalf of the Su family, sometimes making remarks in a voice only he could hear, stating that he would cover the expenses. He sought to avoid any patterns that might raise suspicion. Thus, he remained unpredictable, never targeting any individual specifically. Fortune, already at its zenith, combined with the funds acquired through his culinary endeavors from the Su family's subordinates, led Yu Xuanhuan to experience a period of remarkable ease. In fact, he suspected that his smooth progress in Su Yitong's endeavors was intricately linked to his own fortuitous circumstances. After all, if anyone were to discover that a significant portion of their partner was missing, it would surely spark questions about the whereabouts of that missing half, potentially leading to disputes. Su Yitong was no stranger to the full version of the game. Moreover, every time he peruses the auction house, he inexplicably acquires materials needed for jewelry crafting at remarkably low prices. These are often items that the average person fails to appreciate, deeming them worthless and thus offering them at a pittance. He deftly processes these materials and resells them at a premium, invariably finding a gullible buyer. In this manner, the profits he accumulates surpass those of the Su family. Initially, the members of his studio were restless, but after witnessing the extent of his good fortune, they now obey him as if they were loyal hounds. Yu Xuanhuan increasingly recognizes the significance and wonder of luck. He tilts his head back and consumes a basic vitality potion, then fixates intently on the single drop of blood displayed on his character panel. It yields no effect. With his hands braced against the table, he bows his head in despair. What to do? He is only at level 1, as his ailment worsens. Will this curse not escalate as well? His only hope now rests in Su Yitong leveraging the Su family's influence to find a solution. However, she has likely been preoccupied with gathering items to disguise her own information, and she might even expend energy to eliminate the individual who previously visited the Su family to investigate whether he was cursed. Yu Xuanhuan chuckles to himself at the thought. He tidies his belongings and steps out of the workshop, making a customary visit to Lin Xunge to engage in light conversation. Just as he prepares to take his leave, he suddenly hears Lin Xunge exclaim, "I know of something that can restore my eyesight, and it isn't expensive. Xiaoyu, can you procure it for me? I will surely repay you." Intrigued, Yu Xuanhuan inquires, "What is it?" Lin Xunge, who has lost his sight, reveals where he has gleaned this information. Intermediate engineering can create it, a mechanical eye. I've heard it costs only a few dozen gold. Yu Xuanhuan immediately looks it up. If it could garner the support of the Lin family, then a few dozen gold would indeed be a trivial expense. However, such an obscure item is not available in the auction house. There's none available. But wait a moment, I'll ask my sister. She studies engineering. Elder sister, have you studied engineering? He asks. Yes, why? She replies. Can you create something called a mechanical eye? I'll check. There is indeed a recipe for it. But you will need several materials, 10 mechanical parts, 1 electronic core, 5 springs, and 2 magical crystals. If you can find these, I can make it for you at any time. Yu Xuanhuan searches the auction house for these materials, only to find none. The materials for intermediate engineering are likely unattainable in the current scenario. In front of Lin Xunge, he directly calls his sister and puts the call on speaker. Sister, do you have any connections to procure these materials? I'll pay double. Yu Xuanhuan's sister, astute as she is, realizes that he is deliberately making this call for Lin Xunge to overhear. With her enhanced perception, she distinctly hears 2 breaths on the other end, and she quickly comprehends the intent behind the call. You wish to assist that friend of the Lin family, don't you? She states. Certainly. I will inquire at the Special Affairs Bureau. While it is unlikely I will secure a double reward, it certainly will not be inexpensive. Those who assist inevitably expect some form of compensation, as you must understand. Is 80 gold sufficient? It should be ample for 2. Fear not, I shall cover any shortfall. I previously facilitated a connection with the Su family to procure medicine. Did they not promise to resolve the Lin family's issues? Have they compensated the Lin family? They have. But alas, I comprehend. The conscience weighs heavily. Do not worry, I will relay news to you promptly. Do you still require materials for the primary vitality potion? No longer needed? Very well. Chapter 96. Holy Light. As Yu Xuange concluded her call, she promptly made her way to Zealand Star to attend her classes with Hufflepuff. Although Hufflepuff had recently been preoccupied with researching unknown curses, only willing to dedicate 2 hours daily to teaching, primarily while preparing potion orders, Yu Xuange cherished those precious hours. Typically, she attended in her feline form, later sneaking off to the kitchen to observe the chef at work. She yearned to enhance her culinary skills swiftly. If her dishes received a rating above 95, there existed a 20 chance of increasing her attribute points. This was far more crucial than mere leveling. A few hours of effort could yield returns equivalent to others grinding for 3 days. She frequently monitored the leaderboard, striving to maintain her ranking within the top 100. During the first half of March, Yu Xuange resided in the province, occasionally returning to the city to engage in dungeons, bolster her cat's culinary abilities, and check for any new items in the cat's nest. Meanwhile, Yu Xuanhuan inquired several times about mechanical eyeballs, and Yu Xuange promptly complied. Armed with the 80 gold provided by Yu Xuanhuan, she visited the auction house, spent 12 gold to acquire the necessary materials, and swiftly crafted 2 eyeballs, which she then mailed to Yu Xuanhuan. Yu Xuanhuan held the 2 eyeballs, his gaze intensely fixed upon Lin Xunge's character panel, which displayed the divine blessings. Why? Why do these inferior beings possess such divine gifts? Today, he had finally obtained an item that allowed him to probe into other players' information. And his first action was to examine Su Yitong's divine talents. Holy Light, level, skill 1 retribution. Passive, each attack has a 50 chance to restore 10 health to the caster. Skill 2, hope, chanting the hymn of hope. Those who hear it have a 15 chance to gain 1 attribute point. This beneficial effect may only trigger once per target every 30 natural days. Skill 3, prayer, release holy energy towards a target, dealing divine damage to enemies while reflecting 20 damage points to any allied target, restoring an equivalent amount of health. This skill requires guidance, costs 10 mana per use, and has no cooldown. Skill 4, asceticism. At the beginning of each month, you may establish a personal decree. Strict adherence throughout the month will reward you with attribute points. The more stringent the decree, the greater the rewards, up to a maximum of 5 attribute points. At that moment, Yu Xuanhuan was consumed by jealousy, his eyes aflame. Such a talent would be the cornerstone of any team. Yet he endured. For he and Su Yitong had begrudgingly formed a community of mutual interests. Despite being married to Su Yitong for quite some time, he had never once heard that damned hymn of hope. Not even once. Upon arriving at the studio, the most talented among them, Yidong, was merely of a grade talent, while the others were utterly inept. This somewhat soothed Yu Xuanhuan's frayed nerves, and he instinctively forgot about Lin Qingze. Until the mechanical eye caught his attention once more. Why on earth was this blind man of grade talent as well? Was grade talent now as common as dirt? His fists clenched unconsciously. The mechanical eye making a faint, distorted noise in his palm. Little Yu? Lin Qingze sensed unease as he heard Yu Xuanhuan enter the room, followed by the sound of clinking machinery. He was unaware of what transpired, but felt compelled to disrupt the silence. Yu Xuanhuan quickly regained his composure. As Yidong entered behind him, having just witnessed Yu Xuanhuan produce the mechanical eye, he exclaimed with delight, "Lin, you can see now? The eye has arrived. Just like that mechanical eye you mentioned before, super cool." With a smile, Yu Xuanhuan stepped forward and pressed the eye into Lin Qingze's hands. "Here, hurry. I wanted to sneak it in while you were sleeping and surprise you when you woke up." Lin Qingze feigned ignorance of the peculiar atmosphere that had just enveloped them. Overjoyed, he removed the eye mask and, fumbling, placed the mechanical eye into his vacant eye socket. After a brief sting, he once again experienced the miracle and awe he had felt upon the installation of the magical eye. Light, having been blind for so long. The sudden influx of brightness should have stung his eyes, yet these two orbs felt remarkably similar to his original ones. He merely blinked a couple of times and adapted completely, tears streaming down his cheeks as he gazed at the others in the room. Upon seeing the curse next to his name, he felt a chill run through him, but soon it was overshadowed by the allure of immortality that captivated his entire being. For a moment, he found himself grateful to the one who had plucked out his eyes and gifted him a heart. At that moment, Yu Xuanhuan also noticed the curse next to Lin Qingze's name. He genuinely felt the urge to curse. What nonsense was this? Why was it that others received curses of immortality? Was this truly a curse? Was it not a blessing? He longed to inquire about such a magnificent curse, but he knew he couldn't ask. He had to suppress his curiosity, lest he expose his prying into the private matters of others. For even the strongest of brotherly bonds could not withstand such scrutiny. Yidong, ever blunt, directly inquired about Lin Qingze's talent. There was nothing wrong with such a question, and Lin Qingze readily answered. This revelation ignited a lively atmosphere in the studio. With such a potent divine gift, even if he was a fortnight late, Lin Qingze was destined to be among the elite players. The future of their studio was undoubtedly bright. Yu Xuanhuan patiently celebrated with them throughout the afternoon. Though he had come to trust Yu Xuanhuan and the others more deeply during his blindness, it did not diminish his awareness of familial bonds. He recognized the sacrifices made by the Lin family on his behalf. To put it another way, he was not the type to eschew his family background in favor of solitary endeavors. Cultivating good relations with his family would undoubtedly benefit his future development. The Lin family has proven to be quite adept at navigating social dynamics. Upon discovering that the eye-catching item was crafted by Yu Xunge, they learned that she not only possesses a mid-level engineering background, but also has connections within the Special Affairs Bureau. Despite Lin Qingze's persistent claims that it was Yu Xuanhuan who facilitated the connections and provided additional funds, the Lin family still opted to send Yu Xunge a gift, a luxurious sports car. Upon hearing the nature of this gift, Lin Qingze fell silent. Reminiscent of the time Yu Xunge gifted Su Yitong a bed for Yu Xuanhuan. It served little practical purpose, yet was undeniably impressive. Chapter 97. Do you know how many years one is sentenced for robbery? The rapidity of events startled Zhao Shuang, prompting her to seek information from Yu Xunge. Zhao Shuang, do you sell secrets to leveling up? Yu Xunge, given our relationship, discussing money seems rather crass. Zhao Shuang, please go on. Yu Xunge, I believe it's unnecessary to talk about finances. After all, I consider myself a part of the nation, and your constant references to money are rather hurtful. Zhao Shuang, check your email. Yu Xunge opened the email and casually tossed a handful of silver coins from her pouch. Accepting only the one silver coin Zhao Shuang had sent, in order to prevent her from noticing any discrepancies in the wealth leaderboard. You Xunge, spend some money at the auction house to buy a group attack skill, and you can tackle the dungeons alone as well. Zhao Shuang, refund me the 1 silver coin. You Xunge, I'm not deceiving you. Can't you use rocket launchers or something? That should expedite the monster farming process. Zhao Shuang, we have, but the effects are comparable to leveled skills. You Xunge, you must have researched dungeon strategies more thoroughly than I. With alchemical potions for short-term attribute boosts, a complete set of cooking gear, and traps laden with landmines for group attacks. It should be a breeze if you position yourself correctly. She opined that these combat strategies were merely remnants of tactics employed by the Special Affairs Bureau. While she herself relied on soloing dungeons through attribute enhancement, the Bureau certainly possessed ample firepower. Their inability to consolidate all resources onto a single individual was the crux of the issue. For instance, among the top 100 on the leaderboard, at least 90 are affiliated with the Bureau. If each were to solo a dungeon, they would naturally level up swiftly, yet this would imply that over 90 dungeons, capable of accommodating 1,800 individuals, would only benefit 90, a practice not in line with the Bureau's operational style. Even though the current estimate for dungeon portals exceeds 100,000, there are not many level 12 dungeons available, and given the vast population, they are woefully insufficient. You Xunge, are you interested in purchasing my dungeon slot? Zhao Shuang, indeed. You Xunge, I could consider it, but the dungeon is on my private territory. I'm not selling, only renting, and I must reserve 6 hours for my own farming. If you wish for a level 3 dungeon, I am willing to rent it to you. More importantly, she was reluctant to seek out Zhao Shuang, as she harbored distrust towards others and held no expectations regarding their moral integrity. Perhaps she was overthinking it. She felt that offering assistance would come off as too cheap. The more proactive she was, the less others would appreciate her efforts, and her expectations would inevitably rise. In the future, should she acquire something of value? If she didn't first think of those in the Bureau, they might unjustly label her as unpatriotic. Zhao Shuang, great. What is your price? You Xunge, in the level 3 dungeon, there are 702 creatures of foreign descent. Completing the entire run yields approximately 2 gold coins and allows for the acquisition of 23 pieces of equipment. Of course, this is under the fortunate circumstance of my own modification. This dungeon is mine from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. daily. The remaining hours are yours. You Xunge, I do not seek gold. Instead, I wish to select 10 skill crystals from your Special Affairs Bureau each month. You Xunge, after tax. Zhao Shuang, are you aware of the sentence for robbery? You Xunge, oh, and you will need to construct a passage for yourselves. Ideally, it should be direct, as I do not wish for strangers to wander about my home. Zhao Shuang, what image does she truly hold in Yu Xunge's mind? Zhao Shuang, 3 crystals, any selection, 10 crystals, any level and below. You Xunge, from 7 a.m. to noon, it belongs to me. The remaining time is yours. 7 skill crystals, chosen at my discretion. Zhao Shuang, deal. Yu Xunge instructed Zhao Shuang to come to her home on the 18th for further discussion. However, it is crucial to approach such trivial matters with caution. She made a trip to the black market and found an informant, a former accomplice from her past life. This individual, who thrived on selling information, was perpetually in danger, either being pursued or on the run. Yet, her unique talents allowed her to uncover various secrets, making her useful to influential figures who, for that reason, refrained from eliminating her. She sold a lead regarding a dungeon located on the top floor of a certain office building for 50 silver coins. Given this person's astuteness, she would not only sell this information to the actual owner of the building, but also to others, thus profiting multiple times. The more individuals aware of the information, the deeper she could hide. Even if the Liang and Su families traced the informant, the revelation of her talents would prevent them from suspecting intentional manipulation. Naturally, nothing is absolute. Yu Xunge merely strives to excel in all that she can. Deciding against sleep, she began organizing her recent acquisitions in the living room. She was certainly not evading responsibility nor leading a cowardly existence, though she aimed to avoid the Su family transferring the office dungeon to herself and the Special Affairs Bureau. Previously, it had been her and the Bureau running the dungeon, but recently, the Su family had intervened to assist the Liang family in driving away the competition. Nevertheless, Yu Xunge's primary objective was to procure a particular herb. Following the game's invasion, many believed the world was undergoing drastic changes and began hastily liquidating their assets. Among them was a factory specializing in health supplements that, upon realizing their products were unaffected by mutation, commenced a significant clearance sale. The owner planned to convert the business into currency to purchase equipment and skills. What Yu Xunge sought was a raw material being sold off by this factory, Changbai Mountain Ginseng, though it had not mutated. Combining 100 ginseng roots with half a bottle of a basic healing potion, and then utilizing cooking skills to brew it would yield an exceptionally unique concoction known as ginseng liquid. Chapter 98. Severing the male protagonist's financial path. Ginseng liquid is classified as a culinary product, yet it exists in a realm straddling both alchemy and cooking. A small vial, upon consumption, not only restores an immediate 80 health points, but also provides a continuous recovery of 1 health point per second for a duration of 10 minutes. While this may seem modest at first glance, the cumulative effect is rather formidable, indeed a lifesaver. It surpasses the efficacy of basic healing potions and all rudimentary dishes crafted from Blue Star ingredients available on the market. Although she has no intention of competing for profits with the nation, she certainly does not shy away from vying with Yu Xuanhuan for gains. In her previous life, for reasons unknown, Yu Xuanhuan abruptly traveled to the province with Su Yidong at the end of March. It is baffling how the two managed to embark on a journey during the game invasion. While lamenting the unsold red ginseng at the street, Yu Xuanhuan fortuitously encountered a distraught vendor and purchased 20,000 pounds of the ginseng slices at an exceedingly low price. The price of ginseng extract exceeded that of basic healing potions by more than twice, at 5 silver coins per portion, while its cost merely comprised half a bottle of basic healing potion and 100 pieces of red ginseng, the latter being nearly free. Compared to the ephemeral nature of a basic healing potion, the ginseng extract, albeit pricier, offers remarkable value, creating a high demand upon its market debut. In her past life, Yu Xuanhuan and the Su family had participated in the internal testing early on, leaving them without a shortage of basic healing potions. In her possession, a single bottle of basic healing potion translated into a profit exceeding fourfold, allowing both her and the Su family to amass considerable wealth while also attracting numerous casual players. Even when the Special Affairs Bureau eventually deduced the formula for ginseng extract, it was a matter of 2 weeks later. During this interim, Yu Xuanhuan nearly monopolized the market for red ginseng, reaping significant profits. With 10,000 pounds of red ginseng, one could produce 50,000 portions of ginseng extract, costing the equivalent of 25,000 bottles of basic healing potions. Even if purchased directly from Zealand Star, it would only amount to 250 gold coins. However, selling the 50,000 portions of ginseng extract at 5 silver coins each would yield a staggering 2,500 gold coins, netting a profit of at least 250 gold coins after deducting costs. Currently, Yu Xuange possesses just over 25,000 gold coins. Thus, the prospect of earning 250 gold coins from 10,000 pounds of red ginseng is undeniably enticing. She is determined not only to profit but also to emulate Yu Xuanhuan by acquiring as much red ginseng as possible from the market. She has resolved not to collaborate with the Special Affairs Bureau for this venture, as she is under no obligation to them. In the past half-month, she has dedicated her time to negotiating with various vendors, employing only gold for transactions to leave no trace. Although this premium ginseng is both costly and scarce, she has procured every authentic product available, leveraging her divine culinary talent. The ginseng extract, under a triple critical effect, is certainly for her personal use. As for the ginseng intended for profit, she has settled on mid-range quality, the kind that sold for 400 coins per pound before the game invasion. Yu Xuange has ambitious aspirations, especially now that there is a burgeoning demand for health supplements. Red ginseng is virtually unsellable. She managed to exchange 1 pound of gold for 1,000 pounds of red ginseng. Over the past month and a half, Yu Xuange has acquired 70,000 pounds of ordinary red ginseng and 15 pounds of ginseng aged over 30 years. Should the former be converted entirely into ginseng extract for sale, even after accounting for the auction house's 1 fee, it could yield an approximate profit of 15,600 gold coins. During this period, she not only experimented with dozens of expensive herbs herself, but also provided numerous samples to Hufflepuff, yet no new discoveries emerged, prompting her to abandon the endeavor. She contemplated that if Yu Xuanhuan could still create remarkable items under such circumstances, she might as well sever both his hands. These red ginseng roots were securely packed in large boxes, neatly arranged within her gaming backpack. She had no intention of crafting low-level healing potions herself. Although she could produce a bottle in merely a minute, crafting over 30,000 of them would take an eternity. Instead, she planned to remain at home for the next fortnight, preparing ginseng liquid, and once the players had accumulated wealth next month, she would begin to stock her wares. As Yu Xuange was pondering her next steps after conversing with Zhao Shuaying and gathering information about the Liang and Su families, the doorbell rang, announcing a visitor. She welcomed Zhao Shuaying inside, accompanied by Wu Qingbai. This time, Zhao Shuaying not only brought the skill crystal exchange booklet, but also aimed to sign a contract with Yu Xuange, discussing how to establish a direct passage that would minimize the impact of dungeon players on her daily life, a task in which the Special Affairs Bureau excelled. After preparing drinks for the two guests, the trio ascended the stairs, sipping their beverages while engaging in conversation. Upon seeing the light curtain obscured behind the wooden frame, Zhao Shuaying quickly envisioned where to open the teleportation portal. She pointed toward the wooden frame adorned with potted plants and suggested, the door could be situated right behind here. Would that work? Yu Xuange had modest requirements. As long as they did not venture downstairs, she was content. After a moment's thought, she added, this half should remain untouched. I intend to place a food cabinet there to store some of my dishes. Wu Qingbai interjected with a frown, That is unacceptable. We cannot exploit the common folk for our gain. Zhao Shuang shot him a peculiar glance, while Yu Xuanga regarded him with an even stranger expression, suspecting that Wu Qingbai was deliberately thwarting her words, making it awkward for her to express her second thought. After a moment's hesitation, she could no longer suppress an opportunity for profit. If everyone wishes to eat, they could purchase it. Wu Qingbai paused for 2 seconds, then nodded in approval. Not bad. Zhao Shuang bit her lip, looking away to stifle her laughter. Yu Xuanga then gestured toward another corner. There, I will set up tables and chairs. You may rest there for free. I will provide whatever I can. But I have but one request. No one is to go downstairs or use any skills to invade my privacy. After confirming that the dungeon was indeed a level 3 instance, Zhao Shuang produced a skill crystal and handed it to Yu Xuanga, saying, "Here. You can encircle the area below the 2nd floor. This is a benefit afforded to all our friends who rent dungeons from the Special Affairs Bureau. Each month, you will receive one for free. Water barrier. This ability allows you to designate a specific area to be placed beneath a water barrier, rendering it impervious to prying eyes. Anyone who enters the water barrier without the user's consent will be marked, and for 24 hours, the target's location will be displayed on the user's game map. Using this skill requires 10 mana points, and the water barrier will persist for 30 natural days." Upon receiving the information regarding the water screen, Yu Xuanga maintained an impassive facade, yet an undercurrent of disquiet coursed through her. In her previous life, she had never encountered the existence of such a phenomenon within the Su family. However, given the numerous thefts the family had suffered in this lifetime and the grievous incident involving the eldest daughter, it was prudent to anticipate similar precautions. She needed to exercise caution, especially with the Liang family in mind. Chapter 99. The Self-Service Vending Machine. She did not set the parameters of the water screen too broadly. Rather, she delineated the areas of the 1st and 2nd floors, as well as the backyard, creating a semblance of a rectangular prism with a quarter circle. After defining this scope, she inputted 10 magic points. Soon, a gentle patter of rain graced her ears. Upon opening her eyes, she observed that it was indeed raining outside. Yet the raindrops evaporated upon contact with the ground, leaving it unblemished. The sound of rain was not at all bothersome. Instead, it resembled white noise, soothing her heart into tranquility. The Special Affairs Bureau operated with transparency. After signing the contract, and before even commencing operations, they prompted Yu Xuanga to select the rent for the 1st month. Initially, she contemplated choosing divination or disguise skills, but upon noticing a skill stone named Hello, I am a student, she decisively selected 5 of those. Hello, I am a student. This skill grants a 10 discount on any transaction, regardless of the time, place, or currency. For someone like her, who frequently engaged in transactions amounting to thousands of gold coins, this skill was indispensable. She then opted for 2 Why is it overweight again? Stones, which, when utilized, would expand her game backpack's capacity. Each backpack could only benefit from this enhancement once. Currently, her game backpack comprised 36 slots, which was the maximum obtainable on Zealand Star and could only be crafted by a master tailor. Only an extraordinary skill, such as a divine bestowal, could augment the number of slots. In addition to culinary creations, she also intended to sell the little green gear she had acquired, along with some lesser-known alchemical potions and engineering constructs, including silent potions, berserk potions, invisibility potions, revealing potions, agility potions, mechanical eyes, and pathfinding robots, among others. Much like artisans who take pride in displaying their creations, she felt an irresistible urge to showcase her skills, having studied 2 major disciplines throughout her life. Moreover, these items were not so rare as to incite thievery. Next, she arranged a resting area equipped with tables and chairs, along with a coffee machine, a water dispenser, and disposable cups. The infusion was not as delicate as alchemical potions. Once the proportions were perfected, she could brew a batch and subsequently portion it out. For containers, she opted for the small glass bottles used for alchemical potions, which could be purchased at 100 for a single copper coin. While engineering could also provide these, she deemed it a waste of time and chose to buy them directly. In an hour, she could brew 2,000 bottles. Although most of her time was consumed by the bottling process, unfortunately, this task was not suitable for outsourcing, leaving Yu Xuanga to manage it herself. With 70,000 pounds of red ginseng and dedicating 6 hours a day to produce 35 bottles, it would take her an entire month to complete the endeavor. Resolutely, she recorded the total number of gold coins she could earn on a board before her, believing that only by doing so could she muster the determination to persevere. On the very night the contract was signed, Zhao Shuang led a team to the rooftop of the Yu family, opening a passage. Observing the self-service vending machines and the culinary delights, potions, and miscellaneous items inside, Zhao Shuang couldn't help but smirk. The prices were fair, and there was no commission to the auction house, a true windfall. While her colleagues were busy opening the passage, Zhao Shuang pulled Yu Xuanga into a corner and inquired, "If I wish to place a vending machine here to sell goods, what would be the cost?" Yu Xuanga glanced at her and replied, "As long as you pay for the machine, you may sell here." Zhao Shuang pressed, "How much?" Yu Xunge responded, a friendly price of 49 gold and 99 silver coins. Meanwhile, while Yu Xunge was preoccupied with profits, the Liang family had acquired information about an undiscovered dungeon linked to your family's assets, with the informant having approached them directly. Upon learning that the informant possessed the talent of insightful knowledge, the Liang family promptly purchased the information for 3 gold coins. Although Baozi often sold the same information multiple times, she was diligent. After spending 1 gold coin to verify that a dungeon was indeed on the rooftop of the Liang family's office building, she meticulously packaged her findings and sold them to the Liang family for 3 gold coins. The Liang family, wealthy and generous, not only paid promptly but also added her as a friend, inviting her to bring any future news related to the Liang family. Once the informant departed, Liang Yuchuan asked his uncle why they did not directly recruit her. Liang Jing replied, "There's no need. Such individuals can easily offend others. It's safer to pay for information as needed." Liang Yuchuan pressed, "What about the Su family?" Liang Jing responded, "Send someone to verify. It would be even better if we could contain them." Subsequently, the Liang family caught the Su family in the act, confronting them at the dungeon entrance. "Very well, let us sit and discuss compensation," they declared. If the Liang family did nothing, it would be akin to allowing the Su family to trample over their dignity. Before the game invasion, the Su family may have been stronger than the Liang family, but times had changed. The Su family's progress was not significantly faster than that of the Liangs. At the moment, the Liang family cornered the Su family outside the dungeon. Yu Xunge, receiving news through the little spider, felt a surge of excitement. She had awaited this day for far too long. Such minor affairs did not necessitate the intervention of the heads of the Su or Liang families. It was a matter for the younger generation. The Su family sent Su Yitong to resolve the issue, as her status was comparable to Liang Yuchuan's, and it was merely a level 1 dungeon, no need for excessive mobilization. As Su Yitong made her way to the scene, Liang Yuchuan awaited her at the dungeon entrance. It was at that moment Yu Xunge arrived. Opting not to employ detectable illusion spells, she instead used the shadow step to approach the office building discreetly. Fully armed, she utilized the thief's disguise skill, then teleported to a blind spot on the 26th floor surveillance, transforming into a gecko and scaling the exterior wall to the rooftop. After spending some time finding a secure position, she had just settled down when Su Yitong arrived. Su Yitong was not as shameless as Yu Xunge, who would place a blame on her head, primarily because Yu Xunge was the sister of Yu Xuanhuan. Not only did she have collaboration with the Special Affairs Bureau, but she also had access to valuable resources. Therefore, there was no need for Su Yitong to offend her so early on. The Su family acknowledged the situation and did not intend to sever ties with the Liang family. But compensating the Su family with 200 gold coins was out of the question. Chapter 100. It was once again the time of the month to collect interest from their adversaries. In a span of half a month, with only a level 1 dungeon. Even if the Su family worked tirelessly day and night, the profit, after deducting the costs of potions and food, barely amounted to 10 gold coins, excluding equipment and experience. The 2 young ladies sat across from each other, the vicinity having been cleared. Both the revealing potion and the detection skill had been thoroughly checked. Yu Xunge had chosen her position cleverly, strategically exploiting the one weakness of the only detection skill in play. This detection skill was rather rudimentary. Its talent allowed it to sense air currents, and the Liang family had employed it as a detection method, using the perception of air movement to discover any life forms nearby. How much influence could a little gecko like Yu Xunge have on the air currents? Certainly less than the disturbances caused by the players themselves. As the conversation between Su Yitong and Liang Yuchuan reached an impasse and emotions escalated, Yu Xunge crawled to the ground, hiding behind the electric room. After witnessing the mana decrease of the player controlling the air currents once more, she resumed her human form and swiftly consumed an invisibility potion. At this point, both major detection skills were in a cooldown period. The revealing potion had just dissipated, and the airflow detection skill had been used a moment ago. Yu Xunge stealthily approached the back of Su Yitong's team, whispering in a disguised male voice, "How dare a cripple behave so arrogantly?" All present were players. The level 0 players were manageable, but the problem lay with Liang Yuchuan, who was already level 1 and had increased her vitality. The term cripple was clearly audible. As for Su Yitong, she was close enough to overhear the comment. This remark ignited fury in both women, especially Liang Yuchuan, whose temper was already volatile, and who had become particularly intolerant of the term cripple recently. She immediately raised her hand and unleashed a water cannon skill in the direction of the voice, which exploded directly within the Su family's ranks. Su Yitong, likewise sensitive to the term cripple, understood that her subordinate was merely defending her honor by insulting the Liang family's young lady. Thus, despite feeling a mix of satisfaction and displeasure, she intended to reprimand her subordinate to maintain a facade of peace. However, before she could utter a word, Liang Yuchuan's water cannon was already upon them. The Su family members had recently developed a reflexive response to dungeon encounters. Upon seeing the skill, their first instinct was to evade, followed by a counterattack. Thus, a skirmish erupted between the 2 factions. Yu Xunge had already concealed herself at the rear of the 2 factions, patiently awaiting her moment. Upon witnessing a gunman from the Liang family collapse, she approached him. The man still clung to life. Xunge crouched behind him, pressing the barrel of his weapon against his head. Leaning forward, she grasped his hand. Lifting the gun, he wielded. In the midst of his terror-stricken gaze, she raised his chin with one hand, firmly silencing his impending cry, while the other hand steadied the weapon, aiming it at Su Yitong's right eye. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, she pulled the trigger. At the moment the gun was aimed at her, Su Yitong felt an unsettling chill. She soon caught sight of the player on the ground, gun trained on her. His head slightly raised, a grotesque expression etched upon his face as he glared at her through the weapon's sight. Without hesitation, she fired at him. However, simultaneously, his gun discharged as well. Su Yitong's bullet struck the player, whose health was nearly depleted. At the instant the bullet penetrated his skull, his hand and head drooped lifelessly, even as his shot hurtled toward her. With remarkable agility, Su Yitong tilted her head to evade the bullet. Yet no one anticipated that the projectile would curve back towards her. By the time she sensed the danger, it was too late. A piercing scream escaped her lips as the high-velocity bullet shattered her remaining ear. Even Liang Yuchuan was momentarily stunned into inaction. In her heart, a singular thought echoed. It was over. The Su and Liang families were irrevocably at odds. No matter how potent the healing potion, it could merely staunch the bleeding and mend wounds. It could not regenerate lost bodily organs. After consuming the healing potion and employing her healing skills, the bloodied hole beside Su Yitong's ear closed, but her ear, reduced to mere fragments, was gone forever. Following the discharge of the fatal bullet, Xunge did not hasten her departure. Amidst the ensuing chaos, she donned gloves and retrieved a miniature guidance device, pressing it against the fingers of the deceased to obtain fingerprints before affixing it to the gun still gripped tightly by the fallen player. This miniature guidance device would ensure that bullets would find their mark until they struck their target, with 23 uses remaining. Having completed her task, Xunge executed her phantom move, leaving the scene behind. She could observe the aftermath through her spectral spider, no longer needing to linger. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the office building, chaos reigned. Although the Liang family had ceased their assault and sent a healer to tend to Su Yitong, even offering sincere apologies, it was too late. The coldness in Su Yitong's gaze towards Liang Yuchuan was unprecedented. She could hear nothing now. Moreover, she had become a person without an ear. She uttered, "I will remember this grievance." With that, she raised her weapon, and as the Liang family anticipated another attack, she instead fired several rounds into a corpse at the rear of their ranks, emptying her magazine before being escorted away. Liang Yuchuan made no attempt to pursue. Such enmity could not be resolved with mere words of consolation. She sat on a bench, cradling her forehead, contemplating. Who was responsible? Did anyone witness it? The reactions of those present made it evident who was to blame. Indeed, someone witnessed the healer from Liang Yuchuan's team. He observed that the individual was barely clinging to life and hesitated to administer a healing potion. Mindful of conserving his limited magical energy for at least 2 more healing opportunities for Liang Yuchuan, he planned to approach and offer a vial of healing elixir, only to witness the entire unfolding drama. How splendid! It seemed even the attempt to shift blame onto the Su family was futile. Someone picked up the firearm, exclaiming, "No wonder the aim was so precise. This gun is equipped with superior features." Liang Yuchuan took the gun, noticing the mini-guidance device mounted on it, his temper barely contained. Was this aimed at Su Yitong? He raised the gun once more and fired several shots into the corpse riddled with bullet holes. The evidence was irrefutable. Liang Jing remained silent for a considerable time before inquiring, "Is it possible someone else is meddling in this? Perhaps a common enemy of the Liang and Su families?" Upon glancing up, he found Liang Yuchuan gazing at him, speechless. This blame truly could not be evaded. Chapter 101, 2 Instance Light Screens. Xunge cranked the music in her home to the maximum, concocting a ginseng extract while cooking fried intestines with fervor. The thought of having usurped Xunhuan's financial avenues made her wish to install a disco ball on the roof, dancing while brewing the ginseng extract. Moreover, not only had she harmed Su Yitong, forging a deep enmity between the Su and Liang families, but she also relished the prospect of striking at Xunhuan from afar. She could hardly believe that Su Yitong would not unleash her fury upon Xunhuan. Su Yitong was indeed spiraling into madness, unstoppable by anyone, be it Su Langfeng, Su Baibua, or Su Jinxian, all of whom were promptly expelled. The 3 fathers and sons of the Su family cast silent glances towards Xunhuan. Xunhuan nearly extended a finger to point at himself in disbelief. Me? The Su family truly was insufferable, yet he refrained from voicing any complaints, as the Su family had not only funneled jewelry resources towards him, but also committed to a daily 5-hour dungeon run with him. Consequently, Xunhuan could only graciously send these 3 men away, taking a deep breath before entering to confront Su Yitong directly. At that moment, Su Yitong was not only furious, but also despondent. Long before she lost an ear, she had directed her subordinates to gather any means of restoring her hearing. To no avail. The only item related to auditory function was a toy crafted through advanced engineering, primarily designed to assist children from other races in literacy. When worn, It projected a light screen displaying synchronized text of the spoken words of those within her visual field. Its secondary utility was to aid hearing-impaired individuals like Su Itong. With her head bowed, she remained silent. Yu Xuanhuan promptly dialed Yu Xunge, foregoing the speakerphone option to avoid further provoking Su Itong. This was akin to twirling a pen in front of Liang Yuchuan. Upon hearing two breaths on the other end, Yu Xunge immediately realized there were additional individuals present and had grown accustomed to Yu Xuanhuan's antics. When asked if she knew anyone capable of crafting the literacy toy, Yu Xunge replied, "Let me check. That's something only advanced engineering can produce." She continued, "I'm afraid I can't make that, but I will inquire with someone from the Special Affairs Bureau. Just a moment." With that, she proceeded to provide Zhao Shuang's contact information. Yu Xuanhuan surmised that the price might be substantial. Otherwise, Yu Xunge would not have so decisively passed the responsibility. Yet, he found himself with no alternative but to dial the number provided by Yu Xunge. Zhao Shuang was quite the cunning individual, sharp-witted and astute. Fully aware that this was Yu Xunge's brother, the son-in-law of the Su family, and he had set a steep price, 2 level 5 dungeon screens in exchange. Yu Xuanhuan questioned, "Is it truly worth such a high price for merely an advanced engineering product?" Zhao Shuang replied, "The materials may be inexpensive, but the technology is costly. Achieving advanced proficiency is akin to entering another realm. It is not merely about having a formula to produce a finished product." Yu Xuanhuan noted Zhao Shuang's words in his phone's memo and passed it to Su Itong. She nodded in agreement. For her, the possibility of restoring her normal life justified any price. She could hardly wait another day. The sensation of silence was unbearable. Her inherently suspicious nature and strong desire for control rendered her unable to endure the thought of not hearing others' conversations or laughter. The mere sound of laughter would lead her to suspect it was directed at her, and any mention of related topics would incite fears of being the subject of mockery. After concluding the call, Yu Xunge continued her labor, tirelessly brewing ginseng essence. She spent her mornings in dungeons and her afternoons concocting the essence. The workload was overwhelming, and ultimately, she decided to outsource the task. The chosen collaborator was the little undead alchemist, Maki, who could assist with the packaging of 5,000 bottles for just 1 gold coin. Maki was both efficient and skilled, and Hufflepuff turned a blind eye to the arrangement. This significantly alleviated Yu Xunge's workload, allowing her to devote her time to more meaningful pursuits, such as learning alchemy from Hufflepuff or culinary skills from the nocturnal elven chef at the restaurant. Originally, she planned to brew 35 bottles of ginseng essence over the course of a month, but she completed the task in less than half that time, leaving the rest to Maki for packaging. During this fortnight, the city was abuzz with excitement as the Su family and the Liang family clashed. The Liang family, though in the wrong, sought to avoid wasting energy and resources on a confrontation with the Su family, considering compensation instead. However, when the Su family demanded 20 dungeons in return, it was a different story. "I genuinely wish to compensate you for your grievances, yet you stab me in the heart?" Liang Jing retorted. "To hell with it. Those 20 dungeons could be better utilized for nurturing their own, rather than fattening the Su family only for them to seek revenge later." Yu Xuanhuan found amusement in the spectacle, often being taken by the Su family to tackle dungeons, while occasionally joining his studio mates, Yi Donglin and Xunge. Despite his lack of exceptional talent, his luck was unparalleled. With him in their party, the rewards from a single dungeon run exceeded those of 3 runs with less fortunate companions. His luck made him quite sought after. He averaged only 6 hours of sleep each day, dedicating the remainder of his time to dungeon expeditions, even bringing his jewelry crafting into the dungeons. Although some were disgruntled by his effortless gain of experience, having to allow him the final strike, the high drop rates he provided made his presence invaluable. With him in the party, each dungeon would yield at least 2 pieces of equipment, and once others tasted the sweetness of success, they ceased their complaints. Consequently, Yu Xuanhuan's leveling pace was indeed rapid, securing at least 5 experience points daily. Su Itong, experienced as she is, has always attracted attention with her divine gift. However, she has recently become noticeably more taciturn, her demeanor overshadowed by a gloominess that aligns her increasingly with Yu Xuanhuan. Despite the latter's smile, with the corners of his mouth turned upward, Su Itong's lips curled downward, creating a visual dichotomy reminiscent of a parenthesis and a reverse parenthesis. Yet, when they stand together, onlookers might perceive a striking resemblance in the couple's aura. She has ceased experimenting with her hairstyle. Previously, her side part allowed the fuller side of her hair to effectively conceal the absence of her ear. However, a center part proves inadequate, leaving her hair to cascade naturally, exposing her bare ears, a sight that evokes discomfort in anyone who glimpses it. Fortunately, the literacy toy she wears resembles a pair of earmuff-style headphones, allowing her to mask her ears' starkness when venturing outside. Those unaware of her condition would merely assume it to be an accessory. Her attachment to Yu Xuanhuan has deepened, as he initially considered following her lead, allowing her to bear the brunt of their predicament. Guilt is a reciprocal emotion. If Su Itong convinces herself that she has transmitted a dreadful affliction to him, each subsequent act of coercion would be tinged with her own feelings of remorse. In such moments, While Yu Xuanhuan may appear to be at a disadvantage, he could manipulate Su Yitong's guilt to his advantage. Yet, her current state of distortion renders this plan impractical. Chapter 102. Everyone knows about your ailment now. One cannot expect a psychologically distorted individual to feel remorse. Yu Xuanhuan has resolved to take the initiative and expose this matter, not necessarily hoping to instill a sense of indebtedness in Su Yitong, but at least to reduce her audacity when unleashing her frustrations upon him. Turn around and speak to me. Have I ever told you not to turn your back on me? Su Yitong's reprimand echoed from behind. Yu Xuanhuan, undeterred by the varied gazes of Su's subordinates, some mocking, some disdainful, and others merely spectators, calmly turned to placate Su Yitong. Su Beige and Su Jinxian observed the scene in silence, aware that while they could not criticize their husband, they were equally unprotected from her ire. Although Yu Xuange was not present to witness this moment, she could surmise the general atmosphere, while Su Yitong typically appeared amiable. Her wrath, when unleashed, was more fearsome than that of Liang Yuchuan. Liang's explosive temper flared swiftly but subsided just as quickly. Su Yitong, however, was the type to simmer quietly until her anger erupted, lingering ominously. Feeling aggrieved, Yu Xuanhuan has become increasingly diligent in preparing meals for the Su family. Perhaps his culinary talent is genuine, as it has drawn the favor of the culinary deities. Even though he had little skill initially, his newfound abilities yield truly delectable dishes. Moreover, Yu Xuanhuan cleverly murmurs about the high-priced ingredients he has procured, subtly ensuring that his contributions are not taken for granted, while no overt misfortune befalls those around him. It seems the more they consume his meals, the less lucky they become in their endeavors. As a result, after Yu Xuanhuan's final strike, the drop rate of monsters increased significantly. In comparison, the Su family began to place greater importance on Yu Xuanhuan, creating a positive feedback loop for him. By April, Yu Xuanhuan had reached level 53. Although he had not made it onto the leaderboard, his progress surpassed that of many at level 90, considering that for numerous players, merely queuing up to participate in a dungeon once a day was already a considerable achievement. However, during this time, Yu Xuange had already reached level 2. Yu Xuanhuan had discreetly inquired about the situation a few times, and Yu Xuange no longer concealed the truth from him, directly informing him that there was a level 3 dungeon rented out to the Special Affairs Bureau in the villa above. Yet, she had reserved a portion of the time for when Yu Xuanhuan reached level 3, allowing him to bring his powerful weaponry for a solo run in her dungeon. This revelation sparked a twinge of jealousy within Yu Xuanhuan, but he quickly dismissed it, reminding himself that the Su family possessed over 100 dungeon resources. Any fleeting jealousy dissipated, as he recognized that Yu Xuange had merely gained an initial advantage. As levels increased, she would inevitably struggle to find superior dungeon resources, causing her leveling speed to decelerate. Nonetheless, he shared this information with Yu Qingshan, urging them to approach Yu Xuange for assistance in leveling up. Upon receiving a call from Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiugua, Yu Xuange immediately surmised that it was regarding Yu Xuanhuan. Despite Yu Xuanhuan's trust in her, he still harbored a certain skepticism, and while he bore no ill will towards her, he did not wish for her to prosper excessively. Yu Xuange had long desired to give Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiugua a taste of hardship, so she readily agreed. Sure, just remember to stay close to me. And if things go awry, make a run for it. After leisurely dispatching the monsters, she emerged to comfort the two, explaining that every time she participated in a dungeon run, it was a battle for survival, which made it challenging to bring them along. After all, it was unrealistic to expect Yu Xuange to decimate foes without sustaining any harm. However, she refrained from mentioning her intention to assist them in leveling up. Instead, she divulged the news about the Su family's son-in-law acquiring ale to Baozi, who then sold the information to the Liang family for a profit. She did not anticipate that Yu Xuanhuan would pass this information on to Liang Yuchuan. Given the relationship between Liang Yuchuan and Su Yitong, coupled with Yu Xuanhuan's extraordinary talent, it was improbable that Liang Yuchuan would ever sleep with Yu Xuanhuan again, unless he acquired a skill that allowed him to absorb luck through slumber. She sensed that, based on Yu Xuanhuan's intellect and fortune, he might even manage to navigate this situation without repercussions. Before undertaking these schemes, she ventured outside the Su family manor under the cover of night to release 3 small undead spiders, scaling several kilometers on their joint legs to infiltrate the 3 villas where the Su family head, Su Baibua, and Su Yitong resided. To ensure redundancy, she also placed a spider in both Liang's estate and Yu Xuanhuan's apartment, aiming for a multi-angle perspective of the unfolding drama. Baozi's efficiency rivaled that of social media, as she acquired information on the 2nd day and verified it by the 3rd. Although she found no concrete evidence, her divine skill allowed her to validate the truth of her information, serving as substantial proof. By the morning of the 4th day, she sold the news simultaneously to the Liang family and Su Yitong, casually reaching out to Yu Xuanhuan over lunch. The news of your acquisition of ale has been leaked. Would you like to know who is aware of it? If so, send me a message for 5 gold coins. A message that generates profit thrice. Who could possibly surpass her? When Yu Xuanhuan received this news, he initially thought it was a prank. However, upon noticing the character AI, he promptly sent over 5 gold coins. only to learn that at 11 a.m. that very day, both the Liang family and Su Yitong were aware of the shocking calamity that had befallen him. He nearly choked in disbelief, almost succumbing to despair. Though he could alter the information on his character panel, he was powerless to change his blood, once drawn and tested. Nothing could remain concealed, but there was still hope. If Su Yitong did not wish for her family to discover that she too had contracted this affliction, she would undoubtedly assist him. Yu Xuanhuan, did you find out? Su Yitong, wait for me at the apartment. Those 6 words resonated like a death knell, sending a shiver down Yu Xuanhuan's spine, despite his self-proclaimed strong mental fortitude. Yu Xuanhuan, I want to know if it was you who transmitted it to me. Su Yitong, Su Yitong, how did you know I had it? Did you investigate? Su Yitong, would you dare to engage with me if you had? Su Yitong, your audacity suggests it was you who infected me. In his moment of panic, Yu Xuanhuan unwittingly exposed his own vulnerability. Through the window, he spotted Su Yitong's car parked below the apartment. The door swung open, revealing not only Su Yitong but also her 2 most formidable subordinates, endowed with the highest divine gifts and attacking prowess. Yu Xuanhuan, I have a method to help you conceal the information regarding the unknown curse. My divine gift can siphon the fortune of others from the Su family. I can aid you in seizing the Su family's power, and we can forge a pact. Yu Xuanhuan, this illness was contracted during a surgical procedure. I only recently became aware of it. You can have the butler administer a lie detector test. I truly did not intend for this to happen. Yu Xuanhuan, I can also assist you in avenging the Liang family. I can transmit this affliction to Liang Yuchuan, to your brother, your father, anyone, even the butler, if all went as planned. This would surely be the day, he typed with unparalleled speed. The fierce and vengeful Su Yitong nearly lost her composure at the mention of the butler. Almost tumbling down the stairs, the doorbell rang, and a voice from outside called, Who is it? Su Yitong, open the door, I want to kill you. Chapter 103. Everyone has it. There's no need to panic. We all have our burdens. Yu Xuanhuan and Su Yitong sat face to face in the study of the apartment, both enveloped in silence. Once, they had shared a modicum of genuine affection, but at some point, that sincerity had been eroded. Perhaps it was Su Yitong's failure to immediately disclose information about the internal game testing, or Yu Xuanhuan's concealed injuries. Perhaps it stemmed from Su Yitong's refusal to allow him participation in the Su family meetings, or Yu Xuanhuan's lack of honesty regarding his divine gifts. Perhaps it was the mutual scheming that arose upon discovering the unknown curse. No one could pinpoint who had made the first misstep, nor would anyone admit to it. Both had witnessed the darkness within each other. And as Yu Xuanhuan had once contemplated, they were indeed a perfect match, outwardly radiant, yet inwardly cloaked in shadows and malice. Yu Xuanhuan ceased to plead for mercy, and the fact that Su Yitong spared his life indicated her growing interest in his proposal. As for Su Yitong, she had concocted hundreds of methods to humiliate and torment Yu Xuanhuan during her journey here. She envisioned stripping him of his trousers, rendering him completely impotent, and then displaying him in the city center. She contemplated severing his limbs and forcing him to ingest a medicinal concoction, thereby transforming him into a mere hound of the estate. Yet, in this moment, she resolved to exercise restraint. As Yu Xuanhuan had stated, he possessed great utility, not merely in fortune, but in talent and his affliction, all of which were advantageous. The two entered into a covenant, binding Yu Xuanhuan to never conceal anything from Su Yitong henceforth. All equipment and items he acquired were to be surrendered to her for distribution, and he was obliged to support her in seizing control of the Su family. He was forbidden from causing her any harm, and should he discover a means to break the curse, he must promptly inform her and prioritize her assistance in resolving it. In return, Su Yitong vowed to nurture Yu Xuanhuan, ensuring he would at least benefit from the hope bestowed upon him by her divine talent, the hymn of hope. This arrangement was not entirely equitable, yet the presence of 2 formidable figures loomed outside. Yu Xuanhuan, now compliant, presented a chameleon tea pet to Su Yitong, enabling her to conceal the curse afflicting her character. The warmth that once existed between them vanished, replaced by a pragmatic alliance. They became each other's most reliable allies, if only temporarily. Any potential crises arising from Yu Xuanhuan's exposure would be addressed by Su Yitong, while she would also find resolutions for her own curse. Moreover, Su Yitong expended tenfold the price to bribe Baozi, compelling her to admit to deceiving the Liang family. For the right price, Baozi had no scruples. Integrity? That too could be sold. She was astonished that her credibility fetched 50 gold coins. Yet, could this not be salvaged? In secret, Baozi approached the Liang family, not returning the previous funds, but instead delivering a message. Someone intended to confront them and wished for them to create trouble for the Su family. Hence the false information was conveyed. The Liang family pondered if these were foolish individuals. Regardless, they made the issue public, yet Su Yitong acted with swiftness. While the Liang family deliberated whether to use the information to threaten the Su family or to tarnish their reputation, Su Yitong and Yu Xuanhuan solidified their partnership by midday. By afternoon, all incriminating evidence regarding the Su family's main and collateral branches was unveiled, one scandal after another, amidst the festering gossip of affairs, scandals, and chaos. The revelations were particularly unsavory. However, Su Yitong not only exposed her own affliction alongside Yu Xuanhuan's, but also orchestrated a scheme to muddy the waters further, alleging that Su Baibua, Su Jinxian, and Su Langfeng were similarly afflicted, implicating even the most venerable elder to the youngest graduates within the family. Everyone was implicated. There was no need for alarm. It seemed all were affected. Within the span of an hour, the Su family was on the brink of becoming synonymous with the disease. The most frequently uttered phrase within the Su manor that day was, "I am not. I do not." Soon, it became apparent that nearly half of the gossip circulating was fabricated. The blend of truth and falsehood, particularly the astonishing news regarding the Su family, naturally led to its classification among the false rumors. It was evident that someone was intent on undermining the Su family. Yu Xunge, observing this grand spectacle alongside her little spider, noted that although many key pieces of information were exchanged privately among the individuals, face-to-face interactions saw a habitual return to verbal communication. No matter how fond one might be of mobile devices, genuine conversations rarely resorted to typing. Upon recognizing that Su Yitong and Yu Xuanhuan had both undergone complete transformations, Yu Xunge felt a sense of elation. After all, such transformations typically arose from life's tribulations. Those enveloped in happiness seldom succumb to darkness. If Su Yitong truly shared a strong bond with Su Baiqi and Su Jinxian, then in her previous life, Su Jinxian would not have met her demise at the hands of Yu Xuanhuan. At this moment, all 350,000 bottles of ginseng essence had been meticulously packaged. Throughout this process, Yu Xunge had gradually amassed an additional 50,000 gene of red ginseng and 6 gene of red ginseng, aged over 30 years. Despite slightly elevated prices due to the sourcing location, as she commenced the boiling of the essence anew, she began to anonymously list her stock online. However, the platform's limitations allowed for a maximum of only 1,000 items to be listed by each individual at any given time. Yet, the thought that this money was seized from Yu Xuanhuan filled her with a sense of triumph with each listing, akin to delivering a calculated blow to Yu Xuanhuan. The remarkable therapeutic effects coupled with the affordable pricing propelled the ginseng essence to meteoric popularity. Almost everyone was clamoring to purchase it, with discussions erupting across various channels, including the world, channel, and regional forums, even spilling into the nearby channel, all extolling the exceptional value of this healing concoction. It was not just the younger crowd eager to tackle quests. Even affluent middle-aged individuals found it irresistible, as health and wellness were deeply ingrained in their very essence. I felt significantly stronger after consuming it, one might assert, acknowledging the psychological effect. Questions arose. Is it safe during pregnancy? Can children consume it? May I see the ingredient list? The inquiries came from either seasoned online shoppers or those seeking to exploit the formula. Who has deciphered this recipe? Are there any practitioners of traditional medicine present? Where is the Special Affairs Bureau? Although the price seemed quite reasonable, there were whispers that it could be lowered further. Where is the Special Affairs Bureau? They should reduce the price. With anonymity cloaking the discussions, one could not be sure if they were all from the same individual. The individual at the top of the wealth rankings, number 98, was witnessing their fortune ballooning by the minute. Fortunately, there had yet to be any instances of price gouging. As the essence's primary advantage lay in its cost-effectiveness, a higher price would eliminate the necessity to purchase it. Why not seize the opportunity to acquire the more affordable healing products released by the Special Affairs Bureau? However, the day after the ginseng essence was made available, the prices of ginseng, red ginseng, and other varieties began to soar. Although the formula remained a mystery, possessing ginseng was indisputably advantageous. Better to secure it now and investigate later. Even the Su and Liang families rushed to procure a batch. As for the Special Affairs Bureau, they were undoubtedly in hot pursuit. Yu Xunge had no intentions of hoarding stock. The Special Affairs Bureau would soon uncover the ginseng essence's formula. She aimed to swiftly sell all 350,000 bottles of ginseng essence, along with any subsequently produced batches, before the price was inevitably lowered by the Bureau. She sold 30,000 bottles each day, continuing from the 8th to the 19th. The subsequent acquisition of over 50,000 pounds of red ginseng was all distilled into ginseng essence, totaling 250,200 bottles. She kept 2,000 bottles for herself, selling the remainder. With over 1 billion people in Huaxia, the notion of market saturation was trivial. Even if these 600,000 bottles of essence were cast into the water, they would hardly create a ripple. After deducting the auction house's fees and the wages and bonuses for her little spirits, Yu Xunge had amassed a total profit of 26,600 gold. During this time, she also transformed into a goblin each day to craft 3 gold coins. Large sums were to be earned, yet small coins were to be grasped. She was immensely interested in the vigorous motion of her arms when it came to money. Chapter 104. Idleness breeds discontent. Thus, she sought vengeance to ease her mind. On April 29th, after selling the 60,000 bottles of ginseng essence, Yu Xunge ceased her activities. Although she remained anonymous, Everyone was aware that the essence originated from the wealthiest anonymous magnate. Her assets surged almost every minute, ultimately settling at 5,239 gold, 17 silver, and 89 copper. The second place, well known, was held by the Finance Department of the Special Affairs Bureau, denoted by a small golden dragon in the upper right corner of their avatar, as this individual's ranking fluctuated numerous times daily. Previously, this finance officer occasionally claimed the top spot, but since the anonymous magnate surpassed 5, they had never regained it. Xunge felt little connection to her position as the wealthiest. After all, she earned quickly but spent just as fast. She was more delighted by the creation of the exquisite ginseng essence. Exquisite ginseng essence. 91 points. Consuming it restores 120 health points instantly, and for the next 10 minutes. It restores 1 health point per second. This essence was crafted from 30-year-old red ginseng combined with intermediate healing potions, and she possessed only 93 bottles in total. Each consumed diminished her stock. Prior to reaching level 10, she would likely refrain from using it, as the higher the health points, the more advantageous its use. Just 3 days after her cessation of sales, on May 1st, a plethora of ginseng essence appeared on the market, not only in the auction house, but also in hospitals. Xunge, being but one individual with a small workshop, could produce only a limited amount, yet the Special Affairs Bureau, having discovered the formula, was capable of manufacturing hundreds of thousands of bottles daily, swiftly saturating the market. However, prices soon plummeted to 4 silver coins, while the cost of primary healing potions also decreased slightly, now available for just 1 silver coin and 80 copper. Xunge filled a vending machine on the upper floor with 100 bottles of ginseng essence, pricing them at 5 silver coins, indifferent to whether they would sell, before diving into a dungeon. By April, she had already reached level 2, yet her focus on distilling ginseng and earning money, alongside attending classes on Zealand Star, meant she only delved into dungeons every few days. Moreover, since attaining level 2, battling 3-level monsters yielded diminishing experience rewards, even after vanquishing over 700 foes. She earned a mere 9 experience points. Occasionally, when Hufflepuff was in a good mood, he would elaborate more during lessons, but her late-night studies meant she did not engage in dungeons the following day. However, her efficiency in grinding dungeons was remarkable, even though she did not do it frequently. Her level steadily rose to 357, though her rank had fallen slightly to 36th place. She glanced at the 96th ranked Su Yidong and the 99th ranked Yu Xuanhuan and thought to herself that these two fools had also reached level 3. Even disregarding the points that Su Yidong was likely to acquire from the Holy Song, he had at least gained an additional 15 attribute points, providing him with ample resources to pilfer. After spending 3 hours clearing dungeons, she placed the 2 newly acquired green items into the vending machine, pricing them at 1 gold each. Noting that it was only 11 a.m., and with the afternoon stretching ahead of her, she resolved to steal the attributes of the male and female leads to alleviate her mind. Though she had been busy lately, she still occasionally employed her little spider to spy on Su Yidong and Yu Xuanhuan to see what mischief they were up to. Upon discovering that the two had dropped their pretense, it became clear that they were quite the toxic pair. Yu Xuanhuan took charge of cooking, while Su Yidong was responsible for delivering her dishes to the logistics department, blending them with meals prepared by other staff, rendering them indistinguishable. The two, accompanied by Lin Xingze and one of Su Yidong's confidants, ventured into the dungeon. Together, the 4 of them could swiftly clear the level 2 dungeon every 3 hours, with their experience points skyrocketing, further augmented by the fortune they siphoned from the Su family, ensuring a daily yield of equipment, items, and skills. In stark contrast, the Su family faced daily losses. The esteem of Su Langfeng, Su Baizha, and Su Jinxian was beginning to wane. Not only had Su Yidong turned the Su family into a disarray, but she had also cast off the confines of the family ship to develop independently. Given her uniquely bestowed divine talent, the Su family team was obliged to heed her hopes and aspirations daily, rendering them exceedingly compliant to her wishes. Meanwhile, the subordinates of the Su family found their fondness for Su Yidong growing, as her infrequent appearances were always accompanied by generous rewards. Who would not appreciate a boss that occasionally graced them with benefits? As Yu Xuange approached the dungeon's exterior, she discovered 2 guards stationed at the entrance. Presumably bored, one was engrossed in his phone while the other dozed off. Transforming into a small sparrow, she perched patiently on a nearby tree, intending to enter the dungeon alongside Yu Xuanhuan and the others upon their exit. After all, as long as they did not form a party, other players would be unable to detect their health bars or locations, and entering the dungeon would not reveal the number of participants. The only inconvenience was that without a party, they would not be considered allies. Thus, if they activated skills without evading them, they would sustain damage. Yet, with caution, it was manageable. After more than half an hour, Su Yidong and her companions emerged from the dungeon, their faces alight with joy, indicating a bountiful haul. The guards at the entrance immediately straightened up, and perhaps due to their cheerful mood, Su Yidong refrained from reprimanding them, instead offering a few words of encouragement to ensure they remained vigilant at their posts. The dungeon's luminous barrier slowly closed, only to reopen moments later. This is the essence of a successful refresh. Su Yitong informed the two individuals at the door to message her privately if they had any matters to discuss, and then she led a few others back into the dungeon. After a brief wait of several seconds for the two to lower their guard and take a seat, Xunge descended from the tree, circumnavigated the area while skimming the ground, and swooped low past the heel of an employee engrossed in his phone, rushing into the dungeon. Once inside, she refrained from immediate action, instead cautiously peering ahead, noticing that Xunge and the others had ventured far enough away to be merely silhouettes. She unfurled her wings and ascended towards the sky. It was only after reaching a height she deemed safe that she cast her gaze downward. At this moment, Xunge and the others had approached the first batch of monsters and were preparing to engage. The adversaries in this dungeon belonged to the Drenii race, reminiscent of avatars. With their entire forms bathed in blue and skilled in gem crafting, Xunge observed their monster farming strategy for a while. Su Yitong provided healing and damage output. Xunge executed finishing blows. Lin Xingze focused on control, and the last member, a confidant of Su Yitong from a past life named Su Wu, acted as the tank. Drawing the attention of the adversaries at the forefront, Xunge settled upon a tree, initially utilizing 2 skill crystals of happiness restored to reduce the luck of Xunge and Su Yitong to 1. She then transformed into her human form at a distance and consumed food that increased her health by 300 points per minute, triggering her gourmet talent to triple the critical hit, thus augmenting her health by 900 points per minute for a duration of half an hour. This was the highest level of cuisine she could successfully prepare at present. Even without equipping items that enhanced her constitution, her health stood at 350, with each theft costing her 70 health points. To maintain her health above 80, she ideally needed to steal every 5 seconds. Xunge directly flew to the rear of the Drenii group, transforming into a Drenii herself to blend into their ranks, even adopting the name Drenii Warrior. Occasionally, she would approach Xunge and the others, using, "I want this, this, and this," leveraging her evasion skills honed amidst the monsters, making her impervious to their attacks. Whenever the Drenii squad neared annihilation, she would cry out in the few phrases of Drenii language she knew while fleeing. Once Xunge and the others attracted another group of Drenii to continue farming, she would seamlessly infiltrate again to continue her thievery. Drenii, victims of misunderstanding.